This young man is Ya Nin, the most gifted divine-level talent on the continent. At the moment the monster is sweeping through the flower fields, on the final battlefield of the capital, he delivered a decisive strike in its place, saving Tamgai's 3 people who are about to face death. Vu Di at this moment cannot be careless, as a mutated creature appears right above them, and it is a type that Da Nin has never encountered before. But the sharpshooter Tam Gai and soldier Trong Tri Tam Gai charged forward recklessly to their deaths. They hadn't even touched a single hair of it when the monster shot them dead with one hit. The agile spirit archer Tam Gai couldn't bear to watch her teammates die in agony, and immediately rushed forward to risk her life. Jiang spread his arms and spat fire continuously, but it was useless. At the moment just before fading away, Da Nin blocks an attack, deflecting the assault. This monster can take down 2 top-tier level 3 members in one strike, so it's definitely not an ordinary level 3 mutant. You told the sharpshooter to retreat first, thinking staying would only be a burden, and you would face it alone, blocking an attack. Da Nin's sword of jade scraped both sides. It was always something the army had guessed countless times. Believed to only exist in legends a level 4 mutant, and fighting it would require all our strength. Da Nin jumped up, intending to deliver his strongest attack yet, but failed. The sword of Thon cut through his heart, and Thon Han collapsed completely. This is a level 4 after all. It seems humans still don't understand the power of level 4. I couldn't protect the world. I truly feel unfulfilled. However, at this moment, the familiar news broadcast suddenly echoes in Da Nin's ears. My head was pounding as I woke up, thinking vaguely that maybe I had turned into a pig. The 2 guards approached and told him that someone wanted to prevent him from participating in the test, claiming he was infected with a virus and had fallen into a coma. But if he causes a commotion during the test, he's doomed. They're starting to plan to eliminate Ya Nin. Let's act now. Anyway, he's just an ordinary person, not the reincarnation of the awakened. He's only a minor character, so if he dies, we can just blame it on him being mutated. Da Nin suddenly realized that he had been reborn 3 years earlier. On the day of the talent test, Thon Jian understood the problem. It turns out that the reason the talent test failed before was because someone was cheating. How can you let them succeed like before this time? Da Nin immediately snatched the gun from the man in front and took down each one. In his previous life, he missed the chance to test, and had to struggle to survive by scavenging. After wandering for 3 years, the army finally discovered his divine talent. But at that time, the Huaxia battlefield had fallen, and there was basically no time or resources to grow. Da Nin only took 7 months to reach level 3, still far from the strongest level, and had to go to the battlefield to fight against level 4 mutated beings. You were very regretful for not being able to save your mother and younger sister Xiao An. But now everything is different. There's still time. As long as you pass the test and become the strongest, you can save the important people around you and end this apocalyptic era. At that moment, the system announced that the Apocalypse Sword God had been bound, and the bound person was Ye Ning. The mission content is that after 30 minutes, the bound person must touch the test axe to unlock and activate the system function. If they cannot touch the test axe, the system will disappear at minute 31. The mission notification states that completing the task to unlock and activate the system will grant any sword skill a 100-fold boost, transforming the user into a forbidden swordsman. This is completely different from the apocalyptic system where every awakened person has a past life. Da Nin was unsure whether it was due to his golden touch or reincarnation that caused the change. After thinking for a while, he decided that as long as he could become stronger, he didn't care what kind of system or monsters it was. We need to start the inspection quickly and find out who is behind this, as the countdown has already begun with 31 minutes left. At that moment, a group of people ran out to block Da Nin, warning that a contaminated person was fleeing, and advised everyone to stay still with their hands on their heads. Da Nin stood still and assessed the situation. The leader is a low-level awakener, and the others are all ordinary people. The best way now is to use the leader to threaten him into leading you out. In a flash, Da Nin snatched the captain's gun, then immediately took him hostage, telling him not to move. Take me to the square for inspection. 3 seconds to think. If more than 3 seconds pass, I will shoot. Everyone looked at Da Nin as if he were a lunatic stepping on nails. The captain panicked and shouted, "What are you doing there? An ordinary person coming to the inspection. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Let's talk it out slowly." Da Nin still arrogantly pressed the gun against his head. determined to make him follow. Captain once again broke out in a sweat. Kid, it's best if your door can awaken. But even if you become an awakener, it's hard to escape from the door. On another note, at the testing square, everyone's faces were tense and focused like tight strings. A century ago, in 2042, the world faced the Great Fall, and the global population dropped to less than 1/10. It was also at that moment that the first awakened appeared, and the United Army saved Howaha. Today is the important day to test everyone's innate talent. If successful, you will be an awakening of the combat system to defend one direction. If you fail, you will leave here to live an ordinary life. The man holding the microphone is the representative of the Tianfeng Security Zone Military Committee, Liu Tian. Now starting from the next person after the awakened individual. While person 1 was standing in line waiting for their turn, a soldier ran in and announced that someone infected was threatening the hostage and leading them into the inspection area. Everyone was panicking until Dan Ning led the hostage inside. Liu Tian urged him to put down his weapon and surrender, warning that if he refused, he would be dealt with on the spot. The soldier immediately drew his weapon, and Dan Ning looked as if to say, "I've already come this far. Who's afraid of you or your kid?" "I," the usual. "Declare that I am not infected and do not want to disrupt the awakening ceremony. I am here to participate in the inspection." Liu Tian still remains calm, suddenly pulls out his weapon, and orders the soldiers to immediately suppress him. Dan Ning now lowered his gun and read aloud clearly. According to Clause 137 of the Safety Zone, the awakened are entitled to special privileges. According to the rules, disobedience to military orders is punishable by death, but enough contribution can also lead to pardon. The team leader, after losing control, angrily rushed forward and punched Dan Ning in the face, causing him to roll over. But still, he kept sitting on you and warning you. "What time is it that you're still talking about terms?" Liu Tian shouted loudly, insisting on executing Dan Ning. At the moment the tip of the sword was about to strike down, a helicopter, the so-called super-speed sonic energy fighter jet, arrived. From the helicopter, the highest-ranking commander of the Tianfeng military zone, Level 3, awakened Grand Marshal Xiao Hai, jumps down. The powerful energy emanating from this man crushes everything around. The feeling of pressure is too strong, and the inspection hasn't even started. What is the Grand Marshal doing here? Tu Hai's face is tense as he speaks seriously. Right now, many high-level awakeners are in the military zone. Since he's willing to bet his life on it, let's give him a chance. If he fails to awaken, execute him on the spot. Dan Ning happily grins like a kid, saying, "Go ahead and arrange for my test now." The line of people begins to thin out, truly making way for Dan Ning to go first. The others looked at him with contempt. Ordinary people dreaming of awakening, truly living in a fool's paradise. They are at the bottom level but always claim they have talent, which is really terrifying. Dan Ning, regardless of what they say, stands firm in front of the test, losing the opportunity due to others' schemes. One wrong step, and a lifetime of regret is too late. This life, I am determined to start over. Dan Ning reached out, taking his fate into his own hands. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy radiated through him, making everyone stare with disbelief. Once again, Dan Ning experiences this feeling, which is the fusion of spiritual energy, and he wants to try it out first. The system is checking talent, currently at level B. Checking talent, currently at level C. Checking talent, currently at level B. The system keeps notifying like that. Liu Tian happily touched himself, surprised that his rank keeps increasing. This kid can't be a high-level talent. Right, his current talent has reached level A. The spiritual energy is overflowing, and his entire body feels incredible. A declares, "Continue the test and channel more spiritual energy." The energy explosion keeps intensifying with no sign of stopping. Liu Tian's eyes widen in surprise. An ordinary person like him with an A-level talent. The chances of this happening are probably 1 in 10,000. Tu Hai watched closely, a bit surprised, as the final result hasn't been announced yet. Could it be that he has a higher innate talent? It really is like that. His rank is still rising. Ya Ning kneels in astonishment. The current talent test has reached S rank. Tu Hai opened his mouth in surprise. No, that's not right. The test hasn't been declared finished, which means it's still ongoing. So Dan Ning is actually an S rank talent, a level 3 awakened seed. This crucial moment must not be missed. Tuhai begins issuing an emergency order. Underground armored units deploy to prepare for a mutated attack, and the Spirit Wing fighter jets are dispatched to conduct aerial patrols around the outside of the Yimu facility. All routes here are blocked unless they are military. The upper airspace is sealed off, and Danin is still transforming. Screaming in rage, the plane roared as it carried out its mission. And finally the inspection process was complete. Tuhai was so stunned that he dropped the tablet he was holding, and it turned out he was a pure-blood SS level. If S level is the military's reserve for level 3 awakened individuals, then SS level is definitely capable of reaching level 3, as expected. It seems this entire heavenly wind is about to change. Tuhai was so excited that he kept laughing happily, looking very pleased. All right. My celestial wind safe zone now has a talented person too. Those waiting to awaken below can't help but admire him. Oh my god. To be praised like that by the great commander is definitely a once-in-a-millennium dream. Truly something others envy. This sudden change makes the young man next to him have to admit, it's really rapid transformation. Just now, you said they were disgusting and useless. Stop being jealous. Maybe someday they'll also become our superiors. While everyone is so amazed and surprised, Ya Ning feels a bit disappointed. My talent is clearly the highest SSS level in theory, but I didn't expect the crystal test's inheritance limit to only be SSS level. Oh well, the influence of SSS level is already strong enough. The most important thing now is the Sword God system's mission. The Sword God system has been loaded, and it has bound Danin. The current effect increases skill power by 10,000%. After learning any sword-type skill, it will automatically upgrade that skill to SSS level. You can use the skill once every 48 hours without any cost or level restrictions. Danin sighed in relief that he finally completed the mission. But upon closer inspection, he was shocked. Wait a moment. In the past, even with the strength of a nation, there could only be 2 S-rank individuals and 1 A-rank skill user. Now, the Sword God system can freely upgrade skills to SSS rank. Danin's current task is to learn sword techniques, and the reward will increase 4 free attribute points. Be careful not to reveal any information about the system. The violator will be eliminated. And Danin is determined to find a way to get the skill book. Tuhai walks over to chat with a cheerful face. Danin's friend, congratulating him on unlocking the SS rank. Tell me what reward you want. I will satisfy you, because he's too shy. Tuhai has to make an excuse. He calls, but gets no response. It seems he just recently awakened, and hasn't adapted yet. Haha. It's okay, little guy. That guy and I also stared blankly for a long time just like you. Come on. Don't just stand there. We've arrived at my office. Let's talk. Just after returning to his private room, Ye Ning was greeted with a much warmer reception than before, and he was deliberately delayed by others during the inspection. Your uncle has already sent people to control all related departments and will thoroughly investigate and give you an answer. After that, he decided to let you be the first chosen for the seed plan. Just a quick review from above will have a professional level 3 expert come to guide you. Materials and equipment will also be chosen by Chu for you. You start to respond. The mental system, which functions as a control force. Tuhai strokes his chin, appearing focused. The mental system is very rare. The capital's expert can give you advice. Oh right. What reward do you want, Commander Tu? If possible, I would like a sword skill manual. Tuhai immediately agreed. Even thinking that this reward could influence his opinion, he ordered someone to bring the highest level one here. After a long search, the person brought the book over. Commander Xiao, this is the highest level book in our supply reserve. Tuhai immediately handed it to Danin without hesitation. Thank you. Commander Tio, if there's nothing else, I would like to return home for a visit. Are you rushing home to share the good news with your family? Tuhai immediately went to search carefully again. Tio, if there's nothing else, I want to go back for a visit. Going home quickly to share good news with my family. You can understand that. Tuhai immediately ordered the volunteer soldiers to escort Daning 24/7, ensuring their safety at all costs. If any unusual situation arises, report it immediately through the proper channels. Regarding Danin almost losing his qualification for the exam, a report must be seen within 24 hours, regardless of who is involved. Catch them first and deal with it later. After the order was given, Danin was guarded and escorted like gold and silver, without missing a single detail. He felt they might be overdoing it, So he told them to just stay here, and he could go home by himself. As soon as he appeared, everyone started buzzing and talking. Look. Isn't that Danin? Has he become an important figure now? Riding back in a soldier's vehicle. Keep your voice down. With so many people protecting her, it's definitely not simple. As soon as I got home, I saw my little sister taking out the trash. The girl is Xiao An, Danin's younger sister. Danin froze involuntarily, recalling the terrifying memories. Xiao An. In the previous life, I couldn't protect you. I'm truly sorry. In this life, I will definitely not let you suffer any harm. Just then, the young man ran over and hugged his sister tightly. The little girl smiles and pats her brother. Come on. It's been a year since we last saw each other. Weren't you at the training camp? When did you come out? Danin is still overwhelmed. Tears streaming down as he says, I already took the test. Then why are you crying? It's nothing. Just happy to see you. Little Anne innocently holds her brother's hand. Let's go home quickly. Mom has been worried about you ever since you left. Look. Today, you were lucky to find some parts. We can exchange them for some snacks on the way. So I can eat my fill today. The girl. So sensible it hurts. Danin smiled and announced. Silly girl. Today, we can enjoy a good meal. Xiaoan is so excited. Really, there's meat today. Of course. You can eat as much as you want. Just now. He prepared a feast for his mother and sister. The family has never eaten so well before. The mother gently asked how the test related to awakening training was going. And many neighbors are asking about it. Danin excitedly tells his mother that he has passed the test and become an awakened person. His mother is moved to tears. And little Xiaoan is also touched. As expected of my older brother, you truly are my proudest pride. By the way, after you became an awakened person, can our family have meals like this every day? Danin felt a pang in his heart but still managed to nod. After his mother and sister fell asleep, he quietly opened the door to the kitchen and activated the system. Studying skill books. Notification mission completed. 4 free attribute points earned. Level C skill. Dash attack. A rare type skill. You have successfully upgraded your skill. The strike blade skill has been enhanced to SSS level. The sword flowing guard skill. A powerful energy sphere is now appearing in Danin's hand. The sword flowing fury skill. After consuming 500 spiritual energy points, can withstand the torrent of sword energy and deliver a devastating attack to the target area in a very short time. The skill comes with attributes such as supercutting, armor penetration, destruction, slicing, and splitting. One thing to note is that its destructive power has increased 10,000 times compared to its current level, so it must be used carefully. Danin still couldn't believe his eyes. Truly having upgraded his C-level skill to SSS level, something he never imagined, even in his previous life, despite facing incredible situations. Danin carefully reviewed it again. Using it once costs 500 spiritual energy points. Without the support of equipment, using the Sword of Protection and Destruction once would theoretically require reaching level 3 intermediate. Fortunately, Danin's innate talent trait allows him to use any skill once every 48 hours. Otherwise, even if all his spiritual energy were drained, he wouldn't be able to use any skills at this moment. But the trouble is that the Divine Sword system does not allow revealing information about it, and you cannot explain to others the origin of your power and skills. This also means that before reaching level 2, you must avoid using the sword to prevent accidental violence in front of others. But Ninsihid, now is a critical moment. And Grand Commander Ning announced the seed plan. It would be better to cause him less trouble. But in the previous life, there was never a high-level sword technique. I really want to try it out. As soon as I held it, I suddenly remembered. Oh right, isn't there one in the military district? With the arrival of the world, due to the appearance of spiritual energy, various random dungeons have appeared everywhere. Then, after completing the exploration and training through infiltration, the related documents about the dungeon became well known to humans. Especially the military has spent a large amount of personnel and resources to develop trial dungeons for real combat training for the troops. Compared to naturally formed dungeons, training dungeons can be accessed at any time when life is in danger, with safety measures pushed to the limit. Therefore, Dan Nin decided to go out to the trial dungeon to test his skills. This is a safe zone trial dungeon with a heavenly protection barrier. Dan Nin has come to request opening a single-player instance to help him with any task. The support NPC with big eyes looked at Dan Nin, thinking to himself, "This is Dan Nin, from the Spirit System, who just checked his family's SS rank again. The Grand Commander has already given the order to open the dungeon for him. This brother of yours looks worried and asks Dan Nin again, 'Are you really planning to go alone? Someone should have gone with you. With your current strength. Going into the trial dungeon alone is too dangerous. I just went in to test a few things. I'll come out quickly. So no need to worry.' So he entered the trial dungeon, where he appeared in a city with low-level danger, a simulation of the world shortly after it was first invaded. The dungeon weapon given to Dan Nin is a scythe. He reaches into the virtual space to take it out, finding it just right for him. The weaker the weapon, the easier it is to test skills. Just then, he noticed something unusual. The first monster appeared, charging straight at him. Dan Nin takes her first step, jumps to dodge its attack. Luckily, she came early to score points from this bastard. And then she drives her knife straight into its bulging eye. In a flash, the monsters fell, leaving only one alive, so he wasn't satisfied yet. His hand not even ready. And the young man decided to run quickly to start hunting. The door leads to the emergency exit, with a few flickering red lights outside. As he opened it, the multi-eyed monster was already waiting and immediately lunged at him. It opened its mouth wide, ready to devour. He focused his gaze directly on it, not expecting there to be another one. He lunged forward, saliva even splattering on his face, slashing its throat with a knife. Although his current body's organization wasn't strong, based on his previous combat experience, dealing with this type of increased zombie was still quite manageable. Zen checks the skills carefully and must find the mutated leader of the boss area. That's the right move. First, he decides to leave the building via the stairs, then cross the street in the boss area located to the right in front of the square. As soon as he opened the door, he didn't expect that the zombies had already evolved into level 1 common level, and the dungeon's difficulty was increasing. Dan Nin didn't want to waste time on them. As soon as they sensed the human's presence, they roared loudly and charged wildly. Dan Nin swung a curved knife, then ran, using the fastest method to find the boss. "I need to get out of here quickly. The number of mutated creatures targeting me has been increasing exponentially. Unfortunately, no matter how much you increase your mental clarity, it doesn't boost your spiritual energy experience points." Dan Nin still decides to head straight to the boss area. For now, let's just focus on escaping these guys first. You used your jump skill to leap onto the car roof and then entered the boss area. Thon Yin jumped up alertly as the system announced that the level 1 peak mutant illusion was attacking. It moved so quickly that Dan Nin couldn't react in time. The boss, a level 1 apex mutant, was a false death creature from the dungeon test, so he leapt away to avoid its attack. Generally speaking, to deal with a level 1 peak extraordinary mutant, at least 3 awakened individuals of the same level are needed. If it weren't for the skill check, Dan Nin would only be at level 0 now. No matter how strong your talent is, you can't face this peak level 1 mutant directly, especially with countless normal monsters rushing towards you. Even a first-tier elite combat squad would find it difficult to escape. Daning still decided to charge forward. If the skill isn't as powerful as expected, at worst they can only escape the dungeon. You activate your prepared skill and begin to attack, unleashing the power of the sword stream Wind Fury. A loud explosion rang out, rocks and dirt flying everywhere, and through the hazy smoke, Thon Gian looked carefully. This was a true threat that had been completely wiped out. If you hadn't come to check, you wouldn't be able to imagine the destructive power of the Wind Flame Sword Torrent. Even if this power is slightly weaker at peak level 2, it can still destroy in an instant. Am I only at level 1 right now? Having just defeated a top-tier mutated form, level 1, Dan Nin immediately gained 5 spiritual energy experience points, and the artificial dungeon was already 50% complete. All the experience in the artificial dungeon comes from the spiritual energy stones provided by the area, and the drop rate for items is even lower than in normal dungeons. In your previous life, you never heard of anyone receiving equipment from a trial dungeon. But now there is equipment, and the item Dan Nin received is a white-grade gear called Flexible Gloves. It adds 1 point of agility, and increases attack speed and shooting by 15%. With this appearance, even a level 2 awakener might not have a full set of white gear, so getting one is already a decent start. The check was successful, and I was lucky to get the equipment. Staying here wouldn't make much sense. Dan Nin immediately exited the dungeon afterward. Just returned. The technical officer calmly hands back the badge. The person from the single-person technical department quickly steps out, probably scared stiff after seeing the crowd. From then on, the man with white hair hurriedly running over is the one who released the level 1 squad into the instance. Didn't we already say that only one person can enter the solo instance? Maintaining the dungeon is very difficult. How many times have I told you that and you still don't remember? The technical department's young master still doesn't understand what's happening. But I didn't let any squad into the solo dungeon. No one. Really no squad at all. So why did the level 1 mutation of that solo dungeon disappear? Even the only piece of equipment also dropped. There's no way a level 2 awakened person with too much free time would enter a solo dungeon. The technical room big brother was sweating and grimacing. He said only Danin went into the dungeon alone just now. He said he was going for an inspection. Could it be that he went alone to handle the dungeon boss? On the way back, Daning saw everyone desperately selling things. Selling guns. 15 kilograms of flour for a gun. With 2 bullets included. Leave the horse at a half-point credit. Selling it here, Danin thought. Although he could easily deal with level 1 apex mutant creatures, the situation still looked grim. This doesn't even include the disaster a year later, when a large number of third-level mutants attack the Tianfeng safe zone, causing death and destruction everywhere. Exactly 10 days later, a riot will erupt in the city of Tianfeng, leading to an attack on the Tianfeng safe zone. Yaning still couldn't help but worry that the danger to Xiaoan and her mother hadn't been eliminated. So she had to strengthen her abilities even faster. At the capital safe zone base, the Central Military Command Group is holding a meeting. Urgent intelligence from the Tianfeng safe zone has detected an SS talent. Has everyone seen it? A person with SS talent level and pure bloodline is a valuable asset. Recently, many level 3 individuals have died. So having such a talented person join us is a very good thing. We need to accelerate training and quickly provide the necessary resources. Or directly incorporate it into the capital military zone for Thong Shoa to personally instruct. You mean he will be promoted from level 3 to level 4 in that unpassable pit? Until now, none of our high-level awakeners, whether the 4 great commanders, the dozen peak level 3 soldiers, or even the eradication leaders, have reached level 4, because we all lacked good training resources from the start. After everyone thought it over, they all agreed that starting with resources was not a bad idea and worth trying. Danin, NSS talent, was chosen for the plan to become the top subordinate, and he was immediately sent to the capital military district. While everyone agreed, there was one person who opposed. This opposition makes everyone upset. Even a genius like him is objecting. What does that mean? Are you the 4th military district, preparing to perform traditional arts and debate again? This bespectacled man is firmly arguing back. It seems you haven't seen the urgent intelligence report yet. He is a consciousness awakener with a mental attribute. And in the past 70 years, there has never been a level 3 mental system. The body of a consciousness awakening from the mental system is very fragile and usually needs support from others. If there is no protective consciousness awakener and they have to fight alone, it is truly dangerous. The success rate for individual attack missions from level 1 to level 2 is extremely low. Level 2 peak to level 3 is virtually 0. As you all know, after hearing this, the club president turned around 180 degrees and downgraded Jian Ning's importance level, as important resources cannot be wasted. The next day, Tio Hai received the return notification, and the plan for Jianning's fire breeding was cancelled by others, and its importance was downgraded. The mental system cannot even reach level 3, with potential assessment only at level A or even lower. So the training significance is minimal. The close soldier asked, "Are we going to treat him the same way as we discussed before?" It seems the day of betrayal has begun. The higher-ups have determined that Jianing has no potential. So cancel his innate awakening and recall those sent to protect him. So, is there still an investigation into the matter that prevented Jianing from checking? Because the suspicion of self-harm interrupted the clues. Do I need to continue the investigation? Tuhai sighs listlessly. He agreed to investigate earlier because he saw their potential. Now that they have no potential left, what's the point of investigating? Immediately after, they drove to the notification station. Jian Nin, the results of the capital experts assessment are in. Your potential is only level 2, and the safety zone has already revoked your benefits. The seed plan no longer needs your participation. I have already conveyed everything that needs to be announced. Goodbye. Jian-nin was stunned, realizing that his potential could only be at level 2. But he knew his talent had already reached SSS level. Even if he was tested at SS level, it would still be enough to prove his potential. After thinking for a while, he realized that during this time, the Tian'an safe zone was attacked by a large number of mutated entities, and awakened individuals of the mental system were still regarded as trash. The reason why awakened individuals cannot break through to level 4 is because their willpower attribute is insufficient, and the need to supplement the spirit system remains unknown to this day. Everything truly went beyond expectations. I never thought that in this life I would face unexpected events, making them unaware of my importance. Could I really have to go to the capital and reveal that I am a level SSS genius for my spirit to awaken and break through to level 4? After thinking for a while, the young man decided to give up again. After all, words without evidence won't convince anyone. The most important thing now is to find a way to quickly recover to level 3. Then everything will become clear, with the Sword God system and the Sword Flow to prevent violence. Just those two things already make your start much better than before. You can't hesitate anymore. Set out immediately to go to the mutated form. This is a wild forest, and we've just arrived when 2 young men try to recruit you. Hey, kid with the gun, do you want to join our team? The team is heading to the level 1 primitive mutation stage, and if successful, you'll get a credit point. Follow us and you'll be safe. But Danin flatly refused. A team. The experience from level 1 mutations isn't high. With so many people, how many experience points can be shared anyway? Go on. I don't need it. Hey you, kid. You surprised me. I wanted to help you since I saw you alone. But you're really ungrateful. Don't think that just because you became an awakener, you can act arrogantly. We're being kind enough to invite you. Are you so fed up with life? Keep jumping around and giving Danin a headache. Shut your mouth and get lost. The moment their eyes met, the loudmouth was forced to step back. They froze in place, their cold gaze feeling like it was targeted by a beast. Could it be someone who has survived many life and death situations to have such a gaze? This young man is indeed a bit sinister. Danin then simply ignored and walked straight in. You stop at the Lanti Forest, one of the most dangerous areas outside the Tianfeng safe zone. If I remember correctly, the deepest part of this forest has 2 level 1 mutated creatures, one of which is a peak level 1. An awakening from level 0 to level 1 requires capturing 3 level 1 mutated creatures. In the dungeon, 1 apex level 1 has already been defeated, reducing the experience gained by half, but still equivalent to a normal level 1. If you handle 2 more monsters in this Lanti forest, you can level up. Just now, you encountered a monster, and instead of using the sword to unleash violent wind, you used a gun to shoot. You not only need spiritual energy experience, but also need to strengthen your body's functions. Where did the monster rush in from? Jin Ning confirmed. The body of an awakened person with a nervous system is the most fragile. I must change the high level's impression. It's not just you, but all level 3 awakeners with abilities must find ways to awaken their spirit. If they wait until level 4 to face the crisis, it will be too late. We must find a way to make the higher-ups realize the importance of the spiritual system. At the moment Jian-nin fired, the birds flew chaotically, and the group from earlier was also panicked. Hearing something that wasn't gunfire, could it be from the missing person just now? This sound is coming from the cursed beast. It seems to be nearby. Everyone run along the road so the spiritual energy won't be detected and the kid won't be harmed. On the other hand, Jianing is dodging attacks and sweeping strikes. A top-tier level 1 mutated creature. The Tuyo is fiercely attacking him. Not just one, but 2 of them attacking together. It opened its mouth wide, waiting to strike. But Jianing was quite confused as he looked around and couldn't find the other one anywhere. Right now, I can only see and sense one creature in front of me. But upon closer inspection, it doesn't quite look right. Its dozens of tentacles are stabbing straight into the ground at a very fast speed. Jianing runs so fast, dodging each attack, looking around. He can't see it anywhere. But in fact, it has already jumped right onto his head. It throws the chain with great force, surprisingly able to jump despite its heavy, massive body. And the second creature hasn't appeared yet. Jian-nin suspects it's trying to ambush him while he's off guard. The monster is getting angrier and angrier. I can't dodge anymore or think of a way to deal with it. I can only fight with all my might. You suddenly slammed your gun into its body, and then suddenly noticed a strange eye-shaped object right in the middle of it. Jian Nin's wrist was torn open in the attack. So I must not have been mistaken earlier. The team specialized in second-tier mutant punishment is very well trained. I never expected facing 2 first-tier mutants would cause the entire team to be heavily injured and even lead to 2 casualties. If the second child hadn't hidden so well, they wouldn't have been injured like this. In the previous life, both the weakling and the KNAAU were eliminated by an elite squad of the army. Their words back then made me misunderstand. In fact, there has always been one, hiding deep inside. And the answer was right in front of me. The KNA is actually on the weak host, and its body is starting to swell. Jianing also understood the problem. The scream of the Quenyo is actually the enhanced weak prey. But it seems this boost doesn't last long. Furthermore, when using the boost, the weak prey deliberately steps back. At this moment, there is still no change. Still like the attack pattern just now. If I'm not mistaken, it will jump back onto Jian Nin next. Just as expected. Jian Nin immediately leaps onto its tentacle. Your biggest mistake is that KN Heyu. Kid. This is when the young ones run wild. He jumps high, stabbing his sword straight into the center of the KNAU. The weakling screams loudly as a green slime oozes out. In Jian Ning's hand is the Kinheo, which is weak and helpless when not on Thuyo's body. He is determined to crush it with one hand. And Thuyo, seeing this, becomes increasingly frantic, thrashing wildly in defiance. Now it's its turn. Jian Nin draws his sword and strikes, slicing the tentacle into 1,000 pieces. Without the KNHEAU's influence, Thuyo has lost all the strength of the ultimate mutation form. The member stepped forward once again. The more it howled, the more I enjoyed turning it into a defective monster. Now the weakling has become numb, and all its majestic tentacles are cut off. Jianing gently and kindly says, "Come on. Stop struggling. Forever be strong." Immediately after, a sword stabbed straight into the face. Green liquid flowed out, and the body exploded. The system announced that you successfully evolved the most mutated variant into an intermediate level and gained spiritual energy experience. You successfully evolved the weakest mutant into a peak form and gained spiritual energy experience. You received a white mutant shell material and a white wooden armor. Additionally, I received white bone materials and a spiritual energy fruit. Danin felt a bit proud, despite the side effects. It's considered a top-tier treasure for normal combat. However, the rare item is still the spiritual energy fruit. Using this fruit will permanently increase one physical attribute and boost healing speed by 20%. Daning decided to use it immediately, for an awakened person. Increasing one level of stamina is only 4 attribute points. He had already defeated 2 bosses, so gaining 1 point was considered a pretty good harvest. The 3 team members were just wandering around when their faces froze as the boss's energy pressure disappeared. Could it be that the gunshot was from a second-level awakener? But here, besides the useless kid from before and us, there's no one else. I already sensed that kid was me just now. So it probably wasn't him who did it. This is too unbelievable. Half an hour later, in the safe zone of Tianfeng City, at the material trading point for mutations, Danin had brought some of the items he collected here. As soon as he saw a big bag, the owner offered to buy. "Do you want to sell all these materials? If you sell everything, roughly how much is it worth?" Although Danin could sell directly through the system's trading channel, at this stage, he can't afford to waste any resources. Money must be spent wisely. So offline transactions are the best option. After considering, the shop manager cheerfully announced, "Hello? The 4 materials of the top-tier mutant can be used to craft armor and offensive gear, valued at around 697 credit points. It seems this is your first time here. So we're offering a new customer discount and raising the price to 700 credit points. Is that okay with you?" In the end, 700 credit points could be exchanged for over 200 kilograms of meat, or to hire 7 or 8 mercenaries to risk their lives, which is considered a pretty high price. Jianing had no reason to refuse, so he immediately agreed and told the shop owner to settle the bill. "Yes, the credit points have been transferred. Please check if you've received them. We also sell equipment, supplies, weapons, and even customizations based on special requests. For this customer, is there anything else you need? Does your place check skills?" The boss hesitated. "Yes, they check sword skills, but the level is a bit low. Actually, Not only our weapons shop, but also the safe zone, Tianfeng is like that. When it comes to sword skills, they are only at the lowest level. The staff then took out 3 books and asked if Jianning was interested. You also try holding and checking it out. One book is a low-level skill that combines Rage Slash with swordsmanship. The skill effect will consume some stamina and mental energy. Then unleash a powerful attack forward that deals 1-2 times physical attribute damage. The second book is a low-level skill that combines a slash attack with a sword skill, consuming a significant amount of stamina, increasing attack speed, and dealing 1-2 times flexible attribute damage on the first strike. The third book is a basic level skill that provides continuous slashing attacks along with sword skills, consuming a lot of stamina and mental energy. When attacking, perform 3 quick slashes, each dealing 0.6 times the strength, attribute damage, and capable of causing a bleeding effect. These are the 3 lowest tiers, so they are considered quite weak. Although the power of the skill after being modified by the sword god system is not a concern, the effects of the revised skill still heavily depend on the original skill. Anyway, you can't just pick randomly, although the Crimson Flow Sword Chi is extremely powerful. It has a short release time and covers a large area, making it less flexible. Later, if you encounter a high-level flexible type mutation, once you dodge the Crimson Flow Sword aura, it will be able to attack when the skill of Jinan is recharging. The boss was still smiling gently, pondering whether this distinguished guest couldn't take any books. Actually, if you're not in a hurry, I can arrange for a skill inspection from another safe zone. You only need to pay the processing fee, and we can find a level C skill. If you don't specify a type, it could also be a level B. Jianing didn't hesitate and immediately placed the order. No need to go. I'll take this sword drawing skill. In fact, you really want to see how much the speed-up skill can be enhanced. The boss was thinking that if he could sell the top-tier mutated materials, he would be powerful, but he was very wary of their skills. Maybe having money makes you act recklessly. Forget it. Since I can sell the goods, I don't need to worry. He once again put on a fake smile, drew his sword and cut. 600 credit points. Carefully examining our guest's skills. Selling this appraisal is like striking gold for them. Jianing goes home happily, still thinking she has 100 credit points left to buy some delicious snacks for Xiaoan. When she gets home, her younger sister is shocked and confused about how her brother managed to bring back so much food. The young man confidently explains, "I am a person of integrity. Didn't I tell you before that? From now on, we will only eat good food." And Jiannin even bought a few more snacks. During the apocalypse, survival was already difficult enough, and snacks were a super luxury item. As soon as she saw them, little Anne was overwhelmed with excitement and joy, hearing that only officials had access to snacks. No one has ever seen snacks on these streets before. You pat your sister's head to comfort her and say, "Eat up," because in the future, little Anne will have plenty of things like this. I promise and guarantee. After 2 hours, the girl also went to bed since her mother worked overtime and came home late. Now there's no one to bother her. So he started opening the skill book. In just a moment, I successfully learned the D-rank skill Divine Blade, with 2 out of 4 skill points allocated. And the upgraded skill is the SSS level Celestial Light Flow. So you should close your eyes and feel it. This skill consumes 4,000 spirit points to unleash a slash, and the attack's power and agility are increased by 600% for 1 second. An attack infused with destructive sword energy can cause unpredictable shattered limb effects on the target, with certain critical hits triggering a special lethal effect. I didn't expect to be able to increase agility by 600%. Even for just a second, it can compensate for the slow attack speed of the skill. I really made the right choice. Next, I should find a place to test the sword aura. You suddenly remembered something and opened the cabinet to find a poison mask. I remember now. If I want to compare speed, only that place is suitable. 2 hours later, on the outskirts of Yuan Tianfeng City, thick fog shrouds the area. Monsters roam everywhere. This is Kim Nguyen residential area. It seems that whether in the past or now, Kim Nguyen is a neighborhood where no one interferes. Dan Nin recalls old memories. A past life, by chance. He discovered that this residential area hides a near maximum speed and agility mutant being, and on its body there is a highly valuable blue-colored equipment. He was so indifferent that when he looked down, he saw he had been covered in its slimy saliva. It wriggled and thrashed at Dan Nin from behind, and as he turned his head, He saw it rushing toward him, its large suction hole aiming to swallow his head whole. Dan Nin quickly drew his sword and struck a few basic slashes, causing it to fall to the ground. Luckily, it was just a zombie. If it had been a climber, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fighting it in this swamp would be a hellish ordeal. So I immediately moved elsewhere, and now I am in an abandoned warehouse. As soon as I entered, monsters were lurking everywhere. In my previous life, I fought it as a second-tier fighter, fully equipped in blue gear. Yet I still sustained serious injuries. Now, with this body structure, if I go too slow, I'm afraid the climber will be torn to pieces. If I remember correctly, the climber is nearby. The young man has discovered a ventilation machine in the front area. I don't know if this existed in the previous life, but he is using it to his advantage on the steps. Maybe at that moment they didn't notice, but the sense could be used to set a trap. Dan Nin bent it and pointed the sharp ends outward. It seems they plan to lure the monsters here and use this to skew them. From the water pool, a cunning monster emerges and struggles. Seeing Dan Nin, it charged forward at incredible speed. He quickly dodged and made it crash headfirst into the wall. We have to eliminate it quickly. In case another climber appears, everything will be over. The agile monster roars in pain. Was it hit so fast or not? This trap really works. Something is jumping very fast behind the building. The most unwanted thing has appeared. The notification system reports a level 2 intermediate mutant climber has appeared. At this point, it's all over. The young man didn't expect that this one-on-two situation would still happen. Standing between the two huge monsters, Dan Nin was completely confused. Even the climber felt that its speed was faster than in its previous life. Because of the shadow principle under the lamp, the distance to the climber is too close, making its next attack easy to dodge. The points where that clever monster concentrates its attacks are not easy to predict. There's no time to think now. I must avoid the attacks of the climber at all costs. If I dodge this one, the other will rush in. So I can only defend depending on the situation. Just when he was feeling excited, Dan Nin was disappointed, realizing that trap was really unnecessary. Now he's even more seriously injured, damn it. It's just like the saying, beaten by your own weapon. Although I came to test my skills, the current situation is dangerous. Using the wind/sword would be much safer. But right now, using it to wipe out everything seems impossible. The speed of the climber is too fast. The wind flame slash can't hit them. I also have to avoid attacks from the two mutants at the same time, which my body can't handle. Then I can only use the skill of Tianqi Luguang, like drawing the sword to slash. Tianqi Luguang is a single target attack, so Nin has to put away the sword. At this moment, the two monsters rush forward simultaneously, and the young man suddenly remembers. Wait. I recall that the skill description mentioned that the attack of Tianqi Luguang naturally carries sword energy. Although I don't know how long the sword aura is, to be safe, I will base my calculation on the shortest length I know, which is the combined length of the arm and the sword body. With the length of the sword aura, even though the heavenly sparkling light is a single target skill, it is enough to attack both monsters at the same time. Dan Nin decisively activated it as soon as the sword touched the heavenly sparkling light. Attacking simultaneously, the powerful strike causes energy to spread everywhere, and the bits of the monster's body falling off are enough to understand. Dan Nin stands right in the middle, cutting down both monsters with just one effective attack. It's not just about introducing a skill that can cause the target's body parts to break apart irregularly on its own, but even the sword aura comes with a disorienting blast effect. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have risked attacking both at the same time. But upon reflection, the young man hesitated, realizing that wasn't quite right. The attack effect doesn't necessarily have to be triggered, and this skill still needs further study. The system continuously announces that you have leveled up, defeating the climbing mutant, a mid-tier, two-armed mutant, and gained enormous spiritual energy experience points. Successfully eliminated the lead creature. Advanced level mutated body. Gained spiritual energy experience points along with white mutated body materials. Climbed the foot. Received blue mutated body materials. Core attack. And blue Tefang blade equipment. Although it was risky earlier, the result was worth it. At the Tianfong Military Zone guard station, they detected a massive wave disturbance across the entire area. What is this? The abnormal energy fluctuation has never appeared before. We must activate the alert immediately. The alarm just went off, and all the staff are panicking what's happening. Why did the alarm suddenly sound? After checking, there is abnormal energy fluctuation in the outskirts. Could it be that a third-stage awakener has acted outside? Our third-stage awakers in the Tianfeng military district have no records of this today. Could it be that a senior from another military district has come to visit, or is it some special activity from another country? Quickly send people to the scene to investigate. 20 minutes later, they were already tracking the area where the traces appeared. This is the first time I've seen battle traces like this. I don't recall anyone in the nearby military zone awakening to the third stage using such techniques. Wait a moment. Look at this. Based on the remaining energy, the spiritual energy used in this person's skill is at least 4. Ling ling ling. After releasing 4,000 spiritual energy and not being paralyzed on the spot, but still able to act. It must be a mid-tier, third-rank great figure. Take a closer look. The inspector was stunned. This is an urgent matter that exceeds all of our authority. We must report to the Grand Commander immediately. After finishing up, Dan Nin slowly paced back and forth in the Tianfeng safe zone. You seem very excited. Able to move and explode at the same time. Truly deserving of being a top-tier item that can sell for $60. 000 credit points in the previous dual memories. I hope I can sell it for a good price in this life too. It's already too late now. All the offline shops are closed. So Dan Nin decides to try selling online. As soon as she presses send, someone asks for the price. Was it too quick? Hello. I want to buy this Typhoon blade. Can you sell it to me at a reasonable price? Dan Nin firmly replied. Straightforwardly. Lucier. 000 credit points. No less. This person pleads sincerely. Hey buddy. Can I use other resources like equipment, skills, or items to replace some of the credit points? Since Dan Nin still hasn't responded, he's worried he won't be able to buy the item. Is the boss still there? Can I buy it for 30,000? Please. Dan Nin actually seems to be enjoying this. With so many people wanting to buy, it looks like there's no need to worry about selling anymore. You start negotiating. Brother. Add as a friend. Let's discuss the details. I guarantee the price will satisfy you. If you really want it, the credit score must be at least 30,000. Other items, including basic equipment, are fine. But I only need sword skills. If there is a fruit of spiritual energy, that would be the best. The older brother, sitting behind the screen, seems very eager, determined to get this top-tier equipment no matter what, even if it means breaking it apart to sell the metal or selling everything he owns. Han immediately ordered his men. All right, inventory all the equipment in the tribe, especially those related to the swordsman profession. Understood. Leader, we will ensure it is done. After half an hour of sweeping, we have the results. Tiers. All the equipment we could find is here. After thinking for a moment, the leader still felt it wasn't enough. I feel like it's not quite enough yet. I need to put in some money to secure the deal first. Now, you guys go gather the money quickly. After waiting for a while, Danin's credit point transfer was also completed. The young man looked very satisfied. This person really likes equipment. In my previous life, until I died, my mother and Xiao An always lived in fear, never experiencing a good day. Now that I have been reborn and gained resources, forcing them to suffer makes rebirth meaningless. I have to make sure my mother and Xiao An live the best life possible. The leader replied, Boss, the remaining items are being gathered and will definitely be delivered tomorrow. The next morning, Tianfeng real estate was bustling with people coming and going. As soon as they arrived, the staff greeted them enthusiastically, asking what type of house they wanted to buy. Have you looked at it before? Danin was very attentive to her sister, who was confused by all this luxury. I want to buy the best house, as quickly as possible because I need it urgently. Is there any with a room already included? If the staff look down on you and think that even the awakened level can't come to see the house, you guys wouldn't be able to buy a single brick here. She replied that the best type of house requires 40,000 credit points, which is very expensive. You go over there and check out the $2,000 items. I still have other clients to attend to. Danin confidently declared. I don't need that. Sure. 000 credit points will do. Just transfer the money directly. If the staff challenge you, if you have the money, just transfer it directly and move in today. How about that? Is that okay? She says that, but inside, she's full of disgust. This guy is so poor he just comes here to talk nonsense. If you have no money, Then just leave quickly, and don't waste my time. Da Nin turned on the phone and told her to wait a little longer. The notification showed a current balance of 13,000 credit points, which was not enough to complete the transaction, but the staff seemed even more annoyed. Hey buddy, you come here to play without money, your few minutes are really valuable. Just wait a bit, and you'll have tens of thousands of credit points. Xiaoan looked confused. Just as she received a new message, the other side is negotiating with Da Nin, the boss. And time is a bit tight. I can only gather 375 credit points, along with some equipment and spirit orbs. Do you think we can make the deal? The equipment sent includes a white mutated armor made from genetic material, 2 white shoulder pads, a white arm guard, a pair of tactical leather pants, a white ring, and 6 white spiritual energy orbs. Da Nin then agreed to the deal. The message from the monkey messenger also confirmed that 375 credit points had been transferred to your account. She started to play the face-changing game, turning around excitedly and showing her phone. Big brother, you truly are talented at such a young age. Already so wealthy. I am really overwhelmed by you. Da Nin looked confused and asked again, can I make the transfer? If not, let me find someone else. The female staff member nervously said, Big brother, I can do it. I really can. Whatever you ask. I can do it all. Dear my honorable older brother, I am honored to serve you and will make you completely satisfied. After the transfer is successful, Da Nin and her sister are taken to a magnificent and splendid house. Xiaoan still can't believe her eyes. Brother, are we really going to live here in the future? In the future, Xiaoan won't have to go out to scavenge for stuff anymore. Take the key and pick up your mother later. You told me to handle it yourself. I have some things to take care of outside. It was already night when the young man climbed to the top of a building. The resources gained from scouting and climbing were running low, so he had to replenish quickly. The mutated areas around Tianfeng have all been cleared by the army, leaving only some training points that automatically refresh and can only be used for low-level awakening practitioners. At this point, the only option is the Sea Examination Academy, the only instance outside the safe zone where spiritual energy can be released. Mutations of the 2-die level can also occur in the instance, and based on the evaluation, defeating it grants a special reward. Currently, no one has the highest rating for the instance, so the special reward is still available. But I have SSS level skills, so I can definitely clear the Sea Examination Academy. The guy just ran a few rounds and then jumped down. Do you decide to enter the Sea-level Sea Academy dungeon? The current dungeon's level limit is 2-tailed. Daning immediately confirms, and the system notifies him that the connection will be successful. There are currently 14 people in the dungeon, and the Sea Academy trial begins in 1 minute. The current setting is normal, without any supernatural or special events. The enemies in the dungeon are mutated zombie creatures and a few people. The dungeon's time limit is set to 7 days after the apocalypse broke out, when the people had turned into zombies and seized the academy. Completing the basic mission allows you to escape the dungeon on your own. Da Nin is in a classroom with a few others, still staring intently at the system notification board. The current basic mission is to survive in the academy for 12 hours. During this time, you cannot leave the academy. The reward for the mission is a random white gear and 4 spirit energy experience points. You can choose any of the following missions. Eliminate the headless female alive on difficulty D. Eliminate the mutated butcher on difficulty C. And eliminate all zombies in the academy on difficulty C. A young man with blonde hair named Calvin is standing behind flexing. Has anyone ever cleared this sea dungeon before? I've done it once. So if no one else has, I can volunteer to be the team leader. The punk also supports that. I heard the academy's difficulty is very high. If you have experience, then lead the team. Calvin appears dangerous. The difficulty of this dungeon is considered medium-high among second-tier dungeons. If the coordination is poor, it's very easy to be wiped out. No matter how much he talks, I still see Da Nin turn his back that way, seeming not to care much. So Calvin had to call out and ask, Hey kid, isn't it strange for a level 0 to come to this dungeon just to find a quick way out? You've entered the wrong dungeon. Haven't you been told this is a high difficulty one? Da Nin didn't say a word, just glanced back lightly, making him shiver. This rookie looks a bit sinister. What are you doing here? Rookie, we're not here to take care of you. If you can't handle it, run away a bit and don't hold us back. After talking for a while, Calvin's hand went dry. Forget it. Just follow us to earn some experience points. Anyway, the void level also needs a chance to improve. But the difference is, the basic reward for the dungeon is only a white-grade equipment. Everyone here must remember my warning, do not accept any missions on your own without permission. Understood. Last time we ran the dungeon. Not understanding these things caused 2 bosses to appear at the same time. As a result, most of the teammates fell. And only 2 top-tier twin brothers risking their lives managed to barely clear the level. At that moment I was so scared I couldn't harvest anything, and I don't even dare to recall the past. Danin kept staring at the system screen. If that's the case, the attributes are still a bit lacking. It seems that Lin can't hold back anymore. As far as I know, many second awakening superpowers have total attribute points below 18. But now my strength has already reached 17. The information panel isn't much different from that of a dual energy awakening. With these scores plus 2 SSS level skills, we can definitely sweep through the academy exams. Now Danin's whole body is surging with strength and momentum. Salvan Oi calmly reminds everyone that the protective barrier is about to disappear. And everyone must prioritize eliminating the female contestant first. This boss is an intermediate dual energy type. With 14 of us working together to take it down, there shouldn't be too many casualties. Captain. Anyway, we will all follow your command. The only attractive girl in the group starts now to manipulate the mind of the woman. Captain, if anything dangerous happens later, please help her out. The whole group then started to move out, and the protective barrier around the academy disappeared. Before they could do anything, they saw Danin rushing forward. They look at each other with question marks. Like, what the hell is going on? Isn't that person a level 0? Yet he walked in by himself. What is he trying to do? Is he eager to meet his grandparents early? Or what? What should we do now? Does he affect us like that? Gao Yun raised his hand and shouted. He's just a low-level player. So forget about him. Everyone, follow me. Don't lose formation. Let's focus and set out together. The daytime space is so desolate and cold. Da Nin was climbing the stairs when he suddenly heard a cry for help. Brother, save us. We are trapped here. Can you get us out? They look like humans. But Da Nin has already seen through their true form. He simply ran past them, even kicking each one. My former teammates thought you were just NPCs from a side quest and stopped to save you. But they were ambushed and brutally torn apart, losing their lives. I can't forget that scene even with my eyes closed. In the dungeon, it's easiest to get good gear. So I'll go to the rooftop first to find it and then lead the hidden boss. Then just use the Lu Fengbao sword to finish everything. On another note, that team is still hiding and retreating. This area is the respawn point of the headless female spirit. Before attacking, try to avoid fighting the smaller monsters. The whole team moves slowly following Cao Van and listens to his commands carefully. The more monsters you defeat at the start, the crazier they become later. Fighting the boss directly is actually the easiest difficulty. After defeating the first boss, the monsters in the dungeon will go into a collective frenzy. At that point, we should run away. Wait for the frenzy effect to pass. Then continue moving forward. The black-haired girl keeps flattering the hot guy. With the captain here, it should be easy to clear the dungeon. The young man behind tells her to shut up. Stay in line. And look quickly, could that be the boss? The system announces that the headless female ghost of the second-tier mutant type is attacking. It is on top of the wrecked car, with a devilish face, holding a skull in her hand. The headless female corpse glared at Cao Van, who was hiding behind his shield with nothing more to worry about. Han slowly approached nervously. I am a defensive type. I can hold the monsters back. Everyone attack now. This team has nothing left to defend. The archer with the profession shot the first arrow, and the leader moved slightly to the right to avoid the magic attack causing injury. After the temporary shield suppressed the female undead's magic, Cao Van thought he saw a good opportunity. He jumped up to counterattack, but in an instant, the female undead was gone. After about 3 seconds of disappearance, it suddenly appeared an archer. The team leader, what's going on? Why did the boss come to us? Cao Van stammered nervously, apologizing. I couldn't hold it back just now. Cao Van tried to activate the shield again. All right now. Everyone continue attacking according to the previous rhythm. At the same time, Yaning was standing alone, deep in thought, observing and pondering. The mutant butcher must be here. So why can't I see him? Let me check the mission. What is this? Wait a moment. The butcher's quest is no longer available. I didn't accept the mission. So who is it? As for the other group, everyone is confused about how the second boss appeared. Turns out, Salvan had secretly taken the mission without asking anyone. He secretly thought that, as a naturally awakened defense system, he couldn't deal high damage when fighting monsters. The moment of mission completion made it very difficult to prioritize getting good equipment. As if the boss still had a little health left, all teammates would be wiped out, and only the survivor would get a good item despite the low chance of drop. Calvan then pretended not to know anything, even blaming others. Who took the mission? Could it be someone with a lower rank who ran earlier, trying to ruin us, or what? Galvan, I am sure I will not let that traitor's scheme succeed. He pretends to rush towards the monster, sharing the shield as if real, so I can hold the monster's attention. Everyone just focus on attacking as fast as possible. The whole team saw Calvan rush in recklessly again. Manipulated once more. Team leader. Is there anyone better than him in this world? Jian Nin, watching from above, also heard everything. You're annoyed. Huh. Wow. Trying to blame me and swallow all the gear. Not a bad plan. Too bad you picked the wrong target. There are 2 hidden bosses in this dungeon. You decide to accept the C-level mission to eliminate the dried skeleton mutant and also take on the B-level mission to destroy the Sea of Bones Lord. The 2 monsters in the instance have been revived. Jianing, unafraid, drew her weapon and said, "Don't just stand there dazed. Come over and play with me." They all charged at the same time, just as Jian Nin revealed himself by leaping down below, exactly as he planned, seemingly having chased them all in a state of rage. Very good. Salvan looked up in confusion. Isn't that the low-level guy Jian Nin jumped straight next to Han? Salvan's face turned pale again. Why is he here, just then? The 2 monsters also descended nearby, and Calvan froze in shock. Master Han seems to be enjoying himself, and Jian Nin even pats his shoulder to comfort him. Isn't it your thing to have fun? Let the 4 bosses join in and have a good time. Salvan was shocked and furious when he found out Jian Nin had taken on all the missions. Jian Nin whispered softly as he passed by, "I have to apologize to you for giving you this unfair burden." Salvan was so angry he nearly spat blood, ready to fight against these awakened people. But the last 3 hours of boss fighting were completely ruined by this unreliable guy. Han had no choice but to run desperately to save himself. Everyone else, follow the team leader and run to the sky platform. Jianing felt a bit proud. But fine. Everyone focusing on tidying up, the lecture hall is more convenient. As soon as he ran inside, a young team member went berserk, unleashing all his frustration on Jian Nin, the one who caused trouble for others. "I won't let you get away with it. This person just attacked." And Jian Nin easily dodged the blow. What's going on? As a level 2 melee fighter, he should have been unable to dodge. Right, Jian Nin then spoke up. Your teammate is at the mercy of those thugs. That mission wasn't mine. Everyone looked stunned and confused. What? They turned to criticize Salvan, accusing him of deliberately releasing that disabled girl to ruin the plan. Right, you want to use us as shields, so you can get the experience points alone. Calvan hesitated, unsure how to explain. But now is not the time for internal conflicts. That little brat has already taken on all the next missions. The mutated creatures will arrive here very soon. We must hold our ground here if we want any hope of survival. Holding out against 4 enhanced mutated beings from the second realm is impossible for us. Don't even mention the royal guards. They are peak level second realm. One of the team members, seeing how sloppy they are, gets anxious and says, "Stop arguing. This building can't be destroyed, or it'll be level 3. That disabled girl and the other 3 are quite large. They can only climb up from outside. We split into 2 teams to block all ranged attacks from the 3-headed mutant. The others will block the disabled girl and the zombies at the main entrance. If we survive this, I'll make sure Cao Yun and that bridge bum lose their heads." The hidden monster is climbing up backwards, and this guy seems to have a pretty strong neck. Dan Nin thinks he might be able to hold on until then. But we'll see. The entire team coordinated their attacks, unleashing fire, radiation, and ice strikes. The power of the flames caused a loud explosion. In just a moment, 4 bosses have already climbed up. I didn't expect it to be so fast. They started to panic. Our full force attacks are basically unstoppable. At this point, I'm doomed. running out of strength. Cao Van is also facing several monsters at once. I'm done. I have to fight. Everything is over. After they had gathered enough people, Dan Nin suddenly started joking around, saying, "If you want to live, jump down with me." Everyone was confused to see the young man hesitating. What's going on? Is he giving up already? He really is a crazy idiot. Dan Nin spun around, dodging a few rounds, and a loud explosion shook everything. They looked up, overwhelmed by an incredibly powerful energy. Could it be that the unbounded one exploded? How is this possible? At this point, if you're going to risk it, go all the way. They charged up to fight fiercely, jumping together with Dan Nin. Now only Cao Van is left standing here, afraid to jump down and suffer an even worse fate. Since I belong to the defensive type, maybe I can stay here and hold on. Dan Nin looks pleased. Cao Van, staying put was the right choice. He begins activating the Wind Blade Storm to blow up the entire rooftop. Cao Van tries to hold on with his shield, but seems overwhelmed. Everyone is jumping but still can't believe this was caused by non-division. As the smoke billows thickly, with such a massive explosion, the boss was destroyed in an instant. And Cao Van also vanished. The group now understood why Dan Nin dared to come and face them. This strength was at least on par with the third tier. After everything was settled, Dan Nin appeared very disheveled, completely unharmed and without a single scar. "Is everyone okay?" One person stepped forward, bowed, and apologized. "Great deity. We have eyes but fail to see Mount Tai. We previously spoke too loudly to you." The system and the trembling one explained. "I meant that the dog level was not truly meant to insult you." "Alright. This isn't a big deal. Next, find all the zombies on the loose here and deal with them. It shouldn't be a problem." They all bowed their heads and followed Dan Nin's instructions. As he left, they praised him profusely. "He's really handsome and young, strong and vigorous." This young man might have already been bent by Dan Nin. On another note, Dan Nin is still concentrating all her strength. In the past, it was said that the headless female corpse had a hidden blue equipment. As soon as he stopped, he saw half a skull appearing out of nowhere. The battlefield seems to have been devastated too much, making it hard to search now. Suddenly, the young man saw a flicker of light. He went over to check and finally found it. "You have just received a blue equipment. A skull amulet. The item's effects include 2 branches, mental control and mental exploration. You have to place it on your forehead to use it. This long mode is indeed very useful for the mental system. Until now, the mental system has always been underestimated, mainly because it cannot condense into a specific ultimate move like other awakened systems. And it also cannot cause clear damage. Now, with this bud, the rise of the mental system is within reach." As Jianning put it on his head, it emitted a powerful energy that caused pain throughout his body. "Right now, your whole body is surging with mental energy. You try testing it on the huge falling boulder." After a second of focus, the young man managed to shatter it completely. He tries to regain calm and shouts, creating holes scattered across the smoky area. Dan Nin is pleased. His mental strength isn't bad. Once he levels up, he'll definitely be stronger. Now let's test the probing spirit. Put your hands on your forehead and see what's happening with the other team. All the details of each person's situation are now clear in Daning's mind, including their positions and distances from him. It seems the maximum scanning range is 29 meters, but it's enough for the current situation. The system just announced that all zombies in the High Academy arena have been completely eliminated and all missions are complete. The option to exit the dungeon has been activated. After escaping, you'll receive your rewards based on your performance in the dungeon. Yang and Zanning, your dungeon completion rate has reached 100%, and your dungeon rank is SSS. The random draw reward is a 5-to-1 equipment, a white item with 6 stats, +3 to any attribute, and a B1 skill level assessment. Leveling up by defeating the Headless Blood Spirit female zombie, the Bloodbone, and the Sea King received 2 additional attribute points. The reward seems quite generous, and upon returning, you can post the white equipment online to sell. The research machine shows what blue equipment has been drawn. When opened, the blue equipment received is the Thunder Boots. Equipment attributes: agility increased by 2, movement speed up by 20%, jump height up by 20%. As for the equipment effect, once the effect is active, it will cause paralysis, and this effect does not consume energy. Regarding the skill of the equipment, after activating Thunderstep, It will increase agility by 10 points for 2 seconds and perform a single burst attack. The attack adds 10 agility points. So isn't that considered an agility system? Than Yin no longer sells it but puts on the lightning boots and goes to accept the Tian Dai quest. Immediately after, he heads to the Night Sky Mission Center and requests staff to assign the Tian Dai quest. The lazy guy keeps yawning. His level is not even 1 star. After reading the missions, Than Yin decided to accept all 4 of the secondary missions, making the staff panic, thinking they must have misheard. What did you say? Accept all 4 missions. Are you crazy, or am I just dreaming? After checking Dunin's information again, the house owner chuckled mockingly. Is it really a rank? Haha, so you're just dreaming. Even if you ignore this, taking on 4 missions at once. Isn't your head broken? Besides those who awaken after the system, everyone takes on tasks one by one. Don't you know that the punishment for failing a mission is very serious? Dunin replied calmly. Failing a single mission results in a 50% chance of losing the main attribute. Failing all of them would turn me into a cripple, or even disable me. I can definitely handle these consequences. Dunin is determined to test his abilities after the results show he is at the peak of the first tier. Can you take the mission for me now? The staff on duty has no reason to refuse. At this moment, a man approached. Isn't that Dunin, the SS level prodigy? This person is the captain of the exploration team in the Tianfeng safe zone, named Hoang Tu. With such acne, and a second-rate guy like you still coming here to take on a mission, why take such a reckless risk, no matter how much chaos you cause? What kind of storm can the spiritual system really stir up? The female staff nervously explained that actually, it was Yaning. Before he could even say a word, a group of people had already gathered behind him. Report. Captain. Everyone has been assembled. We suspect that there are traces of awakened Triple Psi fighters fighting at Tihai Academy. Our superiors have ordered us to investigate quickly, so everyone needs to move fast. Fever broke. Dunin just stood there with a faint smile, not expecting that his swift attack would reach them so quickly. Beasts that were once tamed are now abandoned corpses. Commander, shouldn't we inform the Tianfeng safe zone? I've noticed that these days, Tianfeng has been sending troops everywhere, as if they're looking for something. It's probably not us. Right. The armored man wielding this massive sword is the leader of the Tranjiang district, the awakened Triple Saint Hong Kuang. Hong Kuang is very confident and arrogant. My son, Hong Huang, has just been selected for Plan A, the fire breeding project. I want to get him a blue-colored equipment. It's not a big deal. Moreover, earlier, the Tianfeng district was extremely upset because their SS-level wild beast camp was rejected by the higher-ups. Bringing this up to them now would just be touching their wounds and pain. Yes. The commander is right. Hong Kuang turns back and raises his head. But are your intelligence reports accurate? Is there really only 1 second young master from the Feng family about to be promoted to 3rd general here? I don't want to travel all the way from the foot of Jiang to this distant Tianfeng just to be disappointed. The subordinate confidently replied. The commander can rest assured. The intelligence is definitely accurate. Ti Ho is certain to drop blue gear. These people just got to work right away. Meanwhile, Dunin was standing above, overseeing the entire scene. A system quest appears before him to advance in strength. Eliminate a first-tier mutated storm wind spirit to advance in agility. Obtain the wings of a second-tier mutated wind spirit. Accept the mission to advance the physical system and form a team to eliminate the second-tier mutated blood hero. Accept the mission to advance the willpower system and survive the primary spiritual anomaly event within 24 hours. Accepting the advancement missions, including 2 at Thilok Yuan. Dunin Tich thought they might be able to find a way to handle them together. You activate your exploratory spirit and suddenly discover a team of mutants trying to steal the monster. Among them, Hong Kuang, who has awakened his 3rd talent. I don't know why he suddenly looked up, making the monks startle and tense up, sensing and withdrawing. It was truly nerve-wracking, almost caught by him. Dunin is quite worried now. It's going to be difficult to handle. If they really steal the mission, I will definitely be considered a failure. No. I must act quickly now. He immediately jumped down. And at the same time, Tiaokao and Huyethung appeared to surround the team of supernatural agents. They scrambled to fight the monsters, splitting up to keep them away from the commander. Pay attention to flexible fighting to buy time. A young man and a girl named Anu Dongfong are in charge of Tikao, while the others will handle Huyet Hung. Anu is very confident. But the dog quickly come here. Just this fog. Hong Kwang suddenly felt confused as he sensed an overwhelming pressure. It seems that Thi Ho has appeared. As it turned to look back, he was already standing right behind. Hong Kwang remained calm and even seemed to enjoy it, arriving just in time. With only a sword, he was ready to fight a solo battle against Thi Ho. Da Nin is hiding behind the bushes. It seems that these 8 third-rank people came for the blue equipment on Thi Ho. I must complete the mission. And as for the blue equipment, I do crave it, but stealing from monsters is truly immoral. And I don't need to confront the third rank for this. If he can't fight back against Thi Ho, that's a different matter. Right now, these monsters are not aligned, and the distance between them exceeds 100 meters. I only have one chance to use the divine provocation light. If the distance is too great, something might go wrong. I must seize the opportunity to use it without fail. The Tiger of Fury is now in a rage state, roaring and charging, with Hong Kwang continuously activating the wind slash, based on the situation. Da Nin is certain this monster must be taken down. You focus on them and activate the blazing flash. A surge of power quickly overwhelms everyone, leaving them confused and unsure of what just happened. Is this a mid-level or high-level third-rank beast? Hong Kwang was also very panicked just now. Turning around and seeing the tiger demon disappear, the special ability team was furious about anyone daring to steal monsters from them. Hong Kwang remained calm and sensible, thinking to himself that this person's strength was far beyond his own, and he couldn't confront him directly right now. It's better to go find the commander of the Tianfeng Shaohai to talk first. Meanwhile, Daning, after stealing the monster, jumps out happily like it's New Year. The system notifies you that you have advanced beyond the approval test. Blood Hero and Tiger Hero stages, earning 3 attribute points. Additionally, you received mutated materials, dog teeth, bear paws, and tiger eyes. You received a white potion and a white giant helmet, along with blue omen tiger gloves. As soon as he landed, Ye Nin requested to open the information panel for the blue Oanho gloves, vengeful tiger gloves. A supportive weapon. An equipment attribute that increases strength by 3, agility by 2, and boosts attack speed by 30%. Using the gloves will deal mental damage to the target once, cause a brief stun effect, and induce a fear effect. The cooldown time is 24 hours, and the equipment assessment is a pair of cursed gloves. The opponent will have to endure the fear of the beast's lake. After watching, Da Nin understood. No wonder the Tamgai commander was watching us. Da Nin then immediately put it on his hand. At the Tianfeng investigation room, Captain Hoang Tio of the Tianfeng Safety Zone investigation team was yawning endlessly because he couldn't find any clues. Damn it. Investigating the Marine Academy students all night still felt like the same rotten forest as before. There really are no clues about that mysterious Tamgai person at all, and I don't know if it's the same person or not. At this moment, a staff member hurried over. Captain, the investigation team just found 2 groups of Tamgai's spiritual energy activity in Thilak Garden. What? Again, 2 people. Did our heavenly peak get involved with the Tamgai nest? Huang Tio can't delay any longer. Go investigate immediately. Tell everyone not to rest. And gather quickly. If we don't investigate thoroughly, our commander will skin us alive when he gets back. Just then, Hong Kwang caused chaos at Tuhai's place. Get out here. Tuhai, how did you find out? Our leader Tia has already gone to the front line to work. So what happened today that made you so angry? Hong Kwang looked at Hoang Tiu with a puzzled expression and asked, Who are you? Can I just tell you? I am Huang Tio, captain of the Tianfeng investigation team, a trusted aide of Commander Tiu. Commander Tio is not here. If there's anything urgent, please tell me first to see if I can handle it. Hong Kwang began to boast, saying that in the morning he had defeated the demon ghost at Tian Lac Garden to get equipment for his son. But just as he was about to succeed, a third-rank expert from your area stole it. Huang Tiu was startled. It seems Hong Kwang is one of the 2 Tier 3 experts from earlier. Hong Kwang continued to get agitated. I tell you, your Tier 3 experts in the Tianfeng area don't follow martial ethics. They dare to steal monsters. Do you understand? Haha, Leader Hong. You're joking. Everyone knows we only have 1 third-rank expert. Leader Tiu. Hong Kwang immediately became very angry, realizing that talking to him was useless. So I had to go to the frontier to seek justice from Tuohai. let's go. Hoang Te is a bit worried. I didn't expect the situation to become so serious. It seems we need to report to Commander Te first. After receiving the information, Xiao Hai also became furious. What did he say? For a mysterious third-rank expert to act in Tianfeng, and even snatch the monster from Hong Kuang, there are even several hidden level 3 experts in Heavenly Peak. This is a major hidden threat. Investigate thoroughly for me now. This is not the time for worry to cause panic. Yes, sir. I will send people to investigate the city and gather clues related to the equipment received. Da Nin is still sitting comfortably eating cake at the Youth Learning Center, with 2 more missions left. The Phoenix Feather and the Spiritual Dungeon can help him advance to the second stage. Wings of the Phoenix are not hard to buy online. Although they are rare, they are basically low-level materials. Lucky people might find them, but they don't have much use. Better to sell them. The request to purchase Da Nin's Phoenix Feather Wings has been received in the system. Someone has already contacted you after the request was made. Hello. Are you here to buy? Go ahead and raise the price. I didn't get this easily. Da Nin clenched his fists, but remained quite calm, thinking this contact person wasn't very honest. But for now, there's no need to say much. Da Nin immediately bids. Oh, so how about this? I'll pay 800 credit points. What do you think? On the other side of the screen, the man selling is extremely excited. 800 credit points. That is an amount of money that someone at the highest sea level like me couldn't earn in a year. Clearly, the other side is a wasteful spender. It would be a shame not to take advantage of him. Immediately after, he bid 900, no 1,000 points to sell. I really had to risk my life to get this feather. Da Nin is already fed up with this book fest. Just swallowed the cake and immediately went back. What is this? If I'm not mistaken, you're only at the top of level C. Right. What are you risking everything for with Feng Bia? You probably don't even realize how much you've already lost out there. Do you? Seeing that I am bargaining honestly, they are greedily trying to cut my throat. You know very well that Feng Bia's market value isn't something you can ignore. I was in a hurry before, but not anymore. If you can't, then just take it and use it yourself. After a full offering, the other person will also have to bow their head. All right. Stop talking now. Haha. Just pay 800 as you said. Even though Yanin is trading, he still upset people's greed, really knows no bounds. You are determined to teach him a lesson. But I've changed my mind now. Only paying 400. If you don't sell, someone else will want to buy. The other person, overwhelmed with anger and tears, still accepted it. Yes, yes. You can take it. The trade is done. Now only the spiritual dungeon of the Youth Learning Center remains. I heard this instance isn't like other combat instances. No one has ever received an SSS rating because this place tests your willpower, not your fighting ability. Right now, Yi Ning is entering the Youth Learning Center, taking this opportunity to test her mental resilience and see how strong she can become. As soon as they entered, the sky changed, and the young man felt uneasy when he realized there were others fighting this dungeon at the same time. But their condition didn't look good. The girl named Huang Ha is suffering from a severe headache, while the man from Fengyuan has collapsed and remains silent. The young man named Liang Dongfei looks exhausted. This spiritual dungeon is truly strange. Even teleportation is different from other dungeons. The man with white hair and glasses said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Li Qibin, a top-tier level 1 willpower system. You are all also awakened individuals of the willpower system." Right. Luang Dongfei pulls this up. Do I still need to ask the big brother? Who else besides the willpower system would choose this dangerous upgrade mission? The girl from Huanghe also nodded in agreement. That's right. Our willpower system's combat strength is weak. We usually can't fight off the mutated creatures outside or other awakened teams. So we're often criticized. Alright everyone. Even though we can't fight, I believe that in this trial dungeon, we will definitely succeed smoothly. Again, I have 2 experiences in different spiritual anomaly dungeons, and this time I'm leading the team. What does everyone think? The others are excited, with Uncle Li's experience. That's great news. Li Qibin saw Da Nin, didn't refuse, and asked again. The young man behind wondered if he had good intentions since he remained silent. Da Nin just smiled faintly. I have no opinion. I'm just in a bit of a hurry. Can we proceed with the mission quickly? Activate the mission and find the hidden demon in Fuanghua High School to seal it. Remind them of the mission. Based on clues, it must definitely be a demon. Be careful not to trust what the demon says. Once the seal is activated, The mission will be considered a failure if they do not suppress the demons. Hearing the word demon, everyone in the group turned pale. Li Qibin-ko, reassure everyone and tell them not to worry. What they call demons are actually humans before they lost their humanity. Their consciousness corrupted and transformed by spiritual energy. Essentially, they are a mutated form of the mind and will. But the ghosts are still somewhat powerful, capable not only of shielding against physical damage but also of controlling people's minds. Following the first task reminder, we will first go to the teaching building to look for clues. If you encounter a ghost, do not attack it randomly. Run away and call for help. I have a secret technique to deal with them. Now let's split into 3 groups to search the classroom, the file room, and the teacher's office. Since she's a bit shy, she'll be in the same group as me, Dang Fi, and Feng Win, while Dan Nin will go alone. If anyone finds anything, remember to share it in the group chat promptly, and don't hide the news. So, Dan Nin went alone to the records room, shining a flashlight on the fallen paper on the floor. The room was basically empty. Only this warning fragment remained, with writing on it. Thinking suspiciously, the class teacher Dao Kwok accused Vuong Fuang of being humiliated. Vuong Fuang acts recklessly, and at this moment a demon from above lunges straight at Dan Nin's head, but fails, and he immediately freezes it. You demon! Could it be Vuong Fuang? You activate your full willpower and transform your spirit. This energy immediately affects the female demon, causing her to run away. They ran away. So it was just a mental force probing me first. At this moment, the group chat is buzzing with information. I messaged Huang Ha, and Chu Li and I found part of a report stating that a fire broke out in the teacher's dormitory a year ago, leading to a tragic disaster for some teachers. I found a contract demanding the school compensate for emotional damages, signed only by Vuong Fuang. Find Fuang Win. I discovered that after the fire, the school found records of the Taoist priests drawing seals. Find Daning. A case of harassment of female students that happened at the school a year ago. Victim Vuong Fuang is suspected of acting impulsively, with the perpetrator believed to be homeroom teacher Dao Kwok Sin. Li Qibin Gat Ku. The case seems quite clear now. Vuong Fuang was assaulted by Dao Kwok Sin. Her family failed to seek justice, and after her death she became a vengeful ghost, causing the fire to punish the teacher. Later, the Taoist sealed her, but now the curse has weakened. Our task is to find the curse and reseal her. Huang Ha told everyone to analyze my reasoning and asked them to gather at dormitory 201 where the fire happened. I suspect the sealing talisman is there, but Da Nin thinks differently. You think this deduction is too simple and obvious, like how to find the way to dormitory 201. Luang Dangfai immediately obeyed the order to gather, certain that the ghost was Vuong Fuang. Just then, something was following them, peeking from behind, with long hair hanging down. Anfi, I think something is following us. Dang Fai shouted loudly. It's Vuong Fuang. Run quickly. They are running and shouting for help. Meanwhile, Da Ning, Uncle Li, and Huang Ha are already at the teacher's dormitory. They haven't arrived yet. I'm waiting outside. You two go in and look for the talisman first. This iron door is stuck. I'll try to open it with my will. Seeing them hesitate, Danin, not wanting to waste time, directly kicked the door open with a bang. Chu Li and Hoang Ha froze for a few seconds. Is this power really his mental energy? Danin doesn't want to show off. He's just doing it to save time. Just as I was inspecting, Hoang Ha shouted, Uncle Lai, we found the talisman. Danin still shined his flashlight a bit at the human-shaped mark on the wall. Huang Ha, do the clues you found earlier mention teachers who were burned alive in that room? No. Why are you asking about this? Just then, Dang Fai's group rushes over desperately. Help my friend. The female ghost is chasing us now. Just then, Fuang Nguyen was stabbed, possessed by the ghost, and charged straight at Dang Fai's neck. Li Zibing is in a hurry. The demon is now on top of Fang Yuan. Now I will go hold him back. You two quickly activate the talismans and prepare to seal him. Before Huang, he can do anything. Danin has already put it to his mouth and activated the talisman. Li Qibin activates the chain of will, trying to hold off the demon until the end. It's too weak and powerful. It seems he can't hold on much longer. Hurry up and do it. I can't hold on much longer. Activate the seal now. Daning, looking dangerous, decisively rushes forward. surprisingly smashing the talisman directly into Lai Chi-bin's back and declaring, "I have arrived." Master Dao Quoxin. Li Chi-bin was stunned, sweating all over. Never thought it would be exposed so easily. Everything is finally settled. Da Nin has completed the dungeon. The system reports that the completion progress is 100%, and you have received an SSS rating. Received the specialized item, Rage Bull, which increases spiritual energy recovery speed by 20% and enhances mental attack resistance by 25%. When hit by an attack from a supernatural entity, it can block a critical hit once. After blocking, the item will disappear. The sacrificial bull's concentration of spiritual energy could very well become Da Nin's second life. The young man seems quite pleased with this reward. Nice item. Next time, if there's a supernatural event, I might be able to save my life. This is the Safe Zone Mission Center of Tianfeng. It's already midnight, and Da Nin returns to submit his mission, leaving the staff stunned. Wasn't it just last night that he received 4 upgrade missions? Could it be already done so fast? After checking the system, the female employee was even more stunned to see that all 4 were already completed. Da Nin's face was as tense as a string. Could you hurry up and do it faster? The girl keeps pressing the keys non-stop. Unfortunately, the first upgrade mission for the strength system has been completed. You received 1 strength point, and your credit score has increased. Unfortunately, the agility upgrade mission has been completed. You received 1 agility point and an additional credit point. Unfortunately, the physical system advancement mission was completed. You received +1 physical point and an increase in credit points. Unfortunately, the 4th evolution task for the mental system was completed. I gained 1 mental point, and my credit score increased further. The total credit points earned from the 4 missions is 7,300 points. Jia Ning breathes a sigh of relief. Not needing a whole week to reach the second stage, having the Sword God system really makes the progress much faster than in the previous life. After hesitating for a moment, the staff immediately called to report to their superiors. Regarding personal information, Jia Nin currently has Strength 19, Agility 18, Stamina Visitoista, and Intelligence Traint Sync, not including attribute points from equipment bonuses. These basic stats are also considered quite good compared to Nidai. But to cultivate the sword skill at level B that you bought last time, your attributes still need 25 more points. Before the attribute points reach 20, 1 spirit energy orb can increase a point. After 20, it takes more. In total, you need at least 35 of them. Each one is worth 6,000 points. So you need at least 210,000 credit points. Right now, we're still far from enough credit points. The relatively good dungeons in Tianfeng area have all been cleared. Now only the Death Factory adjacent to Trangyang remains. If I remember correctly, it has a set of top-tier equipment, which should sell for quite a bit of money. No longer hesitating, the young man immediately threw his large motorcycle and sped off. At this moment, a head tornado spun in the air, covering the entire area, signaling an impending violent storm. Although in the previous life, the great catastrophe caused the Demon Master to start a year later, the Tianfeng safe zone had already suffered a heavy attack from a violent storm, with significant casualties. If I remember correctly, everything will happen next week. Da Nin has good intentions, so I need to quickly inform Tu Hai so he can prepare in advance. At this moment, Tu Hai's helicopter flew swiftly, and he also received a message from Da Nin. In the next week, the Tianfeng safe zone will face 3 violent protests. Please arrange defenses quickly to prevent any losses. Tu Hai only flinched for 3 seconds. Immediately after, he thought that Da Nin, unable to receive SS-level treatment, was trying to attract attention. He dismissively ignored the warning, still underestimating his strength. But somehow it just didn't feel right. Since the last great war 40 years ago between humans and the demon race, there has been peace for a long time. The demon corpses are all sealed in the cities where they appeared before, so it's unlikely there will be any violence. Instead of wasting resources to prevent these incidents, the most important thing now is to find the hidden 3rd rank of Tianfeng, Tianfeng's safe zone, the Grand Conference Hall, and Xiao Hai rushed back after receiving the report. Wang Tie, you say you've uncovered an important clue about the mysterious 3rd rank. Is that true? Yes, sir. We've identified the most suspicious person as Da Nin. After hearing this, Tu Hai was a bit surprised. How could it be like that? Huang Te continued explaining. We also had doubts, thinking it was impossible. But after investigation, it turns out the materials Da Nin sold during this period match exactly the time when the third-rank expert made his move. Additionally, we found out that he had purchased a spiritual energy house before, which is not something an ordinary person can buy. At this point, Xiao Hai began to find it somewhat believable. Could that third-rank expert really be Da Nin? How is that possible? Luo Tian, a representative of the military safety zone, also believes that Da Nin has only been awakened for a week, and even with SS talent, he couldn't have leveled up so quickly. Truong Lam, the son of the general, is also an SS-level awakener with dual powers of speed and agility, and his resources are only enough to reach the first rank. Luo firmly confirmed that. In my opinion, it is very likely that behind Da Nin is a third-rank hidden expert helping him. Tuhai pondered for a moment, and then felt it made sense. Perhaps that's the case. Although the enemy army didn't think highly of Yaning, that third-rank expert definitely wouldn't see it that way. In fact, SS rank is very rare, and even if we try to nurture him within the secret realm, it's not impossible. If that's really the case, then we don't need to worry too much. Just find this third-rank expert and figure out a way to get them to help us. At this moment, Huang Tiao received a message from the mission center saying, Commander Xiao, there is news that Yaning has just completed her task to advance to the second rank. Everyone was stunned at this moment. What did you say, Da Nin again? Assigning a mission to advance to the second rank is impossible. Tuhai starts to think wildly again. Wait a moment. Is the old man planning something? Based on your previous judgment, there must be a third-rank expert who took Da Nin away on a mission. After fighting, let Da Nin take the credit, having just advanced to second rank. It proves Da Nin is not a third-rank cultivator. Huang Ti, send 2 people to follow Da Nin's house and find out who is behind it. Also, send more people with me to check the nearby infected cities to prevent the afternoon violence. Suddenly, Tuhai believed the rumors of the riot. If after the incident, Da Nin had a third rank backing him up, then the news of the riot might have been spread by that third rank. Better to prepare defenses first, to avoid disaster. Huang Te immediately accepted the mission, and Tuhai also reminded him to buy a blue equipment for the Vuong Bat Dan to prevent him from causing trouble. This area is the border between Tianquang Safe Zone and Tranjiang Safe Zone at the Tu Vuong factory. After waiting for a while, the sword spirit finally calmed down, and now we can enter the dungeon. Da Nin has just entered the death construction site, the lowest level, with 15 second-tier players present. The death construction site is a PvE dungeon with no specific quests, consisting of 7 rounds, and surviving each round grants corresponding rewards. After each round, there will be a 3-minute voting period to continue or stop the dungeon. If more than 70% agree, everyone will retreat together and automatically exit after completing all 7 rounds. 5 minutes later, the first round will begin. Everyone is now ready. Da Nin glanced around, confirming that those participating this time are not to be underestimated. It's not just teams with equal strength, but also the fake Awakener third tier Lam Lam appears. This third tier gives off an unsettling feeling, like something is not right. Once again, a young man stepped forward and declared, I am Zhang Lin, a senior second tier. As we know, the war instance must be unified to survive through multiple rounds. At first I planned to run for team leader myself, but there was a senior third tier here. As I was speaking, Lam Lam suddenly got angry and punched Trong Lam in the face, causing him to bleed. This female third tier is too fast. Even Da Nin is a bit cautious. Not stopping there, Lam Lam directly stepped on Trong Lam's head to warn him. If you move again, I will fix you. No one understands what Trong Lam did wrong to make the female third leader so angry. Trong Lam, send your men to control these people. Anyone causing trouble, fix them. If you want to stay out of trouble, stay together and don't cause chaos. Everyone here is powerful and influential, but they also fear Lam Lam. Than Nian wears the earring and is the peak of the second stage. Tung Quang, the white-haired man, is Lam Dang, also a peak of the second stage. Hey, we've encountered the legendary foot soldiers. What do we do now? We're only at the second-tier peak and can't withstand the third level. Da Nin didn't say a word. Don't think too much. I heard that the foot soldiers are known for setting traps for false awakeners, using them as human shields. In the end, after destroying and hunting the giant, If the awakened and mutated beings are food for each other, then the foot soldiers are simply humans eaters. Tong Kwang decides to speak up. Trung Lam is definitely not weak. The best option now is for us to vote collectively and escape this instance immediately, because we have the advantage in numbers. Without waiting for the question, Lam Lam quickly kicked the ground to silence Tong Kwang. Let me introduce ourselves. We are the Blood Wolf team, and I am team leader Lam Lam. This time, the action is under my control. Your lives are in my hands. But I can guarantee that as long as you survive the 6th round and hand over all rewards and credit points, I will give you a way to live. Yes. It's like I've seen through her mind and character. Trusting others is pointless. And for your group to spare others' lives is truly unusual. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Sparkle Light technique is still cooling down. Otherwise, 2 strikes would be enough to wipe out this group. Now, only the Wind Blade Storm remains, which is powerful, but lacks a clear strategy. He's not wearing any blue life-preserving gear now, so if he doesn't activate his skills, he might really lose his life this time. The best thing to do now is just hide and wait until the situation develops, so it's better to stay silent and follow your own plan quietly. Lam Lam crosses her arms confidently. The round 1 is about to start. Tell me your strength so I can organize the groups, one by one. They introduce themselves. I am Tong Kang, a Tier 2 peak physical strength, specializing in close combat. Lam Dang, a Tier 2 peak speed, specializing in ranged attacks. Jiang Dao, advanced 2nd tier strength system, specializes in close combat. Now it's Danin's turn. Calm and composed. I am Danin, basic 2nd tier mental system, skilled in long-range attacks. As soon as she heard, Lam Lam went over and patted his face like it was real. Is the mental system really in this dungeon? That's truly rare. And quite cute. But unfortunately, he's just a useless trash. Danin replied with a smile. Fine. For the first few rounds, you'd better consider me useless. With that, the system announced the start of the first round. There are 100 zombie enemies and 2 mutated ones. She suggested that the 2 elites, Ding Feng and the other, form a team to prepare for battle, and everyone must fight with all their strength. If they intentionally keep their spiritual energy to hide their strength, Lam Lam herself would smash their heads. The general thinks it's infuriating and disgusting. They're deliberately not fighting but just trying to wear us down. There are zombies in front and breeders behind us. Are we really out of options? Lam Dang jumped onto the upper raft to check the situation. Right now, there's no way but to survive a few rounds and then see. The teammates below hold their spears tightly to defend, but they can see that the situation is becoming extremely dangerous. The sharp-toothed monsters rush forward to attack. He is drawing his bow to focus his strength on defeating the monsters. Commander, the 2 of us will take the top and bottom, aiming at the lich creatures, while the others deal with the zombies over there. Tong Kwang raises his hammer, ready to crush the enemies in a satisfying blow. Come on, you little pests. Taste a hit from me. The others behind focus their strength to support. The young lady unleashes her ice-type ultimate move, sending a wave of ice forward. The ice slices through the monsters but seems to only slightly wound them. He hurriedly turned to Danin. Truly a waste of a willpower type, capable of killing only 1 zombie. Lam Nam stands on the observation deck, showing disdain. This Lam guy is really quite funny. Why would he dare to come here? I have to say, it looks like some kind of farce. If it weren't for the other awakened ones forming a team, he'd probably die in the first round. This is only the first round. Let's see what he does next. The system announced that the first round mission was over, with the lickers lying scattered on the ground after being defeated. Half an hour later, the system announced that the 3rd round was over, and in 3 minutes, it would move on to the 4th round. While Danin's group was inspecting the scene, Zong Kang is furious and swears to the heavens. Damn it. The difficulty keeps increasing, and I fear that in the next round, a level 2 peak creature will appear. Are they still not going to make a move? Lam Dang also feels frustrated. She won't make a move, so it's hard for us to have a chance to deal with her. Lam Lam just mentioned and appeared in front of me acting arrogant. This is only the 3rd round. Yet it has already taken so much out of you. She crosses her arms arrogantly, knowing no one dares to oppose her. And I wonder if your 2nd tier people are just pretending or truly useless. Let me tell you, I won't fight until the 6th round. So if you want to live, don't hide anything anymore. You chuckle nervously, just waiting for your turn. And as soon as the little three hears that, he immediately turns to attack. Luckily, that monkey isn't because of our efforts. Right. Besides hiding and launching ranged attacks that don't deal damage, what else can you do? But Commander General, judging by the situation, things are not as simple as they seem. That's not right. This kid must still have a secret move up his sleeve. Otherwise, he couldn't have reached level 2. His ultimate move can probably only be used once or twice. But that's fine. It's not like there's a hidden trump card behind him. The system continues to assign tasks. And the 4th round is about to begin. With 400 level 2 peak tier mutated demons, 2 level 2 mutated demons, and 6 level 1 mutated demons released one after another, Tong Kuang charges forward to fight and gives orders. Lamdang, let's focus on the Demon King first. The top tier level 2D, and the high level level 2, to restrain 2 level 2 seconds, and the beautiful girl, while the others handle the lower level, level 1 demons. The tentacle of the boss almost strikes the general. Lamdang is hiding behind the 2 big ones and shoots an arrow at the boss. Careful. It's coming. A zombie approaches the guy with the bow, licks his face, and leaves him unable to react. Defeating him, Qiangdao lunging forward with his spear. He delivers a fatal strike to the mummified zombie, but the poison from its body causes him unbearable pain. Xiao 3 anxiously rushes forward. Qiangdao, get back. He spits ice towards the zombie that is attacking his teammate. Xiao 3 desperately tries to get closer to the target, moving too fast to touch it. Huang Nam was killed. Qiangdao was seriously injured. And the others didn't bother to help this time. We're definitely doomed. Jian Ying immediately judged that the situation was very dangerous right now. If the injury circle continues like this, the group might be wiped out before the 6th circle. And if that happens, I won't have any way to perform my ultimate move. He unleashes his ultimate move right in front of the monster. His feet start to emit sparks of electricity, and Jian Ying thinks for 2 seconds before having to act. Then you quickly rush to Tu 3, grabbed him and pulled him away, avoiding his back. Tu Dri with a sinister look. Is that you? After that, Jian Ying appeared with a sword-shaped light in his hand. Controlling the spirit, you swiftly attack the monsters with a decisive move. Jian Ying's technique then shifts to pursue the fleeing monsters. A single sword pierces through the heart of that ugly mutant. Xiao 3's face turns pale with just one strike. He managed to kill a level 2 mutated creature. Could he be the useless guy from earlier? Then stammering, Jian Ying remained silent and said, "There's no need. Just keep your mouth shut and stay clean in the future." Jian Ying controlled several purple energy strands dancing on the violent increase. Don't get distracted. There are still quite a few mutants with that level of mutation. Xiao San immediately understood. No problem. Let me go clean up the low-level trash behind. Lam Lam felt really amused after that performance. Not bad. This kid really knows how to keep himself alive. His speed, those shoes on his feet, could they be blue-colored gear? No wonder he dared to come here. My subordinate's voice is starting to tremble. Head NE. Do you want us to kill it now? Lam Lam smiled faintly. Not so fast. We're short on manpower right now, so let's save him for the next harvest. His mental control is probably at its limit. It's just a weak healer. We could kill him in seconds. But those 2 peak level 2s are watching more closely for me. They are definitely hiding their true intentions. The subordinate obeying orders. Understood. Young master. In half an hour, the system will update again. The 4th round has ended. In 3 minutes. The 5th round will begin. With the corpse of the Demon King lying in a pool of blood at Tong Kuang and Lam Dang's feet, Tong Kuang is tallying up the casualties so far. In this round, we've lost 1 melee fighter, 1 ranged attacker, and another melee fighter seriously wounded. I only have 2 more uses of my ultimate move left. I hope I can survive until the 6th round. Lam Dang gritted his teeth in frustration. And so did I. No matter what, I have to make it to round 6. If Lin Lan attacks, we'll catch her off guard and take her down together. Tong Kuang now sees Danin in a very different light. Did you see how that kid acted just now compared to the usual way of thinking? He needs time to cool down after using a skill, but he almost keeps firing non-stop. Lam Dang agrees with his opinion. That's right. He's very special. But I hope he still has a trump card up his sleeve for the next round, so as not to affect the plan. It's best to ensure he advances to the 6th round. The system is now in red. The 5th round mission begins. Spawn 500 top-tier level 2 creatures. 2x level 2 mutated forms. 3x level 1 mutated forms. And 8x level 1 mutated forms. A pile of ugly mutated corpses appeared, including a giant two-headed monster that drains blood, a giant spider, an 8-meter-long centipede, and many new species. The giant spider drops down to attack first. Little 3 gets caught by the centipede. Deep Lamb. Watch out. You didn't have time to react. That damn thing has many legs. Daringly, she teased and dodged the riddle's attack while planning to rescue her teammate. Indeed, she didn't rely on a big trick to deal with it. It's still too difficult with such a giant mutation. Half an hour has passed, and we still haven't found their weakness. A scream echoes everywhere. Help me. Someone focus fire. With such a strange creature, there's no way to gather firepower. Damn it. These foot soldiers. These bastards. They have no intention of letting us survive to the 6th round. Over here. Tong Kang is also dealing with the two-headed demon and the blood-sucking bird. He discussed with Lam Dang. Lam Dang, we have to use the big noon attack. Otherwise we won't be able to hold out. Then he shot his ice arrow at the bloodsucker, killing it. Tong Kwang rushed forward, aiming at the two-headed monster's head. You're dead now. Divine, water, spirit, energy. Lam Lam sneered cruelly. With only this tiny strength of yours, you still want to keep your spiritual energy. You're truly crazy. The spider suddenly attacked Da Nin from behind. It bites into the ground with a crack that splits the surface open. Tong Kwang's face turns pale. We're too late. And Lam Dang looks just as grim. Is that kid dead already? Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out as Da Nin was thrown back, tearing apart the giant monsters. The other two were stunned. And Lam Lam, still hiding, looked on in amazement. This kid still has tricks up his sleeve. Each of Lam Dang's names hits right in the middle of the giant spider's head. Ti-Chu, here's one for you. He and Song Kwang are holding hammers and working together to attack quickly. Let's go kill the monster together. Diep Lam still has a chance. Da Nin is still dealing with the giant beast, using a purple move to scan its body for a weakness. He throws a purple spear toward the middle of its head. Finding a vulnerable spot, Da Nin delivered a spinning punch to decisively destroy it. The purple ultimate move wrapped around the beast, knocking it into the air and breaking it apart. The beast gaped wide. Its counterattack just finished, and the female demon was left stunned, while Tong Kwang's expression was just as remarkable. Lam Lam looked at you as if you were her prey, a low-level novice with 2 sets of green clothes on, and in between, a big fat sheep. I'll give the order to harvest in the next round of battle, but don't kill that brat Ye Lin just yet. Crush his limbs and save him for me to torture slowly. My subordinate Dong Qing replies, Yes, boss. Tong Kang's face darkened as he saw the other side start to stir. Only us and Diep Lam remain in the next round, and Lam Lam and the others will definitely join the fight. By then, we will have the chance to kill her. Lam Dang agrees. And even if we can't kill her, we must severely wound her, and Diep Lam can still be cut down. The mission notification appears. The 6th wave of attack begins. Level 2, peak 3 stars. Level 2. This time, the number of mutated monsters has tripled and become even more ferocious. On Lam Lam's side, Tang Thi also attacked and led the charge. This is the final round. Give it your all for me. I can cut through Tong Ti with one hand like cutting paper, as long as you can hold on. I promise I'll only take the money and not kill anyone. Lam Lam keeps smashing the giant Tong Thai like punching a punching bag in the training room. I will handle it. Crazy beast. First, the high-level 2nd stage. Others focus on fire resistance against monsters. The red-eyed Tang Thi swung its sword and struck just beside its side, forcing me to dodge quickly. Lam Lam, furious, leapt up to attack, delivering a blow that split the monster in 2. Suddenly, another hated Tang Thi appeared behind. But it seemed Lam Lam had anticipated this. Just as the monster was about to bite, she activated a red protective shield around herself, creating a defensive barrier. Over here, Da Nin is dealing with the giant ox and can't help but feel admiration. Her agility, acceleration skills, burst techniques, and super defensive abilities make her much more formidable than before. Lam Lam has thought it through carefully. Besides these, she must be hiding some secret weapon. So I can't act rashly this time. Lam Dang fires an arrow while discussing the battle plan. We will stop the bloodhead monster first. Wait for Lam Lam to finish her task. And then the crazy beast will surely come to seize our attack rights. Tong Kuang desperately attacks the giant wild boar, replying that this is our chance to counter her with our final move. Lam Lam manages to defeat the monster, but her fighting style seems to be waiting for the right moment. And just then, he immediately flew to Lam Dong and Tong Kuang's side, tears in his eyes as the plan was put into action. It's happening now. Prepare to gather your energy. But unexpectedly, what Lam Lam aimed at was that giant wild boar. He fought the monster, while I went to kill it. Tong Kang frowned and nodded. Then immediately Lin Dang launched a blue flame missile at Lam Lam. It's now the spirit flame arrow. Tong Kuang also brandished his shield to block. Both attacks aimed at Ada. Dan In saw the situation was getting serious and thought, things are not looking good now that they're fighting. Lam Lam must be on guard. A loud explosion tore through the space there. Lam Dang widened his eyes in worry. Tong Kuang has fallen. Meanwhile, the pig was defeated. But Tong Kuang was also taken down along with his shattered shield into many pieces. Lam Lam smirked and scoffed, foolishly thinking I had no defense. But Dan In was cutting off the tail of the scorpion, seeing through the trick. Just now Lam Lam and Tong Kuang swapped positions. That was the energy of the attack. Ada suddenly kicks Tong Kuang repeatedly, wasting my defensive energy skill. Unexpectedly, Lam Lam rushes in front of Lam Dang with a fierce look in his eyes. Lam Dang, you can do it. Ada delivers a deadly punch to his stomach. Lam Lam viciously slashes his right arm, causing him to suffer in pain and open his mouth in agony. I will disable his right arm first to see what he can do to fight back against me. Ada calmly ordered his subordinates, then decided to act himself, handing over the battlefield to you to harvest the credit. They immediately received the order. Yes, leader. One of them quickly grabbed Lam Dang and shoved a needle into his eye. Hand over your gear and the point of your weapon, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I have ways to make you live worse than die. He doesn't reason but raises his left hand to threaten him. You still don't talk. So let's break your left hand. General Kuang suddenly shouted. If you want to kill, then do it. I, even as a demon, won't spare you. Dunin suddenly raised his hands in surrender. I give up, I will give up. Please don't kill me or torture me. The subordinate next to you is still the obedient kid you know. But unfortunately, the boss has ordered us to break your limbs. Dunin stepped back to buy time. Wait. Even if you want to maim me, you have to wait until I finish transferring the money first. But you've already thought of a way to deal with these people. The chance to counterattack is in the 7th round. I must find a way to extend it to the final round. The system reports that the next round, round 6, has ended. Everyone is voting on whether to advance to the 7th round for the final battle. Danin suddenly reveals a deadly move at the opponent in front of him. And at this moment, his eyes flash with a fierce and sharp gaze. Please proceed to the 7th round. The highest difficulty. Very few people know that simply registering for the highest difficulty is enough. No need for voting. And the dungeon will continue. The system displays the voting results, indicating someone has qualified for the next round. As the 7th round of battles with the highest difficulty is about to begin, the first subordinate opened his mouth and advanced to the next round. Isn't the boss saying they would disband after the harvest? The second one was just as confused. What's going on? Isn't a 70% vote needed to decide? The third subordinate starts sweating profusely. I heard that round 7 can cause level 3 mutations. The boss won't be able to handle it. General Kuang already has a smile on his face as he locks the subordinate next to him. Fate has given you all another chance. So go ahead and end it. Lam Lam looks furious and asks, Tong Guang, did you do this? Ata rushes to his side at top speed. I will kill you. But suddenly a giant worm-like monster with sharp teeth emerged from the ground, blocking Ata's path, and its size was overwhelmingly large. The only one teasing in purple is Lam Dang's subordinate. Just about to cross over to Tong Guang's side, Danin shouted from above, Tong Guang, Lam Dang, are you still okay? If you are, then run away as far as possible. Lam Dang, while defending Tong Guang and fleeing from the giant monster, is Deep Lam. There's been a change. He raises his divine healing sword forward. Lam Lam. She probably still doesn't know. Danin stood stunned, holding the demon sword and looking at them as if they were bugs. A level 3 mutant creature would have a conscience. I will prioritize killing high-level psychic users first. As long as you're caught and can't escape. I'm sure I can defeat everyone with one strike. The monster opens its mouth wide. Lam Lam grits her teeth and turns her head to look back. Changing position. And Ata rushes forward at full speed. Daning is still watching everything. As expected, his ability to transfer A's injuries has a limit on distance, so he can't transfer them here at all. The monster's mouth is closing in on Lam Lam. Ata quickly jumps to dodge the attack. But the monster is faster and grabs Ata. Daning immediately drew the knife, and at this moment, he slashed out a flurry of sword strikes. The sword energy warding off the attack. Lam Lam was very frightened when she saw that scene. What is this? It's even more terrifying than a level 3 mutant by 10,000 times. Could there be another level 3 here besides me? The monster was chopped into many pieces. Ata looked at the monster that scared him. This dimension's range is too large. I basically can't escape. At this moment, the system also issued a notification that the death zone would be removed from the instance after 5 minutes. Yaning looked down from above. The overall strength seems unbelievable, in just one move. He managed to kill a 3rd-tier awakener with a 3rd-tier mutated form. All with a single strike. Lam Dang was also stunned in amazement. Could it be that you are the 3rd Daisung? Or rather, the high-level 3rd Daisung. You look down with cold eyes. And it seems there's still human aura below. Could it be that she's not dead yet? Yan Ning immediately throws the knife. Checking her spirit. Controlling the object with her mind. Lam Lan is now badly injured. And Ata has noticed the approaching dagger. A's eyes fixed intently on it. Only hatred could this be the work of Diep Lam. How could this be possible? He looked at Lam Lan with a cold gaze. So he's not dead yet. Probably still has a protective talisman. Then let's deal with this pain first and talk later. The knife was close to touching Lam Lan's forehead, but it seemed like A was being protected, so it didn't pierce through. Then I will hold off. Lam Lan's sweat dropped as she saw the knife spinning non-stop. Luckily, last time I spent a lot of money to buy this one-time passive defense tool of level A. Dan Nin rushes forward with a long sword. It seems that relying solely on spiritual control, it can't pierce through at all. But right now, A's condition is very weak, and he has no strength left to activate his powers. So I will take action myself. Ata couldn't believe this. Was it really someone from Daejo just now who initiated this? And was the person actually Tamzai hiding all along? No matter how hard you try, you'll still fail. What kind of armor is this that can't be pierced at all? Lam Lam is feeling extremely furious and wants to kill. There's no need to defeat me this way. Yi Nin also felt quite confused. Oh. It turns out she thought I was humiliating her. Not that I couldn't kill her, he suddenly smiled smugly. So in other words, it seems she's more afraid of being humiliated than dying, which makes it easier for me. Although this kind of thing is very vulgar. To seize the spoils of war. I have to act this way. You gently lift Lin Lam's chin. Oh, so you want that truly satisfying feeling. Then during the time you torment those fake awakeners, did you ever think you would end up like this today? I said angrily. You bastard. What do you want to do? Dan Nin is still smiling mischievously. Is that all it takes to break you? Wait and see what real humiliation is. Ah. Grind your teeth and tell me. What exactly do you want me to give you to satisfy you? You immediately made a simple request. Just like you asked us to do. To return all the equipment, props, and points of the person involved. Then I will give her a quick and straightforward punishment. But Lam Lam also shows suspicion. How can I possibly trust her? You gently touch her thigh. She has no choice but to trust me now. Lam Lam is too scared already. Don't do this. I'll give it to you. Anyone who dares to deceive me will never find peace. At this moment, the system also notified you that A178, 391, wants to trade with you. A blood spirit armor. Blue equipment. A178, 391, wants to trade with you a frost spirit gloves. Blue equipment. A178, 391, wants to trade with you a breakthrough armor. Blue equipment. And 13,000 credit points will be transferred to you. Dan Nin seems satisfied with this trade. These equipment sets are quite valuable. As expected, stealing is the fastest way to get money. Lam Lam has also accepted her fate. Everything has been handed over. Just kill me now. But you still coldly say, is that all? Your credit points are only over 10,000. How can I believe that? If I don't give everything, Guess what I will do next? Yaning clenched Lam Lam's hand and said, "That's all I have. You can believe it or not." He quickly subdues her, saying he won't be so polite if she keeps resisting. But Lam Lam doesn't fight back, daring him to come and get her. "But now you're avoiding and trying to leave. It seems there's really nothing left." She's still screaming over here. "What are you doing standing up? Not daring anymore." Lam Lam also realized something. "Wait a minute. You didn't kill or violate me, so what do you want me to do to help with your test? Actually, that big tease only works once since you're only a level 2. And you can't break through my defenses." "Right. The system announces that you have 10 seconds to leave the dungeon." Zamber Joe. "Bah. See. Lam Lam stands up and mocks you. You're really stupid. Actually thinking you're a level 3 player." Da Nin is thinking to himself. She's figured me out now. And honestly, I really can't find a way to kill her anymore. Lam Lam is now furious and says, "You are Diep Lam." "Right, I remember you, and no matter where you are, I will find you." She keeps screaming. "Wait until then and see me cut you into 1,000 pieces. Even turning you into a pig." But Ye Nin just silently turned back and looked. Does she remember my name is Diep Lam? By the time you find out who I am, neither of us might be alive to tell the tale. The system reappeared once more. Exiting the dungeon. Calculating the rewards. And Da Nin's completion level. Basic completion rate 70. 3%. Main mission completion. 20% defeat. The most difficult boss. XA Trung synthesis level completion 90. 3% ranking. Level S. Gained spiritual energy experience points. Currently calculating. 10% increase when defeating higher level enemies. Received equipment including a crying coal mask in white. Wugong's crime in white. Boss's aspiration in blue. Obtained items such as rotten acid in white. Teat Tritone's Yule in white. Exa Trung's restorative eye in white. And materials. With these items, plus Lam Lam's stuff, selling them will be enough for me to buy a spiritual energy fruit. And all my attributes have already increased by 25 points. Jian Xing rides a very impressive motorcycle. Tonight I need to go to Zhenjiang and find a hotel to practice the B-level sword technique. Scene training. Then tomorrow I will go to the ruins battlefield to get some equipment. And, if possible, I might also get used to the evening battlefield. At that moment, a man blocked your car and saved you, repeatedly begging Jian Hin to save him because their vehicle had flipped over. You also got out and looked around. "Hey, are you sure this car just flipped over?" At that moment, a group of armed people arrived to rob us. Jianing still appears very calm. "Oh, blocking the road for robbery." The masked man is very annoyed. "Wait a moment. Come out here and surrender. I'll spare your life." You immediately brandished your knife and struck in all directions. Truly no need for words. Jian Xing decided to watch the fleeing man. There's still one more left. Where could he be running to? You threw the knife straight at him to see where he would run. Didn't you? Giat. The knife pierced the man's leg, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. Jian Xing was surprised to see the man's leg. There was no blood on the wound. The other man was slowly getting up, and he was neither human nor a zombie or a mutated creature. He kept crying and begging. "Your Excellency, please spare me. I know where they hid the stolen goods. I will tell you everything." Jian Xing angrily grabs his shirt and says, "I was really forced into this. Please don't kill me." His eyes are full of murderous intent. "Tell me, what are you really? Don't kill me. I will open my personal attribute panel, and you can check it yourself." The system immediately displayed his personal information, including his identity, wealth, dungeon NPC, X level, number, talent, and the golden flower sense. A skilled merchant with the Kim Hoa scent, a skill used by illusionists, can detect anything inside the target's bag. A skilled merchant, when the transaction automatically increases the price by 10%, the other side won't be able to detect it until the change process is complete and the transaction is finalized, along with the member fee. During the transaction, 5% of the amount will be automatically deducted and kept by you, and this effect is immune to any trading rules. Jian Nin still hesitated, reading the information board and asking non-stop if he was an NPC. How could a person escape from the dungeon? Could it be that I had consciousness right after I was born? Dundee replied, "Actually, I don't know why I appeared here either. I've been outside since I gained consciousness. Could you forgive me?" Given their appearance, He had no intention of forgiving him and was secretly contemplating something. All three of his skills are non-system. The Awakened can never learn it. So if I can get him to help me trade, I could save a lot. Thinking this, Jian-nin immediately took out a roll of blank paper, put it in front of Fu Kuai, and ordered him loudly to sign this contract. Then I will spare his life. Fu Kuai could not resist the condition. Sign the contract. And the system immediately displayed a notification. Li Fu Kuai has signed the certificate. Beginning to open the small chase interface, Jianing Xian is pleased, smiling as he tells him, "From now on you will follow me. We are comrades." Unlike you, Fu Kuai couldn't hold back his tears, complaining and lamenting that teammates are what? Exactly. They are oppressors. Why am I so unlucky? If not for meeting the local tyrant, they would be villains. Seeing how distressed he was, "You made a proposal. All the items stolen by the local tyrants belong to him." Hearing that, his eyes lit up, and he happily hugged Jian-nin's leg, saying, "Thank you, master. You are truly the most generous master in the world," and Fu Kuai's loyalty also increased accordingly. Loyal servant. Loyalty of Li Fu Kuai increases by 1 + 1. Jianing just smiles and says, "Loyalty is so easy to gain. Fu Kui, help me sell all equipment except the Blood Soul armor and the Decayed armor breaker, and buy the rest. Really? Also, buy a bigger space to store items. Find another room for him. Usually he stays there and helps me manage my assets. Even in the bustling city, it can't drown out the joyful screams of wealth. My master is truly kind. Let me take care of it." After a moment, the two returned home. Jian-nin sat leisurely on the sofa, devouring his food. And Fu Kui, seeing this, complained, "Master, you are the most wasteful person I have ever met. Others can't even eat a real fruit in their lifetime. Yet you eat it as if it's just rice." Don't let him continue. Reach out and send Fu Kuai back to his world. And go back to doing your bookkeeping. Jianing finally finished eating and the system displayed a series of stats it used the fruit. Strength, 25. Agility, 25. Physique 25. And you were satisfied with the 1-hour buff, finally gaining an additional 25 points. He stood up, opened the system panel to check his progress, practicing the B-level sword technique, taking photos, and the system quickly responded that he had learned the new sword technique, taken photos, and successfully upgraded the skill, which was now an SSS level skill, the Prime Realm Slash. With its effect, he will cut a watermark in the space, gaining the effect of becoming invincible in 1 second, surpassing all defenses. Reading through a series of information, Jian-nin smiles happily, muttering to himself, "The Primordial Slash. Breaking space. Surpassing all defenses. Too crazy. Tomorrow I'll go to the dungeon, the full-scale battlefield, to test it out. In the blink of an eye, tomorrow will come." The system offers Jianing the choice to join the full-scale battlefield or not. Difficulty level B. After you choose to agree, Lian is taken to another space where a man introduces himself to you as soon as you arrive. "Hello. I am Trandung, and this is my younger sister, Tran Jiao. We are both level 2 novices." But Jiao doesn't seem very friendly. She spoke softly. "I see the system notification about a second-tier teammate. Probably you. But you seem too young. Isn't your strength being underestimated?" Trandung heard that and immediately turned to scold her. "Sis, don't talk nonsense." Jian-nin silently observed them from the beginning, quietly reminding himself to evaluate their outfits. They are probably from military families of the 2nd or even 3rd generation, so I should be more cautious. After scolding his sister, Trandung turned to explain, "Don't mind him. My sister has been spoiled by her family since she was a child." Jian-nin replied, "Just call me Deep Lamb." Suddenly, the system announced that the all-complete battlefield event, to activate the special event, will start in 3 minutes. Please prepare. You asked in surprise. A special event. I only knew that special events, supernaturally events and spreading events were considered the 3 great mysteries of the apocalypse. This is my first time experiencing this special instance event. Trandung reassures you. Brother Dai. Don't worry. Although the special events are products of supernatural forces, as far as I know, the whole battlefield event is relatively safe and has no mission restrictions. You can escape at any time as long as you get out of the battle. This special event is a repeat of the war that occurred when the apocalypse first broke out. But when it comes to the enemy, his face suddenly hardened. Our enemies are the normal zombies and the mutated ones. The countdown has ended, and a horde of mutated zombies begins to pour in. All three quickly took fighting stances. Tran Dung turned to Dan Nin and his sister Diep Hu Ying and said, "Let's go deal with the mutant zombie. Tran Zhao is up here." Ignoring what he said, Dan Nin suddenly jumped down among the zombies, leaving them no time to react so decisive. Hey, this guy is also too rude. Without a trace of fear, he charged at the tallest one, swinging the sword in his hand. In an instant, the guy was struck twice in the face by Dan Nin and was finished on the spot. Seeing the big guy being taken down by Dan Nin in just a few seconds, Tran Dung was very impressed. Diep Huyen is indeed a top-tier fighter. She finished so quickly. But we won't be left behind. The more energetic he was, the more he swung the heavy axe in his hand, sweeping away the surrounding zombies. Tran Dung shouted loudly, "Diep Huyen, let's try to hold the line for as long as we can. When I can no longer hold on, I can still activate the spirit soldier rings so they fight for us, maximizing our benefits." Dan Nin was surprised to hear that, and wondered if they really used spirit soldier rings in this life. Just like in the past when such rumors were secretly kept by the military. I can't believe it's true. But Tran Dung quickly added, "But this is the military's big secret." He warned him seriously, "Don't reveal it when you go back." But suddenly, a zombie lunged at Tran Dung, trying to grab him. Dan Nin quickly threw a dagger at it, shouting a warning, "Watch out behind you." As soon as Tran Dung turned back, the knife was already stabbing through its head. He couldn't help but be amazed at Dan Nin's strength controlling the void. Just one strike was enough to kill a high-level zombie. After eliminating all those zombies, the system displays a message: the battle has ended, and a large-scale continuous fight will begin in 3 minutes. Tran Dung approached you, took out a pack of cigarettes as a thank you for earlier. But Diep Huyen doesn't smoke. This was provided by a special military unit. Thank you very much for saving my life earlier. But Daning politely declined. "I don't smoke. Thank you very much. I heard these are very rare in the apocalypse. So it seems your identity isn't simple either." Tran Dung, hearing that, waved his hand boastfully, but still offered you and your team a chance. "Honestly, Deep Lam, my grandfather is the deputy commander of the North China Military Zone, and my father is the security commander of Zone 191. Both of them are already at the 3rd level. And I am currently organizing my own forces. I think Diep Huyen is only going alone, so he probably hasn't joined any faction yet. Or maybe he hasn't finished speaking when Dan Nin interrupted, apologizing, saying he's used to being alone, which made him so confused that he even dropped his damn medicine. Come on, it's not easy to give up that easily. Tran Dung tries to persuade you with benefits. Diep Huyen, it's not too late to refuse after hearing this. As long as you're willing to be my deputy, from the very beginning, I will give you official treatment, 3,000 credit points per month, and I will personally add another 1,000 points for you, seeing that you still remain silent. Tran Dung continued to make a higher offer. And additionally, I can also register a free blue weapon for you. Even your family members can join the military. So seeing his brother go a bit too far, Tran Jiao quickly stepped in to stop him. "Hey man, are you okay?" His strength isn't bad, but it's not that extreme. Jianing finally couldn't take it anymore and turned to leave, loudly reminding them, "I have no interest in this. The large-scale Imperial Court expansion is about to begin. First, get ready to fight. But secretly I think you still want to trick and catch me. Wait until I reach level 3. I'll have just as much as you guys do." Tran Dung couldn't help but feel nostalgic as Jian Nin left, sighing. Those conditions offered to the 2nd tier were truly heavenly. Many people wished for them, yet he didn't even bother. And he still refused. Tran Jiao retorted loudly, scolding Jian Nin for being ungrateful. Who does he think he is? Even if he's a high-level 2nd tier or peak 2nd tier, our family surpasses him by a mile. In the blink of an eye, half an hour later, the main battle officially began. On Tran Dung's side, the mutant kept launching overwhelming attacks, leaving him unable to resist and forced to call for help. "Ye Wenha, I can't hold them back here any longer. We need to rotate the soldiers and retreat." Jian Ning replied, "Beheading another monster. Just wait a little longer. Pull that monster closer to me." Seeing that Tran Dung had finished, He jumped up high and shouted loudly. "All right. You should run to the city wall now." Without hesitation, Jian-nin charged straight into the gathered zombies, his sword shining brightly as he cut through the mutated creatures below, splitting their bodies in two. With no one able to escape, Trandung and Tranjiao stand from afar, unable to help but marvel at this incredible power. He's a third-tier demon. No way. An ordinary third-tier demon couldn't take down a few mutated zombies with a single move. Wow. There's also the second peak of the 2 die. So he probably doesn't care about our invitation. And this move is even more powerful than 3, and the grandfather, Jian-nin, after defeating them, landed softly next to the brothers, then called out loudly, "Now you should recall your soldiers." King Trandung reached out to stop his brother. "If Diep Kak Ha said so, then let's just do it first." Then he raised the dagger in his hand and cast a powerful spell. Marun, Marun. In just a moment, the soldiers quickly appeared, with one shouting to report readiness to fight. Defend the line. And the 1st Artillery Regiment was ready to fire. Kill it. Lin's soldiers immediately charged into battle against the mutants, turning the area below into a battlefield. Seeing this, Trandung said, "Deep Kak Ha. From now on, we can just sit back and watch." However, these soldiers can only hold out for a while after killing a wave of reinforcements before they disappear. Da-nin turned around, ready to leave somewhere, and told his comrades to wait here. He went deeper into the city, a desolate place full of ruins. Da-nin stopped and began activating his search ability, thinking to myself, I just killed the top-tier demon and didn't see any legendary colored equipment. I'm sure I have to wait until the soldiers finish their teleportation before it appears. My intuition tells me it's definitely in this area. His eyes suddenly lit up at last. There's a result. Da-nin quickly moved over and said loudly, "I found it." Sure enough, it's that one. He hurried over, where a blue orb and an old, battered journal were waiting for him. The blue sphere suddenly announced, activating the special mission. Find out the cause of the ruined battlefield and resolve the issue. After completing the mission, you will receive a special reward. Da-nin picked up the old notebook, examined it for a while, and then spoke to speculate. Receiving the special mission was her last wish, and it must be related to this diary. But in the following days, a tragedy occurred, and on July 25th, the first round of the exam began. I never thought everything would happen so quickly. Am is dead, and we can't even find his body. Among the faded words in the old diary, only a worn-out photograph remains over the years. The author continues below. In the final moment, I asked them if they had any last words. They usually just mess around like kids. But these people only said one thing to me. On the last page of the diary, amidst the quiet, empty space, a bold line is written, "Moran goes home." Also, the final words of the author. After reading the vow scroll, Da-nin stared intently at the jade ring in his hand, muttering continuously about the vow and the wish, as he clenched the ring tightly, seeking origins and the truth. The two brothers from the Tran family watched the match below and discussed Da-nin's identity. Brother, could it be that Diep Lam is not actually at level 3 at all? Maybe he has some kind of equipment that can only be used once. Maybe. But we can't verify it. Once the 3rd grade rage hits, no one will know if we will die here or not. Hearing my brother say that, Tranjiao frowned and replied angrily, "Does he dare, with our grandfather? The entire North District won't let him go." Trandung, seeing that my sister's temper isn't good, advised her to change the situation. Otherwise, sooner or later, she will face the consequences. And it's not just about whether he will attack us or not. If he really is a level 3, we must find a way to bring him into our fold. I believe that Grandpa and Dad will agree with this too. As soon as he finished speaking, Da-nin also returned, and Trandung hesitated to ask, "Lord Deep, are we ready to leave?" As he spoke, he pointed downwards to update Da-nin on the situation. These soldiers won't last long. After the level 3 mutants appear, they will at most stay a little longer before disappearing. So we have to leave before these soldiers disappear. Or else if the level 3 mutants target us, it will be very complicated. But Da-nin isn't happy about this at all. He asked seriously, "Do you know what happened to the battlefield relics in the end? What became of these soldiers?" Trandung was a bit surprised by the question but still answered him. "Back then, my father wasn't born yet. But I heard my grandfather say that the battle was a disastrous defeat. There were no survivors. But thanks to their help, the safe zone behind was evacuated at that time, and my grandfather was lucky enough to survive in the safe zone. Danin continued to wait and ask, if it was a disastrous failure, then how did the last eclipse wave subside so naturally? Once again, Trandung hesitated for a moment. The details are still unclear, but there are theories suggesting that the sunset seemed to disappear naturally. Hearing that, you finally understood everything. Disappearing naturally. So that's how it was. Master Danin's strange attitude made the two brothers wonder and ask, Deep Lamb, what's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly asking about such ancient things? You didn't answer. Just kept asking if we knew what the word Maran meant. Trandung also casually responded. I mean, this is a secret phrase passed down within our circle. I really don't know its exact meaning. Her sister also chimed in. We only know that, as long as we shout this phrase, the soldiers will appear to fight in our place. She then loudly warned him that this is a military secret and that my brother highly appreciates him. So he told him about it. And it's best not to reveal it outside. Trandung quickly told his sister to calm down and not to interrupt them, then turned to ask Danin how many times they could use this method. He couldn't help but be startled and replied, hundreds of times already. But that's usually used to repair equipment. However, each person can only use it once, and if the same person shouts again, it will no longer work. After hearing that, Danin's face turned serious and kept asking, after hundreds of times, have you helped these soldiers eliminate the final mutated creatures yet? Trandung calmly replied no, because usually this place only has level 2. I've never seen level 3 before. I am the first level 3 person to come here. As he finished speaking, Danin suddenly jumped down. The two brothers didn't have time to understand what was happening before he rushed toward the zombie horde, constantly speculating in his mind that this might be the beginning of the relic battlefield. Tran Jiao asked loudly, are we just going to stand here and let him do whatever he wants again? Why don't we get out of here? In his mind, he kept recalling the previous will, pushing everything aside, clearly. It was this obsession that turned them into soldiers and made this battlefield a special event. But with his fighting instinct, Yaning quickly reacted and swung his sword. In just a blink of an eye, with a few sword strokes, his head was severed from his body. He remained calm, still thinking about those soldiers and officers, because they knew that once they killed the level 3 mutant here, their secret language would no longer work, and they would no longer be able to help their descendants gain benefits. Thunder roared across the sky, rain pouring down like a curtain, making the place even more gloomy. Danin quickly wiped away the tears, feeling extremely excited as he realized the conspiracy behind it. The deception, the manipulation. For a moment your whole body shot up into the air, holding your weapon without hesitation, aiming at the enemy in front as if pouring all your hatred into them after learning the truth. Meren, which once held all the hope of the senior soldiers, has now been turned into the most disposable pawn by the army, used hundreds and thousands of times, with just one slash. Thangti was split in two. His eyes became incredibly determined, and he silently promised himself that this time, even if he had to die, he would bring them home. Tranjiao couldn't help but be terrified by this image of him, and nervously said, are you crazy? Do you really want to fight the final level 3 mutant? Trandung also found Jiannin's attitude strange all along. He secretly reasoned, it's too odd. If he really wanted to fight the final level 3 mutant, then there was no need to mobilize the soldiers so early. Now there's no need to help the soldiers fight the monsters. Could it be that he doesn't want to save his stamina? She quickly grabbed his shirt and tried to persuade Trandung. Brother, the level 3 mutant is about to appear. Even if Deep Lamb is level 3, she can't kill it. We should leave now. Seeing that his sister was right, he still didn't want to give up on someone like Jiannin. Indeed, leaving now is the safest choice. But once they do, it will be very difficult to maintain a relationship with her. Thinking quickly, Trandung turned to his sister and said, let's wait a little longer. Running away from here only takes 10 seconds. If he really can't hold on, we still have time to escape up here. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the building where they were standing started to tilt to one side. Tranjiao shouted in panic. From the distant fog, a giant shadow gradually appeared, each of its steps causing the earth to shake even more, and they quickly realized what it was. It's coming. Is it already here? The monster cares about nothing and is ready to trample over anything that stands in its way. Its entire body is grotesquely huge, with arms covered in countless sharp spikes, moving slowly and laboriously as it exhales puffs of smoke from its mouth. As they got closer, the two brothers finally realized and shouted in horror that this was a level 3 mutated form. And his enormous body was truly impressive. The monster's teeth bite through everything around it and head straight for Danin. And the closer you look, the more you realize his body is just like a grain of sand in its eye. Danin's brief fear quickly vanished, and he confidently said, "I only have one more chance to use the nullifying element now." He took a deep breath, muttering to himself about how to take it down. But since he wasn't sure how effective the primordial slash was yet, he couldn't attack recklessly. After a moment of reflection, Danin let out a gentle breath and finally made his decision. Slowly raising his sword, he stood there without a hint of fear, gradually closing the distance 70 meters. 59 14 meters. Finally, 40 meters, the final monster arrived. It shows no mercy at all, swinging its grotesque, spiky arm like a living hammer. But Danin remains standing there unmoving, with no intention of dodging. His eyes flash with intensity, ready to strike back. And in that moment, the towering figure is split in two by Danin's young sword. Amidst the thick fog and dust, Danin lands gently as if nothing happened, his eyes still fixed on the monster, never losing vigilance. He speaks softly. Everything around him falls silent, as if time itself has stopped. Danin stands alone on the rooftop of a building, surrounded by desolation and ruins. In front of me is a towering and dangerous primordial star space. My timeline is completely different from everyone else's. Danin frowned, his cold eyes staring ahead. And not only that, but then I realized I could also see through the transparent skeletons inside its body. Danin moved gently, her legs emanating increasingly powerful energy, and she could choose any part of the primordial space to manifest it. Without hesitation, you immediately charged straight at the monster's body, devising a plan in your mind and able to move through its body without any hesitation. A burst of green energy radiates from Danin's shoes. At this moment, I am the champion. Then, I suddenly surge forward and thrust the spear directly into the Tangthi, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Then Danin continued moving at an incredible speed, passing through its head. The fatal blow shattered Tangti's head, causing chaos across the sky. Then it collapsed heavily to the ground, causing dust and destruction to spread everywhere. Trandung's eyes widened in horror. That was a level 3 mutant, a mutation capable of destroying the safe zone. Yet he was just killed like that. Tranjiao opened her mouth in shock. Stunned. I didn't wake up too early. I didn't see anything. But somehow, it's already dead. Suddenly, she covered her mouth. Nu murmured, "Brother, I was wrong. He's really a level 3. And even more powerful than my grandfather and father's level 3. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. He agreed. Yes, we've seen high school level battles in the military zone many times, but we've never seen a level like this before. Could it be that Diep Lam is a high-level 3rd-rank expert? If that's the case, isn't she already a national treasure? A moment later, the system updates and the event ends. In 10 seconds, the entire battlefield will disappear forever. Bingling Anlin was stunned when he heard this announcement. Everyone was confused. The whole battlefield is disappearing. What is going on here? At the same time, both Trandung and Tranjiao hurried over as they saw Danin landing on the rooftop, calling out loudly, "Deep Lam, you just raise your hand and there is that blue gemstone necklace." And Danin shouted Moran. That sound immediately drew Bin Lin Anlin's attention. They quickly lined up. Ren Trang saluted, and they all said thank you together. Trandung stood behind, feeling a bit confused. "Deep Lam, why are you still using this spell at this moment? It's done here. Just quietly cut him off and go outside first. This place is about to disappear." At that moment, the system reports and issues commands. Dropping out of the dungeon. Calculating rewards. The dungeon completion status. Basic completion rate. 70% additional completion. 30% cumulative summary. Completion rate. Baifanji Bai. Evaluation. SSS rank. Equipment received. Items received. And materials received. Although he heard about leveling up, Danin still sat quietly amidst the ruins after the battle, silently telling himself that he truly became a high-level level 2. I should be feeling happy. But why do I feel so unfulfilled inside? Besides freeing the seniors, What else can I do for them? Not long after, a new system notification appeared, indicating that the event had disappeared and the mission and legacy had been updated. You can choose to continue the mission by returning home with the soldiers during the special event. Or you can stop the mission and receive the special reward first. Please be aware that continuing the mission will cause the rewards to transform and the skills to change unpredictably. Please choose carefully. As I observed this information, I softly smiled to myself. It's fine. Even without this mission, it's something I also want to do. Finally, Trandung and Tranjiao found you in a quiet place. And he smiled, saying, "Deep Lamb, you're really incredible. Since we entered the dungeon from different directions, I was worried I might not find you anymore." As soon as he stepped closer, Trandung reported that I had just transferred all the loot from this round to you. These are the things you deserve to get. Hearing that, Jiannin calmly replied, "Oh, thank you." Immediately after, the two of them invited. "My brother and I want to invite Deep Lamb to join us for lunch. Could you consider this request?" He gently declines and casually asks, "Forget about lunch. I have something else I want to do first. Can you help me with that?" He happily agreed. "It's my honor, Deep Lamb. Please state your request clearly." Jianning, "Help me check the hometowns of the soldiers on this battlefield. I want to go there myself." Immediately, Trandung contacted the person in need of assistance. From the deputy officer, "Please help me check the hometowns of the brave soldiers in the ruins battlefield. Please send me the information as soon as possible. The person is following orders." "Understood, Mr. Tran." Shortly after, he will report good news. "Deep Lamb, I've found out that place is about 300 kilometers from Changjian. I'll have to take a helicopter to get you there." As Jianing gets into the helicopter, Tranjiao quietly follows, unable to hide his regret. "Brother, are you really just going to let him go like that? On the battlefield of ruins. What are we supposed to do if he gets hurt? How am I supposed to explain it when we get back? I'm sure you know how much the army values the battlefield ruins, right? This recruitment quota was won by Grandpa after all." She frowned, looked at Trandung next to her, and reproached him. "You gave all the rewards from this mission to him. How could you do that? And you even planned to help him hide it." He still looked in that direction and calmly replied, "Little sister, although this kind of thing is indeed very serious, what you said is not wrong. Not only did I help him hide what happened in the ruins battlefield, but it's also a responsibility I cannot deny." A little later, the helicopter started to take off, and Tranjiao still hadn't sat down, wondering whether he should even mention the harvest this time. Because even if he gave him 10,000 or 100,000 points, what difference would it make? Then she hesitated and asked, "Brother, I know he's very capable, but for now, he hasn't shown any intention of getting close to us. Is it really worth doing this?" But Trandung smiled faintly and replied with a hint of meaning, "It's worth it for me to tell you this. About what happened this time. First of all, we can't avoid it. So think carefully. As long as they are political rivals, no matter what, they will blame us, instead of being passive. We should take the initiative to use this to build a relationship with Deep Lamb." Suddenly he tilted his head to look at Tranjiao and asked, "Another thing is that Deep Lamb asked his father to help save that information. What does this mean?" Then, it shows that he still hasn't belonged to any faction in the military. The helicopter continues to fly at high speed, leaving streaks of light and a powerful whirlwind behind, echoing Trandung's words. Even though he didn't speak much, but it's clear that he is absolutely a person who values loyalty. If we want to build a good relationship with someone like him, we must treat him sincerely. Inside the helicopter, Jiannin gazes at the sky through the window, gently clutching his jade necklace and murmuring to himself, "Unnamed seniors, I wonder if you're still out there now. If you are, come fly back with me to our homeland." At Van Sun Village, a small town nestled in a valley, surrounded by majestic mountains and a jade-green river. "Hey Ma, do you still remember the soldiers who left here 60 years ago? The ones who fought to protect the village?" A pair of rough hands lifts an old photo of comrades smiling and joking together. It's an elderly farmer, with white hair, leaning on a cane, frowning slightly as he tries to recall memories. "This is Nam, and this is the Manhim too." Jiannin stood up and nodded in confirmation. "That's right. They all went home. They have gone home." Not long after, Tua Chan happily brought another old man to report that after checking everything, Only 5 families knew about what happened 60 years ago, and the elders are still alive today. Furthermore, following his instructions, a large amount of supplies have been distributed to the villagers for their use to improve their lives. Then he turned to introduce him to the ancestral tablet you mentioned. I brought the village chief here. You smiled and thanked him. It was hard work for you. The village chief sincerely replied. Please don't be polite. This is something young Master Tran entrusted to me. Everything is according to DM Lam's arrangement. After Xiao Chen left, Yaning pointed into the distance and asked for his opinion. Old village chief, I will send you an additional 4,000 credit points. Can you send someone to build the martyrs monument there? Do you think that's enough? When he heard the number, he quickly waved his hand. 000 points of credit. This won't be enough. You can use it sparingly. And whatever is left, please distribute it again to the children in my care. Even though I couldn't persuade Ya Ning to change his mind, the village chief still moved and took your hand, gratefully saying, Ter, on behalf of everyone, I thank you. I will definitely do better with each and every name. Da Ning bowed his head in response. Old village chief, please don't be like that. Back in the present, from the helicopter cabin, he continued to gaze at the distant gloomy sky and whispered, Seniors, now everyone can rest in peace. Suddenly, the system displayed the results. Mission and legacy have been completed. Reward, 100 reputation points. In spirit, completed. Blue necklace, all attributes increased by 1. Equipment effects, health and spiritual energy recovery speed increased by 33%. Equipment skills, indomitable faith, for 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, 15 mental attribute points can be quickly restored. The equipped item is evaluated, and the necklace receiving blessings becomes stronger than before. Da Ning opened his eyes wide, deeply moved, and thanked the blessings of his elders. I will carry them with me forever, until the war is completely over. Also, when I look at this notification board, I secretly think that rewards and fame are not things that can be bought with money. Maybe developing influence within the army will be very beneficial for me. Suddenly, Da Nin thought of Tran Dung, and when it comes to power within the army, Tran Dung is also a pretty good choice. After leaving the instance, he didn't mention the disappearance of the battlefield at all, and he even fulfilled my requests. Although he doesn't look very likable, upon reflection, he doesn't really understand much about the battlefield ruins either. In the end, you decided to go back and check on him yourself, while also taking a little extra benefit for yourself. The scene shifts to a large carved wooden door set between an ornate fiery patterned wall, exuding elegance, mystery, and solemnity. Inside that room, Tran Dung suddenly stood up as the person he had been waiting for proactively contacted him. Ji Lam. Are you looking for me? Just get to the point. I want to borrow 2 blue-colored swords for equipment. It's best if they have a short cooldown time. Would that be convenient for you? Thinking he misheard, he asked again. Borrowing. Immediately after, Tran Dung waved his hand to deny. No. I didn't mean it like that. What I want to say is, I will definitely find a way to get it and give it to you. No need to borrow. The system screen is about to turn off, and the other person's voice echoes before it ends. So I'll just throw it to you. Tran Dung confidently clenched his fist, surprised that Giap Lam quickly came to ask for his help. It seems that I am gaining more and more trust from him. I should go back and tell my grandfather and father. They will definitely be very happy. At the main Lanzhou noodle shop, Jian Yin was slurping noodles and nodding. This kid Tran Dung really is cheerful. I only got 3 free attribute points from this dungeon, not counting blessings for the blue gear. The basic attribute points, besides willpower, are only 26. Strength, 26. Agility, 26. Stamina, 26. Willpower, 31. The blue necklace is not for sale, and the resistance materials are not worth much either. I didn't have enough to buy a real spiritual energy. Wait 2 days after the big resurrection. Then I will take Tran Dung's blue equipment and find a way to break through the high-level dungeon, killing as many monsters as possible. If I reach level 3, there will be another chance to double my attributes. Previously, all my secondary attributes only reached 20 points at level 3, which means after level 3, my basic attributes won't be high enough. On the way home, Yaning put his hands in his pockets and pondered. This time, I must raise all my attributes to the maximum of level 2, which is 31 points. Then I will attempt to break through to level 3. And by then, it should be the time for the afternoon test to erupt in the safe Tianfeng area. You notice something unusual. Oh, it's the aura of a level 3. As that savage aura drew closer, Danin finally realized that his ultimate move was still recharging, and facing a level 3 now would surely be death. Danin walks and thinks about who might want to kill him. He ponders silently that this is the inner city of Tranjiang's safe zone, and no one except Trandung knows he's here. Could it be that the level 3 leader of Tranjiang was robbed by me earlier? Or maybe Trandung has already regretted it, but he dismisses that idea. Trandung wouldn't do that. It's impossible. Trandung is trying to lure me in, so there's no reason for him to kill me. And the leader of Tranjiang doesn't even know I was the one who stole the monster. A sudden thought flashed through Daning's mind as he remembered Lam Lam's hostile gaze. Could it be that Lam Lam from the Blood Wolf squad? Could it be that she found me so quickly? Now all my skills are cooling down, so I can't rush to confirm it, ignoring who might want to kill me. Right now, I'm focused on finding a way to escape from the one following me, prioritizing how to get out of here, or maybe activating my skills to run. Staying calm first and waiting to see if the enemy chooses to follow me before making a move. So they still seem hesitant. In other words, the opponent doesn't know that my skills are cooling down. So rushing to escape will only reveal my position, and they will definitely attack and kill me. The best thing to do now is pretend nothing happened, and see if I can find a place to hide first. Danin looked around and suddenly his eyes fell on a nearby bar. Ah, there it is, after all these years. If someone still goes to a bar to drink, they must be very rich. He chuckled to himself. I need to go in and pull out the tiger to raise the flag. Inside the bar, near Daning, Vuthan blocking the view, wondering why everyone at the bar today is so rude. At this moment, her bodyguard approached and asked, Tutu. After finishing this drink, shall we go back home? She impatiently waved him away and said, Get lost. Then suddenly she seemed to see something, and Vuthan looked towards Danin. You sit beside her with a calm expression but are secretly observing her. She's still young, with soft hair and heavy makeup, and coming into this nightclub. She's probably in a rebellious phase. Vuthan approached. That handsome guy. He looked her up and down and thought to himself that all the accessories and touches on this girl were just for show. Looking at the bodyguards behind her, there are 4 more at the top level. Probably her own guards. No one dares to provoke her now, which shows her status and background must be very complicated. Vuthan stepped closer softly and said, Are you here alone? Let's have a drink together. As for Daning, you're still watching that stalker, and the murderous aura from that third-rate thug is still nearby outside. At this moment, he responded, It's sure. I'll drink, but I don't have money if it's on me. Vuthan cheerfully said, I do. Just as she finished speaking, she called the waiter. Waiter, 2 glasses, please. I won't be going home tonight. And remember to charge it to my account. Looking at Vuthan, he silently whispered an apology. Truly sorry. Tonight he had to take advantage of her to escape, given the situation and not knowing how my main adversary is doing. Plus 4 high-level bodyguards. Even if they are skilled fighters, they would have to rack their brains. Now, holding a glass of red wine, she said, Little brother, I wonder if you dare to go open a room with me tonight. Hesitating a bit. Well, his cold eyes secretly thought if she liked to play the hunter, then I might as well pretend to be the prey for now. A moment later, outside the bar, a guard nervously asked, Li.ca, the young lady has taken someone away again. Should we stop them? Li.ca snapped back. Do you dare to stop them? Did you forget what she said in front of her father about us last time? Hearing that, another bodyguard nervously asked, So what should we do now? Li.ca turned and ordered. What else are you doing? Hurry up and follow quickly. Protect the young lady well. And just make sure nothing happens. Looking back, he silently calculated that the angry expression was chasing after the bodyguard, not far behind, but hadn't left yet. So he could only go to the hotel with her first and figure out the rest later. Arriving at a luxurious hotel, Kwang Vu Thon quickly gets into bed. Assessing the room, Yen Vu Thon is probably Yen Lich Quan's daughter, the security chief of Zone 317 and president of Tin Duo Trade Association. Staying at a hotel like this for one night costs enough for an ordinary person to work half a year. Remembering my past life, I was a refugee who, to survive, Worked in the Tin Dio Trade Guild's security team, responsible for cleaning up the undead. Then, standing in front of her, he said, "Technically, your father is also my boss." Vu Thon said loudly, "Don't mention that old man anymore. That shady guy." Then she leaned close to Danin and whispered, "Take me away with you." Seeing her like that, Vu Thon suddenly felt interested in playing along. "Hey, she's obviously arguing with the boss. Tonight, you're just doing this on purpose to provoke him. You're so childish. Maybe I should scare her a little to see how honest she really is." So Danin pushed her down on the bed. "She's really serious about this, so I won't hold back anymore." Vu Thon gasped in surprise. "Are you?" Seeing her face so close to mine, she stammered, Oh, embarrassed. Vu Thon pushed him away and hurried to the bathroom. "I'll go take a shower first." Daning chuckled to herself. As expected, the funniest prey often appears in the form of a hunter. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. Danin stepped out onto the balcony, guessing that the paper tiger like her probably wouldn't dare go outside for now. Looking at the alley in front of him, Danin silently thought that Sandai's aura was still downstairs, and that shadow looked very suspicious. But that look doesn't seem like a woman's. Could it not be Lam Lam? Then who could that person possibly be? I wonder. Thinking about the two guards, I still haven't reached a definite conclusion that I was knocked out before the inspection. It's really hard to understand why someone I don't know would secretly commit a crime. If the person behind this wanted to kill me, they could have poisoned me already. So why go through all these complicated schemes? Then another thought crossed his mind. Thinking back, Lam Lam was seriously injured last time, so he was probably still recovering. But I can't rule out the possibility that she colluded with another team of thugs and entrusted another assassin to kill me. Ignoring all guesses, you keep thinking of a way to escape. Forget who he is for now. First, find a way to get rid of the surveillance. Then leave here and figure out the rest. Noroi danin goi fukuiza. Li fukuya. Hei giup toi momot bodao. Chuchai trangchang somchang totne. Nyo fai ku kisong dong knew that. Huantuan kham the biat. Duak toi la I dua. He quickly replied, "Yes, master." Then he quickly stepped outside, and the guards asked in surprise how he moved so fast. He told them that your guards had been drinking, and to take good care of her, so nothing happens. He stepped into the elevator. Danin pressed his status button, preparing the item Nguai Trang. Immediately, he transformed into a different form. He stepped outside. Danin looked around. The third party was no longer following. It seems Nguai Trang succeeded. Luckily, I didn't encounter any danger this time. Next, I must quickly ascend to the third level. Otherwise, there's basically no way to withstand the enemy standing in the shadows. And as for Yen Vuthon, I hope she takes good care of herself. At the hotel, Vuthon sat quietly on the bed, frowning as she looked at the letter Danin left behind. On the letter Danin left, she wrote a message, "I don't want to take advantage of the situation. You don't need to worry. Thank you for tonight." Time quietly passed by, and 2 days later, at a base camp, Danin's joyful voice echoes. "Tran Dung, you truly deserve to be a talented second-generation soldier with abundant resources. You praise me so highly, in such a short time. You've already found me blue-grade equipment." Holding the two swords in your hands, you marvel that the flame-piercing sword and the fish school sword are both top-tier blue-grade gear. Danin wields the flaming sword, the Trish Fim Fu Ma, swinging it with a strike that consumes 270 spiritual energy per second, with the blade reaching temperatures up to 2,000 degrees. After testing the first one, Danin immediately tried the other, along with the new Trung Fu Ma. He swung his sword, consuming 240 spiritual energy per second, and this sword was as sharp as a laser. Once finished, you said that based on your spiritual energy reserve, you are enough to handle a small-scale battle. Looking at my equipment, Danin calculated that with these two swords, plus the lightning attribute of the pair of lightning shoes, the Blood Soul Armor's protective barrier, the Decay Armor's pain, and the oppressive necklace, adding other skills, plus 3 ultimate moves that are still recharging, I could barely fake being a 3-headed demon to enter the high-level dungeon of the Gate of Hell. Then he muttered to himself about the dungeon he was about to enter. The Hellgate dungeon is an underground type, where each level you descend, you face either death or attacks from mutated creatures. Every 7 levels, special mutants appear in the middle floors, called the Elite Monsters. And on the final floor, you face the Peak Mutant, Your voice echoes steadily. And besides the abundant rewards from the mutated creature, there are also spiritual crystal materials different from other dungeons. If you're lucky, you might get a large piece that is worth much more than blue equipment. Now the system prompt appears. Do you want to enter the Hellgate? The minimum level to enter the second dungeon is recommended to be at least 3 team members, due to the extremely high difficulty of the instance. Da Nin shouted loudly in agreement, and the system confirmed entry through the Hellgate, with 40 people now inside. As soon as the notification sounded, Yaning decisively said, "This time is the chance to earn attribute points in the dungeon. Why are there so many random fragments here?" The other person agreed and started digging through the debris with him. That's right. A piece of debris can be worth 7 to 8,000 credit points. Just need to find a few chunks of spirit stones, and you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. At this moment, an awakened person shouted to stop. Don't hit anymore. All spirits at the Hellgate can only be created by exploding monsters. And even if they are broken apart, they can't be taken away. Among those people, Ye Ning was assessing her surroundings. There are a total of 40 awakened this time, with 21 of them already from the military. A firm voice rings out. Stop talking nonsense. This time the Hellgate dungeon will be led by our army. You guys are really lucky. The person who just spoke stood in front of the other awakeners. But Ni Bao. My name is Wang Yangbing, a colonel of the 7th Corps, 3rd rank. Duangbin explains the situation inside the dungeon. There are 18 tunnels around us filled with monsters. As long as we survive and escape, there is a standard part, with teams of 3 working in each tunnel to maximize profit. If there are more, the earnings will decrease accordingly. He spoke calmly, saying that, at the new pack, the tunnels converge and we will fight together against the mutated creatures of the British. Next, he introduced the members of his team. Among the 21 people in our army, there are 4 triple-length warriors and 10 peak double-length warriors. So you can work in pairs and follow a false awakener in our army. Everyone around Gyo Ho cheered, some saying it was great, while others nervously said, see you tomorrow. But nothing comes for free. Yang Bing told everyone the price to pay for protection. But first, let's make a deal. If you choose to follow our third long, 70% of this income will be handed over to us. If you choose the second long peak, it will be 50%. But of course we will do our best to keep you alive. He shouted loudly. The 3 long swords extended outward. The 2 peak long swords also stepped forward, and the others stepped back. The awakened soldiers lined up in formation, their imposing presence reaching the sky, clearly commanding respect. Yang Ping shouted loudly. Everyone is free to choose. After hearing what he said, the remaining awakened ones discussed together. The army's thigh is good, but too costly. The contemplative person said, who goes into the dungeon without the mindset of risking their life for resources. Another person then offered an opinion. But judging by the aura emitted from the 3 lengths, following them definitely felt much safer. Suddenly, a tall figure stepped out from the crowd. He said, I am Van Min, a basic 3rd length, from the Demon Hunter Corps, taking only 50% and accompanied by a high-level 2nd length. Hearing that, Danin looked over and thought to himself, I didn't expect there to be a level 3 in this group of fake awakened demon humans, and from the most famous demon army among non-government organizations. At the same time, another man stepped forward to say, Huang Kai, level 3 novice, only takes 50% and only guides with a 2nd level advanced. When he just appeared, Danin was startled. Huang Kaya, this aura of the leader of the fake awakening people. I think I've seen him somewhere before. Huang Kai saw you in the crowd, his face darkening with hostility, and he thought to himself, it's Deep Lam. But thanks to his aura, you realized he's the one who tried to kill you 2 days ago. Could this aura mean that he is the mysterious 3rd boss who followed me 2 days ago? You quietly judged that the foot soldiers probably shouldn't have come to a 3-long dungeon instance like this. Since he's here alone, it must be just a coincidence. Da Nin calmly meets Huang Kai's intense gaze. He also looked directly at you, frowning. Lam Lam. Even though he disappeared 2 days ago for some unknown reason, he suddenly couldn't help but send someone to find you. Then I heard her say that he has very powerful skills. I have to wait for him to use his ultimate move first before planning to kill him. At this moment, Yining broke the atmosphere by stepping forward to introduce herself. Deep Lam, a beginner 3 length, with a 40% share and no upper limit on rank. Everyone around quietly whispered their assessment. He has no metals and no external aura like the other 3 lengths. Someone agreed in response. Looking very ordinary and not at all like a Tamdai, even though he was a bit cheaper. But the safety level was. Huang Kai couldn't help but burst out laughing, teasing Diep Lam. Is he really a Tamdai? I don't believe it. In this dungeon, Yening glanced at him and calmly said, claiming to be 3 lengths long is only a path to death. A soldier in the army turned to Yang Bing and asked, Colonel, you have the highest detection ability. What level of strength do you think Diep Lam has? He asked seriously. Currently it's not visible, but that blue gear on him isn't something an ordinary 2nd tier can have. Besides, he's right. Only a fool would claim to be a 3rd tier. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, indicating the dungeon will start in 1 minute. Please everyone prepare. And Yang Bing immediately spoke up. The mission is about to start. Everyone quickly form a team. The fake awakeners around are noisily forming teams. Lord Huang Kai, please let us follow you. Vun Ming sir, I want to go with you. Colonel, everyone has found their teammates, except for the 3 lonely figures, including Dan Nin. The girl asked in confusion. No one wants me. At that moment, Huang Kai turned to mock her. What are you hoping for with those 3 long ones? Who would believe that? He laughed loudly, pointing at the other 2 and shouting, now you only have 2 second-rate soldiers with you. Do you want to bring along these 2 useless guys that no one wants? The 2 of them looked a bit confused but then approached Nin, and the girl spoke first. Lord Deep Lam, my name is Li Ka. I am from the long-range magic system. Can I join your team? The man also said, I am Truong Ban, from the willpower system. You didn't mock them but agreed to take them along. All right, follow me now. They happily replied. Thank you. Lord Deep Lam. Once the teams are divided, Yang Bing announced that the teams have been formed and each team will choose a tunnel. Dan Nin led her 2 teammates to tunnel number 18 and said, let's go into the cave. Come on. We are entering tunnel number 18. First tell me your strengths. Li Ka responded first, saying I am a mage and can use my skills up to 3 times. But they are only at a basic level, so my abilities are relatively weak. While Trongban nearby hesitated, holding his machine gun and said, although I belong to the will system, I also have a spiritual staff in my hand. So suppressing a mutated creature with a single attack is not a big problem. Hearing that, you hesitated and said, with your abilities, there's nothing I can say except apologize to Dan Nin. Truly sorry. Your Excellency. He's also a bit difficult to handle, actually. We wouldn't have come here if it weren't for the forced survival situation. But Daning turned back to reassure and comfort them, saying our team isn't bad at all. So don't worry. Now that I have collected protection fees from both of you, I will definitely get you out alive. The 2 of you gratefully said, Lord Deep Lam. Suddenly, a noise rang out, as if sensing something approaching. You warned. It's here. Get ready to fight. Looking at the approaching monsters, he said there are 473 mutated creatures and 2 elites. Trong Ban was amazed and said, how could Master Diep Lam count the number of monsters so accurately? Li Ka was also quite surprised. This must be the ability of the 3 dice. Jian Nin, wielding his sword, slaughtered all the monsters while assessing the situation. It seemed quite straightforward. So I must conserve my spiritual energy as much as possible. While fighting, he still remembered to warn his 2 teammates that before reaching the 7th level, they should rely only on basic skills to get through without using any equipment or ultimate techniques. Seeing Jian Nin's skill, Li Ka tramtro and said, your agility is really impressive. At that moment, he was quickly finishing off a giant beast. Trongban was amazed, feeling like Diep Lam didn't even use a hint of spiritual energy and only relied on her body's combat skills. After a while, the system notification sounded, and the 1st floor was cleared. Please proceed to the 2nd floor. The battle is over, and neither of us has had time to calm down after Jian Ning's rapid fight. Is it really already finished like this? We haven't even had a chance to raise our hands. The system notification sounded continuously, indicating the defeat of a rare mutation. And you received 170 spirit shards, killed the most persistent mutant, cut off both heads, received 210 spirit shards, passed through the gate, and all members are rewarded with 100 spirit shards. Looking at her points, she was amazed. On this floor, we did nothing but still received 60 spirit stones and 600 credit points. The guy next to him is happily watching, It seems we not only arrived at the right time, but also chose the right person. As Jian Nin is also checking her earnings after the battle. A fragment of a spirit costs 10 credit points. And on this floor, my personal income is 4,800 credit points, plus a bonus. In other words, on the 7th floor. Van Min spoke up to complain about Jian Nin's delay. We've been waiting for 5 minutes. So why hasn't that Tam guy Diep Lam guy shown up? Yet Hoang Kai also said this. But his tone is full of doubt. Damn it. I told you he was fake. Yang Bing frowned and said, I don't think so. It took even the second guy Ding Fong half a day. Looking at Tunnel 18. Huang Kai quietly calculated that this kid can't even handle a level 1 mutant without using a special technique. So if we have to deal with the level 2 Peak Thorn mutation without using the Great Summon and get killed by the monster, it will be our own Great Summon that kills us. At this moment, Jian Ning and his team arrive, led by him who says, We're here. When everyone was gathered, Yang Bing announced that those who were ready had passed the 7 levels, and now they just needed to kill those 5 Gai Din Fong mutants. To maximize the benefits, each of the 7-3 Gai will form a group, while the other small teams can merge into an alliance. He asked Jian Nin's group if they needed help, saying they could assist at any time if they were having trouble. Just share your gains with us. But you immediately refused. Thank you, but it's not necessary. Li Ka, on this side, recalling what happened in the previous floors, nervously told Zhang Bin that in the first few floors, Master Diep Lam fought very quickly. But when facing the peak spirit pattern on the 6th floor, it was clearly very difficult. Although quick and agile, the damage output was not high. He was also worried but still trusted you. That's right. But maybe it's just to preserve his strength. We have to trust Master Deep Lam. Suddenly the system announced, and the monsters appeared, roaring fiercely. 8 peak-level mutants have been activated. Please prepare for battle. Looking at the monsters in front of him, Da Nin secretly felt pleased, as the monsters were almost all aligned in a straight line. If I take the chance to cut through all the monsters while everyone is fighting ahead carelessly, I guess everyone will be speechless. Hoang Kai is also planning to take revenge on Da Nin and Diep Lam. Wait until I deal with this bunch first. Then I will secretly eliminate them. Da Nin quickly assessed the situation and jumped straight toward the monsters. Unfortunately, if he did that, Hoang Kai wouldn't be able to be killed temporarily, but to avoid accidentally injuring the soldiers. He could only hold back for now. You struck down all the monsters with a single sword stroke, causing a commotion among everyone. Diep Lam killed them all with one slash. How can it be like this? One move from an ordinary 3-star warrior is even harder to kill just a single enemy. Hoang Kai looked at the scene with a bit of worry. Damn it, Lam Lam only said his ultimate move was powerful, but she didn't say it was this strong. Li Ka is amazed and exclaims, Oh my god, this is the true strength of Lord Diep Lam 2 stars. Zhang Bin was also very surprised. I already said that he was just conserving his strength in front of us, didn't I? At this moment, Yi Ning just descended from above. You secretly think that this time you probably earned about 50. 000 to 60. 000 credits. Right, the system's mechanical notification sounds. Killing the peak-tier mutated creature, the multi-headed blood zombie, yielded 680 spirit shards. They killed the peak-level 2nd stage mutant, and the ancient zombie received 720 pieces of miscellaneous spirit fragments, while everyone else got 150 spirit shards. Li Ka hugs Zhang Bin tightly and says, Brother Zhang, am I dreaming right now, or what? Because this time we really hit the jackpot. He also happily said, That's right. We earned 900 credit points again. It takes us half a year to earn that much. Yang Ping stepped forward with 10 words. Diep Lam cut him off. You also signed secretly, but you're really impressive. Da Nin calmly said, Sorry everyone. I haven't yet mastered controlling the strength of my words, so I was careless. Hearing you say that, Huang Kai sneered and said, Are you careless? If you do that, don't let others survive the northwest wind. No matter how powerful you are, you should speak reasonably, especially when you're in front of the army like this. Looking at him, you secretly thought that this Huang Kai clearly wanted to stir things up here. Could it be that he wants to use the army to test me? And right now he was feeling triumphant. Now with his famous smile, his ultimate move is finished. The soldiers of the 3-die army probably can't handle it. So let's see how he fares first. Da Nin calmly reassured everyone. Please be patient. The activation can be controlled on its own at this level. There is currently no way to force it through. It means there are still top-tier two-headed monsters remaining. Everyone just ignore my presence here. If another activation happens, I won't intervene. Huang Kai refused to accept it, pointing aggressively at Dan Nin's face and shouting, "How can you look down on others? If no one else says anything, do you think you're above even Vuong Duangbin?" Duangbin at this moment interrupts their argument. "Shut up. The boss battle instance is a mess of internal conflict. Isn't it a good thing to have such powerful teammates among us? And moreover, Diep Lam also said nothing wrong. So let's go ahead and activate the next one. Colonel Wang is right. But if we don't distribute the bonus here, he'll have to go fight a second peak boss himself. And the extra reward for all staff can't really be considered a bonus. There's no choice but for Duong Bin to clarify with Danin to calm public outrage. Diep Lam is definitely not against taking down another one. Is he? He secretly thought that his recent performance was vastly different from before. And watching him fight was also a good thing. He smiled and replied, "It's okay." But inside, Danin was secretly pondering. That bastard Huang Kai is causing trouble and now wants to test his trump card with the top-tier mutant two-tailed beast. You need to keep the Windblade Storm until level 14 to deal with the 3 dies. And the primordial suppressor must be kept close to your body. The system announced again that 8 top-tier mutated two-headed monsters have been fully activated. Prepare for battle. Seeing the monsters rushing toward him, he thought this time he had to use tricks and magic equipment. Killing one monster probably wouldn't be a big problem. And he might even find a weakness in Huang Kai. A giant crocodile appears. And after observing it, you realize it is a large-sized, highly defensive mutated creature that is very difficult to defeat. Jian Nin quickly jumped up, just before its huge foot struck him, secretly thinking that the best fighting strategy was guerrilla tactics to wear it down. A powerful slash strikes the crocodile's back, but it doesn't even scratch it. Jian Nin is stunned. "No. My strength is still too weak. One sword can't break its defenses. It basically does no damage at all." While fighting a monster, Huang Kai still kept an eye on Jian Nin, smirking maliciously. As expected, he had used up his energy and now was just a chicken. "Wait until I deal with this monster. Then it's your death." Deep Lam, standing in front of the giant crocodile roaring. You quickly rush forward. Using Tra VM Fuma and Nu Truong Fuma, he quickly dodged past its legs, moving so fast that only a blur remained. "But it still isn't injured at all," someone shouted loudly. "Oh my god. This monster's skin is too thick. Even Lam Trang's attack couldn't cut through its leg." It roared in anger, whipping its massive tail toward Jian Nin. The boy quickly raised his hand to block, and once again the crocodile roared loudly at him. Li Ka and Truong Ban shouted loudly from behind. Deep Lam was in danger. He immediately used his machine gun to attack the crocodile. Gat Lin Ling Lang, she also acted nearby, rushing forward with skills to attack the crocodile. But that only made it angrier, and it charged quickly toward the two of them. Zhang Bian panicked. "Our skills are basically useless against it." Li Ka fears and says we're definitely going to die this time. At this moment, Jian Nin appears to block the crocodile and says, "You two step back a little. I can handle this alone." He secretly evaluated his 2 swords. But even after casting the demon spell, there was no way to kill the corpse with a single strike. Although the effect was not as expected, you still didn't stop. But overall, the damage was still greater than before. You keep attacking the crocodile non-stop. If I play this guerrilla game of attrition, I can gradually kill it. Meanwhile, Duong Bin has already defeated a monster and achieved a saintly kill. Van Bin has also finished off his enemy, Kai Tianfu, and Huang Kai as well, using the golden needle. Seeing everyone else had defeated all the monsters, Li Ka couldn't help but worry why was Master Diep Lam still playing guerrilla tactics while the others had finished. Truong Ban also agreed. That's right. General Diep Lam's fighting style is really too strange. He can take down 8 enemies with a single strike. He furrowed his brow and wondered why it was so difficult to deal with such a tough opponent now. While looking at Danin still struggling with the giant crocodile, Yang Bing secretly wondered why the damage was so low right now. Excluding the Lam Trang Fuma, it should at least be at the peak of the 2nd stage. So isn't this entirely a false alarm? Seeing Huang Kai behind me, I guess the others have finished too. He's definitely about to make a move. I must stay alert, Huang Kai shouted loudly. Deep Lam, You've been fighting without success. Let me help you. Seeing that, you secretly sneer at him. So he's here to kill and casually steal monsters. Tran then unleashes lightning bolts. Thinking luckily I'm almost done. Don't even dream about it. Danin charges like a lightning bolt, activating all his subgear, Thunder Lizard. Thunderwalk. Suddenly, you appeared above the crocodile, thrusting 2 swords down loudly. Traviem. Ngu Trung. And Kitch for me. Unexpectedly, Huang Kai appeared behind Danin. Using human tree, you didn't hesitate to use your skill to create a shield. The blood spirit armor for defense. Immediately, you dodged away, needing to break the armor and the broken sword. A powerful slash cuts across the crocodile's head, and Huang Kai is knocked back by the force of Danin's shield. He struggles to hold his ground without crashing into the army behind him. Duong Bin nearby couldn't help but turn around and mock him. Wang Kai. It seems Diep Lam doesn't need your help after all. He just huffed and turned away, not bothering to argue with you. Then he focused on his defense stance, watching Danin while thinking to himself, this is Lam's equipment after all. Relying on Diep Lam's spiritual energy, it definitely won't last long. I'm just worried he'll leave the instance soon. I need to deal with him as soon as possible. You just defended yourself and calmly spoke. It seems today Huang Kai is determined to fight with me. Right. Second Lieutenant Duong Bin couldn't hold back anymore and tried to advise him. Huang Kai, the monster has already been killed by Danin. Don't compete for it and act so disgracefully. But Huang Kai refused and immediately responded. Colonel Wang, this is a personal grudge between me and him. Please don't interfere. Hearing that, Danin put away his sword and coldly said, even though I don't understand what you're talking about, if there is a personal grudge, then you, with a fierce edge, suggested, why not wait until level 14 to settle this and save everyone's time? Huang Kai quickly adjusted himself and asked, are you not planning to retreat at this level? He frowned silently, guessing the hidden meaning behind your words. If he's already used it, relying only on the talisman equipment to pass the next round would be nothing but a death trap. Is he stupid, or does he still have a trump card? The two quickly lock eyes. Danin continues to provoke. Don't worry. I won't retreat until we reach the 14th floor. Huang Kai is no less capable. So it's best that way. See you at level 14 if you can survive until then. The two opposing auras keep clashing as they seem eager to devour each other. Yang Bing quickly ordered the group to move on. All right. If that's the case, choose a tunnel and move into the next round. All the soldiers together. Sir Major Wang. As everyone enters Tunnel 9 on the 10th floor. In a hidden corner, some ugly monsters quietly observe the fleeing crowd nearby, secretly calculating their ambush. Inside the tunnel, hundreds or even thousands of glowing eyes stare directly at the group from the darkness, and perhaps even those sparkling crystals are less attractive to them than the muddy, dirt-covered people. Huang Kai, who just led the charge, was sweating profusely. Damn it. Behind the 8th wall, there's always a monster ambush. It's really hard to defend against. Hurry up. Or don't blame the old man if you die. The two companions nodded in unison as the wind. Lord Huang Kai suddenly appeared behind, with a tattered, grayish arm reaching out. It charges toward the group at terrifying speed, its claws sharp and ugly, enough to make anyone faint with fear. One of the cowards was cut in half by that terrifying thing, screaming in pain. The other nearby, seeing this, cursed loudly and sprinted away as fast as he could. Fortunately, Huang Kai managed to rush out and block the monster's arm with his shield, shouting to the troops behind him, "Get ready. It's another Demon Chao." After saying that, Huang Kai slammed his hammer onto the ground, causing the demon to retreat in fear. But behind him, countless demon pots charged forward at terrifying speed, and the soldiers could only shout warnings. "Be careful. Your Excellency A. Behind you." As Huang Kai turned around, he saw a demon skillet's claw just a few millimeters from his eye. He quickly dodged aside, still swearing. Damn it. The soldier he just saved nearby immediately launched an attack with spiritual energy bullets to push the demon plates back. Huang Kai turned back angrily at the people behind. Borrowing it. I almost got my eye gouged just now. I want to charge 90% for this trip. If you don't agree, then get out. The two guys immediately snapped back in anger. What do you mean? If it weren't for me, Lord A wouldn't have made it. He immediately responded. That move was probably his final skill. And the other person is also crippled now. Isn't it supposed to be relying on me next? Hearing that, the other guy couldn't hold back and got angry. You also completely depend on Ha-Sa-Kyo. The guy who was just attacked also didn't respond. Your Excellency A. I am already a cripple if I go outside. Unless I have money. Huang Kai was so angry he snapped, pointing his hammer at them and challenging. Do you want money or your life? Think carefully before you speak. Then Huang Kai quickly turned around and walked away, calling back. If there are no objections, let's move quickly. The three of them continued this difficult journey, one in front and two behind. He hadn't run far before he suddenly turned alert. When he encountered those terrifying shadows, he was momentarily surprised but quickly prepared himself. Duangbin's side just defeated a monster, and smoke continues to billow, filling the narrow space inside the cave. The two soldiers behind Duangbin cheerfully say, ahead is the next level. Only 2 more floors to go. It seems this dungeon run is still going smoothly. He's still cautious and reminding everyone. Stay focused and stop talking. Suddenly, something as fast as lightning shot through the head of the loud-mouthed soldier, causing everyone to freeze. Upon closer inspection, it was a creature resembling a stingray. And what just struck was its sharp tail. Everyone warned each other to watch out for the stingray-shaped creature above and to dodge quickly. In another corner, at Tunalkotixen Toista, level Tizenketu, the 3 wild nin rushed forward at full speed. You lead the way quickly. Turn left, then right. Keep moving forward. Hurry up. Don't fall behind. A sudden scream rang out, and Li Ka turned around alert, as it seemed that the other tunnels were in much worse condition. But right now, why aren't we encountering any monsters on the way? Chang Bin also added. Yeah. Besides being a bit tired from running, it's much easier than the first 7 floors. Li Ka couldn't help but worry, silently wondering if there were fewer monsters in our tunnel. He immediately retorted that it was impossible, probably because they could sense Diep Lam Dian Han's aura and decided to avoid him. Suddenly, the wild beast's steps halted, and Chang Bin asked worriedly, what's going on? Lord Deep Lam, his eyes flashed brightly as he looked alert, warning everyone that there is a demon corpse lying on the top of the cave in front of him, at a 97-degree angle, and they must not get entangled. He was secretly calculating in his mind that no matter what, he wouldn't be able to escape ahead. Right, using my piercing ability, each terrifying monster that appeared before my eyes, I observed and warned that in the second cave 16 meters to the left, there is a blood woman hiding inside. Pressing on the ground to the right is a bone-eating insect about to move toward us. Truong Ban, as if suddenly enlightened, exclaimed in amazement. So he can see everything, not just sense it. Li Kan also hesitated, amazed and terrified. Is it really possible to have such power in this world? Danin remained cold and indifferent, speeding ahead while urging. I will go in first and kill the evil spirit. You will go up in 3 seconds. Then I will deal with the giant skeleton bug. And in 30 seconds we will meet at the 3rd intersection on the right, in front of everyone. He quickly unleashed his move, the spirit sword charm, as the monsters prepared to charge, urging the two to run quickly. Even while busy fighting monsters, he still carefully instructed the 2 of them to move quickly. No matter what they hear, don't look back either. Truong Ban and Li Ka shouted together as they rushed forward. Wind. Deep Lam Dai Nyan. Tan 4. Gathering Hall. A limping soldier hurriedly asked about his companions when he saw only 2 kings standing there. Where are the ones you brought along? The blue-haired soldier reported that they are all dead, and he thinks that fighting low-level monsters sneakily is much harder than fighting high-level monsters directly. I used a lot of skills, only barely managed to pull back this agile person. Hearing that, he clenched his teeth in frustration and said, it's very difficult now. We've been ordered from above to bring back all sorts of things, but now I'm afraid we can't take everything anymore. A soldier behind suggested that, if it really can't be done, the only way is to buy from other third-party vendors. Seeing Huang Kai's group arrive, a soldier's voice announced. Van Min and Huang Kai stepped out, with Van Min bringing along an outsider, and Huang Kai looked quite injured. Huang Kai angrily shouted to the sky, this damn dungeon. Suddenly a hentai boss appeared from nowhere. Duangbin looked towards store 18, silent all this time. And now the only remaining team is Diet Lamb. If he can get people out, then maybe he still has a chance. But his combat ability is really hard to predict. He was furious and shouted loudly. That prison. We are here now. To be honest, he's just a fake three-armed with equipment. Earlier, my demon slaying was just a skill that could only be used once. Then he pointed at his face and boldly declared, I've already wiped them out. Betting with my own face. As soon as Danin's words finished, his steps also halted. He subtly taunted Huang Kai, so it seems his face no longer needs to be used. As all three of them walk out safely without a hint of exhaustion, seeing Danin's group walk out completely unharmed, everyone was stunned, and Huang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Dip Lam, you're still alive after all. Duong Bin beside him was also surprised. Not only did you not die, but you also weren't injured at all. Van also looked stunned and confused, wondering how this could be possible. Weren't you guys attacked? Li Ka and Truong Ban took turns guarding the entrance. Lord Ditch Lam led us to avoid most of the mutants. Yet you all ended up in such a miserable state. Does that mean you couldn't avoid them? Danin suddenly pulled out a sword and thrust it in front of Huang Kai, sneering and provoking. Just now who said our team always destroys everything? Seeing the shiny knife pressed close to his face, he broke out in a cold sweat. Terrified, but still stubborn. Remembering that you must have entered this dungeon many times before and memorized the route, then pretended not to know. Yang Bing immediately objected nearby. This is impossible, since ever since the creation of the Hell Dungeon, the terrain completely changes after someone enters. Even his inner thoughts are filled with calculations. He must have a special evasion skill. And if we can lure him in, it would be extremely valuable for the army. Huang Kai angrily stepped back, secretly cursing himself. This isn't cheating. Diep Lam's strength is completely different from what Lam Lam described. I can't act impulsively now. I have to wait until the level 3 mutant appears before testing again. Jian Yin is still pushing hard over here. Huang Huyen dares to do but not to take responsibility. Right. Duong Bin quickly changed the subject. Deep Lam, you're cutting it short. We're about to fight a level 3 mutant. Why don't we focus on the overall situation first? You also obediently agree, since Colonel Vuong has spoken. Let's first listen to his arrangement. Duong Bin continues to present the next plan to everyone. With 2 level 3 primary mutated creatures on this floor, and our army will handle 1. While the others will work together to deal with the remaining one after the battle. And then we will escape from this dungeon. Huang Kai angrily retorted. I don't agree with this arrangement. Our team has 4 level 3 individuals and 6 peak level 2 fighters. Then he turned and pointed directly at the Danin group. Our team only has 3 third stage members, one of whom might be a fake. And among the 5 second stage fighters, 2 are useless. He didn't hold back and directly responded. Huang Kai, tell me, can 3-stage cultivators kill 8 2-stage monsters? At this point, if we really can't fight, calling for reinforcements isn't too late. We just need to use money. Wild Nin confidently smiled and said to him, Your Majesty, we have no problem on this side. Just shout if you need to retreat over there. Your words just now made Huang Kai secretly think that this confidence truly means he still has a trump card. Van Min also couldn't help but ponder that Diep Lam's strength indeed makes people unable to understand him. Duong Bin regains his composure, raises his hand to start the battle, and says, Let's begin. With 2 undead worms, the army splits into 2 groups to attack the 2 monsters at opposite ends of the line. Huang Kai, Van Min, and Dan Nin rush towards a howling undead, throwing countless attacks at the monster. You suddenly notice the army behind still hasn't attacked. But Dan Nin isn't given a moment's rest as the zombie behind charges forward. Huang Kai quickly raises his shield to defend. He turned around and urged you. Deep Lam, you still won't fight. You hurriedly rushed over. I'm coming. Dan Nin quickly drew his sword and covered it. Van Min leaps into the air. Approaching the monster's head, he strikes with his energy-filled battle axe, delivering a devastating blow to its head. But the monster was unharmed and even dragged him back, knocking him away. You still kept charging toward the raging monster. 2 powerful axe strikes cut across the body of the monster. Its master quickly counterattacked, and Nin hurriedly responded. Tikloi Hoa dodged the lightning-fast attack and then quickly kicked Huang Kai in the head to gain momentum, still not forgetting to taunt. Huang Huyen, not yet. Even as you rush forward with your claws, he still stays behind, furious and shouting, Damn it. Dait Lam, you want to die. Right. Then suddenly, the mummified worm lunged with its claws. and he only managed to curse. Damn it. He quickly drew his shield to block the sharp claw of the monster. The zombie retreated its claws. It suddenly attacked again with those claws, and Huang Kai risked everything to defend with his shield. But this time the force was too strong, and he fell to the ground. Dan Nin immediately noticed and asked, Huang Huyen, are you okay? The man was even more furious. Damn it. Was it intentional? The two armies still fiercely charged forward, throwing everything they had to attack the two undead worms. But it seemed they weren't fazed at all. The team on Dan Nin's side rushes out to support Huang Kai. Huang Huyen. I'm coming to flank for Huyen. Keep quiet about the team. The distance between the two monsters is still 200 meters. As long as they stay within 100 meters, they can be attacked simultaneously. Van Min spoke up in front, reminding Dip Lam. Let's focus on fighting this one first. I really can't handle it alone. You turn to order the soldiers behind to focus on supporting Van Min, while you and Huang Huyen handle this side. The two of you are being chased closely by the monster. Huang Kai, gasping with rage, shouted to Dan Nin. You told me all the second-tier fighters went to the other side. We have no support here. How are we supposed to survive? Lam still calmly explained that as long as someone can hold for 3 seconds, I can kill it. Seeing you so confident, he reluctantly agreed, temporarily trusting you until after you kill the monster. Then I will settle the score with you later. He muttered to himself as he activated the protective shield, secretly acknowledging that he still had a trump card. Wait until he's done, then continue. She kept resisting the attack of the undead worm. He hurriedly urged, I managed to block it. Use your ultimate move. Even if it's a bit different from what you expected, you have to take the risk. Only 50 meters left. You need to try once more. But you haven't responded at all. He angrily scolds. Lam Dip. Mei. Tao. Daning lao thang vifia duong bing hitlom. Vung tuanga. Can then fia sao du. Chung dai ben nai khong. The Zhu no lai duok noa. Yang Bing turned around in surprise. What do you mean? Then he was knocked away by the undead worm. Daning shouted, Everyone retreat. I will use the big attack. Be careful not to get hurt. As he focused his energy, he whispered to himself. First, add a little fire. Pull them closer for better safety. Then he threw the two swords to the sides, aiming straight at the two monsters. The red sword slices past the face of the undead worm, while the blue one cuts through the body of the other. Duongbin's eyes widen in horror, wondering if this deadly strike is truly different from before. Huang Kai also looked around in disbelief. This is clearly not noon at all. Da Nin is between the two monsters, with the two undead skeletons pinning Huang Kai in the middle. And this is exactly the moment. He strikes with a move, the sword light warding off violence, as two swords cut off the heads of the two monsters. The terrifying power radiates out, making everyone around struggle to hold their ground and not fall back. Van Min frowned in awe at the terrifying display earlier. This power is truly frightening, even if he really intended to steal the monster. We can't say anything either, because just now he could have killed everyone completely. He was again stunned with his eyes wide open when he realized that it seems now he is not only a third tier, but also possibly a mid or high level third tier. All the basic third tier abilities we have are completely incomparable to him. Huang Kai has been infected since this afternoon. His eyes are white, and he's lying on the ground. Da Nin scolds him. Huang Huyen, didn't I tell you to avoid him? Why are you like this? He was worried but didn't come close. Instead, he groped to pick up his equipment amid the smoke. He died for me. So, rest assured, I will definitely use his gear well on his behalf. Everyone around witnessing this scene was helpless and silent. A notification appeared, indicating that this round's reward for all members was 300 love fragments. The personal reward will be calculated based on your performance and will be determined separately. You can choose to continue or to exit. Duong Bin called you back. Lord Deep Lam. Going deeper will trigger the mid-level 3 tentacle mutant. He continued to fly forward. Our army has decided to stop here, but Lord Deep Lam's abilities, he quickly refused. I'm tired today too. Let's all withdraw together. Secretly thinking that right now I only have the primordial crystal left. I still need to keep it to protect myself. Yang Ping immediately gave the order. That's good. Everyone gather first. Before escaping, I have something to discuss. He made an offer to everyone. Our army wants to buy all the miscellaneous items in your possession. The market price is 10 credit points per piece. but we are willing to pay 11 points to buy it. Truong was surprised with wide eyes but quickly agreed happily. That's great. I can also get a little more. Fan Min also agreed. I have no problem. Whether I sell to anyone. It's all the same, Yang Bing continued. Those who agreed after negotiating with our people could go outside. Then he turned to the new topic, with Danin joining in. What Diep Lam Kak Ha meant. Since you are the one with the most miscellaneous crystals here, it's also what our army needs most. You didn't answer right away. Just asked. First, tell me how urgently your army is collecting these crystals and what for. Yang Bing explained that we need a large amount of spiritual crystals, which is part of our plan to upgrade lower-level consciousness beings according to our project. The spiritual crystals on the market have already been bought out by us, but it still won't be enough for a long time. Hearing that, Ya Ning couldn't help but wonder. Although spirits can indeed boost strength, the consumption and effectiveness are not proportional at all. If a first-level spirit needs to advance to a common level, it requires at least 10,000 spirit shards. And to reach the peak of the second stage, it takes at least hundreds of thousands to millions of credit points. Seeing you hesitating, Duong Min called your name to bring you back from your thoughts. Deep Lam Kak Ha. But you still remain lost in your own world. The army has been very generous for this plan. You suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment while I do the math. I have a total of 27,000 miscellaneous shards. So can you round it up to 300? 000 credit points for me. Duong Min happily agrees. No problem at all. In fact, even if Diep Lam Kak Ha didn't say it, I was already planning to do so. By the way, does Diep Lam Kak Ha still want to go through this dungeon multiple times? You coldly refuse. Not interested at all. Because repeatedly entering the dungeon with the same person will decrease the loot. So I think it's unnecessary. Duong Min still tried to persuade him. Dip Lam Kak Ha, if you are willing to lead the other team members into this dungeon multiple times, you will definitely earn the captain's appreciation. His eyes lit up when mentioning Captain Duong, and he didn't dare hide it from you. This time, all our gathering of miscellaneous items is for Captain Duong's son. That day, he was the third person chosen on the list, and he would definitely become a third-tier player, or even break into the fourth tier of female players. Dan Hin suddenly shouted loudly, stopped, completed the deal, then quickly left. Duong Min was slightly surprised by the reaction. As the thick black smoke still billowed over your house, he sped down the road, thinking to himself that his speed in finding love was already fast. But he never expected that compared to the resources provided by the army. It was nothing. Ngia zon danin lai suitu ve nhung loi moi mok qua zong ming. Nhung ngoi trong cơ hoj had young yozang cho tai nguyen de dich lui suk mine. Their combat effectiveness is unstable, and they'll be overwhelmed as soon as they step onto the battlefield. The current army is nothing but a waste of resources. You recall the past, when thanks to your position, you could now earn many resources. Looking back, you were truly poor back then. Compared to the resources now, it's not even worth mentioning. Even a cat or a dog in third place can get more than I did back then. The more Danin thought about it, the more annoyed he became. This is truly bureaucratic and useless. I need to quickly increase my attribute points and level up fast so I can participate in the third-tier trial. At that point, I could move into the top position on the list, gaining certain authority and the power to change the current situation. At the luxurious Sahoa house, Da Nin sat counting the countless spiritual energy orbs on the table, deep in thought. Besides willpower, all his attributes are at 26 points, and to increase them further, he needs more spiritual energy orbs. The notification board shows your stats: strength 26, agility 26, stamina koksikumentakusi, willpower 31. You quickly put the spiritual energy fruit into your mouth to taste it. I need to finish eating this first to see if I have enough. At the wilderness, he kept taking one fruit after another, chewing and swallowing nonstop. The system keeps popping up notifications. Strength +1. Agility +1. Physique puissant. Strength +1. Agility. The more you eat, the more notifications appear. Strength +1. Agility +1. Physique puissant. Strength +1. Agility. Eating endlessly until your stomach is about to burst. But you still grit your teeth and think to yourself, damn it. I've really reached the last banana. Almost at 30 points. I have to keep eating. With all his might, he forced himself to swallow the last remaining fruit. System notification, physical attribute, +1. All attribute points reach 30. Initiating a single draw. Jinan couldn't help but be surprised by this unexpected joy. Drawing. Oh. So you can draw once you reach 30 points. He quickly pressed the draw button. So please draw for me. Hopefully I can get an artifact-level equipment. The ring kept spinning over and over, carrying your hopes and dreams. And at that time, a mythic-grade weapon, like a sword, would also be fine, which would greatly boost your strategy. System notification. You have obtained a mythic-level Spirit of the Mind ring. You are surprised. Yes. You couldn't draw a weapon. Only this one ring, but he quickly regained his composure and carefully examined the ring in his hand. Well, a ring-type equipment is also considered a spirit soul ring, so it must be related to the soul and intelligence. The system quickly displayed detailed information about the Spirit of the Realm ring. Epic level. Equipped attribute jewelry. No. And equipment properties. The storage space can hold objects up to 100 by 100 by 100 meters. Enough to contain living beings inside. He sat in silent contemplation. The storage ring holding 1,000,000 cubic meters of space, which was quite impressive despite lacking equipped attributes. In that case, I could carry an entire warehouse with me. And bringing along a few dozen nuclear bombs wouldn't be a problem. The system continues to display additional information, such as equipped skills, switching of willpower, and converting willpower into other attributes, which lasts for 3 seconds, with the upper limit of dual die transformation at 5 points, triple die at 10 points, quadruple die at 20 points, and quintuple die at 100 points. You're so happy as if you've hit the jackpot. Swapping willpower, this ability is truly against the heavens. But right now I'm at the peak of the second stage, so during the battle, I can call the will attribute points anytime and add them to other attributes. But then Danin realized in his mind, wait, it says here beyond the 3rd tier. 4. So there's also a 5th level of toughness. Is there? The 5th level. Could it be the limit of humanity? Or besides the mutated eldest son, is there still a mutated 5th level? You take out the crystal and calculate. This crystal is probably related to the mysterious future as well. It must not be sold. Then Danin orders Pu Kui, Angel of Descent, when entering the spiritual world. Note that this is a level SS authority. Please use it carefully. Reading this, Danin couldn't help but wonder what the spirit realm was. A realm that even humans hadn't heard of until they went extinct. You take out the crystal and calculate. This crystal is probably related to the mysterious future, so it definitely cannot be sold. After saying that, Danin orders Pu Kui, Li Fu Kui, sell the new battle hammer you just bought, along with the golden staff and other demonic materials. Then replace it with a spiritual energy fruit for me. He quickly obeyed the order. Yes, my lord. The system notifies that ordinary spiritual energy orbs can usually enhance basic attributes beyond 30 points. Reminder to level up again. You need to purchase higher-grade spiritual energy orbs. You continue to turn and give the order. Li Fu Kui. All the money from selling the equipment will be exchanged for high-level spiritual orbs. He still happily obeys clearly. Yes, master. After being alone, Danin once again fell into deep thought, almost reaching the limit of the secondary attribute at 31 points. The riotous mob in the Tianfeng safety zone will definitely happen on the night of the 1st. And until then, my big move has just finished recovery. Thinking back to that moment, standing before thousands of people, I became even more determined. Today, I will reach the 2nd attribute level. Then I will use the great trick to shock everyone. And afterward, I will propose to participate in the 3rd level trial. At which point, no one will be able to refuse. Fu Kui suddenly ran out in panic to report. Master, we really can't find high-level spiritual energy on the market. And Nin also panicked. What is going on? He just explained that apparently everything has been bought out by the army. And hearing that, you also ponder silently. Could it be that only Tran Dung can find a way for me? Just then, a call came in. It was Tran Dung, he hurriedly asked. Deep Lamb. This is Tran Dung. Do you still remember me? Yes. Nin replied calmly. Of course, but in his mind, the little brat thought to himself, as soon as he thought of it. He called the location. Could it be that he can read minds? Tran Dung explained the reason for the call. The Thuong Hoi Thien Than had just discovered the prototype of the spiritual dungeon at least level A. They want me to lead. so I invited you to go on an adventure together. It's not very dangerous, and the profits are very high. Hearing that, Danin was also surprised. An A-level A flag, and the prototype of the supernatural dungeon A-level. From the screen, Tran Dung heard the question and then smiled. Yes. Diep Lam Kaha, this supernatural dungeon currently has a limit, and these system missions have not been officially established yet. He raised his hand to continue explaining. So now it will be much safer and easier for us to go than after it is formed. If any situation occurs, just run outside the boundary, and overall, the level A supernatural dungeons have many spiritual entities. But currently, this dungeon only has one spiritual entity. The other things are still being processed. Jian Nin nodded after hearing, and said, I understand your point. Just state your conditions directly. A second later, Tran Dung smiled and replied, as long as you agree to go this time, even if you fail, I will give you 10,000 credit points. And if you succeed, not only will 70% of this harvest belong to you, but the Heavenly City Trading Guild will also give you an additional 30,000 credit points. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Nin raised his empty hand and said straightforwardly, impressive move. I guess you want to use this strategy for long-term business operations. Right. Tran Dung frowned slightly. Ngok Nung looked away and replied, you guessed right. Diep Lam cut down. If you have any other conditions, just say so, to avoid making the other side wait. Jianing spoke up. You're really clever. Besides what you've mentioned, I also want 20% of the income from future sessions. And there are some truly high-level spiritual abilities as well. Cut to Bakha village, surrounded by rolling mountains and a sky gradually turning into a deadly hue, creating an incredibly peaceful scene. A gray car is moving along the trail towards the house ahead. Jian Nin sat in the car staring into the distance, thoughts racing through his mind. The riot in Tranjiang will happen on the 1st, and the big move is also underway. But this opportunity to enter a dungeon that doesn't require physical skills means the investment won't be lost. After arriving, the car suddenly braked, causing the 4 wheels to screech against the road and kick up dust and smoke. With a group of 5 people seemingly waiting ahead, Tran Dung, sitting in the front seat, turned around and said to you, Deep Lam Kak Ha. We've arrived. The 2 of them got out of the car together, and the group approached. As expected, the guy in the blue shirt put his hand behind his head, smiled at you, and spoke first. You must be Diep Lam Kak Ha. Right. I am the son of Vice President Wang Tran of the Tiancheng Trade Association. Very honored to meet you. Jian Nin replied immediately. Yeah. I also heard what Tran Dung said. Wang Tran turned to point at the person next to him and said, let me introduce you. This is Fuang Ha, who has awakened the willpower system and is quick-witted. At the same time, he is a master we hired at a high price, and the others are all my subordinates. Fuang Ha frowned and replied, I am just a second-rate fighter and dare not accept. Not to mention, when it comes to price, he's still far behind Diep Lam. Our great master. You didn't answer, just silently looked at them. Seeing that, Vuong Tran waved his hand to break the awkward atmosphere and smiled. Master Diep Lam is waiting for blame. Brother Fuang is straightforward by nature, but he has already gained experience overcoming 3 or 4 different dungeons. Like a reflex, he extended an invitation to Ya Ning, since you're already familiar. Let's go inside and take a look. He lowered his head slightly and agreed softly. All right. I'll follow your lead. He stepped on a small puddle, and Fuang Ha turned back with a frown to remind him. After entering, follow my instructions. You must follow the system prompts I received. You think just because you're a third rate, you'll be fine. But don't blame me if something happens to you. Hearing that, Danin was very surprised and asked again. System reminders. Isn't this just a prototype of a copy dungeon? So there are no system missions. Fuang Ha's eyes sparkled with interest as he pointed to himself and confidently explained that it was his ability. When approaching the main clue, he would receive some hints from the system, which are equivalent to mission information. As the words finished, Danin tilted his head, his eyes turning sharp as he thought to himself. This kind of talent is quite rare. It's almost like knowing the mission without having to accept it. It seems like Tran Dung and Vuong Tran prepared a lot for this prototype dungeon. Vuong Tran continued to explain that this place is built along the riverbank, where villagers make a living by selling water in the safe area. but we found out that the tricycles they used to carry water had been confiscated, meaning they haven't gone out in a long time. Nearby, 2 villagers were collecting water from the river. He continued speaking. Do you see that? They don't realize they should sell the water. Instead, they pass by a villager pouring water into a large container. And the water is spilling out everywhere. The face of that guy looked dazed. His face pale but his hands never stopping, as he kept bringing water from the river and pouring it into the already full tank, as if trapped in an endless cycle. Suddenly, a man in a white shirt approached them politely and asked, Lords, you are strangers. Tran Dung spoke first, saying we come from the Tran Gyong security military, and some locals reported that the water here is contaminated. The man with the dark face hesitated for a moment before replying. I understand now. If that demon girl jumps into the river and dies, it will cause us great trouble. Hearing that, Danin immediately lunged forward, his face tense as he gritted his teeth and asked, So the river water is really polluted? And jumping into the river means what? Since when did you decide to jump for no reason? The man was so surprised by what you said that he quickly denied it. No, I was just talking nonsense. The river here is very clean. Danin stared intently and said, If you can't explain clearly, we will have to take you in. The man nervously waved his hands and protested. Officer, Trong Tuyet's death 7 days ago has nothing to do with us. She had just mixed something and then jumped into the river quietly. It was pouring rain that day. The water was flowing very fast. And in an instant, she was swept away. Tran Dung listened to his explanation and found it unreasonable, then approached the man and asked softly, Why did she jump into the river after mixing something up? Did you force her to do this? The man took a step back, trembling all over, his voice almost unable to stay calm. You're too persistent. This really has nothing to do with us. Really not. Tran Dung, losing his temper, pointed in his face and pressed him hard, saying if it's not him, then what's behind him? Jian Nin saw. He was in a hurry and stopped him. Don't act rashly. He tried to observe the man carefully, although he looked normal. It was clear that his hands had been soaked in water for a long time. If he had any issues, we would suffer significant losses if we made a move. From behind, Fuang Ha witnessed everything and couldn't help but praise, surprisingly quick in his reaction, while Jian Nin just glanced at him silently. Then you turned to the man and said, Don't worry. Where is the family of the deceased? Take us there. If you find no connection to you, we will never bother you again. That person helplessly had to agree. Fine then. And then the man led the 4 of them to an old abandoned house, pointing inside where an indescribable gloomy atmosphere was emanating. This is the house. Only her mother and her daughter Li remain inside. And it's very cold in there. Go ahead and go in yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them entered. And Vuong Tran commented, in admiration, It's really cold. Like stepping into winter. Tran Dung agreed after hearing that. It seems this house truly has a big problem. As they went deeper inside, they saw many water pools in front of them. Seeing that, Dan Nin wondered why there were so many pools filled with water. The space fell silent for a moment. Then suddenly an old woman emerged from a water pocket, water splashing out as she surfaced. You still kept a serious face while the other 3 couldn't hold back, and exclaimed, No way. Vuong Ha quickly regained his composure and spoke to reassure everyone. Don't be afraid. From my feeling, she is only seriously affected, but hasn't transformed into a spiritual creature yet. The old woman, with wrinkled skin and her eyes closed, asked, Who are you? Dan Nin calmly replied, Ma'am, we are here to investigate your daughter's jump into the river. Did someone force her to do that? Right. If so, we will ensure justice for her. The old woman bowed her head sadly and said, My daughter is in the water. You must help me find her. You have to help me find her in the water. You must help me find her. Tran Dung quietly said, Deep lamb. Cut it down. She seems completely confused now and can't be asked anything anymore. Dan Nin pretended not to hear and kept asking, Grandma, where is my granddaughter? In response, the old woman pointed and said, My granddaughter went to fetch water from the river and only returned when it was dark. Dan Nin was suddenly asked by Fuang Ha, Did your system notify you of anything? He replied, Not yet. My ability is to get close to the main character to gather information. So I guess Lin Yu's niece is the key. Tran Dung suggested we go to the riverbank to look, but he immediately objected no. She asked why. Fuang Ha glanced to the side, wiping his forehead nervously. then said, "It's getting dark soon. Maybe we should just wait here and see what happens first." Dan Nin understood and looked at him with suspicion. "You seem a bit suspicious of him." "Fengha, like you're hiding something." "Huh. Kamart. Damn it. No signs of violence. Mother. Child. Fetching water. Perhaps the reason the villagers keep taking water is because the demon's curse is affecting them, causing them to be pulled out of the river." At this moment, a girl in a blue dress holding a water basin with a bright smile pushes the door open. Fengha immediately recognizes her. Lin Yu is back, so the girl quickly carries the water closer. Dan Nin pinched his nose and thought to himself that the smell was really strong, especially from the bowl the girl was carrying. Then his eyes lit up, and his investigative spirit kicked in, ready to reveal everything. From the water bucket of the girl, a patch of red water and something strange was emerging. A tongue was sticking out. And in his heart, there was a scream. Could it be a human tongue? Night has fallen. Thick fog covers the space. Lin Yu stands in front of a traditional wooden house, her eyes alert as she gazes intently at the group of strangers ahead. "Who are you?" Fengha raised her hand to give information. "I just received a notification from the system. Do not anger the girl." So Dan Nin gently lowered her voice, knelt on a pillow, and politely introduced ourselves as the Tran Gyang Security Patrol Team. "With reports that your mother has gone missing." The girl immediately reacted, her voice cold and sharp, saying she wasn't missing but was killed by someone in the village, who spread false accusations about my mother and forced her to die. He frowned, seeming to understand the situation somewhat. Then Dan Nin asked further, "I see. We are also very sorry for you. Do you know who killed your mother? We can help you catch them." Without hesitation, Lin Li took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. "Of course I know. I've already written down their names." Dan Nin gently took it and reassured him. "Yes. When we find your mother, we'll go catch them." However, the girl shook her head firmly. "My mother has already come home. There's no need to find her. Now you guys can go catch the people." That statement made you a bit confused, saying no need to find, as if the body was washed away by the water. But she was talking about going home. Li Nu looked straight into his eyes and asked back, "Are you hesitating? You just said you would help me. You're not trying to deceive me, are you?" Nin remembered the warning earlier. Fengha said not to anger her, but if they arrest someone, it might be impulsive on the surface. "So, you smile reassuringly. Wave your hand." "Of course not. We just need some procedures to arrest him, and we guarantee to do this tomorrow morning." At this moment, the girl's eyes flashed with a fierce purple light, her face showing a mischievous smile, her voice deep and threatening. "Finey, if you deceive me, I will definitely kill you." Everyone around couldn't help but shiver and break out in a sweat. In the end, Fengha decided that tonight we will temporarily stay in this abandoned house next door, with Tran Dung and Wang Zhan sharing a room, and the others sleeping separately. The other three all answered together, "Yeah." But Danin wondered, in this situation, why do the others have to sleep separately? He explained seriously that at night, ghosts usually choose to attack the strongest or the weakest. We must face them directly at least once to gather more clues. At this moment, he finally understood, laughing bitterly. So that was it. Calling me here to be bait for tonight. Tran Dung was panicked. Hurry to stop him. Deep Lam. There's a misunderstanding. Vuong Tran also agrees. That's right. Deep Lam. We mainly thought you were quite strong, but Danin appeared unbothered, casually waving goodbye. Giving money to save people is nothing wrong. I will do my part well. Both of them sighed in relief and he said thank you, Lord Deep Lam, for your understanding. Meanwhile, Fuang Ha Tu looked judgmental and said, "It's not too late to discuss these things once you can survive until tomorrow morning." Then he smugly continued, "Yes, based on the current clues, it can be inferred that Zhang Shui was pushed from the village and turned into a kneeling figure. But since she is still in the early stage, her influence can only affect the villagers and her daughter to seek revenge for herself. So now we just need to complete 2 tasks, and this case will definitely be resolved." Next, Fang Xia proposed that first they find Zhang Shui's body. I will go to Li Nu's house tonight to inquire, and if not found, Dai Lian will search under the river. Secondly, we must help them complete their revenge. After finding the body, tomorrow morning we'll capture the people on the list and hand them over to Li Ru for punishment. Jianyin looked up and questioned. Isn't that too simple? Doesn't it feel inconsistent with the difficulty of an A-level supernatural dungeon? He immediately denied it. It's simple. Don't forget, this is the initial form of the dungeon, and the important clues are still on it. In the event of its formation, no one would initially know that Zhang Shui was the first victim, and the villagers could very well become victims as well. Hearing this, both Trandung and Vuong Tran were stunned. At that moment, they only feared that coming here would mean certain death. He whispered, "Luckily we arrived early," and as the night gradually grew quiet, the moon hung suspended between the pale temple. A gentle breeze blew, causing the branches to sway softly. Jian crossed his arms and lay on the bed, softly muttering that although Fuangha's analysis had some validity, he still felt that something was not quite right. Recalling what just happened, I summarized that he had hidden some information by the river earlier and had just suggested I go to the riverbank to find the body. Jian continued to be lost in thought, and with his expression directed at me. He must really want me dead. Probably because of money. In that case, the riverbank could be quite dangerous. Thinking of this, he concluded that tonight he would go alone to Li Nu's house to take a risk. Maybe there is something valuable there. Which makes sense. If I don't die and he doesn't act first, that good thing will naturally belong to me. Thinking this way, everything becomes much simpler. Gazan's eyes flickered with suspicion as he remembered those blazing red eyes filled with malice. Moreover, Lin Yu's recent behavior was completely unlike that of someone merely under influence. And there's also a tongue inside that magical swirl of colors. But the tongue in that box, she's just a little girl. Even if she wanted revenge, she definitely couldn't do it. Suddenly, Jian heard a strange noise. Immediately, he sat up straight, looking up at the wooden roof where the faint footsteps had just echoed. Jian stood tall, ready to fight, as swirling purple energy radiated from his body, releasing a cold aura fine. Let's see who you really are. Unleash your mental power and reveal your true form. From the dark space, a demon suddenly descended upside down from the ground, its blood-red eyes blazing, its long arms reaching out as if to catch its prey. You are Trung Tuyet. At the same time, the system immediately provided you with a string of brilliant purple beads, and the Oan Shao you received in the previous spiritual dungeon can finally be used effectively. Then, Jian Yin raised the luminous purple energy chain, transferred it into the source of the powerful purple energy, and shouted, Oan Shao spell. Inputting mental energy. The system provides additional information. Oan Shao's attribute increases mental attack power by 25%, grants a special effect, and can automatically block one lethal attack from a spiritual creature, which will dissipate along with the equipment. Immediately after, he swung his sword and charged at the enemy, shouting loudly, transforming his sword into a slash. The demon then started to gnash its teeth and scream loudly to scare Nin. Then the demon quickly flew away from the place. Without hesitation, he kicked open the wooden door and chased after him. Where could he hide? When they reached the yard, the demon's figure had disappeared, replaced by a sudden scream. Why is this happening? Don't come any closer. Danin immediately looked towards the source of the sound, where Tran Fuang and Fuang Ha were in the neighboring yard at the same time. A few seconds later, everyone hurried over, breathless and confused, asking who called out just now, while Tran Dung looked bewildered, realizing he had mistaken the voice. What happened? Stay calm and answer. The ghost just passed by, and Tran Fuang and Fuang Ha might have been harmed at the same time. Hearing this, they all couldn't help but be startled. His eyes widened, mouth agape, being harmed at the same time. So that demon is completely unlike what Fuang Ha analyzed. Its ability to kill is not weak at all, and he remained suspicious. Could it be that the demon suddenly grew stronger after we arrived? It's understandable that Tran Fuang, the weakest, was killed. But why Fuang Ha? Danin frowned, thought for a moment, then slowly replied. Perhaps I was mistaken before. This place is very dangerous now. Then I'll leave it to you. Lord Deep Lamb, we will withdraw first. Trandung still hesitated and was worried. But Da Kaka, you interrupted. I have protective gear with me. Everyone doesn't need to worry about me. In the end, he also left here. Ye Nin frowned and looked in that direction, his body activating a mysterious and powerful purple energy. The curse pearl can only save my life once. I still have to be more careful. Mental reconnaissance. Full scan. That energy flow spread into the injured victim's leg, lying motionless on the ground. Tran Fuang only has one leg left. Did the demoness control the mind and then devour him? So, from the moment Tran Fuang screams until he is definitely eaten, it must have taken some time. So he couldn't have gone to kill Fuang Ha at the same time. Da Nin's gaze stopped at a water-filled rubber band, where he was unconscious, surrounded by wreckage, with Fuang Ha's body still there, untouched. Maybe there's more than one demon here. So what about the shovel? Was Fuang Ha trying to dig something in the yard and then encounter a demon? Then you look over at a deep dug hole, possibly containing the corpse beneath the ground. With a detective's mind silently entering, immediately, a terrifying face appeared, drifting above the water, with pale skin, hollow black eyes, looking very frightening. This is the corpse of the white-clad female ghost. Tran Ya Ning noticed something strange about the slender, sharp claws on her hand. Wait, her hand has 6 fingers. 6 movable fingers. But Li Nu doesn't, which means she's not Zhang Yue. So who is she? At that moment, the demon's single blue eye suddenly snapped open, causing chaos to the extreme. It's over. She has discovered it. In a flash, she got up and charged forward. But you kept carefully observing the demon's features. Her eyes are probably the green gear that Fuang Ha Mao Hiem wants to have. As danger approaches, Ye Nin suddenly raises the necklace high and shouts, "Spirit Pearl, enter the mental force." Immediately after, the massive dark purple mist rushes in, attracting her to turn her head and falter. However, the demon still managed to swing its hand and launch a deadly green counterattack, wide and treacherous, with a much stronger physical damage than its spiritual power. Suddenly, the jade necklace you're holding emits a dazzling light. As she charged with sharp teeth, the protective ring formed a barrier, shielding Da Nin from the attack, while the magic orb activated its ultimate power in a deadly way. But unfortunately, the power of that demon was too great, causing her body to swell and the force of her punch to shatter the protective barrier. Even I was thrown far away. I must escape from here quickly. Da Nin then activated the power inside his shoes and quickly leapt out of there, with the demon chasing after him relentlessly. The demon is fiercely chasing Da Nin. Luckily, he quickly jumped over the barrier, blocking it, and he silently sighed, "It's dangerous." But although not with Tran Dung and the others, he finally escaped the barrier. After escaping from the pursuit of the demon, he continued to fly forward, then began to analyze. The woman in white is not Zhang Shui. It is very likely she was swept here from upstream during the heavy rain earlier. So Zhang Shui probably remains somewhere downstream, possibly still alive. Wang Tran suddenly responded. The communication system was affected by the barrier and temporarily couldn't contact Diep Lam. Maybe we should go inside and look for him. The 2 subordinates also came back to report. One said that the Lord had searched everywhere but couldn't find any trace of Lord Diep Lam. The other said that there was no sign of him in Li Nu's yard. Vuong Tran listened and stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying, "Disappeared. How is that possible?" Suddenly, Li Nu's voice rang out. "Hey, aren't you guys supposed to help me catch him this morning? Why haven't you acted yet?" They turned back and saw this. And Tran Dung spoke up. "We're leaving now," the girl said as if giving an order with a dangerous look. "Take everyone to the riverbank. I will carry out the sentence there." He turned to Tran Dung and said, "Let's go now. Our only remaining lead is to help the girl take revenge. First, let's finish this." He replied, "There's no other way. Feng Ha is dead. Deep Lam is missing. There's no other option. Those 3 evil men have been captured and chained in front of Li Nu. And one of them, Trong Tuyet Tu, unwillingly said he wanted to die and that it had nothing to do with us. Another one denied it, saying it wasn't us. We truly didn't cause her mother's death. And the other also spoke out against it. Even as soldiers, they had to speak the truth. The girl, clutching the scissors in her hatred, said to the crowd, "It was you. It was you who forced my mother to death." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Nu stabbed the nearest man in the heart and roared, "Go die," causing him to scream painfully. "Thanks for watching. It's not just about killing you. I also want to cut out your tongues." Watching him die satisfied, Li Nu sneered and said, "Who will be next?" The other 2, terrified, begged for mercy. The brown-haired one pleaded desperately, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten involved. I'm sorry. The other guy is just playing the emotional card." like a little kid, as if he's the boss here. He really didn't say anything at all. But it was no use, the girl only screamed. It's all your fault, you wanted to sleep with her. But she refused. So you slandered her. After that scream, the two men died at Li Ru's hands. Tran Dung asked in surprise. How is it possible for a 10-year-old girl to do this? Wang Zhang beside him also sighed, hoping that after the girl kills all these people, the matter will be resolved. After finishing everything, the girl turned to them and said, Uncle, they haven't died completely yet. Can you help me throw them into the river? Wang Zhan paused before replying. Sure, after dealing with everything. Tran Dung asked Sister Li Nu if her mother's revenge has been avenged and offered help with her body if needed. The girl didn't look at the two of you and sneered. Yes, uncle. But you don't need to worry about the other things because my mother has arrived and she said that you all must die. A demon suddenly leapt out of the river to attack them. Everyone was stunned. What is that? Before they could shout for help. The demon bit one of them. Everyone took turns running away. Vuong Tran ran while shouting, It's not safe. Run quickly. It opens its mouth wide, releasing a large green aura as if to suck everyone in. Only screams echoing. It's too powerful. No escape possible. It even pulls in Vuong Tran, surprising Tran Dung. Seeing that, he shouted, Vuong Huyin. I'd rather end my own life than die in such painful and horrifying ways. Vuong Tran, still trying to hold on, could only cry out to Tran Dung from within the sea of demons. Suddenly, a burst of purple energy stopped Tran Dung's knife from cutting into his own neck. The one who appeared to save them was none other than Da Nin. You only used one palm strike to knock away that demon and save the other two. After escaping death, Tran Dung landed safely and said, Deep Lamb. Your Excellency. It's so good. Da Nin turned to the girl in front of her and said, Li Nu. Look and see who this is. The person she's holding in her arms is who? Lai Nu tearfully looked at the woman holding the child who looked like her and called out, Mom. Zhang Xue hugged the child and called out, Little Nu. The girl also ran towards the woman. Mom. The tearful girl looked at the woman holding her in front of her and asked, Mom, you're not dead yet. But I am. Trong Tuet cried and said, Xiao Nu, it's all my fault. The three people nearby saw this, and Zheng Dung suddenly asked, If Trong Tuet is not dead, then who is the woman in white? Wang Tran also asked, Li Nu is dead. So Li Nu is also a ghost. What exactly is going on here? At this moment, Da Nin also turned to explain, saying it's complicated. Let's step back first. This place is still very dangerous. Suddenly, the girl demon from earlier, who hadn't been defeated yet, roared and bit Trong Tuyet into her mouth. Li Nu screamed desperately, No. Mom. At this moment, her soul, borrowing her physical form's appearance, unleashed her power to save her mother. Da Nin looked up and said, Finally, Lin Hu is conscious. We are much safer now. The girl's mother screams desperately from the demon's mouth. Xiao Nu. Lin Hu transforms into a soul and rushes to save her mother. Mother. The girl and the demon girl fought each other, taking the opportunity to bite the demon on the shoulder. Both unleashed their vengeful spirits, clashing in a fierce battle that ignited a fiery conflict. At this moment, Ye Ning finally recounts everything that happened that day. It was a heavy rain that day, and Zhang Xue unfortunately fell into the water but was rescued and brought ashore at Xiaoliao. Lin Hu fell into the water and died while searching for her mother, then turned into a ghost without realizing it, because her deep hatred for revenge unknowingly affected the villagers. Then, Li Nu discovered the body in a white shirt fallen into the river, mistaking it for her mother. That's basically the story. The only way is to uncover the truth and let them destroy each other. Vuong Tran listened and then continued, saying that the villagers we previously captured, besides their nonsense, were they truly cursed with resentment. Tran Dung also wondered why there were two demons. No wonder Phuong Ha and Tran Phuong were killed at the same time. After the two demons finished fighting, Ya Ning retrieved a round-shaped object. The system panel appears, displaying notifications about benefactors, blue objects, object effects, which can provide information and system reminders within the visual range when equipped. You hold the green eye in your hand, quietly thinking this effect seems similar to Phuong Ha's previous ability. Maybe because of its greater power, that Phuong Ha was willing to risk their life. Vuong Tran saw this and quietly bowed his head, saying, I promised Phuong Ha 100. 000 before, and I will transfer it all to you now. Tran Dung, who was nearby, also heard the conversation and said, "We might survive this time. I really have to thank Ditch Lam." Da Nin replied softly, "Then thank you very much." Right now, he's thinking that overall, they gained nearly 700.0 resources this time, which is quite a substantial profit. But the most important thing now is that the spiritual energy is truly advanced. After thinking, Da Nin turned to ask the two of them, "By the way, has the high-level spiritual energy I need arrived yet?" Tran Dung hesitantly replied, "This." Wang Zhan next to him suddenly spoke, "Sorry, Lord Dilum. The high-level spiritual energy still needs to wait a bit longer." Da Nin frowned and asked, "Why?" Tran Dung replied honestly, "Currently, the high-grade spiritual energy is monopolized by senior military officials in the capital, supposedly because of the clone plan." He whispered softly that it was another plan involving cloning, and it seemed that if I didn't act, it would be difficult to get through this. Tran Dung, Vong Trang, tonight I invite you to Tianfeng to see a play. It's best if you bring your fathers and uncles along. The two of them shouted together, "To see the play." You nodded lightly and replied, "Yes. The play is about the uprising of the evening." The two are standing face to face at safe zone 199. Captain Tran has something urgent and cannot leave, so I'm going to Tianfeng in his place. He has also become cheerful again, as long as His Excellency can fully represent the father's decision. I'm sure Lord Diep Lam will not object. Let's go pick up Vuong Tran and everyone, then head to Tianfeng. Right now. In another space. The headquarters of the Thuong Hoi Thien Thun. Vuong Thien slapped Vuong Tran across the face, and he looked back at him in shock. "Dad, what are you doing?" Vice President of the Tiancheng Commerce Association, Wang Tian, angrily pointed at his son. His father had promised to go to Tianfeng to meet someone named Di Lam. "That's enough to save face. Who would have thought you'd dare to touch the spiritual energy orbs already assigned to the capital military district by the Trade Guild? Luckily, Dad caught it early, or we'd all suffer the consequences." Vuong Tran also shouted to explain Dad. "Master Diep Lam is the one who saved my life. But I haven't kept my promise to him. The military zone has placed countless spirit energy orbs from many trade associations. Missing a few of ours won't make a difference. He's also overestimating himself." "Shut up. You only understand a little." Then Vuong Thien explained to Vuong Tran, "You don't understand yet, son. Not to mention the Thuong Hoi, even on you, there is a chairman pressuring Dad." His eyes were filled with sadness as he said, "Even without them, we absolutely cannot offend the army just to please a Diep Lam of unknown origin." Vuong Thien gently touched Vuong Tran's shoulder and continued, "Diep Lam saved you in the dungeon, but he is also the person you hired to protect you. And it's not that we don't want to. Just a little delayed. All right. Tran Dung is here. Let's go to Tianfeng first. Meet Diep Lam, and then decide what to do." Vuong Thien also became cheerful again. "If he's really as powerful as you say, I will reconsider the spirit energy fruit." Vuong Tran still has some doubts. "Really? Don't step back." Above the red buildings of the Tianfeng safe zone, the system issued a notice. "Commander Xiao, the ghouls' attack will commence tonight. Please prepare your defenses immediately." "Yi Lin, Commander Tianfeng." Xiao Hai stared at it intently. "A week ago, Di Lam sent me a message, and although it was just a precaution, I had already made some arrangements. But for a whole week, there hasn't been any movement in the old neighborhood, and today there's another report with a clear time. So I really don't know." Man hurriedly runs in and reports Commander Xiao. "The old neighborhood has indeed been disturbed. They just broke through the barrier and are heading to this safe zone, including quite a few level 1 and level 2 mutants. Currently no level 3 mutants have been detected." Tu Hai also immediately became urgent. Diep Lam really guessed their plan. "Hurry up, everyone. Implement the alert plan and prepare for defense. Many people are gathering. The evening is approaching. Residents in the outer city area, please quickly move to the safe zone behind to seek shelter. Placing a mine every 15 meters. Arranged in a triangular pattern, everyone is placing mines together. We must ensure at least one escape route for the survivors, so our infiltrators can enter and eliminate the enemy. Not only that, they also poured something, flammable materials, into the battlefield. Hurry up. The planes are circling in the sky." Dan Nin still stood there quietly observing. The heavenly wind area is not easy to defend, Fu Kuai found his words very strange. Master, I see the heavenly wind zone is well prepared. You are still looking in that direction, even though you've used all the traps, evidence, and firepower they have. But these can only deal with the invading army, not the mutants, which are too strong. Dan Nin said confidently that the entire safe zone has only over 2,000 enlightened beings, more than 1,000 guardians, and only about 600 on the front line. Among them, the long-range forces number only over 200 people. And with such a distribution of forces, it's no different from inviting death. Fu Kuai saw this and felt worried. And hearing that from you, doesn't that mean they are all in danger? Dan Nin could no longer change her gaze and replied, No, this time, they have surpassed the realm with the evening tide. All troops are ready to fight. The demon army is approaching. All soldiers have already mobilized. Fighter jets are unleashing energy and dropping bombs to block them. But the helicopters have been shattered by the flying creatures. So be careful to eliminate the mutated and false enlightened from afar with concentrated attacks. They attacked like a storm, and the lower area was immediately activated. Now everyone has come together, with firepower defenses and close combat fighters moving in with me, while the 4 of them stand above observing. Trong Dao observed and said, 2 hours before we arrived at Thien Phong, Diep Lam told us to wait here for the afternoon test. Now that the test has started, he suddenly disappeared. What does this mean? Vuong Tien said very seriously, clearly waiting for the difficult mutations to appear. Otherwise, why would there be such a display in front of us? But so far, we haven't seen a level 3 mutation yet. Don't turn back. Just show us a level 3 fighting a level 2 directly. He laughed loudly when he heard that. Chairman Vuong said that was really funny. Vuong Tien also chuckled softly and said, I think so too. If he said it would be a surprise, isn't it meant to make people laugh? Tran Dung looked uncomfortable. Uncle Trong, he shows obvious disgust. Uncle Zhang. Uncle Wang. We really respect D.I. Lam. You'd better not play tricks like that. Mr. Trong touched his shoulder and said with a smile. Tio Dung. I trust your judgment. Rest assured, no matter what. We will wait until he finishes. By then, whatever he wanted to say, I won't let him embarrass you. But I've watched you grow up since you were little and still hope I can help you gain a bit more control. He still smiled and told Tran Dung that, after all, just seeing a high school peer didn't mean he could help himself. Vuong Tien also chimed in. That's right. You are still young. Although 3rd grade is important to us, there's no need to treat them like gods. Vuong Tran couldn't hold back anymore. All right, Dad. Let's watch the battle and believe that Dai Lam won't let everyone down. A soldier, attacked by a sudden strike, shouted for help. Van Min shouted anxiously. A top-tier level 2 mutation, Hu Tuyen Thi, appears on the left. Quickly inform Tu Tri Hai. Everyone is fighting together. Lord Tu Hai has arrived. Let's go. Tu Hai wields his weapon, aiming at the opponent. Blood axe breaking through. With a single strike, the demon was cut down. And Tu Tri Hai's aura was mighty. We must kill it. And now the ground is also flooded with water. Just moments ago, Tu Hai sensed the danger. The noise. This might be a level 3 mutation. Or even a level 2. The actual difficulty is much higher than the instance dungeon. A level 3, 2-headed mutation, requiring at least 6 beginner level 3 experts to handle. He then turned around and ordered the retreat. All troops withdrew to the safe zone. Tu Hai followed the fierce demon, igniting the battle flag, defending to the death, waiting for reinforcements. Hurry up. At this moment, Jianxing also unleashed his move, sword light blocking the attack, splitting the demon in half. Xiao Hai exclaimed in amazement. One strike defeated a level 3. Who is who? He also recognized the newcomer. Yes. Deep Lam. You happily responded. Tio Tri Hui. Long time no see. Jian Hin prepared to face the enemy. Wait until I deal with this one. Then we'll talk. You immediately used your skill. The shining light swirling around. A series of demon beasts were blown away and scattered. Tu Hai was so surprised he gaped open. Deep Lam. It really is Diep Lam. In just half a month he has advanced to level 3. He is much stronger than me. How is that possible? Could it be that Tu Hai has to live his entire life in someone else's shadow? Jianxing looked at Tu Hai with a knowing smile and said, Tio Tri Hu. The final task. The mercenaries can definitely handle it. He gently patted his shoulder and invited him to follow. There is an important matter to discuss. The four of them are still observing everything. Tran Dung and Vuong Tran happily said, "Asiye. This is the strength of Lord Diep Lam. I also saw it for the first time. Truly not comparable to ordinary high school students." Vuong Thien also had to be surprised and said, "Indeed. It's very rare to see." Zhang Dao was very surprised when he saw that scene. With this strength, he probably isn't inferior to Tran Kai Tu Lei. And among high school peers, he's considered top tier. No wonder he's so arrogant. Tran Dung still smiled and looked at the system panel. "There is news from Master Diep Lam. He is waiting for us at the Tianfeng Grand Hall. Let's go." The buildings of the Tianfeng Grand Hall are still lit up. Tu Hai's face was tense as Diep Lam waited for them. Tran Dung looked quite surprised. And Tu Thong Lin was here too. "Mr. Dan appears very friendly. You all must know each other already. I won't introduce anyone. Please sit down. We're all family. If there's anything, let's discuss it together." Tu Hai observed everyone and thought to himself, "Deputy Commander of Ku, Antoine No. Ibai Shizhou. Zhang Dao. Vice President of the Tiancheng Chamber of Commerce. Vuong Thien." As we suspected earlier, Diep Lam not only has someone backing him but also possesses great strength. Vuong Thien couldn't help but praise you. "Your Excellency Diep Lam, your strength is well deserved. Even among many mid-level experts you stand out. Trong Dao is also very impressed with you. Indeed. I hear you've helped us quite a lot. Hello. This is Dung Tran, from Safe Zone 119. Thank you for the invitation." Tu Hai felt a ringing in his ears. "Diep Lam. Is there a mistake? Or is there a problem with their pronunciation?" Da Nin immediately clarified. "First of all, I want to tell everyone that my name is Da Nin, not Diep Lam. Everyone has their own thoughts. It turns out they don't even know his real name, so no one is supporting him in this matter." "Then why did Da Nin quickly level up 3 times? Da Nin said very calmly. "As you have seen, my current strength is at level 3 intermediate. Commander Xiao, please find me a strength measurement device. I want to check right here." Tu Hai immediately stood up and replied, "Depnin, we have already witnessed your strength." Vuong Thien and Trong Dao also agree. "Yes. We have always known you are at the intermediate level 3. No doubt about it." "Da Nin, do you think we haven't seen this before? But you still insist on going all the way." "Commander Xiao, I'm sorry, but Tu Hai has no other choice." "All right then, the two of them already look annoyed. Your Excellency Da Nin. This time you invited us here not just to prove you're a mid-level 3rd rank. Right, this really isn't necessary. Is it?" Dung quickly spoke up. "Uncle Zhang. Uncle Wang. We've arrived. Waiting a little longer is no problem." "Right." Da Nin still smiled without saying anything. Tu Hai also took out the device and handed it to him. The measuring instrument had already been brought. Da Nin responded with a smile. That was hard work. Zhang Dao and Vuong Thien also found it amusing. Their strength isn't bad, but their demeanor is too petty. A bit of arrogance isn't a bad thing, but they must show it in front of us, which is really a waste of time. Da Nin placed her hand on the device, and the system immediately confirmed top-tier level 2. Everyone there was stunned deco. Level Ketu. Tu Hai couldn't believe his eyes. Am I hearing things? They all checked the device again. How is that possible? The device clearly displayed your rank. You're not a level 3. You're truly a level 2. If you said he was a high-level, level 3, or even peak, I wouldn't be too surprised, but surprisingly, Wang Tian was just as shocked to see someone with level 2 suddenly unleash the power of a mid-level level 3, which was truly astonishing. Tu Hai is still dizzy and confused. He's not a level 3. That's right. I previously checked his mission to level up to level 2. Having completed 4 missions, he has mid-level tier 3 strength. These people are not the forces backing him. What the hell is going on? Someone lend me a brain for a moment. Trandong immediately turned away from Yaning. Yaning lowered her head. So what exactly is going on here? You also responded to them right after. I know it's hard for you to accept immediately, but I truly was at level 2 half a month ago. I have detected an SS talent, but because I belong to the will system and have no potential, I was eliminated by the firebomb plan. He asked Danin again with confusion. An SS level talent that had advanced to the peak level 2 inches half a month, with strength comparable to level 3. Tu Hai looked at you and shouted loudly, If this is called no potential, then those in the fire plan can all die. Gentlemen, I have invited you here this time to demonstrate my potential and seek cooperation. I believe everyone here understands that leveling up to level 3 will be easy, and the fire clone plan will definitely be reselected. I want to completely change the military's prejudice against my first order will system. You're not yet fully determined. I will defeat those so-called geniuses one by one so everyone will see who truly has the fire seed. Vuong Tian was also impressed by this young man. So Lord Daning, what do you need us to do for you? And also, may I ask one question? What exactly is your true strength? Danin also did not hide and said, actually my wealth is the ability to transform will into attack power. And I have a powerful backing supporting me, but I can't reveal that person for now. You have your own thoughts in your heart. So just talk nonsense for a while, as long as you don't reveal the sword god system. He also realized and thought to himself, so that's why. No wonder. Tu Hai was so angry because I did mention there was a powerful force backing me. Daning also shared his plan. And regarding cooperation, I want to form an alliance with you three to serve me. I hold the authority to speak. So please support me fully. Once I regain the top position, I will naturally repay you all. After saying that, he turned and left. I will go out first. You have 10 minutes to discuss. Danin slammed the door shut and thought, Tu Hai has been at level 3 basic for years. There's no way to level up further. Vuong Tian, as vice chairman, has always been overshadowed by the chairman, with his grandfather being Tran Dung's, the deputy commander of the North China Main Zone. Holding this title might not be very comfortable either. Tran Dung was the first to speak. Uncle Truong, what are you hesitating about? With Da Nin's potential, he could at least become Trung Tuan in the future. Then he's even more powerful than your grandfather. Vuong Tran also added, Dad, why not immediately agree to Da Nin? With his potential, it's not impossible for us to become the #1 trading guild in Huaxia in the future, let alone the guild leader. Vuong Tian then turned to ask Zhang Dao, what do you think about the mysterious force behind Yaning? He also shared his opinion. First of all, if he doesn't have the spiritual fruit, he's definitely not part of the army or a major power. Secondly, he has a very good vision and surely rich experience. So overall, he's an exceptional individual. Vuong Tian continued. Yeah. Mr. Truong also thinks like me. Tran Dung was very surprised. What are you two talking about? Trong Dao appeared very cautious. Xiao Yong. Although Danin has great potential, supporting him means becoming an enemy to many high-ranking figures of the fire plan. For example, right now, the father of the #1 person, General Zhang Meng of Group 3, is at the peak of level 3. Vuong Tian clenched his teeth in frustration. Yes, that is the mighty power like a mountain. But because of Danin's potential, the risk is just too great. Tu Hai at this moment also expressed his trust in you. Gentlemen, perhaps you don't value me much, but after hearing Danin's opinion, I decided to go all in with him. First, I don't want to make the same mistake again. Second, high profits usually come with high risks. I've been stuck at level 3 for a long time. Honestly, I can't accept it. Vuong Tran is manipulating his father's mind. I think Uncle Tu is right. Dad, you always say that the bigger the storm, the more valuable it is. So are you willing to spend your whole life just as vice chairman? Tran Dung also tried to persuade him. Uncle Zhang, if today you are representing father and grandfather, then you should know what they would choose if they were here. Da Nin has now entered. What are your thoughts? They all bowed their heads. I am willing to dedicate my strength. This makes Da Nin very pleased. Good. These allies. This is what I need. I hope you can be ready before tomorrow morning. Also, please help me contact the military leaders in the capital and tell them I want to start the level 3 experiment. No problem. Vuong Tian held a stack of papers in his hand. Well done. The list was prepared early, using people without hesitation. Pay up. Truly someone with the qualities of a great worker. Tu Hai also turned to leave. So now I will go report the documents to the capital. Danin smiled and replied, Thank you. Uncle Tu. Tu Hai turned away and sighed, gazing out at the brightly lit city. Daning also felt very satisfied with himself. I finally have my own power. One in South China, one in North China, and a trading guild. Now I just need to wait for the capital to arrive and then have a big battle. In the conference room of the firebombing plan in the capital, A loud voice shouted. Have you all finished reviewing the report, although it's hard to believe? It's confirmed by Deputy Commander Tran Kai from North China, the person in charge of the firebomb plan. Guo Bing pushed his chair and slammed his hand on the table, saying that he is an SS-level genius with strength comparable to level 3, but we have already lost him. If another problem occurs this time, no one here will be able to escape responsibility. General Yang, this is very important. We must report it immediately and seize the opportunity to correct our mistakes. Someone else also added, I agree, and I suggest directly assigning a third-tier team to bring Danin back to the capital to ensure his safety. As for the order, it can wait until he arrives and the higher-ups will evaluate it themselves. Guoping continued to speak. At this point, it can only be like this. First, we must assign Danin to a special task force. With such talent, even a one-day delay in training is unforgivable. Hearing this, the weakness of the plan for the fire seed, Duong Tran stood up straight, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, General Duong can temporarily stay silent about the news. No leaks. He glared and shouted. Duong Tran, when Danin was first rated SS, it was you who suggested giving up. Do you still dare to say such words now? The more Guo Bing spoke, the angrier he became, glaring fiercely at Duong Tran. Duong Tran, do you want to write her off? Hearing this, he panicked, waved his hands nervously, and stammered in response. General Duong, I don't mean to say we shouldn't inform you, it's just half a month late. No, even a week late would be fine. Duong Zhen continues to distinguish the son of General Zhang Mian, Zhang Yang, who is currently at the top of the ranking, but he has not yet reached level 2 peak. Hearing this, the entire meeting fell silent, lost in thought. Guo Bin spoke up. With Danin's current strength, reaching level 3 was already certain. Once Danin became level 3 first, Zhang Yang with SS talent must also give up the top spot after level 3. The first position is unique, but Zhang Mian has high status and power. Being one of the leaders, he turned to look at Duan Zhen with a sinister smile. Duan the strategist. He is truly loyal and brave. A week is not enough. 3 days. I can only keep this secret for 3 days at most. I've done my part. So if your young master is less talented than others by then, don't blame us, he muttered quietly and shouted loudly. And in the next 2 days, I will arrange for Yanning to enter the capital. I advise you not to have any intentions toward him, or even the person behind you won't be able to take him away. The scene shifts to another place where Trong Duong is with an unknown person, being nurtured. With plenty of nourishing drinks provided for growth, Zhang Yang wiped his mouth and turned to the person beside him, saying, I just advanced to level 2 high, and you told me to reach the peak of level 2 inches 3 days. You can't do it. So the person standing next to Zhang Yang is your father. General Zhang Mian, he replied. Dad is speaking seriously. Do you remember Ya Ning, the one who provided SS with you back then? With Tran Kai Lai's support, she reached the peak level 2 and possesses level 3 strength. After hearing that, Trong Duong asked in surprise. So what my father means is that he wants to come and take my first place. Mon immediately replied. Yes, even though Tran Kai Lai being behind him is insignificant. If he advances to level 3 first, I definitely won't be able to keep my first place. He placed his hand on Zhang Yang's shoulder and said, I will send someone to take you to a high-difficulty dungeon. Only then can we change the gap. So in the 3rd level promotion contest, as long as he's not the only one to pass, no matter how strong he is, Dad also has a way to protect your position. After hearing this, he clenched his fist and resolutely replied, I understand. Dad, rest assured, I will definitely not let you down. Zhang Mian smiled then, affectionately looking at his son. My son is truly brave. Rest assured, I will find a way to spend more time with you. Dan Nin has only just gone out after all. It's not as easy as he thinks. The scene shifts to the Tianfeng safe zone, where guards are on strict patrol outside. Inside the messy room, Dan Nin sits at a table looking at a pile of green fruits and a book. Indeed, there are other forces involved. Not only quickly bringing back spiritual energy fruits for me, Old Man Tran Kai Lai also gave me an A-level swordsmanship manual to keep in the bottom of the box. Just this swordsmanship alone would surely bankrupt the Tianfeng safe zone. You pick up a spiritual energy fruit and eat it. First, you should raise your level 2 attribute points to full before continuing. You keep receiving system notifications. using high-grade spiritual energy fruits to increase strength by 1. Power output by 3%, using high-grade spiritual energy fruits to boost physique by 1. Endurance by 6%, using high-grade spiritual energy fruits to enhance agility by 1. Speed by 6%, with strength 31, agility 31, physique 31, and willpower 31. A green aura of spiritual energy radiates around Danin, who smiles happily. So this is what it feels like to be fully attribute enhanced, calling upon spiritual energy at lightning speed, and utilizing attributes more thoroughly. As he holds the book, the system interface continues to appear, activating the trap. A-rank swordsmanship. Skills. Super jump, causing a powerful shock to the target, with a suppression effect. Ending. Abilities. Crushing. During the skill's duration. Immune to all controls and increasing defense by 200%. Danin realized that the swordsmanship was indeed level A. Very balanced in both offense and defense. And even without enhancement, it was already powerful enough. Then he immediately threw the book into the air to activate it. The swordsmanship had been learned and strengthened. The book opens with a small sword, surrounded by a red glow and encased in a blue cover. He braced himself and shouted to absorb the new power. The A-level skill was successfully enhanced. Now the skill is SSS level 2 diet. The system panel displays a new notification: SSS Divine Skill Cancel. Effective skill 1. Dash to the designated point, with a selectable range of 1 kilometer within the area. Lock on the target. Once locked, the target will be pushed back and gain a quick attack effect, becoming a free-flying bat at incredible speed. Then deal a blow and make contact within the range, while attacking the locked target with effective skill 2 during the skill activation time. Immune to all controls and gain a spiritual shield to reduce damage from spiritual energy. As long as the enemy's will attribute is lower than yours, they cannot target you for attack, making you a true deity. Jianing exclaimed in shock. Locking onto targets within a 1 kilometer radius, truly extraordinary. While locking onto a target, it won't be locked onto by the target. This is almost like becoming a champion when activating skills to return to the capital and participate in the level 3 challenge. Testing this power, those without attributes appear in front of him, and he looks at the skills in front of him and says, "Unfortunately, from now on, the skills are complete, and the power before level 3 can no longer be increased. But it's okay. After level 3, even without relying on these skills, I can still activate some powerful abilities." The system panel suddenly appeared with a message: complete the mission by quickly collecting 4 special materials and using them. Material Uno. Broken Circuit Core. Material Dos. Human Identity Core. Material Tres. Tuoihua Fake Elegant Core. Material Cuatro. Rare Crystal Core. Mission Reward. Material Cinco. Mission Reward. 1. Unlock the skill fusion function that allows combining 2 current skills into 1. Releasing 1 skill slot. 2. The SSS skill will be unlocked without any cost. The cooldown time remains at 12 hours, and 1,000 spiritual energy points are added. Dan An looks intently and announces, "While you consider that the Divine Sword system rarely releases missions, the rewards are so thoughtful. Just these 4 materials." At this point, Lien thought that the Broken Mountain Breaker, a high-level level 3 variant, seemed to have appeared 27 years ago. They have been fought and cut down by many top-tier level 3 experts. But I haven't heard of the others before, so I suspect they are all old items. Dan An's eyes grew thoughtful. These items can only be found in the National Resource Warehouse after restoring the First Order. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Xiaohai opened it and called out, "Dan An has news from the capital area." Lien Bin smiled and nodded. "Uncle Tio, please come in." He entered, looking happy, and said loudly that it was said there that tomorrow a level 3 team would be sent to pick you up to the capital. Dan An replied softly, as if they knew what they were doing. He continued, "So what about the order? Has it been adjusted to the top priority yet?" "Mr. Depp, this has not been announced yet. They only said it will be temporarily classified as a special order, and a decision will be made after arriving there." Suddenly, he looked serious, his sharp eyes saying that with my current strength, being first in line is obvious. Those involved in this fire plan don't dare decide, probably under pressure from those with vested interests. Tu Hai replied, "Dan Ang, Actually, both Tran2 and I feel you might be overreacting about the order right now. Currently, the top spot belongs to Trungman's son, while Zhang Mian has influence in the capital. Our strength is clear here, and we will surely have a place at the top later. For now, we are not afraid to step back. He continued to explain. Even Trungman's faction would show a friendly attitude towards you. Not that you should cut him off and say, I understand your meaning. But a tall tree catches the wind and is vulnerable to storms. Dan and Sirius continued. But I have reasons why I cannot get involved in the struggle, related to major affairs, and I cannot explain it to you for now, but I hope you can believe me. Every step I take is not a decision made out of youth and impulsiveness, which leaves him only able to remain silent. Dan drew 2 swords, one blue and one red, and said to Tio Hai, I will definitely crush the half-step stone. The next afternoon, in a large hall, huge vehicles appeared before Dan Ainge's group. Everyone looked up, and Xiao Hai spoke. They're here. This entire fleet is made up of the latest generation of spiritual energy fighter jets. Just these few fighters could turn Tianfeng into a pile of ruins in an instant. A loud cough sounded as they prepared to line up and welcome them. A group of people stepped out with great momentum, walking confidently forward. He couldn't help but marvel at the immense pressure. No wonder they are the elite of the capital. At least level 3. Then he quickly ran over to them, extending his hand in a welcoming gesture. Looking somewhat awkward. Welcome, esteemed guests, to Tianfeng. I assume you've already thrown away your burdens on the way here. I am those people who don't regard Xiao Hai as important. And they walked past him without stopping. He turned back to look, forcing a awkward smile and thinking, oh, he's just a minor commander of an unremarkable safe zone. They didn't come here just because of me. Lamne stepped forward and extended his hand to greet you. Are you Da Nin? I am the captain of the 27th Army's space unit in the capital zone. Lamne. Just call me Old Lam. We are responsible for escorting you back to the main city. He put on his gloves and shook hands, ready to respond briefly. Da Nin threw the glove aside and looked at him, making him hesitate. Everyone remained so calm, completely unlike a young man from such a small place. Lam. We shouldn't delay. Let's go now. The group of people from Lam He looked on with very displeased expressions. Lam He thought to himself that with his aura, the task that General Zhang asked for might be a bit difficult. He recalled Zhang Man's instructions. Lamye, when welcoming Da Nin back, to find a way to bring him to me. The fighter jets streak across the gloomy sky. Lamne continues to turn to Moku Da Nin. Da Nin ha. We will soon reach the outskirts of the main city area. Some senior friends in the army have prepared a lunch banquet for you, hoping you can join a little. But you still keep a cold face. Saying nothing. He's just rambling on again. Trust me, you'll definitely benefit a lot from meeting them. You've come a long way after all. You must be tired, making Da Ning suspicious. Could it be that someone wants to delay his time to participate in the third test? Then you decide to smile kindly and politely decline. I appreciate Captain Lam's good intentions. And as for the meeting, let's wait until I reach the third stage before discussing it. Lamanja's heart grew more conflicted. The military wall was relying on him to help delay things. And if he had been gentle, it wouldn't have worked. He switched to Plan B, signaling the pilot ahead. So they had no choice but to be firm. Suddenly, the plane that was flying normally burst into a huge fireball in midair, and the pilot's scream tore through the peaceful sky. Uh-oh. The Spirit fighter jet has encountered a problem. We have no choice but to land at the nearest location. This made Da Nin frown in annoyance. It's obviously deliberate. That General Trong has quite a nerve. You quickly approached and pressed the spear against the pilot's neck, threatening him. I don't think the problem with this fighter jet is that serious. It's just that your skills haven't reached the standard. If you keep flying, I fear you'll destroy the machinery and kill everyone. If that really happens, I'm afraid the people above you will also be responsible. So please move aside and let me drive. Lamne was terrified beyond belief, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. This kid saw the problem clearly when he talked about the plane crashing and everyone dying. He meant to fight. If the third rank fights, the plane will definitely crash. Even if it's divine intervention. How can a young man from a small place have such courage? He quickly regained his composure and ordered the pilot. If you can repair the fighter jet, then let him try. Everything was just to lower Da Nin's guard. This time it was only to buy some time. And there was really no need to create confusion. You better watch carefully. because I will only do this maneuver once. Your talent and decisiveness keep guiding the controls. Don't forget the steps, and don't mistake the person. The plane quickly returned to normal and continued to race away. Both Lam Nu and the pilot quickly recovered from the recent actions, and he couldn't help but marvel internally that such decisiveness and determination might be rare among high-ranking officials. He must have a lot of money invested. I'm worried I joined the wrong team this time. But luckily, I can fix it. He was so impressed that he saluted and saluted. Commander Lam Nu, the commander of the 27th Army Corps' Air Defense and Space Force. Deeply admired, Lord Da Nin, who politely responded, Commander Lam, please give me more guidance in the future. The plane quickly arrived and landed at the main military base in the capital. Base 2. Guo Bing and Duang Chan hurried to greet you. Pretending to introduce, is this Brother Da Nin? I am the person in charge of the Harmony Project. And you also politely shake hands and continue. Da Nin. Nice to meet General Duang. Let's get straight to the point. Da Nin. We've arranged a dinner, specifically for you, and several high-ranking officials also want to meet you. You casually wave to refuse and state your purpose. There's no need to rush. I want to start the 3-stage trial right now. The two of them were both stunned. What do you mean right now? Da Nin calmly sneered. So, why are you putting me into a special procedure now, instead of the initial order and saying I need to go step by step? Isn't it because my superior hasn't seen me in person yet and wants to evaluate my potential? So right now, as long as I pass the 3rd-tier trial, my strength will be obvious at a glance. And that way, wouldn't it also shorten the process? Guo Bing couldn't help but frown. This little phrase, saying that 100% shows blood, means not wasting even a minute. Many of these unpretentious yet not arrogant types are truly inexplicable and deserve no respect. The barrier behind him is also empty as he contemplates. This guy really likes to exaggerate. If he participates in the test tonight, Zhang Yang is currently in the dungeon and basically won't make it back in time. After some thought, he suggested Da Nin. Let's start the trial tomorrow, and have all the high-ranking officials observe together. Guo Bing also agreed and said, That's right. Tonight, adjust your condition to the best possible state, and I'm sure your performance tomorrow will definitely be better than his. If you achieve your goal and agree right away, then tomorrow is fine. So it will be hard on General Duang. Da Nin felt like celebrating inside. The housebreaking effect really works. After all, you have to show some respect. At first, I also wanted to organize something and join tomorrow. But honestly, tomorrow it definitely won't be easy to get approval. The housebreaking effect you mentioned earlier is a kind of psychological manipulation technique in negotiation. Specifically, like saying this house is too dark. If you open a separate sky here, everyone will definitely not allow it. But if you prioritize abandoning the house machine, they will reconcile and be willing to open a separate sky. Lotan. On the other side of the base, Zhang Qiang angrily slammed the table. He shouted loudly. What? Besides delaying the reporting time, are you also delaying for another night? Where is Lemna? I told him to bring Da Nin to my place. Guo Bing calmly analyzed. Stop mentioning Lam and he. That guy doesn't even bother to show himself to me and Duang Quoc Bin. At this point, we can't be tough anymore. Cheng Mang's machine line is tightening, and Han is furious. I say we can't. I must report this to Cheng Duang. If not, I have to send 3-star elite warriors to Han. Only then can everyone stay in the dungeon. Sitting among the sparkling spirits in Da Nin's resting room, he couldn't help but marvel at the energy absorption. I didn't expect that the temporary special treatment would be so lavishly arranged. Does this mean the country has so much money? Although the spirits have less effect on improving my condition, they still help in adjusting my state. Next to Da Nin is a planned seed list of major rewards. You continued to sink into your thoughts, looking back at the first list, which not only had a limit of 1 million points for winning items. The more you think about it, the tighter your brow becomes. And you might also get a full set of customized blue equipment and epic-grade weapons. Going to the treasury twice a month to freely choose reincarnation. Based on this standard and progress, I can reach the Death Realm in less than a year. The next day, at the 3-gem trial tower, thousands of people gathered to watch the excitement, and the tower was buzzing with chatter. I heard that some participants in the seed plan were taking part in the 3-gem trial. This seed plan isn't that new. Who said it wasn't? I took more than 10 years to reach the 3rd stage. When the gate below opens, the spectators in the stands cheer loudly as the seeds are entering. Seeing their faces clearly, The audience marveled and thought, why do they all look like they are around 30 years old? Yinin watched for a while and couldn't help but mock the high-ranking officials inside. Knowing that the seeds wouldn't be able to advance to the third tier in such a short time. That's why two peak second-ranked geniuses came to take first place. They just want to exploit loopholes in the rules, delay their promotion to third rank, and steal resources. Well then, let's see how I deal with all of you, Kwok Bin announced, welcoming all the high-ranking officials and asking for their guidance. The third-tier trial begins now. Then he began the roll call. Are all the seeds participating in the trial present? Someone suddenly spoke up. I am still here, Trung Zung, with a dirty face, pointed at himself and reported. Ranking first. Seeing him appear, Trung Duong couldn't help but feel cautious, as if he had just come out of a dungeon. But being stronger than those who replaced him doesn't matter. Today, the number one spot will surely be mine. Truong Duong here also exudes a fierce aura, determined to win this trial. I have lost 4 loyal third-rank uncles in the instance. They died because of your forced hand. This grudge I will settle sooner or later. A space portal quickly opens, and the organizer announces that if everyone is here, the trial begins now, and the first round of strength testing is about to start. Anyone who reaches the 10th floor will earn the chance to evolve. The higher the floor, the greater the reward. Not only that, but if you can make it onto the global system leaderboard, you'll also receive exclusive rewards, with the system display showing the seed plan and benefits list. Number 1. North Quay, in the North American War Zone. Number 2. Ivan Weiland, in the Eastern European War Zone. Number 3. An IOC in the Soviet Union War Zone. Number 7. Hoa An, in the Haha Kingdom War Zone. The announcement is still ongoing. Opportunities are rare. You must seize them well. Jian Yin couldn't help but feel annoyed. He never expected his ranking to be so low. This kind of humiliation, I must wash it away today. Chong Yang is the first to charge forward. I step ahead. Dual affinity phasing. This trial must place at least 5th. A few others quickly responded. I also joined with dual element power, and man with swift strength. Seeing this, the organizers asked if anyone else wanted to join. He quickly spoke up. I'm in too. Jian in. The willpower system, making everyone stare at him in shock. Kwok Bin loudly reminded Jian in. This is a strength test and a willpower trial for you at the back. Why are you in such a hurry? I'll remind you later. I remain calm and ask, are there any rules against participating? If not, then let's continue. This time I not only want to join the strength system, but also aim to take all 3 other systems. Wait and see. I will surprise you all later. Trung Mon couldn't help but sneer contemptuously. He just wanted to ensure his own promotion to the 3rd level. Mr. Lam then turned around and asked, oh, why do you say that? He calmly replied, as we know, among the 3-tier trials, the willpower system is the hardest, and no one has ever surpassed it in history. With his attribute points, just let him try. Maybe he can break through to level 10. Then Chang Man happily laughed out loud. At worst, just to be a background for others' power systems to shine. But in that case, don't let him become superior. Mr. Lam also planned to jump in right away. Chang Tuong Quan's words make sense. Trung Duong below also turned to provoke Dan Nin, thinking that with the same attribute value in the 2nd tier, he could compare himself to me. That's right. Right now, my talent can unleash its full power. And you, Dan Nin, just give strict commands and remind you to speak less. As soon as he stepped through the teleportation gate, he kept provoking. If you have enough courage, don't be a coward. Just go in. He can't argue but still acts tough. Oh. Who's afraid of whom? The system is now announcing that a few people have entered the strength trial. In the trial, you will face many types of enemies. After defeating them, proceed to the next floor. During the strength trial, all equipment is removed and other attributes are reduced. Get ready. The battle begins in 10 seconds. After entering the dungeon, Xiao Li immediately planned his strategy. All magic equipment was removed, leaving only basic functions. From level 10 to above level 20, you can reach the top 3 inches the world. And level 23 is the limit of humanity in the apocalypse. A mutant hellhound suddenly appears. But of course I stay calm and keep planning. So my goal is to reach level 24. With 2 swift strikes, he kills the monster before it even has a chance to roar. remaining calm. The first few levels are just appetizers, so he can pass through quickly without much effort. The system is now announcing that the basic level Hellhound has been killed. The first floor is cleared, and in 30 seconds they will move on to the next level. As I split a giant monster in half, feeling bored. These first few levels are all mutant, chicken-like creatures. This is really boring. The system continues to notify that the basic one-star monsters have been defeated. Guobing observed the situation through the camera and couldn't help but marvel. The first 7 levels are quite simple. Everyone is advancing at the same pace. To distinguish levels, you have to wait until you reach from level 7 to level 10. But I don't know who will get there. Hearing that, Commander Chang immediately pointed at the screen, showing a wide view of K. Kwang. Are you all blind or what? Who said, there's no one. I've already reached the 10th floor. Q then turned around to mock again, and that Danin was still struggling on the 8th floor. Mr. Lam quickly chimed in. That's right. Congratulations to General Chuang. It seems Danin isn't as formidable as the legend says. If he keeps chasing the speed after passing the first 7 levels, he'll surely run out of energy soon. Danin remains calm, quietly mocking those fools behind him. They will probably never understand a simple truth. That's the kind of laughter from yesterday's mockers. But let's see who will be laughing last in this competition. Everyone was focused on watching each contestant's every smile and movement. And as soon as the camera's lens closed, Tran and calmly explained to the audience that due to the powerful energy of the mutation, images would no longer be visible after the 10th level. Hearing that, Zhang Meng chuckled proudly. Fine. My son is the first. The screen turned blue clearly. Mr. Lam beside him also didn't forget his task of flattery, surpassing 10 floors in 10 minutes. It can be said that the battle was over in the blink of an eye this time. Da Nin, taking part in the strength challenge, is truly inviting shame. The more he hears flattery, the more he boasts loudly. That's right. After all, the first place still belongs to my son. Guo Bing calmly announced that Wang Kai is 11th and has passed level 10. Da Nin is 18th and has also passed level 10. And currently, Zhuang Duang is on level 13. Chuang Man behind laughed so hard he almost leaned in. Number 18, barely passed the test. His speed is even slower than a snail, haha. One person struggles to pass level 10, another at level 13. General Duong, you all need to open your eyes and see clearly. Kwok Bin doesn't bother with that loud empty barrel. Mr. Tram 2 thought. Even though he's not a strength type, based on Danin's report of his actual ability, it shouldn't be like this. In the Danin dungeon, he leapt into the air, focusing to recall his memories, remembering that in the previous life, its weakness was its back. Before the monster could turn around, he delivered a fatal slash to its back, and it was gone in an instant. Thinking to himself, as expected, you just landed softly while calculating. Already at level 12. Still no need to switch attributes. Spiritual energy and stamina are still full. The system notification indicates you have passed level 12. 10 seconds remaining before the battle begins. Please get ready. Seeing that, he quickly made a battle plan, then gradually used attribute points to switch, releasing spiritual energy and stamina, and launched a full-scale attack on the 21st floor before using a powerful move. Meanwhile, on the 17th floor, Zhang Yangdeyi finally cleared the 16th floor. I'm sure I'm the first. But he remains highly cautious. Yet I must persevere, try to pass a few more levels, climb the leaderboard to surprise everyone. I must defeat Danin until there's nothing left. Outside the dungeon, a group of seedlings had given up, all exhausted and complaining non-stop about how the difficulty ahead was so much greater. That's right. Anyone who can reach the 20th floor on the leaderboard must be a monster. I guess I can't do it either. Trying to reach level 14 almost cost me my life. But it's okay. As long as we get past level 10. The mission is considered complete. The monitoring screen is now filled with slashes, with only a few people remaining on the lower floors continuing. Kwok Bin announced that most of the participants in the strength challenge had exited, but Da Ning was still inside, able to persist on level 15 as a person of willpower. This is also a remarkable achievement. Vongman, hearing that, scoffed disdainfully and turned to gossip with Mr. Lam beside him. I guess level 15 is just his limit. Unlike my son who has reached level 17 and only needs to pass 3 more floors to enter the top 10 inches the world. Mr. Lam still chatters away like a parrot. Yes, Zhang Yang is truly outstanding. Guoping looked at the network monitor with a sigh in his heart. But after level 15, Trung Duang's speed clearly slowed down significantly. Indeed, Yaoning is a bit strange. Not only did the speed not slow down, it actually increased. Am I sensing it wrong? Immediately, the screen displayed Da Nin on the 16th floor, causing both shock and joy. Da Nin is on the 16th floor. Not an illusion. He's really speeding up. Zhang Man was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. Shouting loudly, is he about to catch up with Yang Ni? How is that possible? Mr. Lam beside him quickly reassured him. It's just luck, or risking everything. But pushing harder. Dying on this floor is not impossible. The audience below can't stop cheering. The 17th floor. Da Nin has also reached the 17th floor. How is it possible for someone with such a weak willpower to surpass the 17th floor? What kind of miracle is this? Trung Man's luck is running out as he clenches his fists tightly, encouraging his son to keep going and not let Da Nin surpass him. Over here, Zhang Yang is unleashing all his strength to slash the monster in front of him. Keep going. But the monster is unharmed, and even manages to punch back with a devastating blow. He was knocked far away by the attack. And after finally regaining his footing, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth in frustration, fearing that surpassing this challenge might already be his limit. This time, having just finished the dungeon, he faced the challenge with his basic state not fully recovered. Then he quickly made a decision after all. He's the leader, so there's no need to risk his life here. Zhang Yang concentrates his energy into the axe in his hand, channeling all his spiritual power into the battle shield, as if they were jumping onto the axe's edge to deliver the final blow. Opening the heaven shield and striking down, a buffalo just cut the monster into 100 pieces. He was so exhausted that he couldn't even breathe properly and muttered, "Woo. Finally, I'm out of the challenge." Zhang Yang was quickly transported out of the dungeon by the system. Man hurried over to ask and help him up. Why? Son. Your father happily hugs him and says, "Son, you did it. You passed level 18. You're the first." He also expected it. My son, as happiness is often fleeting. His father remained silent after the recent achievement. And Trung Duang turned to ask again, "Dad, what's wrong?" Then he quickly realized something was wrong. Looked up at the judge above and asked, "You passed level 18. This is the best achievement of the Huabei military district in the past 2 years. You're the first one. Why hasn't anyone come to congratulate you?" The alert screen flashed coldly, showing Da Nin on the 19th floor, causing Trung Duang to panic. Wait. Da Nin, on the 19th floor. Trung Man added, "Just before you escaped." He had surpassed the 19th floor in 3 seconds, and Trung Duang was so furious he coughed up black blood. Holding his chest and coughing loudly, he shouted, "How could this be possible? How could he have reached the 19th floor? I don't believe it. The system must be malfunctioning. You must have seen it wrong." Zhang Mian calmly advised him again. Damon has reached level 19. And although everyone was very surprised, this has been confirmed. In fact, from the 15th floor onward, he was climbing nearly 1 floor per minute, just like what you showed in the first 10 floors. Zhang Yang sadly thought to himself, no, this can't be. How could he lose? He's a strength user. He's an SS talent. The people who sacrificed for you. Was it all just for a laugh, seeing you like this? He also held back his emotions and spoke softly to comfort you. Son, don't be like that. Son, never doubt your potential. This time it was just because time was too tight. One failure is nothing. And you're not necessarily worse. Da Nin, as long as we prepare well, you can definitely get through level 19. The crowd above the stands is buzzing again. Da Nin has already cleared level 20. Level Hoos. Level Hoos. So doesn't that mean he's in the top 10 worldwide? Then Guoping quickly shed tears. Hurry up and go inform the deputy commander of Daha. The subordinate immediately obeyed and rushed off like the wind. Yes. Yang Tuong Quan. Mr. Gao announced that such a genius and such a miracle must have senior leaders of Da Xia present. Inside the dungeon, Yi Nin was facing a monstrous giant. He carefully calculated in his mind that beyond level 20 are all Type 3 and level 3 variants. And without using enchanted equipment or touching powerful containers, dealing with these variants alone is still somewhat difficult. He charged forward while activating the system, turning the mental attribute points into agility for swift movement. The monster spat out countless poisonous fumes that filled his vision. Da Ning kept dodging gracefully while thinking to himself that, although it couldn't match his speed after transforming, he couldn't just run away without attacking either. Defeating it without getting hurt at all might be impossible. You leap into the air and make a decision to first find a way to limit its venom spray while activating the system, focusing energy into your sword to prepare for an attack, transforming your mental attribute points into strength. A powerful slash cuts off the monster's tentacle, but it still doesn't seem enough. The willpower points for transformation are too few, and the strength, agility, and physicality can't all be optimized at once, which is a bit troublesome. Then he quickly jumped up to dodge the boss's counterattack. Luckily, it couldn't spew poison for now, and Da Nin continued to call the system. Unleashing the spirit barrier, he unleashes an attack, transforming his power, and with a powerful horizontal slash, he cuts off the monster's head. Then he leaps, smashing the boss's head clean off its neck. But the battle didn't stop there. Each slash cut through the monster's body from all directions, tearing apart its flesh. Da Ning, with no effort, covered the ground behind, scattering the shattered meat of the previous boss. The system immediately announced that the 21st floor had been successfully cleared, and the battle would begin in a minute. So please get ready. Hearing that, you became even more determined, and finally succeeded. Next, you can use the midday break to finish him off immediately. Suddenly, someone announced that Vice Commander Fuang and Commissioner Ho had arrived. Defeat Vice Commander Fuang Hao and Chairman Ho Chi-bin. Guo Bing saw Fang Hao and Hu Jibing approaching, so he ran over to greet them and asked, "Commander Fang, the final day has arrived. How is the situation now?" Then they looked up at the screen. Guo Bing raised his hand, smiling as he said, "Just passed through the 21st floor a minute ago. Still not out yet." Fang Hao's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he could continue. "I will defeat you." Before he could finish speaking, the notification appeared. Ya Nin. Level Husongketo. Chi-bin immediately pointed at the screen and shouted in surprise, "President Fuang Doxing Da Nin has surpassed again. Level Husongketo." He was so happy he almost fainted. 22nd floor. That means he's in the top 3 worldwide. Guo Bing quickly said, "Commander Fang, don't get too excited or your energy waves might become unbearable for others." It was only then that he realized, awkwardly lowering his head, clearing his throat, and apologizing. "I'm sorry. I was rude. In the past, I was considered one of the elites of the Great Xia." After half an hour of trying his best and just barely passing level 21, Da Nin took only a minute to get through level 22. How could he do that? You keep talking. And when you sign the contract, from the 15th floor onwards, Da Nin's performance suddenly skyrocketed. Almost every minute is a level, but at level 21 it slows down, taking about 10 minutes. And at level 22, it is destroyed in the blink of an eye, which is completely abnormal. Jibin looked serious, thought for a moment, then shared his guess. "I heard he's part of the willpower system. Is there any problem with this information?" After finishing, he suddenly glanced at the group guarding the corpse nearby, crossing his arms and mocking. After all, it's about fighting for power and profit. There are also people who won't hesitate to use dirty tricks, making others so nervous they dare not look directly and only avoid eye contact. Fang Hao suddenly became furious, shouting loudly, "Playing small tricks every day might be forgiven, but anyone who dares to insult the country will not be easily overlooked." This causes Zhang Yang to bow his head, while Zhang Meng looks terrified, worried about what he's thinking. "Chairman Fuang, are you implying it's me? Although I did let Dongchan do a few small actions, I truly didn't force any information, nor did I dare to falsify any information." Guo Bing spoke up. Nearly a minute had passed and Da Nin still hadn't escaped, and he continued, "I heard that after the 22nd floor, he had to face level 3 mutants alone. Training there isn't like a battlefield. He can't use any equipment, talismans, or skills besides his own abilities." Inside, Ya Ning continued using her skills to defeat the monsters, the celestial energy swirling around. The notification board kept updating with new information, and he looked on in shock, shouting out, "Ya Ning, level Huson Harom." Fang Hao looked so happy like he had just won the lottery, clenched his fists, and said loudly with a smile, "Level Huson Harom." "Done." Ji Bing also happily added. In the past, the global #1 only reached level 23, with Da Nin's speed. Is it possible she's about to surpass it? Father and son were so shocked they were gaping. He suddenly said yes. Danin is now firmly in the #1 spot worldwide. The person next to him could only slap his face in frustration and say, "There's no more doubt that Senra has truly become #1 on his own." Fuang Hao was so happy he almost cried. We originally planned for everyone to move up to level 3 and for Danin to be in the background. But now everything is just a joke. If I remember correctly, it's been 37 years. The #1 power system. North America. North Quain has held the top spot for 37 years. Chi Bin added. And for us. Hua ha. The last time we made it into the top 10 was over a decade ago. Fuang Hao turned to Chu Bing happily and said, "That's right. Our great victory has finally allowed us to hold our heads high again. Very good. Report this to the Supreme Commander immediately. Da Nin deserves to be treated with the utmost respect. We are ready, and we'll have a thorough conversation once Da Nin comes out." The officer immediately responded seriously. "Yes. Commander Fuang." Everyone approached the entrance, waiting for him to come out. After waiting for a while with no sign of movement, Chi Bin spoke up. Another minute, and still no sign of Da Nin. Does that mean he's still willing to continue? Even though he's already so strong. Once the next level opens, he won't be able to escape anymore. Fang Hao pondered and considered that the next level might feature a third-tier intermediate mutation, which means there wouldn't just be one more challenge. Suddenly, he was stunned, as if he had realized something. He immediately turned around and shouted to Guo Bing. "Yang Guo Bing, hurry up. Find a way to inform Yaning. Tell her to come out immediately. No need to continue. And call an additional medical team immediately." He replied. "The testing tower has blocked all communication. No contact can be made." After hearing Fuang Hao's concern, he clasped his hands in prayer. "Begging. Little ancestor. I'm begging you. Don't act impulsively. Don't keep pushing forward. Or one mistake, and everything will be over." The countdown timer is ticking second by second. Everyone is anxious and sweating. The system screen displays a message that the trial warrior Yaning has completed the strength challenge. All 3 teachers finished their announcements, and everyone was overjoyed. Fuang Hao said, "Stop now." He has stopped. Then he glanced at Guo Bing and asked where he was. Why he wasn't coming out. The challenge was over. So why hasn't the global announcement sounded yet? And the man hurriedly explained. It seems he asked not to leave and continued straight into the next speed challenge gate. So the global announcement will only be broadcast after he exits the challenge. The system panel suddenly displayed a new notification. The speed challenge has opened the teleportation gate. And the contestants are ready. He steps closer to the gate, eager to continue a few more levels in the strength challenge. But since level 23 is enough to secure first place, he decides to hold back the dimensional suppression and divine punishment for future trials to ensure safety. You reach your hand through the gate. And there is also a hidden rule in the 3-level challenge for those who have awakened if they participate in consecutive trials. The results will be accumulated and stacked. If you leave halfway, the extra rewards will no longer be available. And I must get that reward. The system notification appears. The challenge is flexible. The monster in Mekong will open the door after 1 minute. And the speed of completing the challenge will be evaluated accordingly. Inside, monsters will attack and cannot be fought back. You can only rely on agility to get through. As long as you reach the exit of the challenge, it will be completed. And the faster you go, the better the reward. You stand in the middle of the Mekong, staring intently at the notification board. It displays Miyamoto Fujiyama, from Japan. IBE 0.95 Gauss. In the Tai'an district. Miyamoto. With his innate ability being a rare combination of physical traits, as long as he immerses himself in the wall, he can keep moving forward without being blocked. It seems that Gauss not only has innate speed, but also excellent calculation skills, allowing him to accurately plan evasive routes. The top contenders are mostly SS level, and just switching willpower and adding a few points of speed really isn't enough to compete. On the scene, Lin Hengok gazes intently at the notice board and says, "Right now, all eyes are on Danin," though she feels uncomfortable. It's not necessarily a bad thing since the best people of the Great Summer have arrived. And Chuang Duang was defeated miserably by Danin. The quick and sharp test begins. Please proceed to the exit quickly. She runs off. And as long as I can defeat Danin in this match, I can at least compete for a spot on the second list. Position number 1. That also counts as making a name for our safe zone of the divine realm. Lin and Jock thought, indeed, a complex maze. One that I could never destroy with my abilities. The best solution is to stick to the right side, even if it's a bit of a detour. But this is the method I trust the most, and also the fastest. Suddenly she jumped up and kicked the purple serpent monster hard on the head, catching the attack from the mutated creature off guard. It hissed and spat green venom at her. She quickly dodged, thanks to my sharp S-level talent. Lin Jock kept running and assessing the situation behind. It shouldn't be a problem. Over here, Da Nin is being chased by 2 huge mutated monsters, running and assessing the situation. Although this maze is very complex, judging by the completion time on the leaderboard, the area probably isn't very large. His eyes turned sharp. If I run at full speed toward the center of the maze and then use the dimensional slash, I can teleport directly to the exit. However, as he approached the exit, 2 other mutated monsters blocked his way, charging at him furiously. It's really annoying the closer he gets to the center, the more mutated monsters there are. I dodged and jumped to avoid the attack of the green monster, while I used my sword to strike the purple creature. Luckily, even relying solely on muscle memory, I can avoid most attacks. He quickly surveyed the situation. After all, the battles in my previous life had ingrained this ability deep into my bones. On this side, Lingok ran into a huge, fierce-looking octopus monster. She irritably said, this damn thing. These mutated creatures are getting harder to deal with. Tat Fong then used her ultimate move to slip past the monster. But just after escaping, she ran into another one. Linjuk panicked and thought, it's over. One more. Then shouted, wind curse. She was attacked by it. Hurt a little but finally dodged, running out of strength. I have to go faster. Even faster. The exit should be nearby. I must get past Da Nin. Meanwhile, Da Nin has reached the center of the maze but is surrounded by monsters. He confronts them, and finally reaches the middle, where chaos reigns. Then Da Nin activated his skill, the Dimension Touch. I must reach the exit quickly. Outside, Fuang Hao and the others watched the screen intently. He said, this agility test. You can't see anything outside. Guo Bing turned and replied, Chairman Fang, don't worry. The agility challenge will end very soon. It will only take about 3 to 5 minutes to get the results. Qibin also added, based on Da Nin stopping at the strength test, it shows he has very good control. He suddenly glanced at the Manch family and said that the more of a genius someone is, the easier they are to have a high ego. And when faced with failure or challenges, they are more vulnerable to hurt. Look over there. That's Zhang Yang. An example. It feels like he's about to be completely destroyed. Hearing that, the old man spoke up. Da Nin is of the willpower type. He probably won't go that far. Zhang Yang sadly asked his father, Dad, will he lose this time? Does he have enemies? Will he lose? Then turned to the door and replied, he will lose. He will definitely lose. This time he will definitely perform terribly. Suddenly a voice rang out. It seems there's a signal now. So fast, someone has already surpassed him. Is that our Hoang Lin Nok? She is the most talented person in this trial. She passed in just 1 minute. So that means another person has made it onto the list. The notification board displayed the words, and father and son Zhang Meng looked at it. The competitor was so shocked he nearly fainted, and the other was so stunned he opened his mouth in disbelief. Kwok Bin shouted in surprise. It's Da Nin again. Strange indeed. Tri Bin was just as shocked. 1 minute 8 seconds. Still the number 1 in the world. Fuang Hao was overjoyed. That kid is really talented. Do you have any surprises for us that we haven't seen yet? Lin Ingok, clutching her wound, limped outside. She looked at the scene before her, shouting with joy. Still no fake challenge had come out. Da Nin hadn't gone out yet. I was the first. 2 minutes and 1 second. I did it. She looked proud, although I wasn't very outstanding this time. At least I managed to get into the top 20 inches the world. Right. Then she looked up at the scoreboard and saw Da Nin. Number 1. I lost. The gap is even bigger than between Trong Duong and him. Lin Hingok was so overwhelmed that her head spun. She fell to the ground, and her father hurried over to her. Ling Gok. Suddenly someone spoke up. Look. The marshal is coming. Oh my god. This is the first time I've seen the marshal in person. the supreme commander of Dai Ha, Li Tuiquoc, walks in solemnly. This time, Da Nin has truly caused a huge stir. Fang Hang immediately stepped forward and saluted seriously. Commander, Da Nin just won first place worldwide in the Speed and Agility Challenge. He then asked, "Where is he?" And she replied that he chose to continue with the physical challenge. Tuyen Quoc is furious and causing chaos. Destroy the system immediately. Take him outside. And make everyone extremely confused. Then he changed his expression, smiling as he said, "I see everyone seems a bit tense. Just a joke, ha ha ha. Da Nin, that kid is truly a prodigy. Let's just stay calm and observe." They were speechless, only able to chuckle inwardly, thinking to themselves that the general was joking. But it was supposed to be a joke from the start. Especially when everyone was so tense, his joke only made things more stressful. The system display appeared, showing the physical challenge rankings. First place in Southeast Asia, Nyafo, Endurance Level 1, 4 tons. Second place in South America, George, Endurance Level 0, Saitsamant. Third place. You watch Soyset carefully. The endurance value of the leader is nearly twice that of the second place. Maybe he has the ability, like having 2 lives. The system display shows additional information, indicating that the challenge is a regional battlefield, where the level of mutations varies depending on cooperation within the city zone during this trial. You can only defend and cannot attack. The more damage you endure in a given time, the higher your score will be. The challenge lasts 10 minutes, and you can leave voluntarily at any time. Leaving will be considered a failure. The areas ahead are too small, and the monsters get stronger further back. The time limit is 10 minutes, and you can only defend, not attack. So I should look at the horde of monsters rushing toward us, which means if I want to get a good score, I need to actively move into the higher difficulty area, he added, his tone shifting quickly and lightly, as long as I could avoid the incoming attacks. Then he immediately drew his 2 swords and charged straight into the level 3 mutated monster area. Da Nin quickly attacked the monsters, then activated Doa Thien to defend for a few seconds. His endurance definitely won't be an issue. Outside, Zongguo folded his arms and asked, "Do you think Da Nin can win first place in the physical challenge?" He immediately shouted in response, "Commander, although I also hope to witness such a perfect miracle. Objectively speaking, it's probably impossible. You also know that physical talent isn't like other systems, which can be seen immediately from appearance, such as Generals Tan Fong and Trong Hai. Both look extremely muscular, but Yan Ning doesn't seem to quite fit that standard. On the other hand, the person participating in this challenge, Yuan Kai." Tung Guo glanced over and continued with a smile. "How, from A? You always speak so cautiously. Haha. In the past, it was just theory. Do you think Da Nin can win first place in both strength and speed categories?" Making Fuang Hawk confused about how to respond. "That's it." Tung Quoc clapped his hands on his face repeatedly and said, "I will set an example for you. I dare say that not only Da Nin can take first place, but he can also become the first plant to reach the death level. Even if I'm wrong, it's just a Da Ning. Slap in the face, it's nothing." Fuang Hok became even more confused, hesitating as he reached out and said, "Captain, please don't hit anymore." The scene shifts to the peak of the second floor, where a monster is frantically attacking Da Nin, but he quickly dodges. He's almost there. But this area seems too difficult to get through. The monster becomes even more frantic, pouring its strength into its arms. But when he's distracted, it strikes hard at him, knocking him off the beam. Da Nin crouched down, only his legs on the ladder to keep balance. The punch just now hurting him so much his blood vessels burst, not giving him a moment to rest. The monster quickly used its leg to continue attacking him. Fortunately, Da Nin managed to use his strength to dodge to the side and escape that huge foot in the gauntlet, while the thick dust made him cover his eyes. Suddenly, from the thick smoke, a tentacle appeared and struck your arm forcefully, causing you to drop your sword. Da Nin quickly ran away, annoyed as he said, "Damn it. My left hand can no longer fight. I have to retreat from the peak of level 2 first and then think of another way." Then Li Fu Kuai called out, "Li Fu Kui," and retrieved my sword. Fu Kuai appeared from the space and responded, "Yes, Master." Thick smoke covers the peak of the second floor, with a giant, heavy elephant in front, its trunk serving as the main attack organ. After speaking, Yi Ning swung his sword and jumped high, perhaps using it to get past this area. Your eyes turn cold. If I can find a weakness and succeed, I will be able to harness the power and fly through this area. You rush straight at the monster elephant, adopting a defensive stance and shouting loudly, switching your body to defend. The elephant of the monster elephant knocked you away as expected. Da-nin flies to the peak of the 3rd floor, looking down with a triumphant smile. Success. A loud explosion echoes as he falls to the ground amid clouds of dust. Da-nin calmly says, "My physique is still too weak. If I go further, I will definitely die." Suddenly, a monster emerges from the ground. He eagerly considers whether to test Duan Tian's strength if he truly can't endure anymore, or if he should retreat. The monster moves its mouth with sharp, deadly teeth towards Da-nin. He unleashed his sword skill, activating all his spiritual energy, and the divine barrier defended against the sharp teeth. Suddenly, Da-nin's eyes became sharp, and he smiled, saying the protection layer is too thick, indeed. I can always trust the SSS grade sword skill of the system. The system display shows a notification. Durability value, 1. Colmet. Durability value 1. Visitoistat. Endurance value 1. Coxcumenta colmet. Endurance value. The endurance value has far surpassed the previous global top level. After these 10 minutes, the protective layer was bitten through by the monster. Da-nin used all his strength to hold on, his face grim, his spiritual energy exhausted. The protective layer couldn't withstand anymore, and he had to use all his jump effects and quick attacks. But he couldn't attack the mutated monster. The protective layer explodes, causing the ancient monster to glow. Da-nin takes the opportunity to jump high, soaring above the monster. The system notification appears, indicating the 10-minute challenge has ended. Do you want to retreat? You immediately breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, the 10 minutes are up. Da-nin quickly chooses yes. And outside, everyone is watching the notification board closely when suddenly a new message appears. Qi Bin shouted, "Da-nin, the endurance value is 1. Guo Bing continued, "Da-nin, the top global in the physical system, surpassing An Special by 30%. Feng Hao saw this and sighed. This is destruction. Total destruction. Tuyen Kwok suddenly looked serious and said, "Top in 3 systems. This is a miracle. Grandpa, I suspect Da-nin might have some issues." He changed his tone again, laughing a bit. "Maybe he's not human but a god." "Ha ha ha. Afraid you're all too tense. I was just joking." "Ha. Ha." The Fang Hao group was helpless, only able to force a smile. Commander, feeling embarrassed again. Over here, Da-nin was kneeling on the ground. In front of him was the notice board, and only the final test of willpower remained. I have to use this time to adjust my state, although my left hand is temporarily unusable. Luckily, the challenge doesn't require fighting. The notification board displays the information. Please finish reading and prepare for the challenge within 1 minute, or you will be considered to have forfeited your right to participate 59 seconds. 58 secondes. 57 secondes. 7 secondes. Da-ning finished reading and said, "Senza wants to accept the hidden reward, so the system won't allow me to take a break in the middle." Then he smiled confidently and said, "Let's start the challenge, no matter what. This is my home turf. The notification board provides information. Please choose the method of trial. The regular willpower challenge in the normal trial. You will have the normal ability to use skills to fight enemies, and your performance will be based on the time taken to defeat the units. Only after completing 7 rounds will you be considered to have passed the special willpower trial. During the special trial, you cannot use any skills except your innate abilities. All the enemies you face will be generated based on your memory. After completing 7 rounds, it will be considered a pass." Seeing that, Da-ning said, "The most commonly chosen training method in the will system, and it's also the method I used to level up in my previous life. But now all my skills are recharging, and I can't fight with my left hand, so I can only choose the special trial." Then Da-nin pressed confirm, and in an instant, with a notification, the special trial was activated, and he was transported to another dimension, with the image of Tio Hai rushing over anxiously. Looking around, Da-nin thought to himself that the memories blocked in the first round were from the Heavenly Wind safe zone, and the feeling of being in here was also incredibly real. Just then, Tu Hoi rushed over and said hurriedly, "Da-nin, you're just in time. Come on. The Tianfeng arena is in chaos. Let's go out of the city and fight together." But just as Lord Tu reached out his arm, Danin quickly dodged to the side and said, "Sorry, Uncle Tio." Seeing that, Ti Hao turned around and asked what you meant. But you only kept a cold face. Without hesitation, Yanin delivered a punch straight to Ti Hao's stomach. You only give vague orders. And although it's hard to tell what's real or fake, in this special trial, I can't help but be cautious. And I suspect that the monster is actually the one created based on my memories. Seeing the figure of the creature bearing Tu Hai's form lying before her, Danin wondered why the true form of the monster did not appear. You want me to feel guilty and test my mental resilience. So I immediately took a hit from you. Tu Hai still managed to shout out. I never expected my grandson to be like this. But then Danin only left a message. Tio Tuk. I am truly sorry. Although I felt a bit shaken inside. I couldn't stop here, and stepped through a portal of teleportation opening before me. A voice echoed. And in the next moment, Danin was transported to a scene where Tran Jiao and Tran Dung were fighting against thousands of giant alien creatures. Tran Jiao. Hang on. Try to hold on. Turning to Danin, Tran Dung immediately begged for help. Danin. Quickly pull me out. Tran Jiao is trapped by the monster. I've never asked anyone for help in my life. Take my sister away. I will stop this mutant creature. But Danin only replied with one sentence. I came here to finish off Tran Jiao right now while she's in the monster's grasp. Witnessing this scene, Tran Dung's face turned pale as he shouted loudly. Danin, why are you doing this? Before Tran Dung could understand what was happening, he swiftly struck him with a sword. Tran Dung quickly reunites with Tran Jiao and coldly says, although their brotherly bond is touching, it's not enough to make me confused. With eyes as sharp as Jiao's, Danin didn't let time drag on and quickly gave the order. Sorry about that. Next. Here. You stand in front of Lam Lam sitting on the ground before you. I mean, come here. Hybrid. Isn't it you who said you wanted me? With her 10-call stance, Lam Lam looked at Yan Ning with a knowing gaze. Thinking that since I can't resist now and have no protective barrier, I'll give you a chance. Suddenly, Danin raised his sword and said, perhaps for many, with strong willpower, this level would be very difficult. And then she boldly drove her sword straight down with despair, thinking it would be harder for me. But for me, it was actually easier than the first 2 rounds. Anyway, I have a clear conscience for killing Lam Lam, even though she only managed to scream once. Thank you. Today, the system really underestimated me. Danin, now give the order for the next round. Now, Danin must face the 4th challenge. Wu Tin, standing before him, blushing as she casually says, with her towel draped over her shoulders, Danin, although I usually look very casual, I do it on purpose to make my father angry. In front of Daning, she offers the towel that Iyup presented, hoping today will be the first time, and that it will be with him. Standing before this scene, he covered Wu Tin's eyes, his expression calm and unshaken as he gently reassured her, thank you for your kindness. But close your eyes, this is the greatest respect I can give you. Then, in an instant, he finished with Wu Tin and gave the next order. The scene shifts to a high school where students are gathered, and it seems the school has been attacked by something. The students look extremely panicked, and the glass windows are also cracking, showing that this place has endured a major shock, despite the loud banging on the door, with everyone inside having blocked it with desks and chairs. The teacher leading the students bravely took out a weapon and reassured everyone that they shouldn't be afraid and that he was sure he could get them out of there. At this moment, Danin, dressed as a student, quietly felt a bit surprised and wondered if this was the classroom when she was 14. As the sounds of breaking windows grew even louder, it was only then that he suddenly realized that everyone, teachers and classmates had died that day, and he was the only survivor. Seeing the frightened girl beside me with tears welling up, I also remembered that it was the last time I saw my desk mate, Vuong Tran. The happy memories of Vuong Tran gradually appeared, and Danin remembered that she still remembered that day, when she didn't know where she learned it from. She shared half of her bread with me, but didn't eat herself and gave it to me. Breaking into your memories, Vuong Tran suddenly tears up and takes your hand, saying, Danin, will you protect me, right? You will take me to a safe place. Right. Danin, with a slightly disappointed look, replied, I also really want to take you and everyone else with me. But then his face darkened. He decisively pushed her away and said, but regret is just regret, and I no longer have a real chance to make things right. If I had taken you today, the mission would fail and you wouldn't truly come back to life," causing Vuong Tran to wonder what Da Ning was talking about. Then immediately, Da Nin pushed her down, grabbing her throat with tearful eyes, repeatedly murmuring apologies. "Sorry. I'm really sorry." Despite Vuong Tran calling out to him softly, seeing Vuong Tran completely gone, Da Nin cried out in deep sorrow. "This damn system. Don't kill me with emotional attachments." At the same time, the whispers and chatter grew louder as Da Nin had strangled Vuong Tran to death. He had also mutated. Everyone run away quickly. Da Nin ignored it and immediately used his psychic power to lift the broken glass pieces and ordered, controlling the spirit, to kill, leaving no one alive. Then, he left behind the classroom filled with corpses. And Da Nin simply said, "I'm sorry everyone. No matter how cruel it is, I can only move forward if there's a next life." The familiar voice still echoes. As the next round begins, now, in that house, Da Nin must face the image of his little sister, Xiaoan, crying out, "Mom, what's wrong with you?" After many trials, Da Nin's spirit has completely shattered, and he quietly thinks about friendship and love. Is it true that the sixth round is about family love? And how cruel must this experiment be for it to stop here? Little sister Xiaoan, tears welling up, said, "Big brother, you're back." Mom, frightened. Xiaoan ran to hug him, surprising Da Nin, and said, "I'm so scared." Now, Da Nin is severely injured. He just gently pats the girl's head and says, "Xiaoan, don't be afraid. I'm here now, Mom. Mom won't." In an instant, her expression changed, and with a fierce look, she attacked him while saying, "With me here, Xiaoan is no longer afraid." Xiaoan suddenly stabbed Da Nin directly through the body with his bare hand, and only then did he realize what he had done. Xiaoan still kept her innocence and approached him, asking, "Brother, why didn't you hug Xiaoan? Did Xiaoan do something wrong? Did I make you angry?" Without hesitation, driven by pain and regret, Da Nin desperately reached out to her, begging and apologizing, saying, "Please Tuan, it's my fault, don't blame me." Seeing Da Nin approaching, his mother tremblingly called out, "Tuan, my little Anne. Ning Yi, why is it still remaining?" But then, without explanation, he only said, "Mom, I'm sorry, really sorry," and then painfully raised his sword. After everything, he collapsed to his knees, tears of sorrow streaming down as Da Nin whispered softly, "My loved ones are gone. Only one last room remains." You little brat shout out. "System, are you still doing nothing? Bring all the lightning out here." But suddenly, Da Nin immediately felt a bone-deep pain and collapsed, a mysterious energy radiating out. In the silent depths of the ocean, he wondered if he was dead. Then suddenly from somewhere, voices called out, Da Nin, please wake up. You've succeeded." And he grew tired and blurred. The voices kept ringing. "Wake up quickly. We need you." In front of the countless people surrounding him, Da Nin groggily wakes up, and seeing that, everyone around cheers with joy. He's awake. He's finally awake. Da Nin faintly woke up and wondered where he was and what had happened to him. Wasn't he in the middle of the 3-die willpower trial before? A person standing nearby happily exclaimed, "Da Nin, you did it. After breaking the 4-die, you fell into a coma, and we were worried you might die. But luckily, you're awake now. So we have hope." Hearing this, Da Nin was stunned. The 4 spirits. The coma. You all secretly think, could it be that I have returned to my previous life before the capital was taken over at the same time? The dazzling, undefined sources of energy also appeared, weaving through Da Nin. Seeing that, he secretly thought with a cold smile that his left hand was fully recovered. His stomach was completely normal, not injured at all. And moreover, the strength within his body was even more powerful than ever. In an instant, the entire hospital room was filled with the brilliant blue glow of this energy. Seeing that, Li Vienne beside him couldn't help but be amazed and exclaimed, "This is the power of a 4-star level. Even the peak level 3 can't withstand it. Finally, we have hope." Suddenly, another soldier rushed in to report that General Li Vienne, the front line can no longer hold out, and the level 4 mutated monster has gradually followed the army and broken through our defenses. Hearing that, he eagerly asked, Dan Nin. How are you now? Can you still fight? If we need to rest, even if we will fight to buy you more time. But in front of this new power, Dan Nin was still stunned. What is all this about? You remember, when facing the level 4 mutant monster before, wasn't I already dead? Thinking back to when my teammates rescued me, I believe I wasn't dead at that time, and a few level 3 seconds risked their lives to save me. You think that after returning, you forced yourself to break your willpower core, tried to level up to level 4, and then fell into a coma. But why don't you remember this part before? Unable to figure it out, Dan Nin softly exclaimed. Oh. You wonder, could this be a side effect of forcibly breaking through to level 4? But then Dan Nin suddenly realized that perhaps the reincarnation or whatever it was just a dream she had while unconscious. A dream that had confused her current memories. The more he thought about it, the more panic set in. Dan Nin shouted loudly, asking what was real, then suddenly released a surge of power that made him stagger. Seeing that, Li Wiem immediately creates a shield. But Dan Geo and Dan Nin still haven't fully controlled their new powers. Don't try to control it anymore. Rest well. As long as you recover your strength, we will have hope. Just as he managed to hold back Dan Nin's new power, he quickly issued a command. Everyone follow me. Head to the front line and give Dan Nin time to recover. Realizing he had lost control, he forced himself to get up from the bed and tried to calm his mind. Staying composed, Dan Nin took deep breaths. Angry at himself for losing his temper, he had to stay calm. Even though I just woke up after being in the hospital for a while, I still want to understand everything that happened and uncover the truth. So at least I have to get out of this room first. Outside, the world has now become dark and chaotic, with a flock of strange birds following each other in a large formation across the sky, accompanied by screams. The front line is about to fall, and the underground bunker is the only safe place at this moment. Faced with the attack of the bloodthirsty flock of birds ready to strike their prey, the villagers pushed and shoved to get into the bunker and save themselves. They kept shouting to let me in first. I have an elderly mother above me and a child below. And mutants are flying from the front line over here. The infected outside are constantly attacked by the birds. They scream desperately. Save me. Get out of the way. Let me in first. There. A woman desperately holding her child, even as a ruthless man tramples over them. He roared, "Get out now. I am awakened. Anyone who blocks me will die," even though the child is in the woman's arms. He still continues his inhumane behavior, believing that he has struggled so hard to become awakened. Nearby, a group of self-proclaimed heroes armed with weapons also approached, attacking the villagers and shouting loudly, "You fools dare to stop the awakened ones. You deserve to die. Get out of the way." They don't care about anyone and immediately draw their swords, harming the people around them, claiming that I am also one of the awakened. The common folk must step aside. Only the awakened are humanity's hope. Ordinary people are useless even if they live. Everyone around was wide-eyed in shock as they watched the two self-proclaimed awakened individuals attacking the villagers. In an instant, their power tore those two apart. Seeing this scene, everyone around was wide-eyed in amazement, realizing that this was Jian Yin in his warrior attire, with his new formidable power looking down from above. Seeing that, the villagers shouted, "Lord Jianin." He then gave a serious order, and everyone followed in order. Anyone still harming each other will be treated like monsters. From afar, the bird monsters are rushing in one after another. Jian Yin quietly recites the incantation, gathering spiritual energy into the giant pink sword in his hand to face this trouble. With a single slash, he wiped out all the birds flying in the sky, leaving only feathers drifting through the air. Using his new power in battle for the first time, Jian Yin remarked that this level 4 strength was so real and so powerful. "This time I feel like there's nothing I can't do. It's time to reach the front line and face the level 4 mutated monsters again." Although the sky has been cleared, people on the ground are still in danger, everyone rushing to escape chaos. A group of armed soldiers is tasked with dealing with the monsters underground. Within their group, one person, full of fighting spirit, charged forward and said, "Brothers, follow me to block the gap." But no matter how much they advanced, in an instant, he was overwhelmed by the monsters and thrown to the ground. In a situation where he can't fight back like this, he still tries his best. Wan Kuang says, "Don't think only you know how to bite. Even without legs or hands, We still have mouths. Without hesitation, the soldier bit into the monster's flesh and sneered. Your meat really does smell terrible. But with the overwhelming number of monsters, he was still torn apart and bitten. But with an unbreakable determination, the soldier still shouted one last time. Humans will exist forever. Seeing their comrade's sacrifice, they charged forward, shouting, Brothers, our commander has fallen, we must be like him. Dying on the front lines, high above in the sky, miles away. Senior officers are approaching the monster to confront it. Leading the way is Commander Yuan, who says, Gentlemen, we have a chance to strike. If we can kill this level 4 monster, no. Even if we only manage to severely wound it, we still have hope to return and fight against the army of the undead. If we fail, don't let him be taken away. Qibin Lian said, Commander, even if we fail, Da Nin still remains, and humanity still has hope. Hearing that, Li Yan sighed deeply. Unfortunately, Da Nin still cannot control her power at the moment. Huang Hao believes it's all our fault for not discovering and guarding Ha Nin earlier. To lift my spirits, I just respond with a big yes. If there were a medicine to undo regret, I would surely have children and grandchildren now. All right, everyone. Stop overthinking. We're about to reach the monster. Get ready to attack. Focus on the level 4 monster. He orders. Form up now. Target its weak spot. Seeing the high-ranking officer's troops, the soldiers below gradually regained hope and excitedly said, The top 7 strategies of the great nation will work together. Overthrowing mountains and seas is not impossible. Killing the level 4 monster will give us hope. From above, the 7 officers raised their weapons, quickly seizing the moment to attack, each one shouting loudly, Lang Not Tien, Hundusham, Ri Kai Tien, kill. But then, from the eye socket of the level 4 monster, a great surge of power was gradually gathering. In an instant, the attacks from the high-ranking officers were all deflected by the force. Seeing this, Tung Kwok Ngen Giang said, He's avoided it. Immediately, the officers were caught in the monster's tentacles, and Fang Haoun shouted, Damn it! Why is the distance so great? With just one remaining tentacle, the monster managed to take out a high-ranking officer, leaving only a head and broken bones. Seeing this scene, the soldiers below immediately fell into panic, thinking they were doomed. Less than 3 seconds later, they were dead. Dead. We are really going to die. Why? Why is this happening? From the command tower, all the battles are being watched on the large and small screens at the center. Seeing the current situation, the department head couldn't hide his amazement and believed that Li Zongguo and his generals were all informed Anin to lead the last group to break the encirclement and retreat. Protecting the fire, the commander struggles to make a decision, saying this will be the final broadcast to the world before ending everything. But then the assistant beside him immediately stopped him and shouted, Wait. Dop sighed. Look over there. It's Da Ning. I see Da Nin. On the front line. You with your strength and force rushed straight toward the monster. With a sharp gaze, Da Nin confidently said, We meet again. Level 4, mutated monster. Even before the horde of shadows approaching in large numbers, Da Nin still stands tall with his powerful energy surging. When people see his figure, they cheer loudly. He's here. Da Nin has appeared. Below, the mutant horde begins to retreat in fear. The armed soldiers immediately shouted and charged. Look. Under Da Nin's pressure, the examiners are retreating. Brothers, go forward. As for the level 4 monster, it still stands there motionless, without a hint of movement. Seeing that, he wondered to himself, if the army retreats during the battle, but the 4-die mutant remains motionless, then even with my superpower of the 4-die now, I couldn't create such a situation. Da Nin guesses that if all of this is just an illusion, if this is the 3rd life trial after rebirth, then it is correct. What should I do to pass the trial? Does killing the monster in front of me end the lingering resentment of a life not yet fulfilled? From below, a soldier's voice calls out, Lord Da Ning, please act now. Seize the opportunity. It hasn't struck yet, so please take action immediately. Right now is our last hope. Hearing that, Lian took the sword in front of him and said, As long as I am willing, I can end this disaster at any moment and make everything beautiful again. Right, no matter if it's a trial or not. As long as one sword can kill the four-legged monster, the regret in my heart will be eased. That's all. Before he could finish calling out, a sudden shout of Nin Hai made Danin's eyes widen in surprise. Another child's voice called out again. Ka ka. And turning towards the sound, two shadowy figures appeared in the space. That is Xiao An and your mother. Danin's mother keeps urging you. Ning Hai, what are you still hesitating for? Just kill it, and our family will never be torn apart again. Xiao An beside him added. Ka ka. Just kill that monster, and we can live happily together. Their expressions look very strange. Suddenly, Vuong Tran's shadow mischievously appeared, promising him that, Danin, as long as he kills the monster, she can return to his side. Upon hearing this, he shook his head and sat down to let the thoughts injected into his mind by the system fade away. Danin realized that this system, wanting him to act, was truly exhausting. Holding the Than sword, he said, I think I know what the final test of this willpower trial is. If everyone also wants to end everything, then let's just end it. From the control center, senior officers are watching Danin's battle closely. Kwok Bin wonders why Danin hasn't come out yet since it's almost 9 o'clock. And Fuang Hao immediately speaks up, saying it doesn't make sense. He used to pass the tests very quickly before. Hearing this, he was worried that something unexpected might have happened. Qi Bing guesses that, probably not. If Danin chose the first test, he would pass the challenge very easily, and not lose any skills. If you choose the second option, you must absolutely trust your own will. The old man believes that whichever option it is, as long as they stick to that choice, there should be no problem unless after 3 rounds. Too much has been consumed. Hearing this, Tun Kwok advises everyone to keep waiting and see. Suddenly, a loud bang on the table sounded, and behind, Zhang Mian with a serious expression said, Everyone, Yaning still hasn't figured it out. There might be another possibility. He immediately asked, Trong Man, what do you mean? Just say it directly. He gave his opinion. Commander, my guess is very important and related to national interests. I hope you can issue the highest order to cut off all communication channels and ensure that no information leaks. Trong Man believes that not only that, but also the people at the location are all under level 1 control. Fang Hao immediately retorted. Trong Man, what exactly are you trying to say? The cost of blocking so many people. To you, he didn't care about what he said and continued to persuade him, saying, Commander, if what I said is not important, then I, Zhang Miao, am willing to accept the punishment and resign. Faced with this situation, he hesitated for a moment and then called out loudly, Commander. At this point, he had no choice but to order the command to immediately lock down the perimeter and activate level 1 security. Immediately, a protective shield was activated, enveloping the control center, and an alert sounded, indicating the barrier was in operation. He believes, Commander, that Danin could lead the 3 main systems worldwide, simply because he has found a foundation within the system. Moreover, no matter how strong the talent is, whether in strength or physical ability, it cannot surpass the challenge through one's own abilities. Fuang Hao immediately suggested that only in this way can we explain why the test of his intelligence was necessary. The one who should be the best, yet is struggling. Zhang Mian, you are clearly issuing a threat here. But then Man reminded him not to think that it was impossible. Did he forget what happened 16 years ago when someone awakened in the North Ngi area? With the temporary copying talent of system items, although the copied items have no effect, they can still be accepted by the NBC dungeon. He said that with this ability, he had almost fully exploited all the major dungeons and gained a huge amount of essence. The code only triggers when he accidentally reveals his true strength within the system. Then the system detects and eliminates him. Zhang Yang continued, saying that since then, we realized that even nearly divine systems can still make mistakes. Well, I was right. Da Nin must have found a flaw. Hearing that, Chuang Man was very confident in his opinion. He suggested, Commander, if Da Ning can get out, I propose you confront him directly. As long as we can copy his ability, our southern military zone will make an unimaginable leap forward. He immediately stopped Tan. Commander, can we go early to make a conclusion? Da Nin's life or death inside there is still uncertain. Could it be that after he finally managed to step out, we immediately captured and tortured him, which would be absolutely chilling? During the debate, the national selector spoke up, saying, "Don't argue anymore. I have a plan. Let's first wait until Da Nin comes out safely." On the battlefield, the words kept echoing in his ears. Lord Da Nin has already killed it. Kaka has already killed it. Nin He has already killed it. The path ahead is always haunted by three shadows. I can only say, sorry. I think everyone shouldn't drown in past failures or keep imagining how to make up for them, no matter how difficult it is or how bright the future may be. Da Nin thought. I also don't want to live in false illusions, and immediately drove the sword straight through his body. Even if it hurts, he still tried his best. Da Nin's eyes shine with determination as he firmly says, no matter how cruel and difficult reality may be, I will face it once more and change it, because only by looking forward can I find the truth. Confidently, he drew his sword from his body and added, I can't deny that I was defeated miserably in my previous life, even though I was always afraid of failing again. Now raise your sword high and gather your strength with all your might. But this time, I will also shatter you. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted, and due to the shockwave and his own exhaustion, Da Nin fell freely through the air. At the same time, continuous notifications appeared. The trial of will had ended. The current position, the number 1 in the world. After the trial ends, you receive a special reward. The announcement is made worldwide, and your attributes are tallied. The top rank in the strength trial gains 3 strength attribute points, which double when leveling up to 3 die, totaling 68 points. The top rank in the strength trial gains 3 strength attribute points, doubled when leveling up to 3 die, totaling 68 points. The top rank in the agility challenge receives an additional 3 agility attribute points, doubles when leveling up to 3 die, for a total of 68 points. The top rank in the willpower challenge, gaining an additional 3 willpower attribute points, doubles when leveling up to 3 die, for a total of 68 points. All rewards have been collected. The overall ranking is first, receiving 10 bonus points to all attributes. All attributes increased to 78 points. Gained the enhanced talent of strength. The Rage received the enhanced innate talent for quick and light movement. Superload capacity received the enhanced innate talent for physicality. Resilience received the perseverance talent enhancement. Aura of will. The system reports, tallying the awarded equipment. Complete the hidden challenge and earn 4,000 reputation points. You have received the honorable title, the perfect person. After putting it on, can be exempt from system transactions and has A-level privileges. Another series of notifications appeared. Summing up the reward items. You can choose any blue 4-star equipment or exchange your choice for 1-star epic equipment. Received a special item, the Life Elixir. At the mythic level, received a very special item, Time Key. Epic level. The current SSS talent and ability summary rewards are upgraded. Spirit Shield of Violence. The Spirit Shield of Violence grants a 100% increase in attributes and control power within 3 seconds. The defensive stance of Spiritual Resistance, as well as the mixed-type thinking skill, has a 24-hour cooldown. At that moment, he also appeared from the space gate. Seeing Da Nin, Tuyen, Kwok, and everyone cheered and shouted with joy. Look, Da Nin's trial is already complete. Number 1 remains number 1 in the world, and he is the only pure mental type to pass the 3-stage trial. But for you, Da Nin felt a sharp pain and thought to himself that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The global announcement would be coming soon. Immediately, a global announcement was made, updating the tower trial rankings. Currently ranking the strength trial in Hoaha military zone. Da Nin, the fastest agility trial. Hoaha military zone. Da Nin, the top physical trial. Right here in Hoaha. Da Nin. Number 1, in mental toughness trials. Hoaha military zone. Da Nin. Keywords like Hoa, Ha, and Da Nin ranked number 1 worldwide. Echo continuously across the earth. Now you can finally relax yourself. Da Nin lay down on the ground, his face pale and weak as he spoke. Even the system bridge considers it a risk to sacrifice his life. Tomorrow, Fuangha and the medical team will arrive in time. He anxiously orders. Da Nin. Da Nin. Where's the medical team? Stop standing there and save the person quickly. After examining your condition, Dr. Li immediately reassured you. Commander, Deputy Commander, don't worry. It's nothing serious. It's just a broken left arm. Otherwise, his physical strength and willpower have been drained too much. So a few days of rest will be enough to recover. Hearing that, he sighed in relief and said, "That's good. You almost gave me a heart attack." Next to him, Zhang Mingsheng, thinking that the number one in the world was only lightly injured, couldn't believe it, and immediately suggested, "Commander, you should carefully reconsider my previous assumption. I suggest using mental strength to forcefully awaken Danin and interrogate him immediately." "I can't take it anymore," Fuang Hao immediately retorted. "Troman, you're going too far. You want to hurt Danin. First, you have to get through me first. He's not someone to be taken lightly." Then he retorted, "So what? Commander Fuang doesn't want to act based on emotions alone for the sake of the country's greater good. If my guess is correct, then Danin is just a sacrificial pawn," which made him so furious that he blurted out, Qi Bin also spoke up. "Tar, I do not recommend this. Even a tiny mistake could have very serious consequences." So Thien agrees. "That's right. Danin has been performing very well. We shouldn't doubt him. If he were to do this, it wouldn't just ruin Diep Nin's reputation, but also the entire future of Hoaha." Tin Kwok pondered for a moment before making a decision. 3 days. "Let's wait 3 days first to see if he can wake up." Then they said, "First bring him down and treat him properly. No mistakes allowed." Seeing you being taken into the ambulance, Chungman, with a cunning look, immediately began to think. 3 days, huh? I will wait to see what you... Dunning. Kando, is he still daring to wake up? All the high-ranking officers are now gathered around Danin's bedside. Cheng Ming asked, "Commander, over 117 countries have inquired about Danin. How should we respond then?" The Minister of Foreign Affairs replied thoughtfully. "It's been 3 days now. This kid, Daning," he immediately suggested, "Taktizer. The best doctors of Hoaha are present here." He also said that Danin's vital signs are still intact and all his wounds have healed. But he refuses to wake up, perhaps out of guilt. They are only pretending. I suggest directly torturing Danin's mind right now. The officials immediately protested. "I do not agree." Hearing that, Trung Man immediately said, "We've been talking for 3 days. Deputy Marshal Fuang, surely you can't be unable to distinguish right from wrong." He can't stand it anymore, and almost raises his voice. "If we do this, it will cause a serious misunderstanding." Seeing that, he dares not say another word. Zhang Meng ordered, "Everyone, prepare the equipment and get ready to interrogate Dai Ning." The devices were immediately brought in by the staff. "Even if they start the test with you right now," he still insists on protesting. "No. Commander, we can't do this to Daning." Next to him, he thought, "Deputy Commander Fuang, I am a rebel." But then Tuyen Kwok only said, "Haozi, I don't want to do this either. But it concerns the national interest." Hearing this, Fuang Hao held back. Then the test began. Trung Man ordered, "Everyone step back." The staff began attaching neural signal wires all over Danin's body. Just as he was triumphantly about to put the helmet on him, Trung Man would uncover the secrets inside Danin. Suddenly, you open your eyes and wake up, causing Danin to sit up and accidentally break the connection wires. Wondering to himself, "Where am I?" Seeing you wake up, Kwok Bin excitedly shouted, "You're awake." "He's awake." Nearby, he joyfully exclaimed, "Thank heaven. He's finally awake." He immediately happily ordered, "It's good that he's awake. Quickly get rid of these useless things for me." Nin still didn't understand what was happening and asked, "What are you guys doing?" Fuang Hao immediately rushed to his side, proudly showing his device and introducing himself. "I am Fuang Hao. I am Fuang Hao, Deputy Chief of the Imperial Secret." He also enthusiastically introduced more. "Danin, you've never met him before. This is Lai Tuyen Kwok, the Supreme Vortex of Dai Ha. This is Ui Vien Ho, General Trungman. You've met him before." Holding the iron helmet in his hand, Danin spoke. "But I want to ask, what is this? It doesn't look like a treatment tool at all." In this awkward situation, Qi Bing quickly said, "Ning, if you're awake, we have some questions. What is your wealth status? Can you open your system panel for us to check?" Hearing this, Danin simply replied, "Oh, I see." He thought to himself, "These people usually just punish and leave him alone." So, The first thing they do is ask about me, and even want to torture me. Ridiculous. But unfortunately, my divine sword system can't be exposed, or it will be erased. Danin immediately retorted. Officer Hu, does the army not know my talent? Since when does the army require awakening individuals to reveal their system chart? Hearing that, the old man fell silent. Chi-bin stammered in response, and the one behind him, disturbed by the ruined joy, spoke up. Danin, we suspect there's something wrong with your test results. Did you exploit a loophole to win the previous trial? This is very important. I hope you cooperate and don't try to hide anything. Or else, it will be too late for Chuangman to catch up. Danin immediately thought, so you suspect me? Do you think I lied? Making him speechless, Feng Hao spoke up and said, Danin, it's not like that. Listen to our explanation, but was cut off by him. Haozi, you can't just brush it off. Danin, I'm really sorry. We suspected you exploited a loophole, but your achievements are truly remarkable. Facing Danin, the envoy politely said, first, we are all very pleased that you have brought this honor to Hoaha. Second, I want you to understand that even if you did indeed exploit a loophole, it is extremely valuable to Hoaha. Here, on behalf of the Commander-in-Chief, I assure you that as long as you are willing to admit it, you will still be the leader. Hearing this, Zhang Mian worriedly said, Commander, Daning can't let go easily. Once the awakening net contacts him from outside, the effect will be very dangerous. But then he just gave a stern look. Enough, Zhang Mian. You're talking too much. You can't reel her in. So he doesn't dare to speak. Zhang Mian gritted his teeth and thought bitterly that Daning dared not reveal the information system. Obviously because it was haunted by guilt. Very suspicious. But still, the commander wants to keep him from being first. So wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Da Nin realized that although the problem clearly lay with Trong Man, from another perspective, he could understand the considerations of those in power. But I still feel very disappointed in this person. This time I suspect the flaw in his innate talent. And next time I can't let some tragedy happen again. Just like in my previous life. You agree? Fine, eh? I will tell you right now what the loophole is. Deputy Commander, help me find a high-level crystal ball for testing divine beasts. Hearing that, he immediately volunteered. All right. I will go right now. Now, he seemed overjoyed, secretly thinking it would only take a few seconds to open the system panel. So you went to find the crystal ball. Do you want to prove that you are invincible? Even at SS level? No one can perform a ruthless test like you. What is the result of this kind of test? So it cannot be proven that the person is not exploiting the loophole, not knowing that Danin had already calculated Ta. Suddenly, with sharp eyes, you turned to start a conversation. Commander Zhang. Commander C. Right. After I finish the test, if you still have questions, then continue talking to me. At that moment, Feng Hao also pushed a cart carrying a giant piece of crystal forward. He introduced it as the highest level test crystal. Standing in front of this crystal, Daning said, You all want to find the flaw. Right, then take a good look here. As he touched the crystal, he immediately unleashed a surge of condensed energy, and everyone in the room couldn't help but exclaim at the overwhelming destructive power. The crystal under Daning's power gradually cracked open, allowing his strength to seep inside. In an instant, the glass shard was completely destroyed. The announcement also sounded, confirming that the current test result is SSS level in the willpower system. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. SSS level, Danin immediately asked, Are you satisfied with this gap? Watching the performance just now, the national team sighed in admiration. Well done. And beside him, Fuang Hao happily added, I told you there was nothing. Even Chi Bin was surprised and exclaimed, Is there really such a level as SSS in this world? Didn't it never happen before? Guobin couldn't hide his amazement and said, Divine level. Because of this move. As for him, he turned pale with fear, thinking it's over. This time he's completely lost. It's okay. I understand. But I heard that the first choice, besides the trial, also needs to be compared with the other creatures to assess combat potential. He immediately thought that Danin didn't need to bother anymore because you have already proven yourself to be outstanding. No. The commander said, You are ranked first. So you can be completely assured of this. Danin approached the standing commander, thinking to himself, Commander Zheng, I heard that young Master Zhang Yang was ranked first before, and I am someone who values fairness. He didn't like relying on privileges. Chuang Duong is so outstanding, but if he doesn't fight in actual combat, it wouldn't be fair to him at all. Hearing that, he could only exclaim, "Oh, you should respectfully inform all the leaders that, sir. According to the regulations, lower-ranked positions have the right to challenge higher-ranked ones. I don't want the top position. I want to sign up for a life-and-death battle to challenge the number one." Zhang Yang. Hearing that, Zheng Mong immediately stepped forward and asked, "Da Nin, what do you mean?" Although he hesitated outwardly, after hearing this, he acknowledged your strength. "You're quite something. Patient enough. I'm telling you up front that I want to compensate you, but you set me up behind my back. Even if Zheng Ming is a bit excessive, killing his son is too much. He's in a tough spot now, and all he can do is hold back and remind himself to stay calm. He can't afford to get angry. Otherwise, I will become the warlord who abandons his child. The only way now is to surrender and lower ourselves to this blood-stained warlord." Then Zheng Mong forced a stiff smile, raised his voice. "Da Nin, the number one position belongs to you. Your talent far surpasses Duong Ni, so I will stand in for Chuang Duong. I sincerely give up the first place. I apologize for what just happened. I said that only out of concern for your safety. Everything is just a misunderstanding." Facing his hypocritical face, Da Nin replied coldly, "Commander Zhuan, you're flattering me too much. But let's follow the rules and act accordingly. In the end, I don't want anyone to say that Da Nin, am arrogant, autocratic, or destructive to the rules. You say that Chuang Duong is so talented, but isn't it necessary to fight to see who is stronger or weaker? Don't you think?" Now, Chuang's face is bloodless, and Qibin also speaks up to support him. "Sir Commander, if Da Nin wants to follow the rules, then let's follow the rules. However, Da Nin has just been promoted to the 3rd level and needs time to adapt to her abilities. In 3 days, when we have the battle results, can we announce the ranking and the prizes?" Tu Yen Quoc realized that the old fox was truly cunning, always cautious. Housie said nothing, yet he still stepped forward to express his stance. After thinking it over, he must have had a reason to do this. Luckily, there are 3 days left. Then he made a decision. So just follow what the old fox said. Hearing that, he couldn't hold back his anger and wondered if he and his son were being abandoned. "No, Yaning, I absolutely won't allow you to harm my son. If you kill my child, I will make sure you die first. On the contrary, now you are only calm and composed." With a faint smile, "A gentleman's revenge is never too late. No, even a day late, it is disrespectful to the enemy. But Cheng Meng, you don't need to rush. Soon, your children will be reunited with each other." On the rooftop of the tall building, 2 figures are discussing. And Yuan Guo, hands clasped behind his back, speaks thoughtfully. "Lao Ho, now it's just the 2 of us. So let's be honest and say it outright. Why should we agree to Da Nin Qibing?" quietly added. "Commander, have you forgotten about the cross-continental mission in 10 days? The old man looked into the distance again and continued. "Our past failures have seriously impacted our strategic reserve. So this time, it is very important for us. If we can't gather enough spiritual energy to distribute this time, a large number of our fighter jets will soon be reduced to scrap." He then turned to Qi Bing and asked, "Do you want Da Nin to participate?" The old man replied matter-of-factly, "That's right. Besides dealing with the monsters, the intercontinental mission also has to contend with 3rd-tier awakeners from other countries." Then the old man continued analyzing. "So we should also go through this battle to see if Da Nin has enough courage to kill. After all, killing humans and killing monsters are 2 completely different things." And the nation's selection committee hesitated to ask, "But old Ho, once Zhang Yang dies, Zhang Man is afraid he will go crazy, and I worry that chaos will break out then." Ji Bing furrowed his brow in deep thought and replied to him, "So I suggested 3 days. Once Zhang Man arrives, he will definitely be fully prepared for his son. Monday. We also have time to plan 2 options and respond flexibly depending on the situation." Tu Yen Quoc happily patted Lao Ho's shoulder and praised him, saying, "You sly old fox. No matter what you say, you always think things through very carefully." Old man listened to his praise, and then worriedly said, "Sir, apart from this matter, It would be better to declare Yan Ning as SS level to the outside world, or I fear he will face deadly danger. Guo Qianan calmly said, just follow my instructions. And the other information must also be reclassified. The scene shifts to a room where a young man is sitting curled up on the ground. Suddenly the door opens and a figure enters behind him. Truong Duong turns to look at the person behind him with a dejected face and happily shouts, Dad, you're back. Have you discovered that kid's talent yet? Is it cheating? Zhang Meng still stood motionless like a statue, silent, as his son kept asking, Dad, do you think that kid found a weakness? He's probably been locked up already. Right. You're still number one. Right. Truong Man still didn't answer, letting him ask Don, who was trembling as if about to collapse. What exactly is going on, Dad? Please tell me. It was only then that he finally spoke calmly, confirming that Danin was fine. On the contrary, he was preparing to challenge life and death with his son in 3 days. Zhang Yang was startled and replied, What do you mean? How can it be nothing wrong with him? Did Dad hear that? He seemed to have received some important news and quickly asked Don Day, Wait a minute. You just said a life and death fight. Are you talking about me and him? No. I won't go anywhere. I haven't given up the number one spot. Is that okay? I won't go anywhere. It wants the number one spot. So I'll give it to it. Completely. Truong Man looked at his son helplessly and said, I've already told you. But that kid still insists on fighting you. Truong Duong asked in surprise. He doesn't want to. He wants to kill you. Hearing that, he started to get angry and snarled. Dad, kill him before the fight. Kill him. He wants me dead. So now go and kill him. He listened to his son's words and simply nodded. I want that too. But killing him now is as impossible as reaching the sky. Because right beside him, there's a team of 3 powerful experts following. He asked suspiciously. Who are they? Zhang Man dangerously said. Go and threaten them. Truong Duong seemed utterly shocked when he heard that name. His face became tense. The army had already sent troops to protect them. There was no more time left. He continued to comfort his son. And Zhang Man said, So you're definitely going to die then. Duong Ni, you are my son, Zhang Man. I won't let you die. Dad has contacted some top experts. And when the time comes, they will step in to help. Hearing this, he quickly asked his father, Dad has served the country for so many years. No matter how biased the higher-ups are towards Danin, they will just turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. So Dad, is there any way I can win, like using tools or disguises? He may have betrayed his son, but on the other hand, he secretly said that these things are useless because they are not allowed in death matches, even though they can't rely on external forces. But it's not impossible. Zhang Yang understood his father's meaning and confidently said, Dai Ning kept talking about the rules. So of course we can use the rules to defeat it. Zhang Man whispered with a cunning look. At that moment, we not only have this, but also have sacrificial warriors. He, with a cunning look, chuckled softly and sneered. Nin, no matter how strong you are, fighting the dragon with the snake's head. Let me see how you'll fight me. 3 days later, at the capital military district's duel arena, the spectators watched in silence as the stands were packed. Above the arena, Qibing Palace Mirror told the national team commander, Sir, everything is in place. The 3 referees are ready, and the death arena can start the match at any moment. Hearing that, he shouted, All right, then go announce the start. A figure dressed in dazzling white and silver stepped out from the arena, and suddenly the crowd's chatter grew louder. So this is the Danin who has been causing a stir lately. I heard he's very fierce, but he looks so weak and fragile. He's so thin, I feel like I could kill him with just 1 finger. I can't believe it. He looks only 17 or 18 years old. Danin calmly steps forward to stand in front of the 3 judges. In front of him is the chief judge, Luke Van Chao. He handed Danin a stopwatch and said, Danin, this is the stopwatch for the final battle. Take a look, and if there are no issues, you can prepare for the fight. Danin, hearing that, was puzzled and asked, So I'm going to fight Zhang Yang. Why is there a battle card? After saying that, he took the battle card, glanced over it, and replied, Besides Zhang Yang, there are 9 others who have reached the 3rd challenge level. Yet Zhang Yang is placed at the very end, Van Chao quickly explained. But Dan Nin cut him off, saying everyone has already seen this challenge card, according to the rules. You can challenge Zhang Yang, so other seeds can challenge you too. He still kept saying that the first battle would exhaust him greatly, and if he couldn't hold on, he wouldn't wait for Van Chao to finish explaining. Dan Ning just smirked and said, "I understand. Let's start." Before I could understand what was happening, you quickly raised the challenge board and said, "Those whose names are on the board, come forward together. I want to fight all 10 of you." Suddenly, there was quite a buzz around. What did I hear wrong? No matter how strong the talent is, it can't be that crazy. Fighting multiple people at once. Is he looking for death? If everyone strikes at once, even 3 mid-tier elites wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hearing such crazy rumors, I was surprised and thought that the superior, wanting to save Zhang Yang's life, agreed to make a list, but didn't consider this possibility. Zhang Yang couldn't have an accident, and Dan Ning even more so. What should I do now? Kwok Bin hurriedly ran over to stop him and shout, "Dan Ning must not get agitated. If you don't want to fight to the death, you can refuse. And refusing this duel won't affect your first-place ranking." Dan Ning confidently drew his 2 swords and asked everyone in surprise, "Is there any rule that prohibits fighting everyone? If not, then just go ahead and start. After all, with so many trash, they're just trash anyway." On the organizer's stand, Fang Hao happily and excitedly said, "That cocky kid, but I like him." While the old man beside him said, "You only see the excitement and refuse to see the bigger problem." At this moment, Yuan Guo also ordered that if Dan Ning had asked, then just follow his instructions, because Zhongtang will always pay attention to proper conduct during the match. But right now, he's secretly thinking that this brat is just like me when I was young. I like the old man too, but he's taking too many hits. It's not a good thing either. I also suffered quite a bit back then. Maybe this time, it's best to teach him a lesson. Down here, Wan Zhou also silently thought that the last words of the commander clearly meant for us to protect Dan Nin. Then he gave the order and started the match. If the commander has already issued the order, then let the 10 seeds, including Zhang Yang, go on stage together, nearby. Zhang Yang, enraged by the situation, grabbed his weapon, ready to fight, roaring, "He's insulting me, I'll kill him, I must kill him." Zhang Man beside him was both advising and secretly plotting for his son. "Yang Ni, this is a good thing. The crazier it gets, the greater your chances of winning. Let him make the first move. And once he's exhausted his energy, you can finish him off." In front of Sha Ning, 10 opponents armed aggressively are staring at him. Then the announcement sounds from the arena signaling the start. The life and death challenge is about to begin. Everyone prepare yourselves. No one is allowed to use tools. Cancel all talismans on all equipment. The countdown begins. Below the stands, everyone started discussing excitedly. Situations like this had never been seen in the Great War before. Someone asked how many seconds they thought it would take for the battle to end. Another replied 3 or 5 seconds. Or maybe just 2 seconds. And someone else chimed in, "I give him 10 seconds. After all, Dan Nin is the fastest and strongest. So I guess he can hold out a little longer." The countdown sound ends. The fight begins. The 10 people start rushing in fiercely. "Kill him for me." Dan Nin simply flicks out a move. A sword flash to block the attack. Those there were hit before they could even touch you, and were thrown back several meters. They couldn't dodge or block it at all. He, on this side, looking pale, shouted. Before Trong Duong could finish speaking, a young man with a sledgehammer rushed forward. "Dan Nin, we're going to end this together." He swung the hammer into the air, charging straight at you. In front of Yan Ning, a wave of power wrapped in fiery red energy was gradually spreading out. You look up and smirk, saying, "So you even have undead soldiers carrying mini nuclear bombs. Too bad for you. You won't get the chance to show off." At this moment, he could only scream in fear. "Help! Help!" A voice rang out in front of Zhang Yang. "What are the referees still standing there for? Hurry and come with me to save the person." The 3 referees of Liu Vianshao appeared in front of him and could only summon a defensive shield to withstand the onslaught of this power. Vianshao, while struggling to resist, exclaimed in confusion, "Can a 3rd-tier novice really have this speed and energy?" The referee next to him also panicked and said, "Pay attention. It's okay if we couldn't save him earlier, but Zhang Yang must be saved. Otherwise, our reputation will be shattered." He saw this scene and only ran away screaming, "Save me. Dad, save me. I won't fight the horse anymore. I won't fight anymore." Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Zhang Yang. It's okay now. Zhang Yang. He turned around in panic only to see his head had been severed from his body. And the nearby referee saw this and thought to himself, Zhang Yang. He's dead. No way. Up in the organizers' stands. They couldn't sit still anymore. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed, wow. A single move that took down the entire arena. This kind of fighting power. This decisive will to punish. The one beside him asked, did anyone see it? How did Trong Duong get killed? Kuo Ping also spoke up and said no. I didn't see anything. I clearly protected him. The old man nearby also asked in confusion. Just now. I feel like pausing for a second might be wrong. Returning to the battle. You used your strength to kill that Zhang Yang. A fierce glint flashing in your eyes as you spoke. The person I want to kill. You can't protect him. His potential is fake. No, I must make you see that I am very strong now. He desperately cries out for his son. No. Then Trung Man stormed forward, furious and determined to use his strength against Dan Nin, saying, you bastard. I must kill you. He remained indifferent as Thuong Lan Lung replied, perfect timing. I was worried you wouldn't be able to hold back. He unleashed his strength, roaring loudly with the Lake Spirit Fist, and shouted at you. Deezer. In that situation, Dan Nin calmly thought to himself, although his strength had reached the peak of the third guy. In reality, he wasn't much stronger than me. But I bet that not only can he not kill me, but he will also have to die here. Suddenly, Phuong Hao's shout rang out from afar. Trong Man and Duong Te rushed forward to block his attack with a powerful move. The Ba Hoang Long Qian, Trong Man had to step back a few paces, and after being pushed back, he glared at Phuong Hao with hatred and gritted his teeth, saying, Phuong Hao, get out of the way. A father who kills his own child and doesn't seek revenge is not worthy of being a father. He warned strongly. Trong Man, if you stop now, I might forgive your pain of losing your child and forget the past. But if you don't blame me for being ruthless, though deep down, I want to kill this guy. I know I can't skip the proper process. He was so stunned, he couldn't speak. And even in his mind, he was calculating silently, wanting to stop. But then he realized he couldn't do that. You keep flipping the bird behind him and smirking mockingly at Trong Man, daring him to life or death. No matter what happens, your useless son doesn't matter. But as a father like you, you're no better. Cutting people apart, it's no wonder you breed such scum. He's grinding his teeth in anger. Get out of the way, or I'll kill this guy. Before Trong Man could react, Phuong Hao used his divine dragon pressure to knock him away with a roar. Trong Man, do you want to die? He was thrown back a few meters, his mouth full of fresh blood. Trong Man, struggling to breathe with his hand supporting himself, said, Commander, that is my son, my only child. Look at what I have dedicated myself to the country for so many years. Look at Trong Man, who has fought and risked his life for the country. Commander, I beg you, please give me some justice. Tuyen Kwok husband pondered. Trong Man has already surrendered. Is it really necessary to go this far? Behind Dunin's sarcastic words, the old man begged. What kind of way is that to demand justice? Unable to fight with strength. Resorting to playing the victim. Are you planning to cheat your way out? You're planning again. Even in a trap you have to leave an escape route. No. This time I have to chase the dog into a dead end. Danin stepped forward again, taunting him, and saying, if you want to kill me, give me a chance but you don't know how to seize it. Now I stand here for you to kill me. Do you dare? Do you believe that if I am hurt, even by a single finger, I will make your entire family pay the price? And even the dogs and chickens in your house won't be spared. Trong Man, you've really pushed me to the limit. You bastard. I have to kill you. I will kill you. He quietly praised Danin behind his back. This kid is pretty clever too. If you've given me enough reason, I will definitely not let you down. Just as he was about to strike at Ya Ning, Phuong Hao was already prepared to fight back, delivering a powerful punch to Zhang Man and saying, today I will show you the difference between true and fake stabilization. Seeing this scene, he silently thought to himself that indeed, the difference in rank is not based on numbers. Now, I can easily intimidate peers, even if you are just one level above your peers or kill peers of the third rank. Facing a peak third rank, even if it is only a high-level third rank, you probably have no choice but to die. After punching him, He turned around and reported to him. Commander, Da Nin was in great danger just now. And due to the urgency of the situation, I wasn't careful. Tuang kwak nghe ve chi bin thanoi. Fa chu tich fuong kung chi vi bat daxi. Da ku ngoi hel tan cho tuang quang chuang manzi. He silently thought to himself. Win jang win loi. Howzy howzy. Do you think I am an old fool? You and Danin singing and dancing. Do you think I am blind? Forget it. Luckily, the old man already prepared an emergency plan. You bow sincerely, thanking the marshal and deputy marshal for saving my child and granting me this justice. Da Nin expresses his gratitude for the great kindness and vows to repay the nation. Tuang Quoc saw that, and his sharp eyes looked at Da Nin. Indeed, knowing how to take advantage of him. This little brat. This is not simple at all. If you want to make a name for yourself and establish a reputation, then I will help you achieve it. After thinking, he ordered that tomorrow at the capital square, the first medal ceremony for the seed project will begin. The noisy chatter of everyone gradually grew louder. Oh my god. Danin just cut a batch of seeds. I didn't even get a chance to see. And already, Truongmon's eyes have gone dead. Once this wave passes, the next one will come. I feel like my heart is about to stop. Da Nin is too ruthless. I must never offend him in the future. The medal ceremony is held in the capital square. This is a national-level event. The great era is truly about to change. Truongmon's two subordinates, Duong Tran and Lam Nue, also secretly felt fear. Duong Tran's face was pale with terror, thinking that Truongmon's soldiers had already died. It's hard for me to escape death. Lam Nue next to me is also quietly reassuring himself. Luckily, I was quick-witted at the beginning, or I would have died a terrible death. Over here, Thong Zoi turned to instruct Lao to organize the ceremony. Lao Ho, I entrust this to you, make sure it's grand. Furthermore, the results of today's deadly battle are classified, including Da Nin's combat strength and talents. Anyone who attempts to reveal them without permission will be punished for treason. Ji Bing nodded seriously and responded. Yes, Master Tong Zoi. The next day, at the capital square, the atmosphere was lively with the representative's speech, and after the army's highest command approval, Da Nin would be the first to lead the fire pit plan for his outstanding performance in the global trial, with initial rewards specially increased as follows. While Lord Thong Zoi was pinning the medal on him, the initial A+ rank authority was upgraded to S rank. The A-level resource node was increased without limit. The initial credit points of 1 million per month rose to 3 million, and the special approval resource node was increased to 10 million points annually, with the initial mythic level equipment automatically upgraded to legendary level equipment. It is a prominent gold inlaid badge with 3 stars in the center. He continued to introduce that the initial general treatment level had been upgraded to deputy commander. The initial colonel rank had been promoted to general, and Ye Nin was also specially approved as an honorary member of the standing committee. Vuong Thien happily said, 21 celebratory shots. This medal ceremony felt like the commander-in-chief himself was present. Tu Hai also chimed in, recalling how a month ago, the incident where Diep Nin infiltrated the Heavenly Wind testing grounds was still fresh in my mind. Unexpectedly, Kai Lai also spoke up to join the fun. Yesterday, I received the news of my promotion in advance, all thanks to Ye Nin. Standing on the stage, Commander Tuong Quoc asked with a smile, Da Nin, do you have any other requests? Hearing that, he fell silent, as his rewards had already become quite impressive. If you ask for more now, it would truly be insatiable. But if you don't speak up now, there might be no chance later. Da Nin politely replied, Darkser, I hope to attend the military conference held once every 3 years in the next 2 days. Tu Yet Quoc silently sweated, thinking, this brat really knows how to give me a tough question. The old man nearby also secretly observed. Da Nin is only 18 years old. At this age, what does he know? What is the purpose of attending the conference? Fang Hao standing nearby sighed and thought this kid must be thinking a lot about fighting. So what is he doing participating in that ZZ conference? On this side, he patted your shoulder happily and said, no problem. Now that you're an honorary member, you'll naturally have the right to attend as an observer. Of course, if there are any good suggestions, the army is also ready to consider them. You politely replied, thank you, Marshal. It's already evening. And after sitting down and resting in the cabin, Yan Nin thought about it, try to research. No. What I really want is compliance. After all, If I want to prevent that disaster in Donghai, I must mobilize the strength of at least one military zone. But for now, I'll accept it and act accordingly later. Suddenly, he approached and said to you, Da Nin, come with me. Da Nin looked confused and didn't understand anything. At the military district headquarters, a large armored vehicle was slowly entering. After bringing you to the gate of the military zone, Fuanghang finally said, Da Nin, from today on, you will move here to live. This place is not only strictly protected, but also surrounded by multiple layers of greenery. An elite treatment. And this fully enclosed metal room is the most secret meeting room here. After bringing Da Nin inside, he continued, the reason I personally brought you here today is because I have a secret mission for you. Although technically you're only at the Tamdai level and shouldn't be. We really couldn't find a better candidate than you. Da Nin calmly replied, Uncle Fuang, just say it straightforwardly. Fuanghang seriously told you that the Intercontinental Dungeon has an A-level difficulty. And as the difficulty increases, each country is only allowed a maximum of 2 Tier 3 individuals and 8 basic Tier 3 individuals to enter. Besides dealing with mutants and completing the main mission, you also have to fight against awakened individuals from other countries to harvest more mineral spiritual energy. Da Nin listened quietly and calculated in her mind. In her previous life, she had been to this dungeon before. But back then it wasn't an intercontinental dungeon, and there was no mineral spiritual energy. Suddenly, a system panel appeared with lines of text, a forced mission requiring entry into the dimension-enhanced dungeon to obtain the highest authority within it. After completing the mission, you will receive an S-rank strategic weapon with a design blueprint for a special non-planetary flagship. He spoke seriously, warning Yaning that, although this mission carries many risks, the combat team will always prioritize your safety, even if the mission fails. Before Fuang Hao could speak, he raised his hand in a military salute and said, Uncle Fuang, I'll go. I'm not afraid of danger. After all, I still believe the mission won't fail. He chuckled and said, well done, kid. You're quite clever. We really didn't misjudge you. So before you go, if you need anything, just go to the treasury and find it. After leaving there, Da Nin's mind was filled with the thought that, first of all, this wasn't just a coercive mission, but rushing in because of a friend designing a flagship in the sky was also worth risking his life. According to what you read, the ship is 17,000 meters long, 100 meters wide, with a payload of 10 Astantons, capable of carrying 64 spiritual energy fighters, 26 spiritual energy cannons on its belly, 2 main cannons at the bow and stern, and can also transport 7,000 people, equipped with spiritual towers, spiritual energy shields, and automated attack networks. Da Nin happily thought, this is too crazy. Just reading the basic description alone is enough to make your head numb. If such a thing could really be created, would it be able to dominate the world? No doubt. I must get it no matter what. As I walk, I think that after reaching the peak of the 3 greats, the system will provide 2 more skill slots, so I still have a few days to prepare. Therefore, I must level up my strength as much as possible. And now the first place is already in my hands. First, go to the National Pit and choose 2 S-rank sword techniques. Then decide what to do next. Suddenly, as if sensing a flow wrapping around him, he realized that the aura was approaching the peak of Tamdai, and the speed was passing through this area. Something was not right. Da Nin turned around cautiously, and someone from somewhere, with pink hair and a tight outfit, flew out and said, Close Guard 009, reporting for duty. She rushes to hug him warmly, whispering while holding Fuang Fuang, specialist in protection, guarding, next to Lord Da Ning. Da Nin, with a cold face, pushed her away and asked, Lin Ling Zhou, personal bodyguard, who sent you here? And also, who told you that a close protection means this kind of intention? Fuang Fuang, the Pote, replied that Deputy Commander Fuanghang sent me, and the close contact is based on the information I just learned today. The boy asked confusedly, What information did you learn? Upon hearing that, Fuang Fuang struck a seductive pose, arching her hips towards him and shaking her hips, saying that's right. Not stopping there, she even knelt down and assumed a provocative stance towards him. Then she pouted as if she wanted to kiss you. Da Nin shyly waved her hand and said, Stop. Stop, she shouted in surprise. Ah, Da Nin could only sigh and shake her head. These high-ranking people really are. She's not afraid of my fiery spirit. Something will happen on the street. Why do this? If it's real, you underestimated the seriousness. After saying that, he used his mental skills to examine himself. A clear analysis of her body appears before him, showing an external antenna connected to the chip in her brain and numerous circuits within her physical body. Her original brain had shrunk and died, and all her thoughts and actions were guided by the chip. She was more like a machine than a human. After finishing the examination, you reach out and ask, Linglingjiu, why have you become like this? She suddenly grips your wrist tightly, then brings it up to her forehead, using your index finger to activate yourself. The fingerprint recognition sound successfully rang out. Da Nin was stunned, and the system announced again that it had officially unlocked and the update command was completed. Her memories appeared before his eyes. In a hospital room, Fuang Hao tightly holding his daughter's hand with a worried expression. Fuang's face turned pale, but she still forced a reassuring smile and told her father not to cry. After all, she was about to die. Instead of dying in vain, why not donate this body before I go? If it succeeds, it might serve the nation. I have always believed in your words about the future of humanity, but now I am overwhelmed with sorrow. Fuang Hao clenched his daughter's hand tightly and cried out, But Fuang, this kind of research is 1,000 times more painful than death. Moreover, it has never been successful. Even if it succeeds, your soul will disappear, and you will completely become a machine. You told me, how could a father be so heartless? How could he bear it? She gently wiped his tears and said soothingly, Dad, tell me again about the heroic souls from the past. The body may be destroyed, but the battle spirit still remains. So why can't I do the opposite? My soul will be annihilated, but my body will not die. She smiled softly and continued, compared to the pain of losing her, this little suffering is nothing. Hao could only swallow his tears and silently listen to the warmth from his daughter's hand one last time. Fang Fangxi smiled, but tears welled up, and she softly said, Becoming a machine would also be fine. I believe the commands my father gave me will surely be correct. After finishing the memory exploration, I was also surprised by the scene I had just witnessed. He secretly wondered. Deputy Commander. Fang Hao. Uncle Fang. What qualities does Da Nin have that make my uncle hold her in such high regard? What he finally thought inside was that he told her to protect himself for me, and that 009 was just newly acquired, probably wanting to forcibly suppress and cut off her emotions. After thinking it through, he suddenly ordered 009 to obey, and she responded. Da Nin ordered her in a serious tone. Linlingjiu, delete all so-called personal study materials. From now on, stay close to protect me and follow my commands. She shouted like she was programmed. Then he turned around and said, Now follow me to the Army's top research institute to get the S-rank sword. She obeyed the order and responded, Yes. As she walked, you kept pondering. Uncle Fuang, the major task is not yet complete. So what about personal desires? Although I don't fully agree with your approach, I still have to thank you. Little cakes go. Cookies come back. If you trust in my future, then I, Da Nin, swear I will not let everyone down. Hello Da Nin. Welcome to the #1 Research Institute. He saluted you with a military stance and then politely said, I am Vong Hyotian, Deputy Director. I look forward to your guidance. Da Nin also politely replied, Hello Director Vuong. Is it difficult to choose 2 S-rank sword techniques here? Vuong Hyo happily replied, Yes. Follow me for 10 days. Then turned to Fang Fang and said, 009. Wait for me outside. I'll be back soon. She nodded softly and said, Okay, Da Nin. We only have 4 S-rank swordsmen left, and there are more A-rank sword techniques. Would you like to learn the A-rank techniques instead? Da Nin politely replied, I have no intention of blocking. Go ahead and wait for the S-rank swordsman. You also know that there are many third-rate fighters in the capital military zone, and now only S-rank sword techniques remain. So there will definitely be many issues. Da Nin interrupted his words and calmly said, I understand, no problem. Let's go see first, then talk. He looked at you with surprise. Here in front of Da Nin were 4 thick brown books, one after another. Your analytical ability was displayed before my eyes. 4 notifications appeared. In turn, the book, Hell of Destruction, cost 6,000 spiritual points. In the weak area of the Earth's crust, after being embedded into the ground for 10 seconds, a volcanic eruption will be triggered, followed by the book, Desperate Land Slash, costing 5,500 spirit points. Once the health points drop below 10%, the Desperate Kill Strike can be activated once, dealing 100% damage after killing the target. 30% of health points are restored, followed by the Death Scatter Blow, costing 18,000 spiritual points, and then unleashing a deadly attack called the Death Slash. After the target dies, the soul of the deceased, once imprisoned, will be released within 3 seconds, gaining and using the combat power of the living. And finally, it will be swept away in annihilation. It consumes 8,000 spirit points continuously to accumulate power and deal additional damage to the target after 10 seconds. During the charge-up period, movement and casting other skills are not allowed. Danin looked at the 4 books in front of him and assessed them. No wonder only these remain. The Desperate Land Slash can only be used when about to die, and the Hellfire Destruction can only be used when choosing the right place. Death Scatter consumes 18,000 spirit points. Ordinary people don't have that much. It's basically a walking target. Hearing you say that, he secretly sweat and asked, "So, Lord Daning, would you like to go see the level A swordsmanship? The effectiveness is not much worse. Here we have over 800 types." Suddenly, you extend your hand toward the book, trying to absorb the knowledge from the 2 closest books. Vuong Hyo, beside him, was stunned in shock. Oh my god. Has he already learned the Death Drop and Annihilation? So he couldn't help but blurt out and ask, "Lord Daning, what day is it today?" Danin turned and smiled politely, saying, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry, so I really don't want to go check out the A-rank quest." After finishing, Xing An waved goodbye to Wang Xie, who was still confused and said nothing. That must have been tough for Director Vuong. "I'm leaving now," he thought, with a surprised and stunned look. Time is tight. Lazy to watch. What does this mean? His mind is now in chaos. Skills for the 3rd stage to learn from Dung. Aren't there limitations? Could it be he's not? Then otherwise, why would he be able to request a release like that? Breaking free from that. Your mind begins to calculate. No matter how great the flaws of these skills are, it is still rated as an S-rank sword technique by the system, which only means its power is incredibly terrifying. The Death Scatter can fight to steal souls, while the Annihilation can fight to go beyond limits. Lin is now overflowing with power and can wield a sword god in his hand. The system interface appears before Zanin with the message, "Sword Technique Enhancement Successful." S-rank sword technique. Deathly Dispersal. Enhanced to SSS level sword technique. King of Hell enters the mortal realm. S-grade sword technique Annihilation. Enhanced into SSS rank sword technique. Divine Wrath. Demon Lord's Invasion Time. Unleashing without any energy cost. Within 48 hours this afternoon, the skill's effect consumes 20,000 spiritual energy and activates after killing the target. Fury. Fury. Wrath. Wrath. Divine Wrath. Divine Wrath. Wrath of the Gods. 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 Divine Wrath. Divine Wrath. Divine Wrath. Divine Wrath. Divine Wrath. Divine Wrath. Wrath of the Gods. 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 Divine Wrath. Divine Wrath. Wrath of the Gods. 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 Divine Wrath. Divine Wrath. Wrath of the Gods. Wrath of the Gods. Wrath of the Gods. Wrath of the Gods. God's Wrath. God's Wrath. You can't patiently look at her with a cold gaze and think, "Don't say such serious words." In her eyes, everyone is just a test subject. But they are also the pride of the nation. But it is purely driven by selfish desire. I don't know how many awakened people have been trampled down already. Even if the sword god system has no restrictions, I still cannot let her go easily today. Without saying much, you draw your sword from the space and prepare to fight. Saying, if I don't cooperate today, does Director Van still want to force me to stay? She only shouted in anger. Da Ning. How dare you? Vuong understood that the family was trying to dissuade him. Da Nin. Your Highness. The director of the bureau did not mean it that way. You go ahead. But she just pointed directly at Da Nin and said no way. Get out. Da Nin isn't leaving today. He violated military orders. Even if I catch him today, then it is also legal. Even if it reaches the marshal, I will not be afraid. Director Van is assaulting me. So don't blame me. Try her if you dare. All she could do was cry out. What is going on this time? A foot had already pressed down on her face. Upon closer inspection, you can see Fuang stepping on her face with a stern expression, saying, has the threat been eliminated or destroyed? Is Fuang pressing Van Nu's face to the ground, asking if she wants to kill her Van Nu? Terrified, begs for mercy. Please don't kill me. I beg you. Don't kill me. Wang Xiao also desperately pleads for her life. Da Ning, please release Director Van. She knows she was wrong. I apologize on her behalf. Please forgive her now. Da Ning did not reply but thought to herself. Although she wanted to kill her, she had only just killed Zhang Mong 2 days ago. If I push through today, E will cause chaos. Then you order Fang to leave. First, don't kill. Just kick her away. Don't block my way. Fuang quickly replied. Then immediately Fuang kicked Van So away, causing her to spin several times in the air. Then she forcefully slammed her head into the wall. Blood splattering, she immediately collapsed to the ground. Blood spurting as she took her last breath. Wang Xiao was terrified and stammered. Vuong Hio was so frightened that she 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 stammered. Wang Xiao was so frightened that he 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 stammered. Vuong Hio was so frightened that he stammered. Vuong Hio was so frightened that he stammered. In the conference hall, the seats are almost fully occupied. At this moment, Da Nin is slowly entering the hall, and the people around immediately start whispering among themselves. Da Nin. Damn it. That kid Da Nin actually came here. Probably just to watch the chaos. Others sneered. No. Look closely. He's holding some documents. Could it be that he really intends to submit a proposal? Another person said mockingly. A child can only pretend to be impressive. Da Nin walks into the hall and approaches his seat. He pulls out the chair and sits down, next to a man in uniform with a very gloomy expression. He is the Minister of the Eastern Sea Main Area Armed Forces. Fang Deng. He saw you and was furious, thinking, Da Nin, you killed my wife. Van Nu. Today's project. Even if I can't kill you, I will strip you of your special privileges. Von Veen approached and handed the data device to Yaning, saying, Sir Yaning, your number is 119. A distinguished honorary member. This is the agenda for this conference. Please sign here. And she reminded you that communication devices must be turned off during the meeting, and sharing proposals outside is strictly prohibited. He silently thought that before the 3rd year, I had already organized many conferences, so I was very familiar with these matters. But now, I have to pretend that this is my first time here, which is really uncomfortable. The girl continued to guide him, informing that during this conference, you have the right to vote after the main proposal is concluded. If you want to express your opinion, you can press the button beside, but please think carefully before pressing. He chuckled softly, waved at her, and said, I understand, don't worry, I won't randomly press the proposal except for my own project. I don't need to care, just do your work. The girl replied, Yes, Your Majesty Danin. Then she suddenly realized and immediately asked, Wait a minute, you said it was a proposal? Do you really have a proposal? The girl, sweating with fear, thought, Oh my God. The leader already told me I must explain everything clearly to him and not cause chaos during the meeting. She hurriedly left, her mind ringing with warnings that she must report this to the leader immediately. Danin, seeing her rushing away, grew suspicious, wondering if I am some fierce red tide beast. Just as Fuang Hao arrived and saw this scene, he sat down and chuckled loudly without teasing Danin. What's wrong? Kid, are you looking at that Miss Latan here? 009. Still not satisfied with you? Danin saw the person approaching and greeted. Uncle Fuang. Then you looked directly into Fuang Hao's eyes and replied. Uncle Fuang, 009 is very good. Truly the best person in the world. He treats me wholeheartedly. I was just talking about the project when that receptionist girl ran away. Fuang Hao looked surprised and cleared his throat, then turned away, smiling faintly and asking, They might arrange for me to sit next to you again. Are you really planning to cause trouble? Kid, tell me, what is it you want to talk about? Danin didn't care and replied that once this was over, he would know, and he assured him that it definitely wasn't causing trouble. Fuang Hao, hearing that, laughed and said to you, Kid, you've even learned how to be vague. Then he turned to advise you. Danin, as someone with experience, and he told you that no matter what you want to mention, it's best to hold back. After all, military and political issues always have checks and balances. You calmly reassure him. I know that Fuang Hao, so don't worry. But even after hearing you, Fuang Hao still remains uneasy, clenching his fist to his mouth in thought. Danin, I believe in someone who dares to close the devastated battlefield and bring the veterans home. You definitely won't do anything harmful to the country. And you are also someone Fuang can trust. Li Tuan Quoc stands on the podium of the hall and announces that the 13th Saviors Assembly is officially open. Now proceeding to the agenda. Behind him, a screen displays the conference content including neighboring countries show signs of invading borders and looting rare resources in recent years. The military has been preparing to mobilize 3 large corps for deployment. Is the barrier between the aftermath of the awakened and the normal survivors gradually growing? With North America stationed on the C-shaped Chain Island preparing for reconstruction. 6 hours later, Ya Ning sat with her hands clasped in front of her, quietly thinking. There are a total of 9 proposals, 6 of which involve other countries. No wonder Da Han A. There has been a strangely weak period before Li Tuyenguo loudly speaks. Now it's time for members to make proposals and speak independently. And after passing the vote, the review process will begin. Suddenly behind him, 2 people appeared on the screen. Honorary Member, 119 Danin, proposing a plan. And Minister of the East Sea Defense Force, 23 Fuangdong, also proposing a plan. After seeing your information on the main screen, Fuangdong angrily looked at you. And the people behind kept insulting you. Danin really wants to propose the plan. But it's such bad luck. Relying on privileges now means doing whatever you want. Just look at his age. He's too young, too inexperienced. Fuangdong, with a stern expression, sarcastically asked you, Danin, did you press the wrong button? If so, sit down quickly and don't delay my questioning. Danin was not at all frightened and asked back, Are you accusing me? What are you talking about? But inside she was worried because her proposal about Donghai had not been brought up yet. Could it be that the other side was prepared in advance? These documents are all secretly investigated by me over the past 2 days and couldn't have been leaked. Fang Dang did not reply to you, but turned to look at Li Yuanguo reporting. Sir Marshal, the members of the committee, 2 days ago, Da Nin went to the First Research Institute, then slaughtered Director Wan So, who was also my wife and Van Hughes, which is simply lawless and heinous. He was furious, clenched his fists, and shouted that no matter how talented he was, he could not ignore the law. So I propose revoking all of Danin's resurrection and special privileges. Danin listened to the accusation without any change in expression, then glanced coldly and thought to himself, so he is the husband of that damn director. Then it's fine. Li Tuyen-kwok, upon hearing the accusation, turned to ask you, Danin, is this true? Danin calmly replied, I think Minister Fuang misunderstood. 2 days ago, I went to the academy to learn 2 sword techniques, but I didn't kill anyone. Director Van So was so excited when he saw me that he couldn't control himself and accidentally crashed into a tree, dying. Professor Fuang, hearing him say that, was so angry he swore and shouted, You bastard! What did you say? Try saying it again. Ye Ning even deliberately provoked him. I mean, when his wife saw a handsome young man like me, she couldn't hold back and ended up crashing into a tree and dying. It's really a pity. She never got to enjoy good food in her life. The people around kept talking among themselves, wondering if this story was true or just a lie. When did such a serious meeting turn into a green pasture? Shameful things must not be brought outside. Officer Fuang really is. And to think he even said it out loud. Li Tuyen-kwa cleared his throat and reminded everyone to pay attention to the rules of the hall. Minister Fuang, this personal matter should be dealt with privately. Mr. Fuang, angry, pointed at Danin and said reluctantly, Sir Commander, this is not what Danin said. He is just a petty man who takes pride in abusing his privileges and deserves to be killed. At this point, Fuang Hao couldn't take it anymore and stood up shouting at him. Fuang Dang, do you dare? Danin patted Fuang Hao on the shoulder and said, Uncle Fuang, you handle this yourself. If Minister Fuang doesn't believe it, just ask Director Vuong from the research department. Then you turned away, ignoring him, and said your project was not qualified for discussion at the meeting. So now it's my turn. Honestly, it's quite clever. My project is also related to him. I, Danin, propose removing Fuang Dang from the position of Minister of the Eastern Sea Defense Zone. You straighten up. Look directly at Li Tuyen-kwok and report clearly, while requesting the mobilization of all available combat forces in the East Sea battlefield and the immediate evacuation of 6 to 7 million survivors in Safe Zone 239 away from the coast, because in about 17 to 23 days, a sea beast tide will erupt along the coast, and this invasion is rated Level A. The people by the river started to discuss. Nonsense. What are you joking about? Does this kid know what he's talking about? Where does this prophecy come from? Has it ever been there before in Donghai? It even half smiles more than Fuang Dang's green light proposal. Fuang Dang, hearing the report, scoffs and says, Kid, your words are reckless. It's been over 40 years now. There has never been an A-level predator outbreak in Donghai. Maybe I'm just dreaming if I say those words. Li Tuyen-kwok suddenly slammed his hand on the table, causing the microphone to fall, and shouted loudly, Silence. No noise allowed during the proposal. Then he turned to warn Danin. Danin, if you dare to make a proposal, you'd better give me a specific reason. You show no fear. Holding up your report and starting to read. The Eastern Sea area, C13 waters, has seen a 9% increase in spiritual energy levels over the past 2 months, the highest in 40 years, in the D51 Sea area. 43 submarine earthquakes occurred in the first half of the year, with B+ being the strongest, the highest frequency in 40 years. Resource Port 2. Underwater energy devices have reported errors 13 times since the beginning of the year. During the maintenance period, 3 combat teams were lost and 23 engineers were killed in D-level attacks. With the cause of the incident still unknown, he continued reporting, revealing that attacks by sea monsters in the East Sea Zone had increased by 195.7% annually, the highest in 40 years. And also, Feng Dang, trembling, wondered how it could know so much about Donghai. You slam your report down on the table and confidently say that all the data and figures are from the East Sea Safe Zone. If the army doesn't believe it, they can go to Donghai to verify if any of my reports are false. I, Nin, am willing to bear all the consequences. Li Tuyen-kwok then turned to Feng Dang, Minister of the East China Zone, and asked if the data was correct. He could only scratch his head and think. This, furious. Fuang Dong's face was covered in sweat, thinking that whether he admitted the data or not, he would be dismissed and sent to trial anyway. He quickly made a decision. Whatever choice he made, he would die. So best to kill Danin first, at least that way he could take revenge. When Fuang Bang was exposed by Da Nin, he was so embarrassed that he became furious and wanted to kill him. Da Nin, I have to kill you. Fortunately, Da Nin reacted quickly and blocked with his hand, so he was only pushed back and not seriously hurt. But even then, that wasn't enough. Fuang Bang kept attacking, trying to take advantage of Da Nin slipping on the ground to land one more blow. At that moment, Fuang Hao quickly shielded Da Nin with his arm to block Fuang Bang's attack, shouting in anger, "Fuang Dang, are you crazy?" But Fuang Bang seems to have lost all reason. He screams wildly, furious that Dang will die anyway. Today I have to be with him. Tuyen Kwok saw this scene and was furious, pointing at the fight and giving the order. "You bastard, you dare to fight at the assembly and try to rebel. Arrest Fuang Dang for me immediately. And if necessary, shoot him right away." Fuang received the order and immediately approached the group, announcing that she had detected a level 1 sexual assault target. Over here, neither Fuang Bang nor Fuang Hao is willing to back down, both ready to strike with full force. Jian saw this scene and was very worried, shouting loudly, "Uncle Fuang, get out of the way. I can handle this myself." Fuang Hao, Ngae Loine, Kua Kao, Kung Yang Chom Dap Lai, Khong Ken Zhao, Mot Kuyen Chua Chu Chung Du De Giai, Quiet Ong Taroi, Royan Elau Ve Fie Kua Fuang Bang, Chuan Bidung Lua, Kwa Ming Dap, Tan Bang Kwa Ong Ta. Fuang Hao struck directly at Fuang Bang without holding back, the force so strong that he was knocked back. And at the same time, Fuang Hao shouted loudly, "No. 9 more times. Fung Fung." Upon hearing the command, immediately arrived at Fuang Bang's fall point, her sharp gaze fixed on him as she responded. Then she decisively lifted her leg and struck hard into his back. He was in so much pain that his eyes bulged, his forehead burst, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Fuang withdrew her foot, coldly glancing at Fuang Bang as he collapsed to the ground, emotionless, saying, "The target of his harassment has been eliminated. The harassment is over." After resolving the issue, Fuang Hao turned to ask about Da Nin. "Da Nin, are you okay?" Da Nin could only smile awkwardly and reply, "It's nothing. You guys acted too quickly, so I didn't have a chance to show my strength." Everyone in the room finally reacted to what had just happened, all exclaiming in shock, "Wow." In less than 5 seconds, a level 3 general was taken down. Nonsense. Deputy Commander Fuang is at the peak level 3. And even that female guard is close to reaching peak combat power. Commander Kwang already said he would take Fuang Dang down on the spot. That's obvious. Da Nin is now a national protected species. Fuang Dang is really out of his mind. At this moment, the recruitment nation spoke up to restore order, stability, and the assembly continued with Da Nin's proposal. It is very important, and the members can discuss freely. In 3 minutes, the voting will begin. Hearing this, everyone gradually calmed down. But instead of talking about Da Nin, they now doubted Fuang Bang. From Fuang Dang's recent behavior, it can be seen that the evidence Da Nin checked is correct. But even if the data is accurate, it doesn't necessarily mean a wave of beasts will definitely occur. If there is no disaster and the action is hasty, it will also be a great loss. But if a disaster does actually occur, time will quickly run out, and 3 minutes will pass in no time. Tuyen Kwok spoke up again. "The time has come. Now, let's start the voting." After the vote, the results were displayed on the large screen in the hall. 14 votes in favor, 1 against, and sent Cath abstentions. Tuyen Kwok announced the voting results to everyone, and the vote was approved. After this assembly ends, a team will be immediately dispatched to Donghai to prepare the retreat plan, and the operation must not be delayed. The Congress ends here, and the scene shifts again. The next day, at the military district hall, at Da Ning's house, Fuang Hao is standing and talking with him. "Da Ning, this afternoon, you'll be heading to the continent for the dungeon run, where only level 3 or higher can enter." He gently glanced towards Fang and explained, "So 009 won't be able to go with you either." Da Ning listened and smiled kindly. "Don't worry, Fuang Hao, I understand the rules now." Then he pointed to a box placed in the distance and said, "This is the legendary equipment that the country promised to reward you with. Inside the box are A-grade materials, the destructive heart of the battlefield, and the shattered core pearl that you registered with the nation before." Da Nin also let out a sound, as if he had accepted it, then asked, "So what about the misty face and the core of the strange fruit?" Fang Hao turned back to face Danin again and calmly explained that these two things are too special and are not in the national whole. According to Fang Hao, a creature with a bird body and sharp eyes gradually appeared, with a human face. Approximately 27 years ago, it caused the death of 60,000 people in the Namhoa district. I heard that 4 senior experts from the 3rd high level tried to intervene, but still failed to stop the monster from escaping. He paused for a moment, then continued to describe a creature with a skull-shaped head. Clouds gathered around it like a storm. And as for the core of the strange fruit, it is said to be created by a spiritual entity. He glanced softly at Da Ning and said, "I've already informed the 7th Research Institute, responsible for investigating the 3 major cases. But it will take more time." Da Nin heard this and felt very grateful. He reached out with his hand and smiled kindly. "I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Please put everything inside first. I will get used to these things first, and the others can wait until we leave the dungeon." After Da Nin opened the box and reached out to take the red and blue heart inside, she muttered to herself, "The remaining materials can only be found gradually. I guess we won't be able to upgrade the divine sword system for a while." Holding the heart in his hand, Da Nin quickly activated his ability and slowly absorbed it. At the same time, the system notification also sounded, indicating the use of special materials, with progress at level 2 out of 4. Material 1. The Destroyer's Mountain Heart 1 out of 1. Material 2. The Face-Destroying Fog 1 out of 1. Das. Material 3. The Giant Buffalo Skull 1 out of 1. Material 4. The Core of the Strange Demon 1. Done. You reach for another box and happily say that even this one contains a legendary item, making it quite special. The fingerprint scan of Yaning on the box was successful, and the unlock notification sounded. Identity verification was successful. The opener is honorary delegate of grade A+. Yaning, you have received an item. The system's mechanical voice also sounds, indicating you have obtained a legendary equipment, a paralysis glove, and a legendary equipment, wind element. From the box, 2 pairs of earthy red gloves gradually appeared before her eyes, along with the system's introduction fake paralyzing armor, an equipment attribute with plus 12 agility, equipped skill, invulnerable bones, blood frenzy consuming 500 to 700 energy points, rated as excellent blood frenzy armor. Next is a sharp sword with a blue gem embedded in the hilt, the wind element, equipped with agility plus 9, 2 skill, rage flame, and extreme cold. Also grants wind recognition and rage flame effects. Consumes 700 spiritual energy points, with attacks that cause burning and add 75% damage, leaving a wall of fire in front of enemies that lasts 10 seconds. While extreme cold consumes 900 spiritual energy points and causes slowing and freezing effects upon attack. After the sword is plunged into the ground, the surrounding area will quickly freeze, triggering a series of ice storm effects and evaluating the equipment and elemental powers being absorbed. Da Nin, upon hearing the system's introduction, immediately picked up the sword and said with satisfaction, "This equipment feels like a surge of passion, fire and ice clashing. Maybe a bit too strong. I need to get used to it." Da Nin drove the sword into the ground, and instantly, the earth beneath the tip glowed red as if it had been heated. In less than 2 seconds, the ground around the sword was turned into a mixture of lava and rocks. Da Nin was also amazed when he saw this scene. Rage flame, just a gentle stab, and it can release a temperature like a demon. Then he forcefully struck the tip of the sword into the ground. The large lake changed suddenly, turning extremely cold, and in the blink of an eye, the ground beneath the sword froze solid. Da Nin is very pleased with this new weapon, holding it in his hand, admiring it while smiling happily. Combining this equipment together, he can fully compare it to the ultimate move of SSS level, including the 6 powerful moves before. I can now unleash 7 or 8 techniques at once, compared to the previous Flame Shadow sword. It was just a hot sword. Then Da Nin opened the system menu again, planning to spin the integrated lucky wheel. As last time, I ranked first overall. The Divine Sword system also offers a chance to draw. So today I'll try my luck. My attack damage is now fully charged, ready to unleash power. His speed and willpower are also not lacking. The only decisive factor is stamina and resistance. Otherwise, today, he would be fast enough to dodge Fang Dang's punch. The circle keeps spinning in front of him. Danin can't help but shout. Draw the defensive gear. And then head to the Intercontinental Dungeon. Survival is the top priority, without making Danin wait long. The spinning equipment appeared along with the system's notification sound, indicating the acquisition of a mythic gear. A trial-level personnel combat uniform. Tam-shaped. Demonic modification. Danin looked at this equipment with some doubt and frowned, saying, "Is this really a mythic-level combat suit? It doesn't look like metal armor but more like fabric. Is this system messing with me?" In response to Danin's question, the system immediately displayed a detailed table about the equipment. The experimental level personal combat uniform. 3 forms. Demon transformation. Equipment attributes. Physical boost. Speed boost. Equipment effects. Level rules. Bullet resistance. Explosion resistance. Fire resistance under 3000 degrees. Command resistance below -95 degrees. 33% damage reduction from pure weapon attacks. 33% damage reduction from sharp weapons. 33% damage reduction from ranged attacks. Damaged combat suit. Underwater actions. Immunity. Yet it looks like a war fortress. Danin revealed a proud smile, his eyes unwavering, and said this immunity ability is even at the rule level. I really can't believe it. All the high-level equipment I have from the previous and current copies combined isn't as powerful as this gear. Without saying a word, the system continued to introduce the skills of the equipment. The equipment skill. Hell's Void. Hell's Void allows you to seize the target's soul into the combat uniform after defeating them and release it actively when needed. It can deal damage, with the damage intensity depending on the strength of the target when alive. And this effect stacks infinitely. The equipment evaluation is one of the divine gear from the world of Lin An, which has become a legendary item after absorbing blood from a large number of high-level creatures. Be aware that it may be hostile to creatures from other worlds, triggering a relentless pursuit instinct, and blood can make living beings fear and gain special enlightenment. He gazed at the ring on his finger, marveling at how perfectly the item suited him. The attributes of the great Zhou Infinite Hell Furnace, combined with the mortal Yama, are truly a perfect match. One soul-absorbing talisman for resisting damage and another for attacking. But is this Spirit Peace world similar to the Spirit Peace realm before? Where exactly does it differ? It seems that the gods worshipped in that world are at least 5,000 years old. I wonder if the original owner knew I took his stuff. Would he come after me? Ango Loi quickly put on the new gear given by the system, then said, "Whatever. Take one step at a time. After all, it's not theft. If you want to settle the score, don't bother with that divine sword system. We're ready. And it's almost time to depart for the Intercontinental Dungeon." The scene shifts once again to a different location. This is the capital military district, an Air Force base, where a massive fighter jet is parked. Inside the ship, 2 rows of people are sitting along the walls, one of them speaking to their team leader. "Captain, it's almost 11 o'clock. Why hasn't that kid Jian In arrived yet? We'll need 4 hours to reach the dungeon entrance. If he doesn't come, we'll miss the window to open the dungeon." Hearing his teammate's concern, he reassured him, "Wait a little longer. He's probably almost here." Then Mingla continued to remind everyone to be careful with what they say when he arrives, and not to call the kid by casual names like Commissioner or Your Highness, since his current rank is much higher than ours. Koi Min was surprised to hear this. Captain Mingla. Squad member Truong Koi Min. Squad leader. I didn't mean it that way. But as you can see, he hasn't arrived early and isn't training with us. Huang Ven, another team member sitting nearby, also spoke up, saying, "What are you training for? Didn't the higher-ups already say that our second task is to protect him safely, which is the top priority?" Koi Min was very surprised and asked what. Has it changed again? Lam Van, sitting on the bench across, also chimed in, sounding dissatisfied. "So, what are we doing in the Intercontinental Dungeon again? Isn't it just to gather resources? If you're afraid of danger, then don't go into the dungeon. You want to go, want protection, and want to make achievements at the same time." While they were talking, someone else spoke up to remind Deputy Captain Trin Thon. "He's here, and he's setting up quite a big formation." Seeing Dan Nin enter with 6 others, Trinthon couldn't help but marvel. Wow, 6 high-level elites to protect them. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? And it's even more exaggerated than the legends. Min La was the first to respond, quickly standing up and saluting. But Dan Nin cut him off, saying, I am the team leader for this operation. Ming La. Or I can introduce myself to you. Dan Nin also didn't stand on ceremony and responded with a friendly smile. Captain Min La. There's no need to be formal. Just call me Dan Nin. And please, a little introduction. Then Min La continued reporting that there are a total of 10 people in this operation, with me and Deputy Captain Trin Thon both being level 3 elites, and the rest are all beginners. Among them, there are 3 long-range attackers and 4 melee fighters. I am in the quick and light power system, responsible for stealth attacks, while Guanthen, with the rare super willpower system, handles reconnaissance. He now also offers a friendly smile to Dan Nin and briefly explains the mission to him. Our main task is to bring back as many spirit fragments as possible. Of course, it's best if we can eliminate the awakened individuals in other war zones. Dan Nin replied as she slowly sat down. I understand. Can you give me the information on the awakened people in other battle zones? Min La quickly agreed. Of course, but you didn't read the information about the side quests before and after. You just gave a brief answer when hearing the question. I already looked into that before. Min La then took out a stack of documents, handing it to Dan Nin, while saying that there are many battlefields we will face this time, including H, V, C, and Southeast Asia. There are a total of 6 countries, and this can be considered the most intense in recent years. Dan Nin glanced over the information in the document and said with a frown, Zamata Uiro, Li Jieg Zeok, Dong Da Fong, Kim Vu, Go Fap. What kind of names are these? I've never heard of any of them. Kamen, standing beside the captain, whispered in admiration at Dan Nin's reaction. She looks so pretty and fearless. Or is it that big shots all like to show off? Min La also spoke to explain. Lord Dan Nin, I know you are very strong, but we still must not underestimate them. We have faced these people several times, even in our previous team. Many of our mid-level third-rank experts have already fallen by their hands. Hearing this, Dan Nin was furious and tore up the document, implying that they had killed many of our people. Then this time, I will make them pay with blood for blood. The main gate is open and waiting for everyone to enter. The people in front are arguing fiercely, and the woman standing in the middle coldly speaks, stating that the benefit of this action is truly our water source. You must get 4 parts. Hearing this, the man next to him angrily retorts, at most 3 parts for you. Another person joined in, claiming that our main faction is singing for us. This time, besides the 2 mid-tier third-stage experts, the others are all early-stage pretenders. At this moment, Captain L of the main zone, Zamato, stepped forward to stop the arguing people, saying there's no point in arguing anymore. The allocation doesn't matter. Just follow the previous ratio. The problem is that this time, we cannot let the Huaxia main zone take any source of primal separation. Then he smiled and reassured everyone. As long as we lock down their source of primal energy, we can eliminate the aircraft and wait for their air defense system to be disabled. By then, the entire safe zone of China will just be our breeding farm. When everyone heard that, they also cheered along. Zamato is right. As long as we make them afraid to fight back, they won't dare send more people. Then we can enjoy peace for the rest of our lives. There are still people who remain cautious. This time, we must be more careful. After all, Hoaha has suffered many consecutive defeats and may deploy its strongest forces this time. Another person, hearing this, arrogantly replied that all their former captains had died at their hands, and even 6 of them fighting one are still cowardly. What are you afraid of? The others are happily following along too. That's right. They are different from us. They have vast territories and large populations, but the strong must guard the borders and protect the people. And those with talent and potential all come from great powers, who would dare to invade. At this moment, Captain of Sector H Jinju also stepped forward, smiling confidently, thinking that they are just a bunch of A-grade talents, and I alone can wipe them all out. The girl following behind flattered him and replied, Of course, our Jinju can be compared to a high-level Tamrai entity. Seeing Jinju act so arrogantly, he spoke up. But in the global broadcast a few days ago, Hoaha had already appeared to dominate all 4 systems. Da Nin and Jinju didn't care and even looked down on it. So what? Not to mention that Hoaha would never want to let him in. And even if he did get in, he's just a newly awakened level 3 Rai. What use would he have? Dong Yaofeng at this moment confidently approached and said, "That's right. If Da Nin really dares to come, I don't mind chopping off his head to make it a trophy." The people around hurriedly avoided him, with someone warning to stay away from the perverted maniac who specializes in space assassination, or else he might kill someone now. He smiled eerily and talked about his favorite weapon among his spoils. "I already have 6 pig heads. Number 1, worldwide. Very worth collecting." The system notification sounds, and the main zone has entered the Intercontinental Instance Zone, the Tang Thai Realm. The instance will start in 60 seconds. Please enter within 60 seconds. The world. This dungeon is a parallel universe in the future with highly developed science and technology, a structured society, and a hierarchy system similar to the real world. During the process, in the world, no awakened individuals have appeared yet, but science and technology are developing rapidly. Many types of armor and machinery with triple durability power have been developed. Previously, no major extinction event had occurred, but a small extinction wave had already appeared. Zamato led the way, waving to the people behind him. "Let's go in." And the others beside him also spoke, then wiped them all out. Zanin also teleported into the instance. The people around him had fallen and fainted, and Zanin struggled to hold his head and stay upright. Zanin looked around hesitantly and whispered, "Are we going in now?" Then he thought to himself, "It's probably an intercontinental dungeon. Even for someone with a strong will like me, I still feel dizzy after teleporting here." When he finally saw everything clearly around him, he was amazed to see many circles surrounding a tight area, with everyone inside already unconscious. And he hesitated to ask, "Is this?" Immediately, the system announced that the scene ahead was a temporary space used to verify the number of people entering. During the entry, attacks are not allowed. After 30 seconds of confirmation, teams will enter sequentially based on their overall strength level. You hear the system announcement and whisper to yourself, asking if it's not time to enter yet. Then recalling that when I entered this dungeon before, there were no such rules, and no fights at all. They were still sleeping. Suddenly, someone from the nearby circle spoke up. "So, it's the new face from Huaxia. Waking up pretty early. Huh." And the other person thought to himself in surprise, "I've woken up fast enough already. But why do I feel like he woke up even faster than I did? No way. Based on my judgment, that kid is only at the basic level of the 3rd stage, and doesn't seem very stable yet. You're awake now." Then Danin asked Trin Thon about the issue she was curious about. "What is the temporary combat space here like?" Trin Thon, having regained his composure, stood up straight and answered Danin's question. "This is the advantage of time we mentioned earlier. The dungeon compensates for the weaknesses of those entering. The weakest ranked fighters can go into the dungeon first, and the people around are starting to wake up. The people who woke up still haven't stabilized." Dunjie stood up and said, "The side effects of this teleportation are really uncomfortable. My head hurts so much." The group from the eastern Dafong side has also woken up, and someone sneered. So this time the Hoaha area has completely given up. Even a newcomer is included like this. Another person sneered disdainfully. Except for Captain Min Jia. The rest of the team are all half-wits. Dong Dafong arrogantly declared, "This time I will take Min La's head as a trophy." Giamato quickly moved toward the peace envoys area and told the people behind him, "Let's go," and asked them which one. He stepped forward and slammed his fist on the wooden board, calling out, "Are you still daring to step in? What's wrong? Last time you all died, and there aren't many of you left." He raised his fist, laughed arrogantly, and mocked, "You bunch of trash. Even licking my ass isn't pleasurable, but the meat of your former captain is really delicious. I had to stew it for a long time to taste it." Dong Yaofeng stood beside him, using his fingernail to pry open his wide-open mouth and said, "You trash. You are only worthy of being thrown into the toilet and used as fertilizer." The enraged crowd charged forward, screaming, "You damned fatty. We'll kill you this time and avenge our captain." Zamato isn't afraid at all, and even taunts, "You'd better wash yourself up and wait for us to come. I want to use you for cooking all along." Mila steps forward to stop the arguing crowd. "Don't get agitated. Stay calm. And ignore them. They know we will be the first to enter, so they deliberately provoke us. Don't be fooled. Yi Nin stood nearby, quietly smirking and praising. This captain's way of handling things is quite impressive. Jinju now also approaches, saying as he walks through the barrier between the areas, "Your new team leader really isn't crazy at all. It wasn't just to save him last time. Your team leader also couldn't afford to die." Then he arrogantly pointed at himself and said, "But it's okay. Today, whether you have the skill or not, you will all die. I won't regret letting you die clearly. Understand?" I was amazed to see Jinju pass through the barrier. I exclaimed, "Wow. How come there's no barrier between their teams?" Before, their alliance was just words. But this time they used a very valuable joint tool. And at this moment, Yaning was worried and thinking, "So the previous intelligence, I also immediately pointed out the issue you were thinking about. There's a problem with the intelligence. This time we've encountered a major deception." Zamato laughed loudly, kept insulting them. So finally they realized their own death. And then he provokes again. "Aren't your superiors telling you this? Or have I forgotten that you're all useless and even the intelligence reports are wrong?" Danin didn't flinch at all and thought, "If we're going to shake hands, then just do it, without high-level three-headed. The human wave tactic is useless against me anyway. Living with a third-rate guy is a bit much. But even if there are many useless people, they are still useless. And this information shows there are spies within the group or at a high leadership level." Zamato continued to provoke Danin's men. "Now kneel and beg for mercy. And I might consider exchanging you all for a full surrender, not turning you into a pile of flesh." Then he forcefully pointed at Huang Van and loudly said, "Or maybe use your girl to exchange for a full replacement. And don't provoke her. My skills are very good. I guarantee she will enjoy to the top." Huang Van, hearing that, was furious and charged forward. "Damn you. I will kill you all." The others quickly grabbed her hands to hold her back and stop her. "Don't fall into the trap." On the F country front, a group of men also chimed in. "You don't want the ore? Then trade the girl for it." The side of the Wyquak battlefield is even more disgusting. The man pressed his face against the barrier and stuck out his tongue, saying this idea isn't bad. "I have to admit, the women who have awakened in your battlefield are really quite alluring." Zamato's eyes lit up as he smiled wickedly and said, "Do you remember Truong Vai from the team last time? I also heard she's the beauty queen of your army. Do you know how long we played with her after capturing her?" Then he continued to provoke. "You really like her. Right. I heard him say that she is the most outstanding awakener in your group in recent years, with a beautiful appearance admired by many. You wouldn't even dare to touch a single finger of hers." "Right. I heard him say that and thought about that beautiful girl, and I clenched my fists in anger." Zambato sneered contemptuously and continued, "But unfortunately, do you know how many people she has slept with? Thinking about what she begged for before she was killed. She begged us like this. I also feel a bit sorry. She's still waiting for you to save her. But unfortunately, you rats abandoned her and ran away." Dong Ye Feng smiled wickedly, then picked up the skull, licked it, and said the taste, the smell of lips and teeth. At this point, Milla couldn't take it anymore and shouted in anger, "I will kill you, you little bastards." He charged forward and punched the barrier in front of them, shouting, "Don't touch her. Give her back to me." Hoang Van and the others immediately charged forward, shouting in anger, "Captain, we can't survive this time." Others also said, "This time in the dungeon, we will risk everything against them." Zanin shouted angrily at the crowd, "Shut up, all of you. Leming, calm down a bit. Think things through a little." Zanin reminded him that anyone who awakens the three die could die suddenly from a violent outbreak. So how could they let others bully them? Zamato's face grew serious as he listened and said, "This kid is not simple." Just as he said. Then he thought, is it because he doesn't know the evidence? So he's able to analyze calmly. Or what? Milla has now calmed down. And the man in front of her says, "I also know that's not true," but he doesn't continue and changes the subject. "But Zanin, rest assured, I know what's most important. We will protect you no matter what happens. If there's any danger, use what the military provided. And avenge us when you meet them." Zanin Sehild and said, "If they are so determined to die before the battle even begins, then forget it. I've explained everything to them already. I'll just kill them all later." Zamato turned to Dong Yafeng and asked, "Dong Yafeng, your hearing is really sharp. Did Mingla just call that person Zanin Dong?" Yafeng sneered and replied, "I didn't expect that. The illusionary screen of this world's top player still belongs to me. At the moment, the system notification sounded. The inspection phase ended, and the main team of Huazhong District was invited to enter the dungeon. While other districts would enter 6 hours later, Mingla heard the announcement and said happily, "Before 6 o'clock. Maybe this time we still have a chance to turn things around," Zanin said, without any expression. "This dungeon is truly merciless to the weak. But it's also really shameful." Zanin's group began to move. And before leaving, Zanin turned back and said, "You damn fat pig. You don't like eating shit. Right. Once you go in, I'll put your head on your ass so you can eat it all." Zanin raised a friendly finger at the others to taunt them. "And as for those beasts, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I won't let you all get away. At least your little one will be taken to feed the dogs." Everyone around, hearing him say that, immediately started saying, "Is that kid threatening us? A rookie with a big mouth. Where does he get the courage? Rookies are always the best at bluffing." Zanato stood still, watching Zanin leave, and retorted, "That's not right. That kid is surprisingly calm." Jinju nervously said, "Captain Zanato, compared to that kid, we're much later than planned. And more importantly, since it's already 6 o'clock, they could be hiding very well." Dong Yafeng, with a terrifying face, licked the dagger in his hand and said, "I think you guys are overthinking. Even if Zanin hides in a crack underground, Dong Yafeng, am confident I can break his neck." A notification sounds, indicating entry into the Intercontinental Zombie Outbreak Dungeon. With the time since entry compared to other zones, at Sinzech, Shinoa Trezech Shidoi, to Misanon. Go to the Genetics Research Center to collect data on anomalies from the past 3 months. Mission 2. Collect at least 1,000 kilograms of spiritual energy, with the amount collected used to evaluate the level up. Mission 3. After finding the main object of this world, you can choose to start the next Phase 1 mission. Note that after completing all 3 missions, you can choose to leave the instance or kill the awakened enemy on the enemy side. Each person who kills will increase the mission evaluation by 2%, and receive a special reward. Da Nin and his team have moved inside the instance, and he immediately orders everyone to find an internet-connected device to locate the NPC's coordinates. We must complete all the tasks and escape before they arrive. Suddenly someone shouted, "Wait a moment," then yelled, "Da Nin, what are you doing? If you do this, we will be chased by the NPCs." Only Da Nin, wielding his sword, said to the others, "From now on, I will be the leader. I will help everyone win this dungeon." The continuous alarm sounds, warning of an invasion of violence. Da Nin leaps into the air and orders the people behind to go find the quest NPC, trying not to provoke the powers of this world. No. First we must fight to surpass this world and seize ultimate power. At this moment, Da Nin has jumped into the center of the system, and the people outside are frightened and speaking out, fearing that they won't need to kill themselves, only to be completely surrounded by the coalition army, because no one could run. Da Nin was holding the blue sphere in his hand, and in response, "That was the moment of my slaughter." The announcement suddenly sounded. The password was correct. "Please start driving." Hoang Van saw this and wondered. The warning has disappeared. Mingla asked with a frown, "Da Ning, have you gained control of the car? How did you do it?" Da Nin sternly replied, "Military secrets cannot be disclosed. Everyone get in the car quickly." Hearing that, he hesitated for a moment before speaking. Here, Da Nin immediately pulled out his badge and declared, "Special Operations Team. Mingla. Now, acting team leader. Everyone, follow my orders this time." Mingla was so surprised that he blurted out a command to lead the special forces without explanation. After that, you want to disobey the order. But now he obediently responds, "I won't dare." Everyone, get in the car. Standing behind and witnessing everything, Koi Min exclaimed, "This is too over the top. Asking us to protect him. But how did he end up walking straight into his own death?" Meanwhile, Hoang Van remains optimistic. "No problem. No matter how much we try to comfort him, this time we won't survive either." The button suddenly rang out, and the destination now was Huang Ta Via. Loisam, Route 91, and the car shot forward like a missile. Inside the car, Min La watched him for a while, then thought to himself, very familiar with the actions. What exactly is going on? At the same time, Dan An was also deep in thought, considering everything. And completing the Divine Sword System mission was even more important than the main system mission. Only by doing this can I obtain the design of the Sky-class model, which is crucial for humanity to turn the tide in the final battle. You are lost in your thoughts when suddenly a notification appears, updating your mission to seize the highest authority in the instance and alter the future course of the world. The greater the level of change, the more privileges you will receive, and high-level scenes will be protected from being killed by the main character of this world. Lamde. Dan-on begins reading the announcement and reasoning that since the main character cannot die, the fastest way to change the course of the world is to seize power. Furthermore, once they gain power, they will also be able to better control the Six-Nation Alliance. According to the relevant system information provided by the hacker outside the Demon's Eye, heading to the governor's mansion is probably the fastest way. Over there, Mila also started to guess your intention. You want to control the high-ranking people here and use their power to help us eliminate that group. Dan-on confidently replied, yes. That's exactly the idea. He listened and pointed out the flaws in this idea. It's too unrealistic and definitely won't work. Not to mention the 60 triangle strategies, or whether we can control the army. Even the location where they appear is uncertain. Ambush is impossible. Dan didn't hesitate in the face of the possibilities Mila mentioned. Instead, he took the time to explain that it was nothing difficult, just use the triangulation method. First of all, this system won't separate us too far from the enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a confrontation instance. Second, neither side should be too far from the mission target, or they'll spend all their time on the move. You move swiftly while speaking. With us at the center of the circle, if we take the maximum speed of the awakened person times 3, this is basically the area where they will appear. Jianan points to a spot and then confidently asserts that by drawing a circle at the center, the range can be narrowed down, but it seems your reasoning still isn't enough to convince Mingla. He frowns slightly and asks, but this range is still too large. Anyway, we can only attack them when they appear, so we can threaten them. Jianan not only didn't find it troublesome but also explained it to him in the same way. The two main NPCs in this mission are Professor Clark and Lamdai, with the professor in the laboratory. As for Lemdi, judging by the name, he's probably in Chinatown. Taking the midpoint between those 2 points and connecting the areas obtained gives us this region. The system will do its best to prevent locals from seeing awakened individuals, and their appearances will be limited to the outskirts of the highway and parks in this area. Mingla listened to your rambling silently, deeply impressed by your very clear analysis. So it turns out this wasn't a reckless decision at all. Huang Ven, who was standing beside him, was also very surprised by his meticulous preparation. This is just too impressive. I underestimated him before. At this moment, Danin whispered to himself smugly. Of course it couldn't be that simple. The main reason I can be so sure is mainly thanks to the warning from that damn hacker. A moment later, Danin stopped the car in front of an extremely luxurious building, and then coldly ordered, "We're here. Get out of the car." The appearance of Danin's group caused continuous intrusion alerts from the other side. Warning of an infiltration. An intruder immediately charged forward and asked cautiously, "Who are you? Do not move." Suddenly, a mysterious power radiates from your body. Danin looks straight ahead, then cautiously orders, "Attack, now. Wipe out the entire grave. Don't kill them. And don't worry about them contacting the outside world. My psychic powers have severed their communications." As he spoke, his comrades rushed forward. He is the vanguard attacking with the breaking wind / technique. The soldiers facing him were terrified and shouted to each other, "Monster! Open fire now. Enforce the law on the spot." On Daning's side, everyone continuously unleashes destructive techniques like icy fog, heart fire, and freezing fog. The icy fog instantly freezes their bodies, preventing them from fighting. The heart fire also isn't to be underestimated, as it pushes back the relentless guard attacks. Hoang Van also refuses to be outdone, tossing her orb and saying, "Too much righteousness isn't good. Add a bit of cursed energy too." A cheerful sound keeps ringing out. Facing ordinary people at the 3rd level is truly a thrill. It's been a long time since I felt this good. It would be great if the Six Nations spiritual soldiers were this easy. Danin casually said, "Are you dreaming?" Then he pointed his finger, just so he could borrow your electric gun to test the defensive strength of the new combat armor. Countless lasers fire at Ye Ning, but he simply says it feels like a massage. They're stunned. He's immune to electric bullets. How is that possible? Then Danin declared something that made them all shiver. All right. I'm in a hurry today, so I won't play with you anymore. The wind element with extreme cold. Of course. Don't make it too cold. Just enough is fine. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful move towards the opponent, causing the bodies of the soldiers in front to freeze instantly. Mingla kept urging his troops to hurry up and join Dun in, not knowing what dangers might be inside. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene before him was like a nightmare, leaving Mingla extremely embarrassed. It seems that not only is there no danger, but it's also quite artistic. The unlucky soldiers were frozen solid before they could defend themselves. A moment later, Danin sat slumped on the chair, issuing commands with commanding authority. Nice to meet Governor Brat. From now on, as long as you cooperate with us, nothing will happen. He looked surprised and pleased to meet me afterward. Brat, despite being very frightened, calmly explained that there are hundreds of guards in my mansion. They were all defeated in just a few seconds. This is definitely not something humans can do. Not even the transformed Gen can achieve that. As he finished speaking, he nervously added, "Don't kill me. I will cooperate with anything you want. But first I want to know who you are and why you are arresting me." Immediately after, a purple light suddenly appeared in front of Brat. Dan On calmly explained, "We are travelers from the future, coming from a world 10 years ahead, and our mission is to prevent the crisis threatening this world. So you can rest assured that we are not the bad guys, as you can see. We are not helping any of your subordinates. At most, we are just limiting their actions. Stop for a moment and then continue. Actually, it's quite easy for us to find you. I need you to mobilize all military forces in Province 03 within 3 hours, and activate the entire Skynet system to locate these people and help them extract me. They are also time travelers like us, but they came here to destroy the world." Brat hesitated and asked, "Future person, the danger, is this a movie or a reality TV show? Or am I dreaming right now?" To prove to him that this is not a dream, Dan Yan used magic to let him taste the flavor of the herbs before gently asking, "Have you calculated now, Brat?" Hurt from the beating, quickly replied, "I'm awake. I'm awake. Stop hitting me." After recovering, he began to justify himself. "But I am only a provincial governor. I cannot mobilize that many troops." Danon then asked back, "So how many can you mobilize? And how many A-class armored suits can be deployed? You think that level A mechs, Win Kwang, can compare to a basic third-level awakened?" "Huh," Dan smiled faintly. "If only we could mobilize dozens or hundreds of aircraft. Then there might still be hope." Brat hesitated for a moment before carefully replying that there are at most 3 level A mechs, and around 120 level B mechs. "I can command the B-level troops, but after the A-level soldiers are transferred in, they will decide for themselves whether to attack or not. I have no authority to command." Minla just heard him say that and felt emotional. This is completely a violation of the country's regulations. A moment later, Dan An spoke up calmly. "Mingla, you take your people to the neighboring estate and capture a girl named Anna." Mingla, even though he doesn't understand anything, still obediently responds with a clear yes. Brat immediately shouted to stop when he heard his daughter's name. "Don't touch my daughter. Now." Dan On stands up and exposes him. According to federal law, no. Sishaba. He has the authority to declare a state of war and directly mobilize all armed forces. Furthermore, the O3 province's armed forces have at least 60 A-class mechs and 400 B-class mechs. Any training orders or declarations citing counter-terrorism reasons are fine. But he is not being honest. Brat didn't expect you to know so much in detail. So after you finished speaking, he grimaced and then hurriedly explained, "No, that's not how it is. To achieve what you said, we need the opinion of an expert. I can put it into a wartime state. If the expert doesn't agree, those below won't listen. And no one can deceive an expert. You don't have the patience to listen to him ramble. So you quickly take out the control panel and give the order. Just mobilize the troops. And now, give the command. Gather all the soldiers in the province to the above coordinates within 3 hours. And also send engineers and technicians to monitor these coordinates." Brat wouldn't dare complain or anything. Whatever you say, he immediately complies. "Fine." After achieving the desired result, Danin said, satisfied, "As for the expert, leave it to me to handle. You secretly felt lucky to be working with a character from the previous life story, which is why you received a backdoor order from this expert." Brat, seeing your fingers move swiftly on the control screen. Started to doubt whether you could really control the expert. Whether you truly come from the future. Not long after, Anna was brought here. And as soon as she saw her father, she demanded loudly what they were going to do and what they had done to her father. Little one whispers, "Anna, please let my daughter go." Unfortunately, Danin not only shows no mercy to Anna, but also executes Brat with a cold attitude. "I don't have time to listen to your excuses." She saw that and was furious. "Dad, about this." After finally calming him down, you turn to explain everything to Anna. "Listen, her father embezzled 3.9 billion and assassinated political opponents. As long as you help me find Lam Rui within 6 hours, I will spare your father. Don't try to deceive me. I also know about his secret feelings for you. Of course, you don't need to worry about Lam Rui's safety. We're here to protect him." 4 hours later, on Highway 77 inches 03 province, a smug group of people said, "No one is here. I told you there couldn't be an ambush. You overestimated those pigs earlier." "That's right. They must have been so scared when they heard us coming in, but they threatened us. And now they're hiding, going into the city, capturing a few managers to help us find those pigs." Zamato looked at what was in front of him and hesitated, saying, "I've always felt something was off here. Are these bullets too thick? Moreover, the ground looks like it has just been turned over." As he finished speaking, all the devices were activated simultaneously. This made him exclaim, "There's an ambush here." After the spies noticed the presence of outsiders, a legion of robots suddenly appeared to ambush them, leaving them no time to react. Zamato looked at the robots in front of him and couldn't help but smile. This is the army of this world. How could the Flower Army possibly mobilize such a large-scale military force? Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, signaling the fighter jets, the 1st, 3rd, and 7th, to start dropping toxic smoke bombs. The planes immediately took off, dropping special bombs that released thick green smoke, covering the entire area. Everyone below, after inhaling a large amount of gas, felt difficulty breathing and collapsed to the ground. Zamato immediately shouted out that this was a type of neurotoxin. He immediately ordered everyone around to find a way to counterattack. "Hurry up, unite their minds and spirits, and activate the mental defense layer." Thanks to everyone's quick thinking and teamwork, the defensive barrier gradually dissipated the toxic gas. Seeing that the previous tactics were ineffective, a series of new commands were issued. Fighters from the 2nd, 4th, and 6th squadrons dropped explosive bombs. Electronic armored troops launched firestorm attacks, and the sound of gunfire and explosions shattered everything around. Under the black pressure from both sides, bombs from the sky and rain of bullets from the ground caused many soldiers to fall, and few could escape. Zamato couldn't hold back for long. He quickly charged at the robots, ordering the others to assist him. The lower-tier Tamdai, responsible for defense and cover. The mid-tier Tamdai, follow me and charge forward. Following his order, they rushed forward, punching the robots blocking their path, shouting out, opening the heavens and splitting the earth. Anyone who stands in their way must die. Jinju is not inferior. He quickly takes down a few others and clears the way forward. "I have been fighting the Heavenly Army for 7 years, yet I still choose to stay at the intermediate level of the 3rd tier. Not wanting to level up, guess why?" The others also united, charging together to defeat the other robots, continuously cheering each other on, with A-rank armor capable of matching the early-stage Tamdai. But in front of us, they are just a bunch of useless people. That's right. The messy B-level guys behind them are even less worth mentioning. Do they really think they can kill us just by relying on these? They really are traitors. While below is a fierce battlefield, Safong uses his special abilities to ambush the enemy's high-altitude base, and he coldly says, "Do you think just because you're flying in the sky we can't do anything? I have that special space ability." Zhao Fong immediately launched an attack on the aircraft, causing a massive explosion that shook the sky and sent countless debris flying in all directions. From afar, Da Nin and his companions watched their every move. Sensing the situation was getting worse, Milla advised Da Nin, "Da Nin, if this keeps up, it's not going to work. The fundamental gap in strength is like heaven and earth. Even if we can take down a few weak, low-level enemies, we won't be able to handle the rest." Regarding his worried attitude, you look completely calm and reassure him that it's okay. "We never really expected these mechs to win anyway. What are we hoping for then?" You confidently said that it was hope in the sword in my hand. Without hesitation, Da Nin drew his sword and moved forward. Milla quickly shouted to stop him. Da Ning, wait a moment. Da Nin, you're rushing headlong into danger. It's too risky. Seeing that you are still stubborn, he helplessly made another suggestion. If we go, it has to be us going first. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to ensure your safety. In the end, Da Nin agreed. So you guys come with me. But then he suddenly set a condition. I only want you to stay outside the protective circle of the mechs, and not let a single one escape. Without my order, no one is allowed to go up. Hearing this, Milla felt very dissatisfied and wanted to argue. But before he could speak, Da Nin immediately responded. Any disobedience will be dealt with according to military law. Seeing that Milla said no more, Da Nin charged into the battlefield, heading straight for the enemy base. Amidst the heavy gunfire, his silhouette flickered unpredictably, making it hard for the other side to guess there seemed to be a figure rushing here. In the heart of the enemy base, Da Nin, without a sword in hand, was ready to wipe out everything, his eyes now filled with deadly intent. The deadly moment beginning, starting with clearing this mess. By the time Da Nin was about to launch his attack, someone finally noticed him, but it was already too late. This is Da Nin from the Hoa squad. Da Nin's strikes tore through space itself, flattening everything around him, leaving only swirling dust and fog covering the entire base. Hearing his teammate report, Zamato couldn't help but panic and turn back to see. Stunned by the wreckage left by Da Nin, he shouted out, Da Ning. As soon as he finished speaking, Da Nin's strikes moved toward him, taking down the surrounding allies. Zamato quickly reacted by activating his defenses to save his life and fully deploying his protective barriers. Even if others manage to activate their defenses in time, they can't hold out for long. The overwhelming power shatters their protective layers, and everyone inside gets injured. Da Nin's teammates stand there watching as he clears everything around him. I can't help but be terrified, as one move easily kills a group of low-level Tam Guy and even injures mid-level Tam Guy. No wonder they didn't let us advance. This kind of heaven-defying power is even more terrifying than in Legends. How did he do that? These Tam Guy are not rookies like Zhang Yangji, but I still carefully observe the battle so I can jump in to help when needed. Could it be because the mechs earlier had already depleted a lot of the third level's spiritual energy? The next move is the most dangerous. We must always be ready to rescue at any moment, especially at critical times. Even if it means disobeying orders to save his life, Da Nin alone has bitten and wiped out almost the entire enemy force, causing the remaining ones to helplessly submit to him, charging forward regardless of their lives, to avenge my fallen comrades. You've killed all my brothers. I will kill you. You son of a bitch. We'll kill you and feed you to the dogs for killing our squad. We're going to take you down today. Yaning. But before they could get close, two giant robots suddenly appeared and blocked the way. Zamato shouted angrily, "Get out of here, do you want to die?" Seeing them all focus on the robots, Da Nin took a detour and launched a surprise attack, shouting provocatively, "Come on then." Before they could react, Da Nin swung his sword, ready to kill them all. This path is the path of death for all of you. A straight sword slash with a flash of lightning cuts through those trying to advance. Da Fong suddenly appears behind you and confidently says, "Da Nin, I've got your head." The remaining ones saw their captain had appeared, seizing the opportunity to support with a combined attack, unleashing their inner fire and advancing with icy wolves. Da Fong and his two teammates' powers quickly rushed towards Da Nin, ready to retaliate for their comrades. But their weakness prevents them from controlling their strength, causing Da Fong to roar. Seeing that power rushing straight toward him, he didn't bother to dodge but calmly said, "Come to me then." "No way." With that, Da Nin launched an attack, channeling elemental wind and fiery rage. After recovering, Da Fong immediately returned to his usual arrogant attitude and issued commands to the others. That Da Nin only has at most 2 major attacks. Everyone can confidently attack him. Of course his head belongs to me. Da Fong's words made Da Nin suspicious, thinking to himself how he could be so sure that he only had these 2 major attacks. If they knew what was going on, why did they just now bring it up? And during the attack, why did they keep their distance from me and even shout beforehand? The others, after hearing Da Fong speak, felt confident again and quickly moved to kill him. He's run out of tricks. Just kill him. Hearing them say that, Da Nin felt extremely amused and spoke up. With no tricks left, Suddenly, a cloud of black smoke began to surround him, his eyes now filled with a fierce aura. He slowly raised the mirror in his hand, a surge of black energy suddenly rising, causing the giant skull to retreat. It immediately swallows the two approaching enemies of its master. And the boy coldly says, "Then let you see what else I have here." Da Nin's new awakening ability was activated. Darimla immediately devoured the two skulls, leaving only two crying skeletons. The system suddenly displayed a notification, consuming 20,000 spiritual energy, with 30,000 remaining. Defang was also enveloped by the black aura, and he quickly activated his teleportation ability to escape. He was furious. Damn it. What is this? Am I being fooled? How could this possibly happen? Not only the enemies, but even Da Nin's teammates couldn't help but be terrified of this ability. This is the top innate talent of the four systems. So powerful, I've never seen anything like this in my life. Not just awakening, but also releasing spiritual power. Even reaching 20,000 points, it's truly extraordinary. But the two team leaders are different. They still want to rush forward and fight Da Nin to the death. Today, not a single pig or flower will escape. Brother, let me kill that Da Nin. Seeing that they still have a reckless streak, Da Nin just sneered and launched his next attack. My turn isn't over yet. You still dare to rush forward. But the evil spirit, the soul awakening, from within the black smoke. Strange ghostly creatures are summoned and floating around. He pointed his dagger at Jinju and ordered the evil spirits to go and kill him. They quickly obeyed and moved to surround him. Now only Damato is left. As Da Nin approaches and asks him, "Damato Ichiro, do you know why I didn't let them attack you?" Seeing you suddenly ask that, he couldn't help but feel terrified and stammered in response. "Because their strength couldn't kill me." Hearing Damato say that, Da Nin responded from above, saying, "Because I already told you that I will personally shove your head into your own ass." Da Nin, actions speak louder than words. After hearing Da Nin's arrogant challenge, Damato immediately felt a surge of anger and was ready to charge into battle. Da Nin did not hesitate, swinging his sword in a swift arc, unleashing his ultimate skill, the wind element frost core. Immediately, a giant ice dragon appeared, bringing a bone-chilling cold wind, and roared fiercely. But Damato was not to be outdone. He swung his arm fiercely, unleashing his spiritual power in a furious burst. Summoning a fiery tiger to face the ice dragon head-on, the two spirit creatures clash fiercely, neither willing to yield. Taking advantage of the two spirit beasts distracting Damato, Da Nin swiftly teleported behind him and launched an attack with the wind element and the fiery fury of the phoenix. As he finished speaking, a monster burst out from the sword, desperately trying to bite his opponent. But he had already sensed your presence and immediately activated his defensive stance, his wings forming a shield. The wings just managed to form a protective layer when the monster also lunged forward, and their collision caused a deafening explosion that sent rocks flying everywhere. Da Nin also praised him, saying he's probably from the alcoholized physique system. His defense is indeed very good. But that's all there is to it. I don't have time to play with you anymore. Suddenly, a barrage of darts appeared out of nowhere, heading straight for him. But with his combat instinct, Da Nin quickly realized this. You sneer and say, "So it's another sneak attack from Dong Yafeng. I'm sick of this sneak attack game." And you shout out, countering with a move. You think you know about spirit control. Full spirit power, defense and protection. Da Nin gently stows away the small dart in his hand and deflects all the incoming darts. After dealing with the darts, Yamato's loud shout echoed from above. Da Nin, these things are just to distract you. You've been fooled. Heavenly Fire Comet. His entire body is wrapped in a giant fist, aiming straight at you. Before this coordinated attack, Da Nin just gave a cold smile, ready to counterattack and fight alongside them. So I will show you what absolute power means, rendering all schemes and tricks useless. Without saying a word, Da Nin still stood there, slowly raising his sword, then activated his defensive stance, and a purple flame appeared, surrounding his sword. As Yamato charged forward, flames erupted, forming a sturdy shield that blocked his punch, leaving Yamato stunned. Seeing that the protective spell was ineffective, he quickly retreated to a safe distance. Yamato roared in anger. He's just a low-level rookie, yet he has such a strong defense. But Da Nin isn't done yet. He breaks through the barrier, shoots straight up, ready to counterattack. This fight isn't over yet. As he finished speaking, he charged down while activating the next ability. Tuitin. Tuajin Trumkich. An invisible pressure suddenly weighed down on Yamato, leaving him completely immobilized and crushed by the gravity. Even if he tries to struggle, he can't move at all. Yamato shouted, "I can't move at all. No way. Even the wild wind hiding in another dimension is affected. I am hiding in the void. Yet I can still feel the pressure. Over there." After dealing with those soul rings, Jinju gasped and said, "I have the strength of a high-level 3 die. Do you think those half-baked 3rd-level soul rings can kill me? Don't mess up. Da-nin. Today, I must personally kill you." But he paid no attention to the beam of light flying behind him. It wasn't until the explosion rang out that Jinju was startled and shouted, "What is this again?" After that deafening explosion, from behind the thick smoke, a figure's silhouette appeared. Da-nin stepped out from the smoke, feeling extremely satisfied with his techniques. He had only used Tuitin's defensive skills before, but he didn't expect its attack power to be as formidable as the sword flow of the storm. The teammates around him couldn't help but be amazed by his power, and Ming La could only marvel. "Da-nin, just how many tricks do you have? Is he really a demon or a ghost?" Yamato could no longer bear to lose, so he unleashed his berserk transformation, instantly becoming huge and immensely formidable. To prevent Da-nin from adjusting, Yamato seized the opportunity to strike again, unleashing a devastating attack. He quickly ordered his subordinates to defend, summon the hellish abyss, and use Jinju's soul to withstand the attack. Seeing his attack being countered, Yamato couldn't help but become furious and shout, "How could he use Jinju's soul to defend himself? That's impossible." No matter how much he screams, Da-nin is ready to counterattack. "Have you unleashed all your tricks? If so, it's my turn now." As he finished speaking, Lian withdrew his divine fury, and his sword began to glow. At the same time, a system notification appeared, consuming 20,000 spiritual energy points, leaving a balance of 4,800 points. Da-nin shouted. Enduring the illusion of the four-armed giant, a shadow identical to him burst out from the sword and charged straight at Yamato. Even Da-nin was surprised by how eerily similar they looked. "I thought a four-tailed fox would be at least a few dozen meters tall, but I never expected the body to look just like mine. Is this even possible?" Faced with the smallness of the shadow, Da-nin couldn't help but mock loudly. "So this is how you release your soul voluntarily, bringing it here yourself. Can a person's soul fight back? Really naive." He was laughing heartily, but suddenly his words became stammering. Too poetic. When did Da-nin's shadow pass through Yamato's body? As he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground, and his shadow also touched down, his body covered in cuts. The shadow's speed was so fast that Yamato didn't notice. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was shattered into hundreds of fragments. Da-nin was also extremely shocked by this terrifying power. A swift sword strike. Even though it looked exactly like him, it was much more formidable than himself. The people around are stunned into stone, secretly grateful that Da-nin didn't let them in. Does this mean we've won? Not letting us in is our advantage? In the midst of the dusty village, Da-nin approached the shadow sitting leisurely. The shadow saw him coming, then parted and said, "Come in." Da-nin couldn't help but enjoy his attitude and replied, "You know what I want to do." The shadow also smiled and said, "Of course. I am you." But then he gradually disappeared. Da-nin also felt regretful when saying goodbye. "It's just a pity that I only appear for 10 seconds each time. So you are my future." Without hesitation, you immediately kicked Yamato's head away and proudly said, "Yamato Ichiro, I told you I would stuff your head up your ass. And I've done it." Seeing that all his teammates were gone, Jiafeng, who had been hiding and fleeing, couldn't help but feel terrified, thinking to himself, "This is too terrifying. Besides me, the whole team has been wiped out. I can't let this happen. I have to escape quickly, at least to bring back the news." Seeing his fear, Yinin smiled eerily and said, "There's still one fish caught in the net hiding in the shadows. I never paid attention to you before. Now, Jiafeng is here. Come out." Seeing that he stubbornly refuses to appear, he immediately uses the spell search, fully unleashing his mental power to investigate, burn with rage, and track him. In an instant, Jiafeng was found, and he screamed in despair, quickly switching attributes, unleashing attacks, and burning with fury. Mom, even though he can't see me, he can sense my approximate direction. So is he trying to force me to appear with fire? Hearing him say that, Jia Ning only responded with a loud warning. Trying to run away. I already said I would wipe you all out. Do you think I'm just talking enough to be sure? Seeing Jia Ning still stubbornly wanting to wipe everything out, his teammate rushed forward to stop him. Jia Ning, don't chase anymore. Jia Fong still has an ace up his sleeve. Jia Ning, your spiritual power is dangerous. No matter what they say, Jia Ning still firmly responds. If Han returns alive, it will be even more dangerous. Jia Ning's flames keep attacking Jia Fong non-stop, forcing him to find a way to counter. But the flames are too fast. I can't let this continue or I'll definitely die. Jia Fong silently calculated in his mind that he had just unleashed many powerful techniques, and his spiritual energy felt almost depleted. Rather than turn away from the enemy, it's better to charge forward and gamble, even if the price is steep, as if killing Jia Ning could be achieved, even at the cost of his own life. This mission would not be considered a failure. At the same time, Jia Ning's expression grew more surprised as he approached him. Suddenly, he tore through the void and charged at Jia Ning, shouting loudly, burning his life away, tearing through the void. Die for me. Jia Fong suddenly burst out from the void, having decided to fight to the end with Jia Ning. He smugly thought that when his life was burning away, his attack power would be even stronger than that of a normal high-level 3-die warrior. No matter how fast you are, you can't outrun my supersonic blade. He laughed loudly, his eyes full of cruelty, and said, Die, Jia Ning. Regarding Jia Fong's arrogant attitude, he just chuckled softly, puzzled by Jia Ning's calm demeanor even as death approached. But when he lunged to pierce through Jia Ning's body, he realized something strange. No, it was wrong, only the flesh was pierced. So how could there be no resistance at all? When Jia Fong turned back, everything was just an illusion. He had been completely deceived. Death was an illusion. How could this be? Could it also have spatial abilities? But how could it unleash skills without consuming spiritual energy? In a flash, Jia Ning suddenly appeared from behind him, launching a counterattack that left Jia Fong no chance to react. And he swiftly swung his sword, cutting Jia Fong's legs in half. In just a few short seconds, he has become disabled. Jia Fong cried out in pain. I must kill you, Jia Ning. Your teammates, after witnessing a brutal battle, rush over to Jia Ning. Jia Ning, are you okay? Let's all go together and kill Jia Fong. Koi Min and Tring Tun, hearing the captain's words, immediately unleashed all their strength to kill Jia Fong, using ice arrows and fiery attacks. But everything was blocked by Jia Ning, who shouted loudly, 10. Stop. Let him live. But those two still didn't stop, stubbornly continuing their attacks, making Jia Ning angry, shouting, why didn't you stop already, and even unleashing all his strength. Koi Min realized he had upset you and quickly subdued the other guy, apologizing. Jia Ning, I didn't mean to do that. I was too tense at the time and couldn't hold back. At the same time, Captain Minla arrived and urged Jia Ning to quickly finish off Jia Fong, reminding him that he had said he needed to keep him alive. So you just want the information. But even if you get it, you can't tell if it's true or false. So it's better to pull him out quickly to avoid any deception. But Jia Ning still stubbornly stuck to his decision, turning to point his sword directly at Jia Fong and forcing him to confess. Tell me, who is your informant in the Hoaha squad? Even if I lose my legs or am terrified of dying. Jia Fong still stubbornly refuses to speak, saying boldly, if you have the guts, then just pull me out. Mingla, hearing your question, couldn't help but wonder and said, Jia Ning, are you sure about that? How could there be a traitor among us? Everyone has been thoroughly screened, and all communication methods are monitored and recorded. So don't listen to his temptations. Jia Ning turned around confidently and said, everyone was initially confused, but whether it is true or not, you'll find out after I finish the interrogation. Hearing that, Mingla had nothing more to say about this. Withdraw your words. Jia Ning begins to expose all of Jia Fong's tricks. Jia Fong, if you want to die, under normal circumstances, you could have self-destructed. The reason you didn't do this is because you used up all your energy in self-destruction earlier. Right, now you're just a piece of meat. You can't even do tutu anymore. Jia Fong's master already knows everything about you, and his face shows a look of fear and submission, leaving no words to describe how he feels. While he was still panicking and trying to find a way, Jia Ning cut off one of Jiafeng's arms and threatened him, saying, "If you just tell me now, I'll make your death quick. If not, it's simple. I've read the ancient book of Huaha Thian Ko and understand the tortures described there." Master Jiafeng still refuses to open up, so he points his sword directly at him. Then, his face, finally showing fear, Jiafeng decides to reveal everything. "No. Don't. Let me speak. I'll tell you." Taking back his words, he immediately pointed his hand at Kai Min and shouted loudly, "My inside man is Truong Kai Min." Kai Min, realizing he had been exposed, quickly ran away, leaving his teammates confused by the news. "Is it really Truong Kai Min? No way. What did they finally give you, that you would betray your brothers like this?" Trin Thon quickly struck to catch him, driven by rage, and killed. A burst of flames immediately engulfed Kai Min, burning his entire body. After revealing everything, Yafeng is in pain and begs Yaning to let him die. "Yaning, are you satisfied now? Can you let me die quickly?" Hearing that, you just nodded, continued exposing Dafeng, and considered it enough. But just as he was about to speak, two more people appeared in front of him, making him stare in confusion and exclaim, "Well, never mind." Danin quickly rushed somewhere else. In a flash, you appeared in front of Trin Thon, stabbing your sword straight into him, abandoning the car to save the king, as if I didn't see through it. Trinton, realizing he's been caught, can only stammer and say, "Danin." You, before he can finish, you suddenly draw your sword and thrust it through Trin Thon's body. Min La saw this and rushed over desperately. "Danin, are you crazy? The traitor is Trong Kai Min. Why did you attack Trin Thon?" Hearing Min La say that, Danin just sneered and said, "Who told him there was only one traitor? He's so sure. Still can't believe it." And replied, "You mean there's no way?" Da Ming turned to Da Feng, revealing his last card. Did he really think Da Feng could so easily reveal everything? This is no different from sacrificing a pawn that's been seen. To save a hidden pawn, Da Feng saw his plan falling apart and quickly spoke up. Clearly, "No, it can't be this, just a wild guess." Before he could finish speaking, Da Nin suddenly swung his hand and cut off his head. In his eyes, Da Feng had lost all value for him to exploit, even if I was just guessing. Your reaction already confirmed my suspicion. So if he's not a traitor, so your reaction is just like throwing stones into a well. Now, your existence means nothing to me anymore. But Min La still doesn't believe Trin Thon is a traitor and tries to speak up for him. Dong Da Feng is very cunning. Perhaps this is Cao Min's tactic of throwing stones into the well. Tring Tang, you should question yourself whether you are worthy of the country and your conscience. Deep Nin, what do you rely on to be trusted by the king? Diep Nin couldn't help but half smile at their attitude, then presented a series of evidence. Based on what exactly? You really work very carefully. With no fourth piece of evidence at all. Not even related to Trong Kai Min. So how can you convey the message? It was through a ranged attack that he managed to place the mark on the opponent. You remember Dong Dapfeng attacked me earlier, but he predicted it so he could lure you and Zhang Kaiming into action. As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper. At that moment, Trong Kai Min's attack was hitting us, while Trin Thon's attack was striking Dong Dafeng's arm. The mark on the piece of meat I cut off is proof that you transmitted the information. Similar evidence appears in every side quest, so I suspect he must have more proof on him. After a series of such evidence, Trin Thon also had to admit his guilt. You're not wrong. I really am a traitor. Ming La, hearing this, couldn't help but feel confused and responded, Old Trin. Jin Tan, why did you do this? But Yaning couldn't help but wonder why he ended up on this path. And I was very curious about why he became an informant. I have reviewed your files. They are very complete. You start summarizing Trin Thon's life for everyone around to hear. Listen. At Paisberzecha, both his parents passed away, and he was rescued by the army. With no burdens, no one could threaten him. At just 16 years old, you single-handedly dragged the mutated second-tier creature to save the supply team. At Doazech Shishasa, he became a triple hybrid recruited into the special forces, fought 13 times on the border, and was in critical condition twice. With such strong principles and deep bonds, Ya Ning still can't find a reason why Zheng Cheng would want to betray. Captain Liu treats you like family, and Chang Wei also considers you like a brother. I'm very curious about what the commander of the front line promised that made him decide to betray his comrades. He responded with pain. If I say that I have always felt I didn't commit treason, would you believe me? Rather than deny it. I just want to do my best for the Huaxia base. Hearing him say that, you find it quite interesting. This kind of talk is really bullshit. Zheng Cheng keeps shouting, trying to prove he's doing this for everyone. Danin, you're right, I don't seek power and I won't do anything for them, and I hate those bastards even more than you all. Every day, I wish I could kill them all. But I can't. To save more friends, I can only become their dog. I was the one defending him earlier. But I can't stand this betrayal anymore. Lian kicks directly at Trin Thon's face. What the hell are you talking about? Are you saying we did all this for our own good? Is that how you treat Truong Vai and the old captain? The captain's attitude has changed. Trin Thon could only laugh mockingly and sneer. Captain, if I didn't do this, do you think you could survive last time? The strongest team leader and Truong Vi both died. So why didn't anyone chase after us afterward? Because I begged them like a dog. Anyway, we can't win. So it's better to minimize the casualties. He shouted in resignation, clutching his shirt tightly. Do I ever fear death? Trin Tan. But what I fear most is witnessing my brothers die one by one. Suddenly, Tring Thun tore open his shirt, revealing a body covered in scars. He shouted in despair, do you think I don't want to save everyone? I can't do it. We are like pigs in a pen. Only by sacrificing a few of us can the others survive. Jianing listened and spoke confidently. But this time was different. This time I can lead you to victory. Trin Thon didn't say anything. I have to admit, you're talented. So, Jianin, I really didn't expect this from you. If only I had known you earlier. Jianing. Actually, I am very happy. Without warning, a flame burst out and engulfed Trin Thon. He set himself on fire, peacefully leaving everything to Jianin. Now that you have appeared, I can finally die without any regrets in this miserable life. Brothers, I miss Captain Lao, Truong Vai, and the others very much. So I went to find them first, to confess my sins, live well in my place, protect Jia Ning, and safeguard the future properly. Mingla couldn't help but feel moved as he watched him set himself on fire to escape his guilt. Tring Tuk, Jingtan, that bastard, Nyofu, Dao Bin. Witnessing this scene, Jianin couldn't help but ponder. Throughout history, the strong have always defeated the weak. Regardless of their type of weakness, they will all be eliminated, whether they are foreigners, demons, or monsters. If I cannot save the world this time, then it is not just a tragedy. You remind yourself that after all this, the only way to prevent another tragedy is to become stronger. Stronger enough to overturn heaven and earth. Stronger enough to change the universe. Ching Chung finally was burned to ashes, turned to dust and sand. And Jia Ning also turned around and told everyone, let's go. There are still many other missions waiting for us. Let's go back to the Thunder Forest Manor, the governor's office of O3 province. The team is walking and observing their surroundings when someone notices something strange and asks why it's suddenly so quiet here, with no one around. As he finished speaking, a group of robots appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them. Without giving them a chance to speak, the robots began firing continuously. But they quickly erected a protective barrier. Mila ordered the team members to focus on defense and protect Jia Ning. Jia Ning also couldn't stand still, and gathered strength to go find the bastard. Is this not the force that the governor's office can summon? It must be that someone from above arrived just in time. As I was about to tell your president, with just a blink of an eye, Jia Nin's sudden offensive struck first, crushing all evidence along the way. With defensive elements and extreme cold freezing, everything solid. With a single swing of his sword, ice instantly spread, turning all the soldiers in front of him into cold, emotionless statues. And those who had just been worried about protecting Jia Nin could now finally let go of their burden. They quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Captain, it seems that Jia Nin doesn't need our protection. You're right. But they also realize that they can't just stand by and watch him alone. I immediately ordered them to fight together. Everyone mobilized to break the trap. Seeing this, Jia Nin quickly spoke up to remind them to stay calm, avoid causing too many casualties, and wait a little longer. In the next negotiation, Dongthan responded, we understand. Hearing that, you can proceed confidently, as all enemies blocking the way turn into lifeless ice blocks. For a moment, Jia Nin also saw the governor's name. He rushed straight to him, pointed his sword at his neck, and with a threatening tone, said, "Governor Brad, I didn't expect you to dare play this game." Brad quickly denied all responsibility, saying it has nothing to do with me. This matter is not my concern. He immediately knelt down and explained that the commotion was too loud, and their superiors had noticed something was wrong. I just sent someone here. I didn't actually ask them to come. I already advised them. But they refused to listen, and even used me as bait. Daning frowned slightly, his voice still tinged with suspicion as he replied, "So, really, you don't believe me?" Brad bowed his head down low. "Please forgive me, Your Excellency. Everything I said is the truth. Please have mercy on me. I will cooperate with anything." Suddenly, a voice came from behind you. Anna standing there, begging Danin not to act. "Please don't kill my father. I beg you that day. Lam Dui you are looking for is here. I have brought her." Lam Du is behind, constantly trying to stop her. "Anna, it's very dangerous. Step back quickly." He stepped forward and stood in front of Anna. June shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Danin just smiled and said, "Lam Dui, your move. Could it be that I am really a bad person? The closer you get to Lam Du, the tighter you grip the spear in your hand." "Huh." No more words. Seeing how alert he was, Danin quickly explained, "From the perspective of those in front, it might seem that way. But in reality, it's not. If not, then just look and see. Actually, I haven't killed anyone. I just want to save this world. So I had to create this story." But Lamdu still refuses to believe. "Only the brave will trust your words." He kept trying to persuade him, making another offer. "So the young man, truly the future leader of mankind, are you willing to join me in saving the world from the apocalypse?" Before Lamdu could respond, Yaning reached out and shattered his spear, as a warning. But upon thinking about what you said, Lamdu responded a little happily. "Future leader of mankind, saving the world from the apocalypse. Are you really talking about me? Are you really a time traveler returning from the future?" Anna quickly hit him on the head and scolded, "Lamdui, do you really believe what he said?" Lamdui was truly convinced by Danin's words. Even after being hit, he turned to Anna and said, "Anna, I think what he said might be right. Otherwise, how could we explain his abilities?" Lamdui quickly pulled her into a corner and tried to persuade her. "And with his fighting ability, he could kill us with just one sword. So why would he need to lie to me? Moreover, I always feel that in the future I will be able to do great things." Danin feels extremely proud for convincing him. That's right. He's very smart. Probably the savior of the world in the future. Secretly evaluating Lamdui in his mind. Brave, kind, a bit naive, and still a high school student. He's truly a classic passionate protagonist. Someone like him is the perfect fit to be a leader. But Lamdui suddenly feels worried about his current situation. "But for now, I still don't have any abilities. So what should I do to save the world from the apocalypse?" "Listen," Danin quickly reassures him. "Don't worry. Your abilities will develop just like mine. Sooner or later, you'll have them too. For now, just follow me and do as I instruct." Lamdu was reassured and regained his confidence. Then suddenly, he and the others hurried over. Reporting the situation outside to Danin, "There are a large number of fighter jets heading here. Even nuclear bombs aimed at us. Probably sent by the federal headquarters. And no matter how strong we are, we can't face the entire civilization." Danin immediately took Brad and hurried to handle the situation. "Everyone, stay here and wait for me." "Governor, sir, I need your cooperation right now." Brad obediently agreed immediately. "I agree. I will cooperate. Please don't kill me." Outside, countless fighter jets surround the castle, targeting Danin below, issuing warnings and cautions. "You're already surrounded. Stop resisting. Release the governor immediately." Danin, unafraid, pressed his blade against Brad's neck and loudly demanded negotiations. "I am Danin. I want to speak directly with the Federation president. If you don't want to destroy the world, do as I say." Inside the Central Federation conference room, the Federation president, sitting and observing everything outside, scoffs at your words about destroying the world, considering it just nonsense. "Issue the order if they don't surrender in 10 seconds. Begin indiscriminate bombing, and if necessary, deploy the nukes." His subordinate reminded him of his decision. But the callous president replied that Governor Brad was useless anyway. "He has revealed everything. If he dies, it's worth it. Anyway, the people of O3 province have already been evacuated, and for the safety of the Federation, sacrificing a governor is no problem. Without a word, a fleet of fighter jets immediately lit up, locking onto the targets below, as a series of alerts were transmitted down. Warning intruders. You have 10 seconds to surrender, or we will commence a mass bombing. Warning, aircraft have locked on target, preparing to drop nuclear bombs. Governor Brad, your great sacrifice for the Federation will never be forgotten. Brad couldn't believe what he just heard and stammered. What? Have I been abandoned by the Federation? The others were also surprised that things had escalated this far. Milla said, "This is a headache now." Originally thinking that if all opponents were eliminated, the mission would go smoothly. Long Ruye Bin felt uneasy and said, "I won't die." Right. This doesn't seem to match what he said about the main character's development. Da-nin saw that he was no longer useful and straightforwardly discarded him. "Governor, it seems you are of no more use. Just go back and wait. It's only a nuclear bomb. I will handle this." He nodded, opened the system, and kept calculating in his mind. Even though his combat suit was immune to all attacks from heat weapons, his hands kept typing on the keyboard because Da-nin was not only worried about himself but also about others. So he had to think carefully. But I still have to consider Min-La and Lam Rui's lives. If ordinary threats don't work, then I will truly destroy this world to create a threat. As soon as Da-nin finished his action, fighter jets prepared to strike, locked onto targets, and nuclear bombs were ready. However, inside the fighter jets, red alerts kept flashing, and the subordinates immediately reported that the president was unaware. Our nuclear system had been hacked, and the nuclear attack was cancelled. The surprised response was, "What? This can't be true." Suddenly, countless notifications appeared on the system. The original targets all changed to different provinces. Warning. Warning. Bohinja province is the target of a nuclear bomb. Warning. Warning. Andong province is the target of a nuclear bomb. Warning. Warning. Jiadian province. Warning. This is impossible. I only have half the control myself. The subordinates quickly update the situation. Mr. Gramp. President. This is true. We are also locked down here. Moreover, there is no way to regain control. That person said they want to destroy the world. And it's true. They really are not like humans. In the end, he was forced to agree to negotiate, and he ordered his subordinates to stop. "Tell them to stop." I agreed to negotiate with him and immediately sent a special plane to pick them up and meet me. He replied. And then the fighter jets gradually withdrew as Da-nin led the team forward. Everyone was terrified by his power and wondered what was really going on. How could Da-nin do this? Is this the kind of power I will have in the future? It's just too much. Captain. Were all our previous combat strategies wrong? This level of performance is just insane. Da-nin pulled Min-La closer and whispered something. Then told him, "After meeting the president, I need you to cooperate with me. And then do this." He looked suspicious and asked, "Will they believe us?" Before entering the Federation conference room, he turned back to instruct everyone. "Min-La and I will go inside. Others wait outside and protect Lam Dui." They all responded in unison. Then the soldiers present saw Da-nin enter and, angry, said, "Da-ning, is that you? I am the president's side. Tell me, who are you really? And what is your purpose? You don't beat around the bush and get straight to the main point immediately. We are time travelers from the future, and in a year, the entire world will face a catastrophe called the apocalypse." Da-nin recounts to him the disastrous events that will happen within a year, consequences that no one can prevent. By then, there will be many monsters and mutants. Countless people will die at the hands of monsters, and the Federation will collapse. Marking the 4th year of the apocalypse, humankind launched a nuclear war to fight the wave of mutants, and although civilization was collapsing, they still couldn't prevent the disaster. But fortunately, in the 6th year, we developed a time machine, traveled back in time, and changed everything before it happened. To increase credibility, you said while showing him evidence. This is a video recording of us fighting monsters in the future. The authenticity of the content can be analyzed. So we are the saviors, not invaders. The side is gradually convinced but still skeptical, saying that your point is that man-eating monsters will appear in the future. And this is truly terrifying. Although the video evidence you provided is quite convincing, I still can't believe you're really here to help us, rather than being a monster sent to deceive us. Seeing that he still wasn't fully convinced, you changed your tone to provoke them. You may not believe, but I can really destroy you. I haven't even shown my true face yet, but I already am the true face. Hearing Dan Nin say that, the guards immediately became alert, aimed their guns at him, and stopped. Or we will open fire. But Dan Nin just lightly tapped the pistol, causing the guns to float in the air. Our guns. And finally, you lost patience. I warn you all. I don't have time to waste here. If you don't cooperate, your future will be destroyed. If it is destroyed by my hand, it's better than dying at the hands of monsters. At least it can make everyone die faster. Milla suddenly climbed onto the front shield and tried to stop Dan Nin. Dan Nin. I think the president just had a hard time accepting this situation temporarily. I know you don't want to witness the extinction of humanity again. I know this is our last chance. But I still want to ask you to give them a little more time. Corn Boy, turn around now. Grab his collar tightly and speak clearly. Everyone stop hesitating, or we won't get another chance to come back. Last time we risked everything to break through the command, but the rescue team failed. This time, a group of monsters also traveled back with us. It's the monsters we killed on the road outside the city. The more Milla spoke, the tighter she gripped his collar. His scope is expanding. And Lord Yeep Nin is also very disappointed with the high-ranking official's actions last time. He has a teammate who also died because of your encirclement. Jian Ning watched Milla's performance and couldn't help but regret his decision. Her acting skills are truly speechless. I really can't bear to watch anymore. Knowing this, I should have chosen someone with better acting skills. He continued to persuade the other side, speaking to Milla while taking out the pen. If you don't cooperate this time, there won't be a next. Of course, this time when we return, we'll bring you a type of gene medicine that can enhance your physical strength. Drink it, and gradually you will become as strong as us. Receiving the pen, he couldn't help but marvel at its effects and immediately agreed to Jian Ning's terms. Extend my lifespan and become as strong as you are. I trust everyone. This time I will cooperate fully. Then Milla turned around and smiled at him. Successfully negotiating. Honestly, I wasn't surprised by these simple conditions. You want me to follow immediately. Just like that, I'll do it right away. Everything will be done through words. Thank you for subscribing to watch this video. Please subscribe to the channel for the latest videos. Jianing secretly thought that this mission was just too perfect. With the Federation's endorsement, the mining operation was no different from exploiting their own resources. The system finally appeared with a notification. The Heavenly Trial Realm. The initial stage of the Three Peaks mission has been completed. The next phase of the mission is to find the origin of the apocalypse in this world. Do you want to continue? Jian Nin did not hesitate. Lian agreed. Keep going, he thought. The original mission of the apocalyptic system was completed, but the system of the Swordseeker has not improved much yet. It seems that to change the course and future of the world on a large scale, holding power and controlling the protagonist is just a small step. The key is to find the origin of the face of the world and stop it from the very beginning. This way, not only will you obtain the design of the world model, but you can also turn this place into a real-life farm. Jian Ning and his group are facing the group in black. You give the orders. I am Hoang Van and Lamdu. Come with me to meet Professor Crocker. Lam Ban. You lead the others and follow the army to the mine to supervise the mining work. Lam Ban immediately replied. Understood. Jianing, I guarantee I will complete the mission. In the past, we could only control a few trading guilds, so we could only mine a limited number of minerals, and the quantities were not large. But this time, just watching could earn us billions, even tens of billions of tons of spiritual energy ore. The person next to him happily replied, That's right. Thanks to your decisive leadership. General Jianing, the days when we were squeezed by other factions are over. I wonder if they'll be so excited when they return to the army that they faint on the spot. At the Federation Transfer Research Institute, the Jianing group stopped their vehicle and looked up at the tall building in front of them. Jianing's group went straight inside to meet Crocker, who introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Jianin. I am Crocker, the head of the Federation Research Institute. Jian Nin calmly told Professor Crocker, I need you to answer a few questions. Then he began asking the questions. First, what are you currently researching? Second, are there any unusual phenomena or problems occurring in your research projects? Third, are you conducting any other private research, Crocker? Hearing this, was so frightened that he broke out in a sweat and responded, "All of my research complies with Federation laws and focuses on two main areas. One is gene enhancement used to improve the physical abilities of armored warriors. The second is related to the highest secret of the Federation. You present a card to Gata as a warning. Now that I have the highest authority in the Federation, I have the right to know. You no longer need to pay attention to security regulations." Crocker saw the card in your hand and was so scared he couldn't stand steadily, hurriedly saying, "It's a presidential order." "All right. The second project is the Human Origin Project. We are simulating the evolution of humanity." Hearing this, you asked again, "What is the origin of humans? The origin of the face? What was the original plan? And how long has this research been going on?" Gata hurriedly replied, "It's been nearly 7 years. Specifically since the intervention to move into the human embryo stage." Then Gata pointed to the glass tubes filled with strange creatures and explained, "This is a hybrid of spider venom. This is a snake venom hybrid. And these are considered relatively successful experiments." Da Nin's group walks along the path filled with strange glass tubes, while Da Nin, with a serious face, and the others look around with fearful and horrified eyes. Lamdu hesitated and said, "I didn't expect the Federation would allow it," Mila added, "and yet they permit the use of humans for this kind of experiment." Hoang Van sighed and said, "This is too cruel already." Crocker interrupted them, "But these things also make humans stronger. Besides, this is just an experiment on embryos, not on real humans." Danin suddenly asked Gata a question. "Crocker, these are all successful test subjects." "Right. So where are the failed ones?" Gata replied that the failed test subjects and the mutators still remain inside. In the core area, Gata slowly opened a door in front of everyone. When the door opened, Hoang Van exclaimed in fear. "This is..." In front of everyone were glass tubes containing strange creatures inside. Minla covered his mouth and exclaimed, "How can it be more disgusting than a mutation?" Danin looked at what was in front of him and calmly asked, "What is this?" Crocker loudly replied, "This is the test subject with the green secret CoQ1, inspired by the transformation of caterpillars into butterflies," he said regretfully with an arrogant tone. "I am considering researching whether it is possible to create an experimental subject with 2 sets of organs. Have you ever observed a caterpillar? Before becoming butterflies, they wrap themselves in cocoons and revert back into the protective fluid. These fluids skillfully and spontaneously form the various organs and tissues of the butterfly. Clearly, that's just a water illusion. But in fact they know which water will become the head and which will become the body." He continued speaking with a sinister look. "And not only that, if you cut the cocoon in half, it will open into 2 halves of a butterfly. The upper part is the head, and the lower part is the body. If you cut it vertically, 1 half of the head will be on one side. It's hard to believe how their biological fluid works. It seems to know what it is. And even more interestingly, if you insert a straw into the cocoon, it will hatch into a butterfly with the straw in the middle of its body." He continued explaining how the strange creature was formed. If you mix the biological fluids from 2 cocoons together, in the end, you can create a butterfly with its head inside its abdomen, and they are completely unafraid of the chaos after mixing, blooming as they did before. Without hesitation, Lin ran up, grabbing his collar and head with his hand, angrily saying, "How could you conduct such a cruel and inhumane experiment and still be proud of it?" Mingla and Hoang Van also immediately rushed forward. Mingla clenched her fist in anger and said, "Isn't this the cause of the mutation? I never thought it was created by that very person." Hoang Van adds that the root cause has been found. They need only kill this man and blow this place up, once and for all. Crocker still stubbornly justifies his crimes. The neural implants of these test subjects are not fully developed yet, so they won't feel any pain. Danin stepped forward to block him and stop the others. "Everyone, stay calm. I think this mission is not as simple as it seems," Mingla angrily said. "Do you think it's that simple? Because you can easily control the Federation. But for us, it's not easy at all," Danin calmly replied. "Maybe so, but my intuition tells me that although it looks terrifying, that's not the root cause." Then Danin turned to look, forcing Lamdu to reluctantly let go. Crocker quickly sighed in relief and thanked him. "Lord Danin is wise. No virus could possibly spread from this rotten meat here." Danin didn't reply to him. He silently thought that the demon's eyes gave no hints here. So it probably wasn't that. Then he asked the guy, "Crocker, Is there anything else besides these? Crocker immediately replied. Nothing else. Danin just let out a sound and immediately ordered. No. Mental strength. Danin's mental power radiates out as he sternly says, You're lying. There are still more underground facilities. He gathers his strength, and immediately the earth and rocks beneath his feet shatter, filling the air with dust. The crowd standing there also fell one after another due to losing their footing. Screaming in terror, only Danin remained standing firm. While the other four landed in strange positions, Crocker hurriedly said, This was an abandoned laboratory. It was used before, but then it was buried and left behind. Danin sneered and said, Still daring to lie in front of me. In front of you are conveyor belts with human corpses lying in disarray. Danin coldly asked Crocker how he explains that the time of death for these bodies here does not exceed 48 hours. Danin didn't answer but hurriedly said, Why are you forcing me? Don't you know that already? Everything here is secretly approved by the high-level leadership. Then he quickly came up with an excuse, claiming that some important individuals had poor health and needed organ replacements. Lamdu approached the bodies and spoke in a voice filled with horror. You secretly murder people and take their organs. These are not your embryo experiments. They are living children just like us. How can you be so heartless to do this? I even wanted to join the Federation before. But you are just a bunch of morally corrupt bastards. Old man Crocker quickly denied responsibility, saying it's not really my business. I'm just following orders. And then he gave a reason, claiming they are not even human. They are all just pigs, raised on the production line, like livestock. Humans not only eat them, but also strip their fur. Janin, furious, shut him up, grabbed Crocker's collar, looked into his eyes, and asked where the production line was. Take me there. 10 minutes later, Crocker led Jianning to another area with a closed door, where a soldier was standing guard with a gun. Soldier standing at the bridge raised his hand to stop Jianning and said loudly, Jiannin, you don't need to see this place. I know you're looking for something unusual, but this is definitely not what you need. I assure you. Jianning ignored him and immediately drew his sword, shouting, Get out of the way. The guards were knocked back by his attack and then fell to the ground in pain. Then he stepped forward and approached the door. He asked loudly if this was the place. Crocker nervously replied, Yes. Jianning forcibly broke the door open with his bare hands. Inside is a system with a giant glass cage, hundreds of times larger than the ones outside. And inside the cage are countless corpses, continuously being thrown into a strange green liquid. There are also corpses that look like fetuses, with umbilical cords as if still in the womb. Ming La was shocked by the scene in front of him and shouted, Do they even know what they are doing? Lam Du was speechless with disbelief, saying that the people of this world have gone crazy, and Hoang Van was so scared that he couldn't even speak. The system notification immediately sounded, confirming the source of the virus infection, revealing a large number of infected cases. Jianning's face showed no expression as he silently thought these mutants here seemed to have no thoughts. But in fact they are constantly devouring each other, in a way. This is another version of the zombie. Jianning's eyes flash with a fiery hatred as he questions Crocker. How long have you been doing this? How many materials have been produced? And where else has it been carried out? He quickly responded as he saw you approaching with a fierce face. This production line has been running for several years and has produced hundreds of thousands of products. There is nowhere else. Only this place. Lord Jiannin. Even though this production line may seem unethical, it is very effective. He gradually backed away in fear, trying to persuade Jiannin, saying, You know, just one material is enough to save 4 or 5 citizens in the same level. Many of our professors, experts, soldiers, doctors, and even senators have been reborn thanks to this technology. Jiannin ignored what he said, grabbing his collar with one hand and raising him up to give an order. Within 3 minutes, I want a list of everyone who has been temporarily replaced. If not, I will help you and go ask someone else. Then you threw him to the ground. And Crocker, trembling with fear, crawled on the floor and replied, This. Yes. Jianning silently thought. If hundreds of millions of materials are converted into beneficiaries, then there might be hundreds of millions. These people appearing in every field, even high-ranking officials of the Federation, and each of them carrying the original pathogen. He coldly watched Crocker run away on all fours, then continued to think. If we take and kill people based on the list, would the high-ups listen, and then be willing to die? How could that be possible? If we want to resolve the crisis, we might have to destroy this world. But if we do that, we can no longer consider this place as a farm within the real world. Mingla frowned slightly, his voice deepening as he decisively said, Jianin, is it here that your suspicion is the true root of the problem? Jianin hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly, still watching Mingla, his voice lowering. It's not that I doubt, but I'm sure of it. Concern was written all over his face as he hurriedly asked how to handle it. So should we just go ahead and destroy this place? Or Jianin shook his head gently. There is no more emotion left. It's too late now. Too many people have already had their organs replaced. Even if we destroy this place now, it will only stir up a hornet's nest. Lam Day quickly interjected, his hand clenched with determination, his eyes firm. So we will persuade or threaten the Federation. I ask them to surrender everything together to resolve this as one. And with my eyes tightly closed, I speak, this is equivalent to persuading them to give up their lives, so this is impossible. And as for threats, if everyone dies, who will care about the threat of nuclear bombs? Refusing to submit, Lam Di still struggles desperately, flailing with impatience. Are we just going to sit and wait for death? You're so powerful. You could easily kill them all. Hearing that, Jian Ying quickly explained that his time was limited and he couldn't eliminate everything in a short period, even if just one fish escaped. A Western fire would still occur. Moreover, if I act alone, the army will definitely betray me. And at that point, social chaos will be no different from the end of the world. Lam gently stepped closer, softly placing a hand on your shoulder and offering the most reasonable solution. So what about during the night? Even if we can't stop it, delaying it might be enough. Jian Ying pondered deeply. Just as I thought, lost in a jumble of thoughts, Jian Ying tries to find a way out to make a final decision. If delaying the end of the world is possible, it would be a significant change in this process. As long as I can change the course, there is still hope to seize power and obtain the top-tier divine blueprint. Clearing my mind of wandering thoughts, I gently tilt my head. Lam Day, are you willing to be the savior in the shadows? He's hesitating. I can't believe my ears. Me, a savior in the shadows. Sounds almost too good to be true. Jian Ying looked straight into the other's eyes with a determined voice. Yes. On the surface, I will continue to cooperate with the authorities to maintain order. As a dark knight, please save this world. Lam easily stammers, feeling clearly powerless. But I don't have superpowers like others. Jian Ying, don't worry. I can stimulate your potential first. He reached into the system panel and skillfully pulled out a sleek, shiny armor set, its metallic surface gleaming under the light, along with a pair of shiny metal boots with intricate, sturdy designs. Jian Ying reaches into the tray and quickly pulls out a syringe containing a mysterious green liquid. Without saying a word, he immediately injects the syringe into Lam Day's neck, causing him to panic and scream in fear. Lam Day's whole body suddenly heats up, with streams of purple flames like fire blazing around him, his breathing rapid. Jian Ying, standing nearby with a calm gaze, as if he had foreseen everything. Calm down. This is an enhancement drug that can increase your strength. Come on. Put on this equipment. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Ying held out the combat suit in his hand to Lam Di. At the moment, Lam Day puts on the armor. A powerful aura immediately spreads throughout his body, making him exclaim in surprise this kind of strength. This kind of gear feels even more powerful than the exoskeleton. Jian Ying felt something was off, and in that moment an automatic alert sounded. A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Was it because he was the main character of the side story, or because of the sword god system? Don't laugh anymore. Your body had a bit of an unusual reaction earlier, but now it's fine. Suddenly, Crocker rushed in, clutching a tablet tightly, his voice trembling as he said, Sir Jian Ying, I have the list you requested. Everything is here. Jian Ying takes the board from Crocker's hand, quickly scans the information, furrows his brows slightly, and issues the order to seal off the entire research facility. All researchers and projects entering and leaving the vehicle must be monitored, without my order. Not even a fly is allowed to slip through. Jian Ying turned and walked away, softly glancing back at Crocker with a reassuring look. Don't worry. This is just supervision and also to ensure your safety. Jian Ying's group quickly moved towards the aircraft, and he issued a clear command from above. Lam Dui, drive to the federal government building now. Lam Dui immediately responded after hearing, with Ming La sitting beside him glancing subtly. Gian Ying. You're trying to find the president and trick him into giving you the list so Lam Du can kill as many people as possible. Right, but relying only on Lam Du as an assassin, even though he's stronger than before. He still needs to speak calmly and explain tactical issues. This time, Lam Du is just supporting the act. The main slaughter depends on us. Ming La quickly changed his expression after hearing this. And we. Didn't you say before that we couldn't expose or conflict with the Co-Army? Jian Ying replied with a smile. Now this method definitely won't work. But if I disguise myself as a monster, and imagine, behind me. Huang Yan frowned slightly, her eyes showing concern. Suddenly, she lost track of the plan. And I understood killing two birds with one stone. A clever strategy. Jian Ying gently raises his hand in boredom. The order is given. Li Fu Kui. Help me buy 4 disguises and 1 illusion device. Over there. He immediately responds. Yes, sir. The federal government building. Tucked away in a corner of the room. Shoulders hunched as if trying to hide in the darkness. His voice full of disdain. Lord Jianing, perhaps you have misunderstood the issue with the experimental base. He said slowly. It is indeed a misunderstanding. The experiments may be brutal, but they have nothing to do with the virus. Hearing that, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders and hurriedly bowed my head. My voice trembling softly. That's good. That's good. He quietly thought to himself that he had also undergone a kidney transplant at this base 2 years ago. So he couldn't arouse his suspicion and doubt. Jianing gently places the briefcase in her hand. Inside are neatly arranged bottles of emerald green liquid. But she hesitates out of respect for the president. I believe that the physical condition of the transformed individuals could attract future monsters to attack, so as to prevent a catastrophe from happening. I hope you can hold a global meeting and try to gather the important people on the list. I have brought many types of medicine from the future. They can not only solve this problem, but also enhance strength and extend lifespan. The other side didn't reply immediately. He was stunned, eyes drawn to the briefcase. Really? Then I'll go arrange it quickly. The Federation Conference Square. Faint shadows of 2 strangers can be seen in the hall. The black-clad special forces, wearing emotionless white masks, stood in neat rows like living statues, each one a skilled fighting machine. He said nothing, moved not a muscle, only quietly emanating a cold and deadly aura, when suddenly one stepped forward, his low voice ringing out like a command. Soldiers, pay attention to security. Half of the Federation's high-ranking officials are present here, including political and business elites. Some public figures will also participate, and nothing must go wrong during this assembly. Next to Danin, with a serious look in his eyes. He gestures with his hand, and his voice rings out clearly. Let's give a warm round of applause. Welcome the future envoy. Mr. Yanin speaks, standing firmly on the podium with a serious expression, detailing and analyzing the potential risks, clearly and loudly echoing throughout the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe everyone has also read the information provided by the Army about the imminent threat of the apocalypse. To protect everyone's unique physical traits and prevent future monster attacks, I have decided to distribute medicine. Surprisingly, a tremendous surge of power suddenly rises, and from the strange light within it, the savage monsters begin to take shape. Danin glanced subtly, her eyes momentarily surprised. It's dangerous. They've crossed dimensions to get here. We're a step behind now. Hoang quickly stepped back, wondering what to do next. He calmly reassures, his eyes steady. It's just a pity that my teammates are all in the mine. But Mr. President, rest assured, I won't let them harm you. Hoang Van quickly rushed to assist, suppressing the spell, as a deadly purple toxic gas erupted from the monster's throat, rapidly forming into a bizarre skull that hovered in the air and growled menacingly as if threatening to swallow everything. A fierce wave of toxic gas swept in, causing the team members in the hall to all spit out black blood and collapse motionless on the cold ground in an instant. I am like a blazing golden fire rushing forward, delivering a deadly strike with a sweeping kick, my power cutting through everything like relentless slashes, the dark energy spreading rapidly, spreading chaos among those nearby. The wildfire erupts in fierce green energy, wind blades rush forward, and the wind element takes hold. The powerful magical aura he emits quickly sweeps away everything. The special forces screamed in despair, unleashing their firepower at the 3 monsters, destroying everything. One shouted loudly, "Open fire! Keep shooting. The giant monster still emitted a strange purple glow, its pitch-black mouth like a bottomless abyss, creating a terrifying suction that pulled the special forces straight into its throat like moths to a flame. The terrifying suction force from its mouth continuously emits fierce reflective beams, reaching the ultimate level of horror. Lamdui, hidden beneath the guise of Danin, stands high above, a faint smile on his lips as he witnesses the destruction below, his heart filled with excitement. When will I master this level of destructive power? Turning back to the past before this perfect plan unfolds, Danin gently placed a hand on Lamdue's shoulder to comfort him, and also as a trustful plea. His voice calm and clear. Lamdui, since the first killing mission tomorrow night is quite heavy, we will temporarily disguise ourselves as monsters to handle it. And you just need to pretend to be me and cooperate in acting. Once our time is up, everything here will be handed over to you. For convenience, you can sometimes take on my role, sometimes play the monster. Over time, we will be able to eliminate those infected. Lamdu immediately nodded obediently, stubborn as he was. All right, I understand this, Mr. Danin. Before you act, we all depend on you. Lamdui, hidden behind the armor of Nin, slowly draws his sword, his eyes cold and sharp, with a steady and confident voice. Don't worry, Your Excellency President, I will definitely protect you. The sword flashed like a lightning bolt, aiming at the monsters under his teammates' control. Lamdu shouted loudly, and the monsters obeyed to die. The two monsters, under Min La and Ho Wangfan's control, pretended to be afraid, gradually retreated, merged into the blazing pit of fire, and then slowly disappeared. Now, only the one black demon remains, Danin, transforming and controlling everything. Lamdu keeps kicking away large stones, making deafening noises, then rushes forward, pretending to be eager, threatening to ignite the fire. Only he remains. Danin, in the form of a sea monster, wields a sword that radiates strange and immense power, yet has not been fully unleashed without depletion. Only the mortal realm of Yama remains. Once more filled with divine wrath, this final slaughter is about to end. And in the end, you will kill each other. Yama's mortal realm. A village of dark purple smoke suddenly appeared, swirling like a strong wind, emanating a cold and threatening aura. Thick black smoke billows up, swirling into a terrifying skull shape, howling like a scream from the depths of hell. Kill. The Special Forces soldiers in masks turned pale, dropping their weapons and fleeing in all directions, while Bien stood frozen, his face drained of blood, stammering, "Here. This." Under Danin's control, the monster finally charged into the void to escape quickly. Lamdu rushed forward, pretending to hold it back and shouting, "You bastard. I must kill you." The experimental facility slowly rises from the void, with Danin in the form of Kwaiza drifting upward. He glances around, thinking to himself, I can't destroy the experimental base, but the monster can. Danin, in the form of the monster XA, opens its mouth, sharp fangs glaring menacingly, and spits fire to burn down the entire base. After this lesson, I believe the people here will no longer dare to easily restart the replacement of the core. After all, replacing organs here will make the body more vulnerable to monster attacks in the future. The monster curled up in midair, its body shimmering with strange light streaks before gradually vanishing into a faint mist. The swirling smoke seemed alive, coalescing into the shape of a dark spirit, and he gently descended. And as his feet touched the ground, the fine dust around quietly dispersed. With a calm smile, he spares the president for now, making it easier to control the situation later. Lin Rui can be dealt with after he's wiped out the infected. By then, Lamdu could also become the new ruler of this world and serve under him. The system suddenly activated along with the information streams, and the current mission progress had been altered. The main character in the original instance is Lamdu, with a change value of 49. Bafinjayi. The main character of the original instance, Grubber Death, has changed by 87. Bafinjar R. The number of infected people has decreased by 17%, with a change value of 3%. The total change in the national story is 2%, and I currently hold the highest authority in the dungeon. Suddenly, the system sounded a series of rapid alerts, warning of abnormal system processes, and an unidentified error has been detected. Warning. The subquest authority has been revoked. The cleanup procedure is immediately initiated. Jianning recoils, a hint of panic flashing across his face. He frowns slightly, his eyes quickly scanning the flashing red warning lines, like a razor blade slicing down right where Jiannin is standing. In an instant, the space is torn apart by a surge of power and fury, the pain suddenly overwhelmed, burning from the flesh to the marrow. Jiannin screamed, his shout echoing through the air, and the cleanup sequence immediately initiated. The green energy erupts, engulfing Jiannin, as thick black smoke billows out from his inverted cage. Jianning, like a person, lies on his back in midair, his body suddenly lifted by an invisible force, the black smoke swirling out from Jianning's reverse cage without stopping. He panics, stammers. This is something shattered. A flash of light appeared and then disappeared, like a broken, fleeting dream, enough to make Jiannin feel dizzy. The pulling force suddenly disappeared, and he fell freely, hitting the cold, hard ground, a sharp pain spreading through his spine as he made contact with the damp earth. Finally, a cloud of smoke appears in the center, with strange wisps of air gradually forming, hiding an unpredictable mystery. The air flows swiftly over the sphere, endlessly stretching into the silent space, as a familiar voice echoes, cold and emotionless, with no errors or anomalies. The system has completed the check and cancelled the warning, and the secondary mission calculation has begun. Witnessing the strange scene before him, Jianning couldn't help but wonder aloud. Could that black and gold light be the Sword God system? I wonder if this is related to the Doomsday System wipe program. He suddenly stopped, instinctively recalling the warning from the system earlier, and realizing that this situation was a violation of the system's rules. Please recall all system devices given to untapped NPCs within 10 seconds, or you will be forced to become a dungeon NPC. Jiannin frowned slightly, now suspecting that what happened earlier was also caused by the Sword God system's interference. I used to think that the Sword God system was just a sneaky and somewhat powerful trick, but I never expected it to be this strong. You check your body for wounds, confirming there are none, then softly whisper to yourself that there are no injuries. While the yellow light appears from the void, even the Apocalypse system can handle it, which is amazing. It controls the fate of all survivors, like a divine being. Jianning gently punched her chest a few times and said, "Hello, Big Brother. You're amazing. Can you directly end the apocalypse? Hey Sword God system. Sword Big Brother. Sword Hujen. Little Sword. He waited for a moment but saw no response, only sighing and letting his hand hang loosely. Completely ignoring him, it seems he still has to rely on himself. The system activates with the information line. The calculation is complete. The current dungeon completion rate is 100%, with an actual completion of 19.7%. Rated at SSS. Rewards include mineral spiritual energy, attribute points, attribute plusa, reputation points, rewards for the blue blood claw equipment, blue shield, green element power, green strategy master, enhanced skill rewards, B-level learning. All members will receive a +3 bonus to all attribute rewards and a 35% increase in recovery speed for all statuses, and an integrated enhancement, allowing entry into the dungeon beforehand without worrying about stamina or strength against opponents. The maximum entry time is 4 hours, and the 3 items can be used in other world instances. But this special effect does not increase benefits. Da Ning rested her hand on her hip and slowly examined each item. There are quite a few rewards, but at the moment they no longer have any effect on me. However, blue equipment and skills can be given to Lamdu for improvement, and the items in the main battlefield can be handed over to Mingla later so he can lead the team next time. Suddenly, the system interface malfunctioned. Flickering, it changed colors, and Da Nin sarcastically said, "Is it showing off like this in front of you?" The system kept flashing the message that you had successfully gained the authority to access the world map dungeon. Isn't that a bit too boastful? The ring on Da Ning's hand suddenly shone with a mysterious blue light. The magic-colored light emitted from the cloaking ring gradually released the contents inside, leaving you amazed as all the ore rewarded from the system's surface were pushed out in full. The system has been activated. The mission is complete. The S-rank strategic equipment and the sacred non-carrier battleship have been sent. Please check and confirm. The sheets of paper recording experimental data flutter chaotically throughout the room, like broken nests of birds holding a warning. Are you really worried about this situation right now? Looking at the pile of papers just thrown on the floor. Do we really need so many? In that case, I need to consider which year and month it will be, and think about who to pass this technique to first in the future. He pondered silently, his gaze quietly sweeping across the bedroom filled with papers and recordings. Even though I didn't mind handing it over to the army, but I fear that would lead to internal conflicts and unnecessary suspicion. It would be safer to find some people I knew from my previous life. Like Huang Qi Tian Tan Luang So Thien, a familiar sound echoes, indicating the instance has completed and the identified instance has no testing value. The system detects and is removing it. Sweat pouring down my forehead like a stream. What does this mean? The system activation sound rings out. The dungeon authority has changed. The current dungeon owner is Gan In. The current authority level is the highest. And the authority functions, the autonomous mode, are now enabled. You can open dungeons at any time without time limits or publish quests. And you can publish quests at any level and customize the content, missions, and rewards with the items you provide as rewards. The system speeds up time. And within the instance, you can control the speed of time flow at will, up to 10 times faster. 4. Create NPCs, consume materials. To create an NPC, you can shape any NPC and craft it. Controlling the weather, he staggered in panic, took a step back. His hands clenched tightly, as if trying to contain the chaos inside. Oh my God. With this system, am I really communicating with it? Gaining control over the dungeon's authority means I can manage the entire dungeon, with hundreds of different powers at my command. From now on, this will be my world, and I will be the god here. As long as I have enough energy, I can create hundreds of thousands of warriors in the blink of an eye. He was suddenly stopped, a vague sense of unease creeping into his mind. Wait a minute. It seems like Thaima is not included in these powers. Could it be that Thaima doesn't originally belong to Instance A? Then he crossed his arms, shook his head, and laughed it off, saying, never mind. It's okay. My current authority is enough. If a war breaks out in the future, and I don't kill them, it will be my fault. He calmly turned and walked away, unconcerned. And after Min and the others finished explaining everything to Lamdu, it was also time to go outside. As for Donghai Beast's movement, I don't know what the situation outside is like anymore. The conference hall at the border military base is silent, with delegates sitting upright in rows, their eyes fixed forward. Tianming did not bother to change his posture. His deep voice sounded, raising the support standards for the expansion. I disagree. He loudly voiced his personal opinion about the meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, is our meeting today only about a person who has died? There are many important matters to discuss. Should we bring up compensation for the Da Nin family? Vien Tam, standing straight and facing forward, with cold eyes behind his sunglasses, was suddenly interrupted by his own voice, cold and uncompromising. The secretary of the committee. Be careful with your words. Organizing a meeting about someone who has already died. Vien Tam crossed his arms and coldly stared at Tien Min. And what we are discussing is how our army should handle any incident involving Jia Nin so as not to discourage the officers and soldiers. Not because we believe he is dead. Clenching his fists tightly, his eyes darkening with a cold glint as he looked at Vien Tam. Then he slightly frowned, speaking in a dry, sarcastic tone. Commander Trin, stop fooling yourself. It's been half a month outside, even though time inside is slower. A few days have still passed. After the fight, even high-ranking Tam Dai cannot survive. Jia Nin and the others only managed to reduce the damage. Tianming sneered, his mocking gaze like a dagger aiming to crush the last hope of his opponent. His voice lowered, cold as steel, as his special operations team had failed countless times. I think we should give up fighting the dungeons in the future. Resources should be fought for in reality. And we should also avoid unnecessary casualties. After hearing that, Vien Tam's face darkened like a storm cloud. His expression twisted and veins bulged, anger boiling over as he snapped, blaming the excessive difficulty. And our intelligence team has made another serious mistake. This is not a matter of Jia Nin. Tianming suddenly stood up, his fake concern unable to hide the coldness in his eyes. He looked at Vien Tam with a calculated fake smile, as if worried but actually mocking, and advised not to get too agitated. I just want to say that if survival is impossible, instead of wasting essence to compensate for the Nin family, it would be better to save the essence and give it to those who are useful. Tianming slightly pursed his lips, his voice full of sarcasm. By the way, I remember Jia Nin was the first in line. Right. Now that he's dead, this position should rightfully go to Vuong Kai. The supplies that the Nin family took earlier should also be returned to the army and redistributed. After all, we can't let the dead occupy any position or resources. Vien Tam's fury erupted like an unstoppable flame. His fist clenched tightly into a fist, his muscles tensed, face flushed, as if he wanted to break everything around him. He forcefully punched the table. Vien Tam, furious, pointed his finger directly at Thien Min's face and shouted, "Commissioner Liu, you have truly gone too far with your abuse." Facing Vien Tam's anger, Thien Min calmly smirked, his words gentle yet full of challenge. "Are you serious? You still dare to attack me?" Chibin stood up and interrupted the heated debate. The whole room suddenly fell silent. "All right, let's stop discussing this issue here. The first position is the rising star of our army and also represents the face of the military. Indeed, it's better to change early than too late, or once the news spreads, the whole world will mock us," the old man slowly explained, his voice steady and deliberate, as if announcing an important notice that Da Nin's pension will be granted according to state regulations. Of course, the premise of all this is to confirm that Da Nin is dead. When I return, I will report to the commander. The National Port Station, the entrance to the Death Realm dungeon, with a swirling green energy wave. A widening pit, surrounded by soldiers whispering and discussing. "It's been half a month already. Do you think the people in the Eastern Wilderness room, that Huazu pig, were killed by them?" "Nonsense. You think they're all useless like you. All the participants are just fools. I bet those pigs inside are terrified of dying." "That's right. I heard from the spies that even the Hoaha army has confirmed that all of their people are already dead." Amid the shadows of the camp, the soldiers gathered, and a tall, thin man with a cunning look suddenly sneered, his arrogant half-smile revealing a hint of wind. "Ah, now that I think about it, this mission is even easier than before. After this, Hoaha probably won't dare to come in again." A faint, bitter laugh, with a tone of disdain and contempt, sounded. "That's right. When our people go out, it's time to start the battle. Without the Quanglin energy, Hoaha will definitely fail. Women, resources, land. At that time, you can have anything you want." The green swirling energy roared, and the commanding voice echoed, "Look quickly. The teleportation gate is moving. Our heroes are stepping out there. Go call for backup. This time the energy portal will definitely take a long time to transport." The spirits crowded around the reception station, their eyes fixed on the roaring energy vortex in the sky, as if it were an exciting spectacle. While loud, mocking laughter echoed everywhere except for the butler. "Dong Ye-feng is probably back with a few more heads. I'm going to record a video of those Huaxia pigs' heads." A cold, robotic voice from the vortex echoes through the system. The notification circle appears in midair, sharp and clear. "The mission is over. How many survivors this time?" "No." The ghostly milk people, mouths wide open, eyes bulging as if about to pop out. A stammering fool, breaking apart in the panic. "No smell." The other person next to him also couldn't hold back, shouting in disbelief, saying it couldn't be. "Why is this happening?" The train station's flower port leads to the Death Realm dungeon, where amidst the line of soldiers under dim lights, the shadows of Tran Min and Hung Ho stretch long, creating an atmosphere of tense silence. "Colonel Tran Min, do we need to retreat immediately?" "No need to wait any longer." Tran Min listened and quickly responded, with a firm tone, "There is no longer a need to waste resources here. The battalion commander has ordered everyone to be transferred to the southeast border immediately." Hung tilted his head, his eyes betraying worry. But if Da Nin and the others, Tran Min didn't bother to look at them, just furrowed his brow slightly and crossed his arms. His decisive attitude was as firm as steel, and his eyes were cold and piercing. In a low voice, "Colonel Tien Min of the Border Peacekeeping Forces of Donghai, the Special Operations Team's reinforcement unit has subdued Hengdu. No need for further talk. Just withdraw if you must." Hung Huang spoke, his voice still cautious but with a hint of cunning, as if weighing his words carefully. "Colonel Tran Min, or perhaps something else. First I will have you stay here to guard, and the others can go ahead. Tran Min listened, then quietly pressed his lips together. With no hint of weakness, he spoke up. Honestly, not expecting Song Hoang to be here. But it's up to you. I will leave at most 2 people behind, and the rest just follow me honestly. If after 3 days, both of them stared intently at the swirling energy pit. Waves of fierce light rolling up, clenched their fists tightly, their voices hoarse with worry. Is the dungeon already finished? Is there anyone still alive among us? We must survive and get out of here. Tran Min took a step back, his face turning pale, his eyes full of panic, knowing he couldn't make it out alive. He must not let that happen. From the vortex, a shadowy figure appears, slowly and deliberately tearing through the light. Minla steps out, wearing perfect armor, with an unusually calm expression. Tran Min froze in shock, eyes wide with horror, his body stiffening as chaos filled his mind, unable to believe this could be happening, while Hong Ho stood beside him, rolling his eyes and stammering. Is that Min La? We still have survivors. And Min La is only you. From behind, Huang Van, Da Nin, and the team members also approached. Huang Van glanced at him, half teasing, half urging. Team leader, what are you staring at? Don't get in the way. Da Nin and the others step out of the energy vortex to the amazement of everyone around. The spirit system activates, the dungeon ends, and the current number of survivors is 8. Hung Ho couldn't believe his eyes. He quickly rubbed his eyes and shouted, all 8 of them are still alive. Everyone is still alive. Am I dreaming or what? Is anyone injured? The medical team is just standing there clueless. Go check now. Tran Min beside him just stood silently, saying nothing. Da Nin slowly walks forward, her calm voice like a gentle breeze. There's no need for medical help. This is all ore. Everyone, come and take it. Are you suspecting that the ore transfer tools and everyone's specialized equipment for storing ore are broken? Da Nin shook his head and exhaled softly. No. That's not it. There aren't enough people here. Call everyone to come and move it. Hearing that, Hung Ho was stunned, almost unable to believe his ears. 1/3 rank cultivator is enough. And now they're calling everyone. Oh my parents, the ore layer spills out from the whirlpool like a waterfall of light. Hung Ho can't contain his excitement, rushing forward with shining eyes and shouting loudly. Oh my parents, he chuckled, mesmerized as he watched the ore, speaking as if he couldn't believe his eyes. I've never seen so much ore in my life. Is this a mine raid? No. It's more like dozens of raids. While Hung Ho is engrossed in the ore, Tran Min quietly faces Da Nin with a serious look. And Da Nin and the others haven't clashed with the war zone's false front and singing. Is our intelligence accurate? They don't cooperate with each other. How did you survive? Da Nin said coldly. So what do you think? That we only escaped by luck? Min stood silently behind Da Nin, his cold eyes like fog piercing sharply into Tran Min, his voice as sharp as a sword ringing out without any hesitation. Colonel Tran Min, I have met you before. You are with the 6th Commissioner. Right. I'll tell you. We didn't just bring back a huge amount of essence. Da Nin even ordered us to kill everyone in the other war zones. What is in his heart? A surge of intense fear rises up. He's dead. Yesterday, the 6th Commissioner took all the primordial energy from Da Nin's house. Tran Min was terrified, sweating profusely, his heart pounding, his mind in chaos. As the report about replacing the leader had already been adjusted, Da Nin didn't die but achieved great success. If Da Nin finds out about this, no. I must find a way to inform Commissioner Liu as soon as possible. He stands straight, hands on his hips, eyes coldly scanning Tran Min. His deep, commanding voice asks, Colonel Tran, why is your reaction different from everyone else's? Do you hope we all die in there? Tran Min stepped back, his face turning pale, stammering. What's going on? Vice Chairman. I was just overthinking. Tran Min broke out in cold sweat, thinking to himself, I can't let him go. I need to come up with a reason to keep him here and buy time for the investigator to handle the aftermath. On the surface, he tried to keep calm and explained that I was worried because the evacuation plan for Donghai that you proposed earlier had been cancelled. He paused. Then his eyes flashed with anger as he stepped forward, grabbing Tran Min by the collar and shouting, What did you say was cancelled and why? Thuongtung sent a highly influential representative to thoroughly investigate the situation in Donghai, but found no evidence of any beastly threats. As for the specific situation, I don't know. Or you could go to Donghai yourself to investigate. Min shouted to the team, his voice firm and clear. Minla, you guys come with me to Donghai first. As soon as the order was given, Hoang Van immediately stepped forward half a step, frowning in protest. Let's hold back and follow the rules to report to the capital first. Moreover, I suspect that Tran Min and his accomplices are plotting something. You insist firmly. But I think it's too late now. The lives of 700,000 people in Donghai are the most important. We will report on the way back. We've made great achievements. And our superiors won't blame us. As for other tactics, we'll discuss them when we return. Above the sky of Donghai, the light aircraft gently lands on the blue beach. Sitting quietly in the aircraft, his gaze unconsciously lingers on the window frame, thinking to myself, there are only about 4 to 6 days left before the storm of the sea beast hits its peak. The project had clearly been approved before, so why isn't it being carried out as I expected now? The internal evidence in this peaceful era is actually much greater than before I was born. I pondered silently, recalling that before my rebirth, I was a dominant figure, perhaps also because of the light of the world. It seems that now, if I want to save myself from this world, I must first grasp the peak power. Otherwise, I probably can't do it. To seize the supreme command, I must break through the fourth realm as soon as possible. With my current authority and resources, I can reach the peak of 3 tiers in 3 months. But to break the 4th tier, Da Nin raises his hand to hold it, his sharp eyes like a blade. Then he must start the super plan first. After the world face exploded in his previous life, the reason humans could resist for 2 years was because of this super plan. If I remember correctly, the lead researcher's family name was Tan, from the safe zone of Donghai. And after completing the evacuation from Donghai, I need to find him as soon as possible. A conference call screen suddenly appeared in front of Da Nin, connecting her with 4 people. You speak up. Uncle Tio, Uncle Tran, Uncle Vuong. I need everyone to mobilize all available forces to Donghai to support me. She looked at the screen with worried eyes, then asked, what happened? Da Nin's voice sounded on the call. Urgent and unexplainable. If you believe the news about my nephew, then arrange to go immediately. While the 3 of them were still stunned and listening, Fuang turned around and ordered immediately. Liu Mansion's reception room in the capital. The director sitting opposite Tianming with a worried expression, leaning forward as he speaks. Commissioner Liu, what should we do now? Yaning not only survived but also achieved great success. And the generals and others are all very happy. He said this while nervously scratching his head. He is a man with a secret vendetta. If he finds out what we did while he was away, Tianming's face darkened, grinding his teeth in pain. Damn it. He's truly a living devil. How could he do this without knowing him? Director Suo beside him stammered. Commissioner Liu. Before we could speak, Tianming raised his hand to stop him. But Director Wang, don't panic too much. Wasn't it Tran Min who told Yaning to go to Donghai? We still have time to clean up. Just need to return the hand stolen from Yaning's house. Director So continued. Commissioner Luke, I'm afraid we still can't return them. Those high-level spiritual orbs were eaten by my son last night. And moreover, his sister is very difficult to deal with. The image of Little and lying motionless flashes through the director's mind, and he furrows his brow slightly before sighing. I only told her that Ye Ning is dead. It seems she can't handle the shock and has been hospitalized. After hearing that, Tianmin's face turned pale, and he quickly wiped his face and approached the director. Furious, you all are a bunch of fools. This completely ruins the rules. Director's face turned pale as he stammered. Commissioner Liu, is it already too late to send someone to the hospital with flowers and a fruit basket to comfort his sister? Tianmin turned around, his stern voice ringing out like an order, and he also had to find the person responsible. If Yaning really wants to investigate, just say it was done by a temporary worker. Hearing that, the director seemed to lighten his burden and sighed in relief. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. Tianmin's face hardened as he lowered his voice and said, besides this bright path, you must leave a dark one as well, in case of necessity. The director frowned and asked, you mean? Tianmin tilted his head slightly and explained that he didn't just not return to report, but went straight to the Donghai security zone, an overbearing and ruthless boss. not being able to control himself. Always a great military hero, as long as he does something against the rules. Wanting to kill him is just throwing stones into the well. In the secure conference room of Donghai, Li Loi smiled and extended his hand, offering a high-level credit certificate to Tian Fan. Both happily shook hands. Li Loi stood straight, smiled politely at the guest, and said thank you for the high credit, which helped Donghai and eased our burden of relocation. This small credit point is nothing. Tonight we have prepared a seafood feast to entertain you. And Fan responded calmly. Li Thong dismissed the politeness. A person with a clear conscience who is not afraid of their own shadow is usually driven by a wild, reckless spirit. How easily it can flare up. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud bang, and a soldier was thrown inside like a bag of live fish. Both Li Loi and the courtiers turned around sharply. Li Loi furrowed his brow and thought, what kind of audacious bastard dares to barge into our East Sea Security Zone meeting room? A familiar figure appears at the door. The Da Nin group steps in. Li Loi stands firm with wide eyes, lips slightly parted. Da Nin. Hin An stepped forward, his gaze sharp and his voice full of authority. I want to reinvestigate the security issues in Donghai. I hope everyone will cooperate. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Hands on hips. He spoke. Da Nin. The safety issues in Donghai. We have already investigated. All the unusual points you mentioned in the meeting have been checked, and there are no issues. The results were reported yesterday, so you can review and verify for yourself. Li Loi then stepped forward and said, that's right. Commander Da Nin. I advise you to leave immediately or face Article 27. Clause 33 of the military regulations. If you break into a military base to search for classified information, I have the right to kill you on the spot. With my order, hundreds of awakened will tear you apart. Da Nin didn't bother to pay attention to the useless threats. Now, step forward and respond. I have level A clearance. Min La. Lead a few people to search. I want to see all the information within the next half hour, focusing on the water area and the military dispatch logs. Min La immediately nodded slightly and replied, got it. Half an hour later, Da Ning's group, along with Tian Fan and Li Loi, entered the information room where devices and illuminated screens lined up. Da Nin stepped forward, his gaze contemplative as he looked over each image on the screens. Da Nin's whole body shone with a brilliant purple light. Crossing his arms, he declared, fully committed to the task, with unwavering focus. Qian Fen, with a haughty expression, began to speak sarcastically. Pretending to be clueless, can an outsider instruct the experts and understand the data? Even I couldn't find any abnormalities. What valuable thing could he possibly investigate? Li Loi stood beside him, unable to hide his anger. Bieu said, is this how the A-level authority is used? I must sue the capital to have the army revoke his authority. Da Nin Yen looked at them coldly and asked, a month ago, there was a minor earthquake in the C7C area. You concluded that it was an ordinary longitudinal wave and did not consider the migration of marine creatures. On January 1st, the temperature at the hydroelectric plant rose by 3.9 degrees. Is your conclusion that the equipment was malfunctioning? Li Loi gently smiled and replied, the issue he mentioned does exist, but if it can be explained by conventional theories, there's no need to attribute it to the sea beast. Small earthquakes happen every year. If we think they are caused by the beast, then there is no need for the East Seahead safe zone to exist. Fan Temple immediately continued. Da Nin, I can tell you exactly why we are sure this is not a beast. Da Nin raised his hand and pointed at the touchscreen, showing giant footprints and data of 4 masked individuals, saying there are no signs of a beast. So what happened during the conflict off the coast? 4 days ago, the surveillance device recorded evidence of Tamzai's involvement, with the time and location matching the brutal battle documented in the military deployment records. The data shows that you dispatched 7 Tamzai soldiers at 3 a.m. 4 days ago for a routine patrol, but only 4 returned. Where did the other 3 die? The routine patrol that resulted in casualties made him panic, as if struck in the heart, and he nervously denied it. Terrified, he thought to himself, he's dead. Yet he still paid attention to even the insignificant details in the deployment log. Li Loi quickly calmed himself down and composed himself. This is the nation's highest secret and must not be revealed. At this coordinate, I see a laboratory. What are you doing there? Are you taking me there? Or should I go there myself? Li Loi hesitated briefly and then shouted loudly, You have no right to go there. That is a level A+ secret. Even with level A authority, you are not allowed. Da Nin clenched her sword tightly, suddenly swung a strike into the air and shouted loudly. So this is the main issue. Get out of my way. Liu and Qianfen were startled and fell backward, quickly retreating, screaming the command. Stop those people. Hold Da Nin back for me. Don't kill the others. At that moment, Da Nin turned around and ordered 009 Min La to follow him. And then Fuang and Min La shouted together. That's right. Da Nin, Fuang, and Min La all charged at once, 3 figures rushing forward like lightning, knocking over the Special Forces team approaching, bodies flying far and crashing into walls and distant buildings like paper mannequins. Tin Fan panic-stricken, repeating in his mind, trying to stop them. We must stop it. Commander, we can't kill. We simply can't stop it. 10 minutes later, at the entrance to the Donghai research room, Da Nin, Min La, and Fuang stopped in front of the imposing door, and Da Nin confirmed that this was the place. Qianfen and the others hurried over, sweat pouring down his face, shouting, Damon, I have one last piece of advice for you. This place is definitely not related to the Beast Evening. Even I don't have the authority to enter. If you dare to break in, you bear all the consequences yourself. When it comes time for the military court, don't blame me for not warning you. Da Nin didn't bother to look back. Gave a command. Lingling's ups. Break it open. Fang immediately stepped forward, throwing a powerful punch like a thunderbolt, smashing the steel door into a large hole. Inside the large laboratory, the officer stands silently with his hands in his blue jacket pockets, slightly tilting his head towards the door with a look of slight panic. He turned around and asked, Who dares to enter my research room without fear of death? Da Nin stepped forward, her cold gaze fixed on the officer, pointing directly at his face and commanding firmly. I need all the information here within a minute. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you. This project was specially approved by the former leader 14 years ago. Even if Commander Lai Tuyen Kwok comes, he must show us respect. Without a word, Da Nin just glanced briefly. And in his mind, the order was sent 009. Capture him. I need to take over this place within a minute. Without hesitation, Fang charged forward with a powerful strike, knocking Yuan Teo far away and clearing the way for Yanning to advance. The tear grenade was forcefully knocked to the ground, splattering across the cold floor, as he looked up in pain and screamed out, You're crazy. You lunatics. You're doomed. You little pests. I will definitely report this to the army. Just wait and see. Da Nin continued to give orders. Linglingzhou, catch him and gag him. And Fuang immediately obeyed. Fang quickly took off her shoe and stuffed it into Wei Tiao's mouth, not giving him a chance to speak. He could only lift his head, with eyes full of resentment. Da Nin approached the water basin quietly observing, his mind swirling with conflicting thoughts about transforming sea creatures, jealousy, and biological fusion. Filtering embryos. Are you taking young children's embryos to combine with sea beasts? Vientia pulls his shoe out of his mouth, his voice echoing angrily. So what? As long as we can combine the power of the sea creatures, we can create a formidable being of consciousness. We do not experiment on survivors. Everything is legal. Da Nin secretly sneered inside. The familiar events and simple familiar lines are exactly like those in the world of the dead. As expected, the arrogance and pride of humanity are nothing new under the sun. He darted forward, moving as fast as lightning, rushing through the air straight at Yuan Xiao's face with a speed that left no time to react. Shout out. Tell me what happened 4 days ago. Did you release the experiment out? Speak quickly or die. Vin tu pondereux. Finally lowering his voice, realizing he couldn't possibly know about this. All right. I'll tell you. 4 days ago, a transformed creature did escape. But it's nothing serious. It's just a juvenile. Not dangerous. Daji squinted and said, They are not aggressive. So, what happened to the 3 level 3 individuals disappearing? Don't tell me they fell into the sea and drowned. Yuan Xiaoyan let out a sound. Da Nin, if I tell you, your death won't be far away. Are you sure you want to know? Da Nin is too cold. Don't say much. Yen Tiao then had to admit that the 3 of them weren't dead. They were just imprisoned because they saw things they shouldn't have seen. The head of the clone used for the experiment was made from the old director's genes. Hearing that, Da Nin's eyes darkened, and he slowly tilted his head. What did you say? The system suddenly activated along with the information streams, triggering a special mission. An A-level sea creature attack event. The specimen. Describing the incident. The offspring born, contaminated and leading the sea beast tide. By instinct, it will search for the specimen, and it is expected that in about 4 hours, the first wave of marine beasts will move closer again. Describe the mission. Evacuate all civilians from East Sea. The success of this mission will be judged based on the number of survivors. Assign the mission. E000 reputation points. Use divine energy level epic for communication to inform that destroying the creature will effectively slow down the movement of the sea beast. Da Nin tilted his head back and sighed softly, his mind buzzing with thoughts. Only 4 hours left. Basically, I want to investigate thoroughly and gather enough evidence for the army to cooperate. But right now, it seems there's no time left. Da Nin softly muttered to herself, killing the clone to slow down. But deep inside, my thoughts are completely different. With my current strength, I can't do it. Not even erase the present. Now all we can do is retreat and resist. Words are now willpower. But thoughts are the truth he must face. Da Nin dismisses the confusing thoughts. His gaze immediately sharpens, and he orders 009 to contact Xiao Hai right away. Tran Kai Lai and Vuong Tian. We need to quickly deploy the evacuation plan from Dong Hai. As soon as Fuang received the order, she turned and rushed off like a gust of wind, without asking any questions. Immediately coordinating actions. At the East Sea Security Area Secret Research Institute, Mila looked quite uncomfortable and said, Deep Nin, you are unilaterally mobilizing the army without permission, which is no different from treason. Even if your judgment proves to be correct later, you cannot undo the crime. Are you sure you want to do this? Diep Nin also immediately replied, Mila, I understand everything you said. And now the best thing for me is to leave and pretend nothing happened. My expression now is very serious. So I will still be the top genius of Da Xia, with unlimited potential in the future. Not only that, but as soon as the disaster occurs, my earlier warning will earn me credibility and praise. And everyone in the army will regret not trusting me. Even if millions of survivors perish in tragedy, no one will blame me. Instead, they will think I did my best. He looked very surprised that you knew all this. So why? Then Diep Nin glanced at Mila softly. That's why. You suddenly became very serious. Knowing that if I didn't try my best for the survival of hundreds of thousands of people, if I have lived again, but still cannot prevent the tragedy, then it would all have been for nothing. Once again, I give him the choice, Mila. You all can decide whether you want to jump into this muddy water with me or not. Even if you choose to retreat now, I won't. Mila just stood there in shock. Diep Nin. Everyone immediately stood at attention. Respectfully. Jian Nin. Please don't misunderstand. Our lives were saved by you. So no matter the danger, just give the order. Jianing also smiled and looked at them. Thank you all. Fang Fang remained silent and smiled. Jianing gazed into the chaotic space before him. Li Loi smugly said, Jian Nin, you all have learned things you shouldn't know. And today, no one will survive to leave this place. Although I dare not kill you. But if you dare to run into the area with this electric current and die, it has nothing to do with me. Qian Fen also sneered and said, Jian Ning, now you understand why I didn't dare to continue the investigation. There's no shortage of food and drinks here. So I advise you to stay put and wait for the decision from the higher-ups. But he immediately drew his sword and charged forward. Time was urgent, and I had no time for words. The two people were stunned. What? He actually managed to resist the high-voltage current. Jianing. What kind of skill is this? Both sides are using techniques. Extreme cold. Wall step energy shield. Elemental armor. Diep Nin immediately drew his sword and stepped forward. He quickly pressed the sword against their necks. What is this? What just happened? I have no idea what he did exactly. You look at them with a threatening gaze. To stand still. And if you don't want to die, immediately cut off the electric current of the vortex. Don't dawdle. Qian Fen looked extremely terrified as Li Li picked up a device. Don't hurt the representative Qian. I will close it. And the barrier will disappear immediately. Minla still looked confused. Da Ning. What should we do now? Diep Nin immediately told him. Lingling Zhou. Control. Li Loi. Min La takes the control device. Everyone else. cut off all contact with the outside from the Donghai safe zone. He then snatched the device from Liu's hand. And Feng, along with Feng, let Liu go. You pushed him inside and said, "As for Deputy Minister Tian, there's no shortage of food and drinks here, so you should just stay put for now." Min immediately activated the device, starting the electric field. Anyone inside could not leave, and Qian Fen was furious at this action. Deigning, "You bastard." Diep Nin immediately ordered Li Loi and Li Thong to take over all command rights in the Donghai safe zone, because I took over. And he was very angry with you. What? Da Nin, are you really planning to betray us? You're quite bold. Do you know who's behind me? That is the former marshal. And even the current chief has to show him some respect. Li Luo immediately threatened Diep Nin. I hold an irreplaceable position in the secret research lab. If you dare to mess with me, you're definitely dead. Ye Feng looked down on the opponent, claiming an irreplaceable status in the secret research lab. But he didn't even bother to regard Yi Feng as anything. You have no right to know. You look at the other person and think to yourself that something is off. I fear that Yuan Chuhui lied about the Thao Mother matter. And the old chief truly is the Thao Mother. But this time, the hatchling of the Mao. The escaped. So it might not be him. And perhaps what Vian Hu said back then was just to scare me into retreating. The monstrous sea creatures flaunting their power. In the previous life, the main target of this sea beast assault was the East Sea safe zone. After the explosion, the sea monsters will start attacking the capital. If the young one launched the beast, attacked to find the DNA sample, then this time the DNA sample's target might be Li Li. The boy's eyes turn a shade of blue. Demon eyes. Probing. The system immediately reports back that the demon eyes investigation is complete, and the identity is Li Loi, the commander of the East Sea safe zone, hiding one of the vows from the marine creature hybridization technique. There are a total of 2 vows. Diep Nin clenched his fist. Indeed, I didn't want to kill him at first, but now it seems the organization can't let him go. Fang immediately obeyed the order and completed the kill. The system once again announced that the A-level Sea Beast attack event has destroyed the safety zone pledge in East Sea, and the storm-triggered Sea Beast will be delayed for 3 hours. In 6 hours and 51 minutes, a wave of sea monsters will approach the coast. Please evacuate the survivors and leave Donghai as soon as possible. You look at the screen and think to yourself that indeed only 3 hours can be stretched. But having it is still better than not having it. At least more survivors can be evacuated. The group then rushes away quickly. Mingla, let's split up and act. You go to the outskirts with Tran Kai Lai in the safe zone, while Xiao Ha and the others gather everyone and organize an orderly evacuation into the city. If you encounter any difficulties, contact me through the video system. Min La is also very urgent. There are many people gathered here, in the Huang area near the East High safe zone. Commander Tran is feeling quite curious. Commander Tio, Ya Ning brought us here. What exactly do they want to do? My eyes keep twitching involuntarily. Tu Hai also looks quite confused. I don't know. I just hope this isn't a big problem and won't last too long. We can still stay here to train. But if we stay too long, we will definitely attract the attention of our superiors, Kai Lai said very seriously. I advise everyone to get ready. If it's a small matter, there's no need to get so worked up. But even if it's a big matter, it can't be rushed. After all, Da Nin just achieved a great victory. At this moment, a helicopter appears in the sky, and it seems to be heading towards us. Could it be Da Nin? Min La stepped forward and loudly announced that Lord Da Nin had ordered the troops to immediately enter Donghai and evacuate all the survivors. He will take control of Donghai within an hour to assist with the evacuation, and all 3 of them are very surprised. What? Tu Hai couldn't believe his eyes. Sending troops into the city to take over Donghai and even relocate. While Vuong Thian was also worried. Isn't this basically treason? Kai Lai also asked with suspicion. Is this the army's intention, or is it Da Nin, acting on his own? Min La had to clarify again. The army has no instructions at all. It is Da Nin's decision. An A-level disaster is about to happen in Donghai, and it is our responsibility to rescue the survivors. This is indeed extremely risky, but I believe in your Da Ning's judgment. Time is running out, and I hope everyone can make a decision quickly. He is still very worried, whether this succeeds or fails. I'm afraid we won't see any good outcomes. Tu Hai was extremely uncomfortable with this action. Da Nin clearly has unlimited wealth, so why should he have to? Kai Lai then touched Tu Hai's shoulder and said, Tu Hai, you're right. Think about it. Whose future here is better than Da Nin's? If he is willing to give up his future and accept such risks, then why should we still pursue our own interests in secret? If you have already committed to him, then good and bad times are shared together. Tu Hai then calmed down and said, That's right. The righteous man has always been willing to sacrifice himself for justice. Diep Nin still looked around and asked, Do you think the East Sea Safe Zone 009, this bustling place, is it like it was before the apocalypse? Fang Fang also honestly replied, I've never seen what the world was like before the apocalypse, but I heard it was very, very beautiful. There was a happy family. Everyone thought life was getting better, and the apocalypse was just a distant legend. But unfortunately, everything will be destroyed in the blink of an eye, even if their lives can be saved this time. The pain of having to move afterward cannot be avoided. Suddenly the sky roared with thunder, warning that the level A sea monsters are about to attack. Warning that the level A sea monsters are about to attack. Your team has also begun to act. All survivors in the East Sea Safe Zone are ordered to evacuate immediately and in an organized manner with military support. All survivors in the East Sea Safe Zone, please evacuate immediately. Diep Nin looked down and said, If we want to end all of this, we still have a long way to go. She also encouraged him. I understand you can do it. Diep Nin also regained her composure. That's right. Now is not the time to feel weak. Ling Ling Zhou. Next, I have a very important task for you. Go find all the research institutes in the Donghai Safe Zone and locate a researcher named Zun Licheng. Immediately after, Diep Nin left and took him to my place. He is an important figure in the future. And Fuang Fuang has received the order. There. The leaders are in a meeting, 4 hours later. At the military district conference room in the capital. It's a rebellion. They've truly betrayed us. Tuyen Kwok was both angry and disappointed, thinking about how to reward Da Nin when he returned. But in the end, he caused me a big mess, Tianming announced in anger. Commander, I just discovered that we cannot contact the East Sea Safe Zone. I used the satellite and found that Da Nin is rebelling. He claims to have contributed. Acts arrogantly. And looks down on everyone. He was furious about your actions. Killing the East Sea Commander. Leading troops to seize power. Hiding and deceiving. Evacuating the survivors. No matter how strong this traitor is, he cannot be spared. Another person was also very upset and defending you. Commander, it cannot be denied that Da Nin has gone too far this time. But what if Da Nin's prediction is correct? If the sea beast outbreak in East Sea really happens soon, and satellite images show that besides evacuating, Da Nin is also deploying troops to the front line, then he truly believes a beast attack is imminent. He seemed extremely annoyed, implying that a chief guard of Donghai for 14 years, a special envoy from the capital, along with 34 senior researchers and over 600 disaster warning staff, are all just illusions, and none of them can compare to Da Nin's shadow. So even if he truly detects something abnormal, why wouldn't he report it to the military? Tianmin angrily suggested that, according to psychological experts, Yanin had fallen into a paranoid state and his thinking had already become abnormal. To minimize losses, I suggest immediately leading troops to stop Da Nin if necessary, even if it means executing a head plan. So Trong was very angry when he heard that. And you? You are too much. Chi Bin also seriously suggested that the beheading plan be put on hold for now. First, we must stop Da Nin. And ideally, we can capture him alive before making any further decisions. Xuanguo then made his decision, stating that this was the only way. He ordered Luke to lead the troops and bring Ye Ning back alive. Tianming seems very happy. Clearly. Surf, his whole body is full of excitement. Da Ning, I was worried you might come back to settle the score with us. Who would have thought you were so stupid as to open the gates to hell yourself? Capturing alive. Huh. Guns and bullets are blind. Accidents during a fight are very common. At the East Sea Safe Zone coastal defense wall, the system suddenly announced that there were 29 minutes left before the Marine Patrol attack. Kai Lai hesitated and asked, Da Nin, the sea beasts really will arrive later, and the time you mentioned is almost up. But apart from the rain, there are no signs of anything happening on the sea. Da Nin replied confidently. They will arrive. Their speed is extremely fast and they could explode at any moment. Vuong Thien hesitated for a moment before finally choosing to share his thoughts. Da Nin, if it really erupts, Maybe our ending will be a bit more comfortable. But if it doesn't happen, I can't help feeling disappointed and say, 2. Even if I am right, the outcome is only a little better, which really makes people feel very uncomfortable. Kai Lai suddenly spoke thoughtfully. We've always been like this. There's no need to worry too much. As long as the Great Patriarch has a clear conscience when the sea beasts arrive, we should try to hold our ground here. Or should we? Da Nin immediately understood his meaning and replied calmly that we just need to delay. Because we won't be able to protect it anyway. Da Nin paused briefly before explaining further that the scale of this attack is very large and the number of troops we mobilize is not enough to stop it. If we can hold out until all the survivors evacuate, that would be a great luck. But it's not enough to convince Kai Lai. He still has some concerns. So what about the Donghai safe zone? A hint of sadness flickered in Da Nin's eyes. Then he replied that the only option was to give up on the East Sea safe zone. He immediately objected strongly, saying it would take more than 10 years to rebuild Donghai to its current state. And the higher-ups would never agree. Da Nin understood and simply reflected, that's why I didn't report or negotiate with them. If I hadn't given up, it would have only led to greater losses. Both Kai Lai and Vuong Thian were stunned for a moment, unsure of what to say next. Just as the situation reached an impasse, a loud and commanding voice suddenly rang out. Mr. Da Ning, the person you wanted me to bring has arrived. Li Dan suddenly being dragged out of the helicopter. He was extremely panicked and shouting for help. And Da Ning, seeing the two people appear unexpectedly, couldn't help but marvel. It's perfect. Before hitting the ground, Li Than was quickly caught by Fuang Fuang. As they landed, she hurriedly flew away. And when she found him, he was being chased all over the street by a group of low-level awakened individuals. It's as if they're trying to steal his black box. So he immediately explained when he heard that. Sir, my name is Li Than. I'm just a temporary cleaning staff at the Research Institute. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. These things are mine. I didn't steal them. Da Nin realized everything after hearing Li Than say that. A janitor, haha, no wonder I never found you on the list before. In response, you didn't even bother to reassure him. Don't worry. How could I possibly kill you? On the surface, I seem calm. But inside, Da Nin's heart has already started blooming since he found Li Than. He was happy to realize that finding Lord Li Than was as meaningful as saving all the survivors in Donghai. This extremely shy-looking man plays a role after the disaster breaks out. Almost like a divine weapon. These 3 lines of continuous thoughts about salvation keep running through Ya Ning's mind. His previous life's technique for researching spiritual energy could extract spiritual energy from mineral stones, to be used by humans. After absorbing it, ordinary people can awaken. This is the plan for this extraordinary apocalypse. The more he thought, the more confident he felt. And in this life, with the mineral deposits in Tang Hai country, the spiritual energy crystals are available in any amount he wants. I can help him accelerate the research and development process, which will make it easier for me to advance to the 4th rank. After rearranging the plan, Ya Ning ordered 009 to arrange a special armed helicopter to take him to the Foster brothers' house. You must ensure his safety. Wait for me to return. Fuang Fuang obediently received the order. Yes, I will definitely arrange it and make sure he is well taken care of. Li Than still doesn't understand what's happening, so he takes the opportunity to ask. Your Excellency, when you say protect, do you really mean it as I understand it? Da Nin didn't have time to say anything before she grabbed his collar and took him back to the helicopter with an unbreakable promise. Let's go. Your Highness, I will take you on the plane and they will bring you to a safe place. Li Than could only scream in fear and desperation. Save me. Fuang Fuang watched the helicopter fly farther away and then reported. Sir Da Ning, I've finished organizing everything. And Bon praised her for her hard work. The scene shifts to a series of urgent announcements blaring loudly, stating that we are the border peacekeeping forces under the general headquarters. Following orders from Commissioner Liu Tianling, the chairman of the peacekeeping force orders all rebel troops to surrender immediately and for all survivors to cease evacuating. Everyone has been deceived. The army never issued evacuation orders, nor was there any attack from the sea beasts. And at the same time, countless warriors are rushing straight toward them. Kai Lai nervously asked, Did someone come from above? Da Nin narrowed her eyes angrily and cursed. Damn it. The troublemakers are finally here. Chu Thuk Thuk. Keep an eye on the sea and pull back the kids. These people can be handled by you and 009. Hey, I am La Cheng, Deputy Commander of the Border Peacekeeping Forces, here to arrest you on orders from Commissioner Liu. Then, it seems that Lathan felt it wasn't convincing enough. So he added that Xiao Hai, the person he arranged for the evacuation, had been captured by us, and your evacuation plan has completely failed. Danind, hearing this, became even angrier, his extraordinary power radiating from him. If you know what's good for you, obediently come with me, or else if you resist, kill without asking. Kill without asking. Not only did you capture Xiao Tuo, but you also prevented the survivors from escaping. You fools. You really want to die. Now, he still doesn't realize he's talking to death itself. So he maintains a very arrogant attitude and threatens you. Da Ning. The army has checked via satellite. Everything in Donghai is normal. No signs of a beast-tide outbreak. Stop deluding yourself with false hopes. Do you know how much damage you've caused to Donghai? They are extremely angry and have sent the third-class special forces from the capital. And they will arrive soon. Today, I won't let you go. Contrary to Danin's furious attitude, Fuang remained very calm, asking with concern, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" He then replied calmly, "Don't rush. Try to delay as long as possible. Save your energy to deal with the beasts coming from behind. And besides, their dog lives will still have a use later." So, she obediently accepted her fate after hearing that. Before it even started, La Cheng suddenly launched an attack, cursing as he struck. Unrepentant. Attack now. Open the heaven's gate. Yinin immediately responded, quickly switching attributes and all points. Then dodged his deadly attack as swiftly as a squirrel. A series of divine techniques, such as the broken sky fist, the heavenly needle, the earth-shattering spell, and dozens of fiery arrows were shot towards the two of them. However, Fang Fang could withstand their sky-like attacks even without using weapons. Danin just spoke, activating a third-tier full-coverage defensive armor. A red protective layer instantly appeared around him, rendering the attacks from the enemies meaningless. A moment later, Danin was forced out of his cocoon by the impact, causing those outside to fall over from his unleashed power. At this moment, Danin finally realized, damn it. These people really want to kill me. Just wait and see. I will settle the score with you all later. Danin was still lost in thought when the city suddenly rushed forward with disdain. You're just a low-level third-rank warrior trying to fight against us advanced cultivators. You're a foolish ant who doesn't know his limits. You just started to block all the attacks he threw at you while warning them. I suggest you better not push your luck. But it seems your words have no effect on them. A second later, another one rushes toward you. As he was about to reach, Danin quickly leapt away to dodge the attack, causing him to punch the ground below. While he kept moving swiftly to both evade and strike at them, the smell of blood kept wafting in. But Danin paid no mind, because he was busy calculating whether to hold back for now. Besides these things, he still had another trump card. Today, the strongest attack of the willpower system cannot be hidden anymore. Although it may not be effective against beasts today, it works very well on awakened humans. Thinking so, Danin calmly cast a spiritual windstorm spell. As he finished speaking, a huge burst of power exploded, leaving them only able to watch without daring to attack. The group immediately was shattered by Danin's power, weakening and collapsing as they whispered among themselves. Is this the attack of the willpower system? Quickly activate the spiritual defense shield. It's already up, but his willpower has a huge impact, making it basically impossible to stop. One of them still floats in the air before Danin's divine power. So this is the ability of the useless will system. No way. I can't fight back. And I can't even move my body anymore. Fang Fang took advantage of their weakness to perform a tornado kick, sending them spinning through the air before they all fell to the ground in pain. Now, Danin has just landed, and confidently says, these two moves should be enough to make them paralyzed for 2 minutes. Just then, Wang Tian suddenly shouted, "Look over there, on the sea." Kai Lai also exclaimed in surprise, "Is that a beast? Is it really here already?" The system keeps sending alerts. Beeping. Detecting high-speed moving object 1034. Beeping. Detecting high-speed moving object 771. Facing that life and death situation. Everyone in the group was panicking. What? The tide of sea beasts is really erupting. Is Danin's judgment correct? Now, what should we do? Quickly inform the Commissioner of the Navy. Over there. Danin saw the beast tide approaching and immediately ordered Min La to launch 2 nuclear bombs from the underground stockpile to stop the next wave of beasts. Receiving his orders, Ming Luo acts without hesitation. Atomic bombs away. A massive explosion then erupted, shaking the entire sea area. Kai Lai was stunned and blurted out, Danin, you detonated an atomic bomb. Then Donghai will no longer be suitable for living. Danin calmly explained that when he saw the number of beasts in the next phase, he would understand why I abandoned Donghai. This is only the beginning, and nuclear bombs only serve to delay. With that, he loudly ordered everyone to prepare the artillery and fire, the awakening army ready to attack as soon as they reached the shore. Everyone responding with determined resolve. Understood. After organizing his team, Danin immediately discussed with Lathan. Right, can we now proceed with the evacuation plan? Release Little Hai and give the order for the entire city. Keep supporting the evacuation and risk your lives to fight the sea monsters this afternoon, if you survive. I promise not to pursue this matter anymore. Hearing that, he resolutely nodded and said, Fine. At the East Sea Command Center, Tianming calmly asked, So after that, have they caught Danin or killed him already? Haha. Suddenly, a report arrived that made him extremely angry and surprised. Tianmin looked surprised and asked again, What did you say? Has the sea beast outbreak really happened? And Danin also set off a nuclear bomb in Donghai. He suddenly adopts a dangerous expression, then mutters to himself, Ha ha ha. Indeed, still able to turn the tide. Even if Danin's prediction was accurate, if we repel the beast tide and evacuate the survivors, then what? The level of radiation contamination in East Sea is enough to make you pay the price. In the capital conference room, high-ranking officials are studying at the main hall of the building. The urgent recruitment order is so rushed that it even overwhelms the instructors because the beast tide from Donghai has truly erupted. And there is little time left. We need to discuss and find a solution as soon as possible. Also, regarding Danin, we must make a decision quickly. Ho Chi Bin presented decisive opinions at the meeting regarding strategies. With the 6 major battle zones currently mobilizing highly awakened individuals to provide support, 27 safe zones near the coast are also ready to receive survivors. The old man proposed a very clever strategy. If the front line can be delayed for just 2 hours, casualties can be controlled within 7%. Feng Hao happily agreed. So there's nothing more to discuss. Danin has saved hundreds of thousands of people. This is a great achievement, he declared passionately. But the truth about the army avoiding responsibility is very easy to hide if they want to. Just declare to everyone that all of Danin's actions were arranged by the military, and the 3-star generals sent to arrest him can just say they are there to support him. After the disaster ended, we should vigorously promote Danin as a hero of our country and reward him generously. But Nuke Tianmin immediately objected. Deputy Marshal Fang, what are you joking about? Danin is faking military discipline, arbitrarily deploying troops, imprisoning representatives, making judgments on your own. Violating military discipline, aren't any of these acts considered treason? Furthermore, he secretly detonated a nuclear bomb in the East Sea. Should we just pretend nothing happened because of his accomplishments? He believes that what Yanning did could be a prelude to future dangers. And next time, if he uses his achievements to do something more threatening, like killing us, for example, can we pretend nothing happened? So where is the law? Where is the law of the land? Moreover, who can guarantee that his latest prediction isn't just a lazy cat catching a mouse? Since he hasn't provided any evidence at all. The green-haired, sharp-mouthed person next to Tianming agrees with Commissioner Liu. I share his view that love and flaws cannot compensate for each other, or it would be very confusing. I suggest we arrest Yanning according to the plan, and publicly announce that the army uncovered the issue, and that Yanning's actions are unrelated to saving Donghai. As for Danin, saving people, at most he can be lightly punished. But the group under his command must be severely punished. Feng Hao roared in anger. What the hell are you talking about? Are you thieves or what? Right now, the front line is fighting life and death. And yet you are still thinking about arresting people. Is it wrong to save lives? Is this warning wrong? He didn't hesitate and jumped onto the table, pointing directly at Tianming, asking if the nuclear bombs are not dropped. Can the defense line be filled? Moreover, nuclear radiation can be eliminated over time. Commander Dong Hai and the military representatives keep saying there's no problem. But what's the result? Do they want to die? He didn't ask any more questions, from ancient times to now. The external generals haven't heard the orders. Don't they understand this principle? And yet they still don't get it. Tianmin was speechless and couldn't respond, sir. Sir, Ho Chi Bin stands up to stop the tension. Let's not argue anymore. I think we should compromise. Indeed, Da Nin acted on his own, but it's also true that he saved people. If Da Nin hadn't taken such a reckless action, what would have happened to us? Even if we caught him. So, can we deceive the people and soldiers by claiming that the rescue was carried out by the army? We don't trust him. We were wrong. We must admit our mistake. We can't let everyone down anymore. Li Tin Kwok could no longer sit still and made a quick decision. If so, notify the major military regions. All of Yanning's actions are in accordance with military orders. And the command authority level A in Donghai is temporarily transferred to Yanning. He ended the meeting before any further arguments could occur. Waited for Da Nin to return. And if there was important evidence, he would punish those involved severely. Then disbanded. The secretary following him quickly recognized the issue. The high officials. In fact, from the beginning, he had no intention of investigating Da Nin's problem. Right. This meeting was probably to silence the 6 factions' forces. He chuckled and walked away casually. The girl has grown up. That's right. After all, I am responsible for what happened in Donghai. If it's wrong, I must admit it. Even if I get beaten, I have to stand firm. She has the best intentions among the high elders of Daxia. Da Nin truly loves you. But this forecast this time, I don't know what he did. But sir, don't you see that he looks very much like the man from over 10 years ago? He gestured silently to keep quiet. But this is taboo, and no words should be spoken. In the East Sea Command Hall, Tianming was pounding the table in anger over the hit just now. Damn it. This can't be called a compromise either. Tuyen Kwok and this gang of old men from the new sect are deliberately mocking me. I see that you have completely forgotten that the elder leader died more than 10 years ago. Tianmin revealed a cold and determined look. After all, this time I am not risking my life on the front line. Whether Da Nin survives depends on Han's ability. Donghai defense line. The battle is still ongoing, with dozens of sea beasts attacking relentlessly. Da Nin is in command here. So he immediately ordered that all the sea monsters approaching have protective energy, and regular artillery fire is useless against them. Now that I am in charge of the East Sea affairs, all awakened people prepare to defend the coastline. If the sea monsters approach the defense line, do not engage. They have a lot of blood. So separate them and deal with each one individually. Remember, our most important task is not to win, but to delay as much time as possible. You jump to the lead. Linglingzhou, let's go to the sea and kill these 3-tailed sea monsters. Delay them so they all come ashore. The pink-haired girl with the code 009 receives the order. Go ahead. Arkil, you draw your sword and prepare to strike at the sea monsters. But first, eliminate the chaos in front of you. You slash multiple green swords in quick succession at the sea monsters, causing them to disintegrate. The sword energy is fierce. Vuong Thien couldn't help but marvel. This strength is only one-sided, but already comparable to 2 nuclear bombs. With this level of power, we didn't hire the wrong person. Kai Lai still remains vigilant. As some sea monsters are about to flood onto the right shore, it's time for us to show our true strength to stop them. On this side, Da Nin unleashes her ultimate move to wipe out the monsters. Tian cheers loudly. Girl 009 also throws a seismic punch to sweep away numerous sea creatures, directly hitting the Hoang Long Island. A monstrous whale with rough, toad-like skin and sharp teeth appeared at the source of the water. 009 immediately spotted it, wiped her eyes, and realized it was a high-grade triple-armed giant whale. Then she went to kill it. She delivered a divine spear kick into the whale's throat, causing a foul wind to blow. But it seems she angered the creature, which then emitted a multitude of sounds that knocked everything around. The others affected by this sound start bleeding from their orifices and seem to be tearing apart like broken skin. Someone was hit on the head. This sound is so terrifying. Someone is vomiting blood. My internal organs are about to shatter. 009 was thrown off by this unexpected blow. Suddenly, a giant crab with a spider-like eye appeared from behind 009, forcing her to abort her attack. Then she spotted a large 3-clawed crab launching an ambush from behind. The tail was about to strike down, and she thought there was no way to escape. when suddenly she realized an enemy was attacking from above, making it impossible to dodge. A voice rang out. Linglingjiu, the dimensional blade. Suddenly, a figure rushes out from nowhere to block the attack and help her. He cut a sharp, swift path with his sword to break the trap of the two monsters, helping 009. She felt really guilty. I haven't fulfilled my duty as a protector. He immediately brushed it off, saying I wasn't his bodyguard but a comrade. A month ago. 009 was stunned, comrade. Stay calm. Linglingjiu, don't lose focus. These sea monsters are more difficult to deal with than other creatures of the same level. She immediately regained her fighting spirit against the terrifying crab. Yes, comrade, but now I feel an inexplicable surge of strength. You support me from behind, helping to cut down the whale. The giant whale suddenly dove deep underwater, leaving 009 stunned. Looks like that huge whale got scared and ran away. Dan Nin also couldn't explain it. No way. It was just a high-level, three-tailed sea beast with a lot of blood. But immediately they were surrounded by 3 giant sea beasts because a shrimp had joined the battle. Dananing was caught off guard and died. They not only have spiritual awareness, but also know tactics. Reflecting on the events from the previous life, I've heard this battle was incredibly brutal and tragic. The East Sea fell. All subsequent efforts to seize it failed. But little did they know that this was the real cause. The 3 sea monsters launched a simultaneous attack on Dan Nin's group. You open your protective armor to withstand the fierce attack of the 3 sea monsters. Defying the heavens' defenses. You hold your sword tightly, trying to defend. But their attack is too strong. I can't hold on anymore. We need to find a new way to counterattack. 009 agrees. Understood. You and 009 suddenly soar above the battlefield, preparing to unleash your ultimate moves on those sea monsters. You unleash a powerful final move. The Heavenly Destruction Explosion, with 009 supporting at the same time. And the Heavenly Swordsman strikes down, causing a massive explosion that destroys all 3 sea monsters. You immediately command 009. But at this moment, add a strike to the giant shark. She understands and rushes forward. Got it, comrade. 009 delivers another blow to the middle of the shark's head, but then a swarm of jellyfish surrounded the two of them. He assessed that the situation was very critical now. Damn it. The jellyfish monsters are becoming more aggressive. Fighting them would be very disadvantageous. He quickly makes a survival decision. 009 immediately breaks through the encirclement and retreats. While I will dive into the sea to hunt the giant whale. Maybe it's the leader of this sea creature swarm. I must kill it first. 009 immediately complies. Understood. Comrade, you dive deep into the sea at your fastest speed. You activate your ability to search for the lead whale. Your investigative spirit opening up. So I can see where you're hiding. I have 3 types of upgraded combat suits. So even if you hide at the bottom of the sea, I can still find you. It won't take long. And the fish has already appeared along with the sea monsters right in front of you. You just activated all the high-level ones. Right, with these shrimp soldiers and crab generals. You can't stop me. You unleash a sweeping attack to clear the obstacle in your way. You raise your sword, transforming into a superpowered form ready to face the giant whale. The divine fury of the false deity. Wait until I finish killing you. Then I will be like a dragon without a master, and take your soul to deal with your pet beasts as well. The whale also isn't to be underestimated, launching balls from its mouth to attack Danin while emitting deadly supersonic waves. But Danin is not the type to stand still and take hits. You darted forward like lightning to tear apart the whale's attack. Your strongest blows can't hurt me. You swung your sword for the final strike. Prepare to die. He thrusts his sword into the middle of the whale's forehead, unleashing a tremendous surge of power. But the whale immediately deflects the attack and strikes back at Danin. You strike this giant whale high up. It's probably not the king of sea creatures, but this power is truly impressive. You strike with lightning speed, slicing the fish in half with a deadly sword technique. But unfortunately today, you're facing me. Danin finishes his attack just as his red power begins to fade. You stand above, watching the whale sink to the ocean floor. Impressive. But 10 seconds is truly too brief. You kick the water and leap up lightly, as if you had never been through a deadly underwater battle. You raise your sword to create a blue sword light surrounding the sky, adding another layer. The rest will depend on my allies and the reinforcements sent by the army to capture me. But my mission is to resurrect the sea spirit souls that have been destroyed into a mighty and majestic army of spirit beasts. Raise your sword and point towards the enemy camp. High spirits of the sea beasts. Turn around and pursue them for me. 009 is still surrounded by hundreds of strange sea jellyfish. She cursed. Damn it. These stubborn jellyfish are indeed very hard to deal with. She stands up to fight the sea anemone-like creatures, which can attack from a distance with their tentacles and also trap and block her view. She threw a punch at the legs of the attacking sea jellies, which was even more disgusting because their tentacles would quickly regrow after being cut, making it hard to sever the roots easily in a short time. Her hand, which was being wrapped by a jellyfish, made her feel annoyed and frustrated, circling around, not to mention breaking through. Even her spiritual energy reserves are almost depleted. She launched an attack to cut off the annoying tentacles clinging to her. She gasped for breath as a red warning appeared on her forehead indicating her energy was about to run out. If she couldn't return in time to replenish her spiritual power, she might have to die here. An electric tentacle strikes her body, leaving her no time to dodge, delivering a shock that causes her to collapse helplessly. Tears have fallen on 009's cheeks. I'm sorry, Tranhue. I can't complete the mission you gave me this time. And I can't see this world come to an end either. Danin is ahead as the terrifying whale soul charges at her, leaving 9 inches shock. Could it be Tranheo? Has he returned? He quickly grabs her hand and pulls her up. Linglingjiu, come with me. She is happy because you came to rescue in time and because of your steadfast love. Tranyu. Yes. The whale leading the army of spirit beasts clears away those troublesome pests. At this moment, 009 seriously expressed his feelings and asked Tranheo, should I activate the blush and fast heartbeat effects now? You should quickly dismiss it. There's no need for that. It's best if you erase this useless knowledge. She agreed immediately. That's all. On the other side, monsters are advancing into the city, and the warrior with an axe chops off the head of the spider-faced monster, causing it to fall. He sighed as he muttered, I never expected a top-tier sea beast to be harder to deal with than a level-appropriate mutant, but I've been fighting on the front lines for many years. I'm not exactly a vegetarian either. A spiked ball flew and shot thorns at the soldiers with deadly precision. Everyone team up to fight the giant octopus with heavy tentacles weighing tons. It's extremely dangerous. The rookie soldier led the charge from the front. Damn. These sea monsters are too hard to handle. Our low-tier soldiers have already suffered countless casualties. So forget it. Let each one fight as they can. With this many sea monsters, I fear we will all perish here today. He raised his axe confidently, commanding the soldiers to retreat and focus their strength on killing the 3 tentacled octopus in front of them first. A single axe blow split the left side of its face, and a strike right between the eyes brought the beast down completely. The rookie warrior holding the axe was panting, sighing. Even a 3-die monster had taken so much effort. There are still countless top-tier 2-headed monsters. And this is simply using our lives to fill their ranks. What is the 6th officer really doing? Danin's words are completely correct. Without Danin, things would be even more disastrous. Someone shouted in dissatisfaction. Hey, how dare you talk back to your superior like that? The chameleon dragon is attacking from above. Old Do Kei known, wielding his spear and leading the charge as the sky roars with furious thunder. Says one thing but does another. This time he truly committed an inhumane act. With such dangerous matters, he dares to go himself. Anyway, we're going to die here. I don't care what kind of superior he is. Let's go catch that electric ray out at sea and kill it. Behind the dragon, countless sea spirits soared into the air. He looked up in amazement. What is this sea spirit? Vengeful souls, these sea creatures, after dying, can still fight. What's going on here? If she talks like that, what are you even fighting for? No. These spirits are attacking the sea creatures. Someone is controlling this. Indeed. The spirits are attacking the dragon from all directions, some even losing control of their words. Who could it be? On the battlefield, the highest level among us. Who else could have such prowess? The woman with the conical hat looked suspiciously. Could it be Danin? He's only a basic 3rd-level spirit master. How could this be? The gray-haired guy isn't sure either. Maybe not entirely. Probably not. Wasn't it that strange willpower attack just now, when he fought us? He looked panicked. If he has the ability to control this vengeful spirit, then was he just showing mercy to us earlier? And where did Da Nin suddenly appear in front of everyone? You only aimed at the leader with the conical hat. The fierce sea monster. Yet the senior warriors just stood there in confusion. Do they not want to live anymore? How did he show mercy and retreat? No. Da Nin. It's just that we are amazed by you. You wouldn't normally stand here chatting like this. All right. Stop talking nonsense. Although the overall situation with the beast tide this time has been contained, there are still many caught in the net. Everyone quickly go deal with it. The bearded man immediately took action. Wind. And the wounded Da Nin. Da Nin walks ahead. Still worried inside. Having used up all his powerful moves without any energy left. Although I still have enough spiritual power, I can only use Divine Fury and the Human Realm Mask one more time. The remaining amount is only enough for me to use normal skills like Wind Element, Perception, and Social Name Recognition on the remaining sea monsters. Surely those who have awakened can still handle it. I won't intervene unless it's truly necessary. Your stats show that the first wave of sea monsters has been contained. The second wave will arrive in 3 hours. Twice as many as the first. Are you paying attention to the second wave? You carefully reconsidered the timing. And at this point in the past, I had not yet been discovered by the army. So I did not participate in this battle. I've only heard that this battle was especially brutal and devastating. And the East Sea safe zone was completely destroyed because it was unprepared. Then the army sent people to retake it but kept being defeated. And finally had to give up. It turns out there was also a second wave of beasts on Monday afternoon. You exhaled doubtfully. 3 hours. Even if the other military corps arrive, it will be too late. For the soldiers here to survive, this battle would already be a miracle. Now that everything is exhausted, they can't fight head-on or withstand the second wave. We can only think of building a quarantine zone to quickly ensure the safety of the survivors and soldiers leaving this place. You call the video with your uncle on the other side. How is the evacuation going there? Is everything okay? And how long will it take to complete the evacuation? The uncle on the other side is also struggling. Things are far from smooth. And those assigned here have convinced many survivors who had evacuated earlier to come back. My uncle said, trembling with suppressed anger, that they had hidden all the survivors in the uncle's bunker and sent someone to guard it. You're shocked to hear how much worse the situation has become over there. What did he say? The uncle points the screen at the sealed door in despair. As you saw, the survivors inside have been deceived. They don't trust us at all and refuse to open the door. So we can only break it down with force and force everyone out. But this also made them trust us even less, making the evacuation task much more difficult and time-consuming. The uncle is in a hurry. Based on the current progress, it will take at least 3 hours to evacuate everyone. Ngin clenched his teeth, suppressing his storm of emotions, and muttered, "Come on. Let's do this." You hold the hand to turn off the chat screen. But your uncle's voice still echoes. Rest assured. Even if I have to risk my old life. He darkened his face, and his eyes showed a strong determination in this prosperous and seemingly peaceful era. Ready to work, but it's even more difficult than in the future. Similar events will definitely happen, and the outcome I want will surely face obstacles. Your eyes light up. After resolving the situation in Donghai, first you must reach the pinnacle of power and have the final say. Now, to deal with the next extreme disaster, we need absolute focus and radical measures. You shouted out, "Anyone who blocks my way will die." Linglingzhou, follow behind and ask what's next. Comrade, where are we going now? You decisively order. Linglingzhou, go gather data and secure the fuel supplies in some safe areas near Donghai. He commands sternly to take the sword and leave, then informs them to transfer all stored fuel to the Donghai safe zone within 2 hours, and to find ways to replenish spiritual energy and protect themselves well. 009 nodded in response. Sir, and looked up at the pouring rain and the distant shadow of the spaceship. Now, the East Sea safe zone is beyond saving. Better to make a swift decision than prolong the agony. You gather your 5 fingers. Mark the target. Create a large fireball. And burn down the entire Donghai safe zone to form a barrier. At least this way, the survivors will no longer be chased. The Donghai safe zone below the team's position is sprawling across the city, and he stands on the rooftop looking down at the chaos, connecting his phone. On the other end, 009 reports, "Comrade, I'm afraid there isn't enough fuel in the surrounding safe zones." I was surprised by this information. No way. I had already checked the fuel levels in each area before. 009 is kicking a moss-covered guy on the ground. It seems she just defeated him. Most of them have fake registration numbers. Those who haven't forged fake documents refuse to cooperate, even if they die. It won't solve the urgent problem now. He angrily shouted. Relax. The sea monsters aren't under control yet, and you still want to burn down the entire East Sea safe zone. Do you know how many years the East Sea safe zone has been established? I have coordinated with the 6 surrounding safe zones and reported to the capital. He remains stubborn about his plan. And the capital will definitely not agree. You have no right to demand that we supply fuel. You said it through the screen with a face that reveals no emotion. I understand. Linglingjiu, go back now. Your eyes show a mix of resentment and despair at this unjust world. Beyond saving, there's no cure left. If I don't wipe out these useless trash, I'll eventually run out of strength and die. But right now I still have to stay calm. Find a solution first. Then talk. You take a deep breath to calm yourself down. Phew. Stay calm. The pickup truck drives out of the chaos city. The people on the vehicle cry out in despair, howling. Why our home is gone? Why? Why didn't you tell us earlier? Why are you only withdrawing now? The man in the torn shirt looks dissatisfied. We've paid so much already. Why is the army treating us like this? Someone is still resisting the soldiers to get inside, so we can turn back. Turn back to retrieve our belongings and give us back the vehicle. On what grounds do you want to seize my vehicle? The woman kneels on the cold ground with her broken hand, heavy rain falling around her, and pleads with the soldiers. I beg you. Please, we have sacrificed everything to gather this cargo. More than half of our people have died just to get it here. These are things my men risked their lives to bring back. If you destroy the city, without these things, we will survive from now on. Gu Vu just stepped forward, sincerely placing his hand on the back, begging not to destroy the city. All surrounding safe zones have expressed their opposition to burning the city and refuse to supply fuel to the East Sea safe zone. He with a determined look, promising to the innocent people. I, Gu Vu, as the rescue representative of the East City safe zone, assure you that the frontline command is doing very well, and in just a few days everyone will be able to return home. The villagers are overjoyed and grateful. Really? That's wonderful. The sister who was rescued also sincerely thanks you. Thank you. Thank you. We will cooperate and retreat. But right after the villagers turned to leave, he and Danin kept insulting each other. Did you see that? How can we destroy the city? If Donghai is destroyed, what will happen to these innocent people? That Nyanin guy doesn't know what he's doing. He has no idea how much damage his actions are causing to Donghai. He laughed triumphantly. They're just a bunch of sea monsters. Nothing to be afraid of. My spiky-haired subordinate is just sleeping beside me, representing my old self. He simply pointed and ordered the soldiers to follow him into the city to search for and evacuate the survivors hiding in the buildings. And the soldiers all raised their hands in response. His eyes revealed murderous intent as the image of Danin appeared in his mind. Of course, we will protect all the financial activities of the survivors, especially those of the major trading houses. Take advantage of the city being deserted and act quickly, because during a disaster, no one will be able to help. And this time, how much we can earn depends entirely on us. But he didn't expect that Danin had used her divine eye to observe everything from afar. Haha, yes. Good. Very good. These are times of national crisis when making money is perfect. Perfect. It turns out that when people are speechless, only the strong survive. He chuckled bitterly, unsure if he was mocking himself or those treacherous people. Haha. After being reborn, he was still too naive. I forgot that this is peacetime and most of the high-ranking positions are still occupied by useless people. I mistook the United Army, born from blood and tears in my previous life, for them. I was wrong. I forgot that people cry before they see the coffin. You tilt your face up to the sky to let the rain calm you down. From now on, this is only a small marine disaster. I am almost defeated. From the moment I warned Donghai until Fuangdang stopped me, the army turned a blind eye. I forced the troops to move, and someone manipulated the situation to oppose me. The truth is clear, but the command was flawed. The survivors returned. I wanted to burn the city to stop the enemy, but a bunch of pests caused trouble. You open your eyes and see through the world. Truly the most ridiculous. You shot down from the highest floor like an arrow in the rain. I initially wanted to save Donghai but didn't want things to turn out this way. Now it's all because of you forcing me. You rush forward, jumping over buildings to reach your target, seeking to earn money and save the nation from disaster, then just enter the city. Today, I will take you to the Western Heaven, below the energy tower in the Donghai safe zone after the celestial cycle. The spiritual energy points provided by the system appeared all over the world, and humanity began to awaken. The energy sphere towers are formed from here, and the world was initially destroyed by darkness, with survivors establishing a new safe zone around those energy points. Each energy node within the safe zone is essential for maintaining the energy core's recovery process. Those who have not awakened do not have an energy node, and therefore lack a safe area. So how can humans be warned when what they lose in the future won't just be the safe zone in East Sea? This explosion will cause spiritual energy and chaos to scatter everywhere. At least it can erase all traces of humanity, interfere with the awareness of sea beasts, and prevent their attacks, forming the strongest isolation zone. Tehai, on the other side, reports that the rescue operation for survivors has basically been completed, half an hour ahead of schedule. However, someone reported that some soldiers from the surrounding battle zones have returned to the city, and we found them. You cut him off to deal with the immediate matter. Forget about them. All you need to do is get the rescued survivors out of the East Sea safe zone as quickly as possible. I'm hanging up now. Immediately afterward, he quickly contacts the pink-haired android, 009, telling her to urgently reach out to Manga, Tran Kai Lai, and the other frontline soldiers. Evacuate them from the coast within 10 minutes. Carry out the order immediately. He swung his fire spear at the energy sphere. Eternal. East Sea safe zone. With wind, lightning, and raging fire elements, slicing directly through its energy eye. The big explosion damaged your shield quite a bit as you struggled to hold on, with the energy field hitting too hard. Combat suit. Hold everything you've got to defend me. You rush forward quickly to end this. Another sword. You strike a critical blow right at the center of the energy core. You pierce through the sphere, then leap high into the air. The sphere seems to be reaching its limit and begins to sweat profusely. You rush out of the building at your fastest speed possible, just before the big explosion can swallow everything, activating your innate speed ability with a light attribute that has some drawbacks. This cheering group is looting from the houses, with a subordinate happily carrying stolen items. The representative has many high-quality materials and equipment here. We're rich now. He's so proud of himself. Of course, this time we don't even need to fake the book numbers anymore. He still doesn't realize that the tiger's loud banner is just a joke. Everyone, we must save the people of Donghai. This is our responsibility. To the nearby Tan Duong market, the ancient representative An Min. This word must be spoken aloud. The energy sphere earlier expanded to swallow everything in its path. He didn't even have time to react, just as he managed to say a few words. He was ruthlessly swallowed by the sphere. The energy sphere expands, engulfing the entire city like a mini-world, gradually swallowing the buildings as it spreads out. In the Capitol conference room, the senators are watching the situation on the screen, where the East Sea safe zone is being swallowed by the sphere. Huo Zibing looks grim. What is Dan Nin doing? Li Tuyen Kwok looked more furious than ever. So this means the spiritual energy core was destroyed. The purple-haired secretary quickly updated the urgent situation. The spiritual energy core could not be regenerated, and the East Sea safe zone would never be rebuilt. Fang Hao stood frozen in shock at the chaos caused by Dan Nin. When Tianming rushed straight into the meeting, Dan Nin was simply lawless and reckless. The tide control in Donghai has clearly been managed and the situation is very favorable. But that Dan Nin guy proposed a plan to burn the city down. It seems he's just waiting for the right moment to quickly report Dan Nin. I tried to stop him but couldn't. So I just hurried back to report. I never expected that he, the commander, this crazy, chaotic lunatic, can't be trusted with OB. Li Tuyen Kwok has lost all patience now. Dan Nin, did I really trust you for nothing? Someone. Go. Fang immediately volunteered. Ters. Let me go myself to ensure Dan Nin is brought back. Whether it's dealing with Dan Nin or your guard 009, it's no problem for me. But deep down, he had already planned to investigate this matter thoroughly. If the commander sent more people, it might cause even more misunderstandings, making it harder for Dan Nin to be saved. Li Tuyen Kwok quickly made a decision. Fine. You take my Thunder Fighter and bring Dan Nin back to me as soon as possible. I will personally interrogate him. 10 minutes later, near the Donghai safe zone, the most advanced aircraft landed close to Dan Nin. with his assistant reminding him. Deputy Commander Fuang. According to Vice Chairman Diep Nin's A-level authorization card, this is a restricted area, and he is on the mountain outside the Donghai safe zone. Fuang Hao immediately ordered the landing. I want to see him. Da Nin calmly awaits what's about to happen to him. Aha. The supersonic and most divine aircraft of Daha has been sent out. It seems another important figure is coming to accuse me. Fang Hao landed on the ground and said, Daning, you've caused a big mess. You quickly recognized your old uncle. Uncle Fang. Fang Hao tried to persuade Da Nin to reveal the core issue in his heart so he would have evidence to defend himself. Da Nin, you have destroyed the spiritual energy node of Donghai. You don't care at all. Uncle Fuang, I'm tired now. I really don't want to explain anymore. Right in front of you and your nephew is an energy field spreading across the city. Da Nin points in that direction and says, Look over there. In a minute you'll understand. Fuang Hao still didn't understand what his nephew was planning or what he meant. But a moment later, distant, strange, giant shadows made him realize immediately this is the second wave of sea monsters. They attacked the energy field but were instantly turned to dust. Da Nin asked again, Do you understand now? Fuang Hao finally understood now. You used this extreme method to stop the sea monsters from hunting the survivors. But why didn't you explain everything clearly to your superiors? Da Nin closed his tired eyes and explained clearly. But what about the time? Did you explain everything clearly at first? But what was the result? Who would believe it without seeing it with their own eyes? Fang Hao pats your shoulder comfortingly. Damon, you've worked hard. And although you're upset, Uncle Fang still wants you to go to the capital first and explain everything clearly. He continues to advise. Now the result is clear. Tong Xiao is not someone who doesn't speak reason. Next, about the caught fish. Just leave it to me to arrange and handle. Da Nin obediently listened. Yes, sir. Fuang Hao also mentioned the tense situation at the headquarters. That's right. Be careful with the Luke Thien Min gang when you return. Earlier, while I was struggling in the dungeon, they had already gone to my house. Your mother and sister are still in the hospital. Da Nin was suddenly stunned when he heard this. What did you say? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the empty street as Da Nin desperately rushed toward the building, each step heavy with worry. Tu An curled up on the small chair beside the hospital bed, her face soaked with tears. Please, where are you finally? If you are still alive, come back soon. Mom has been unconscious for 2 or 3 days. I am so scared. Da Nin pushed the door open in a panic, his face filled with worry, hearing the noise. Tuan slowly looked up with tear-filled eyes and softly called out through her sobs. Brother. Tuan immediately ran over, grabbing Da Nin tightly, tears streaming down her face, saying, Brother. Hoo. I thought you were dead. Da Nin gently comforted his sister. Xiao An, don't cry. I'm not dead. I've come back safe and sound. He gently stroked the girl's head and softly comforted her. Xiao An, be good now. Let me visit Mom first. Xiaoan nodded softly and said, Mom heard you died. Then she looked away. The girl bowed her head, her voice trembling. Although the doctor said Mother was fine, she still hadn't woken up. Da Nin quietly approached the bedside, gently took the thin hand of the unconscious mother, and whispered, Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm back now. I'm fine. Please wake up. Mom, the thin, fragile hand trembled slightly, as if moved by the heartfelt call. Da Nin was startled, lifting his head, his heart tightening, voice trembling with hope. Little Anne tears up beside her. Will Mom not wake up? Da Nin gently holds her hand, with a determined look. No. Little Anne. Mom knows you're back. She will definitely wake up. You turn around with a serious look and ask who came to our house. Tuan, who said he was dead. Do you remember? The girl replied that it must be something related to the director's office. They came to take all of his belongings from the house. But I didn't allow it. So they said he had died. Xiao An frowned slightly. But what was strange was that he came yesterday, bringing flowers and fruit, saying that the intern had made a mistake and claiming that he was not dead. After he answered the phone, he immediately changed his face and said, I was about to die. A lie from him. I didn't believe it. So I threw his head outside. After hearing that, Da Nin was not surprised at all, and quickly guessed who it was. He understood, and without saying anything more, he was carefully considering in his mind. Wang So, Vuong Kai's father. Luke Tianmin's subordinate. You guys shouldn't have messed with my family. Go back and see how I will root you out completely. Seeing Danin's intimidating stance, Tuan couldn't help but worry and quickly said, Brother, your expression just now was really scary. But in reality, besides the bad guys, there are also good people, like Uncle Fuang. He already arranged for your mother and sister to be hospitalized, and even sent 2 people to protect you and your mother. Danin gently smiled, warm and tender, patting Xiaoan's head. I understand. Don't worry, Xiaoan. Can you wait until Mom gets better before you leave? Just me alone. I'm very scared. He gently replied. Tuan, don't be afraid. Before Mom wakes up, I won't go anywhere. Look Tianmin's lounge. Tianmin sat cross-legged on the chair and said, The commissioner of the Luke. The person we sent to capture Danin has returned to the capital. They said that it seems the second beast outbreak has occurred. And Danin has also returned. Tianmin without hesitation said, I request Vuong So Trong, can you focus on the main point? Don't be so scatterbrained. With your guts, what big thing can you really do? Tianming frowned, his voice slow and steady. There's still plenty of time before the Commander-in-Chief and the Grand Assembly members convene. We still have time to turn things around. Don't forget, the final order from the Commander-in-Chief is for Bao Fuanghao to capture the person. Whether there are beasts or not afterward doesn't matter. Just stay calm. And we can win. Tianmin leans forward and asks, Director Vu, do you still remember the people from over 10 years ago? At the conference? We will catch Ye Nin. In addition, the director excitedly exclaimed, Insuprilient. Truly brilliant. It's a perfect move. But it's taboo in the Great Xia. Anyone who touches it will die. At the military airport, the plane sped down the runway at full speed. Vuong Thien, Mingla, Tiu Ai, and Kai Lai each stepped out of the aircraft, all looking exhausted and worn out. As soon as he set foot on the ground, Tran Kai Lai, Deputy Commander of the North China Military District, Tiu Hai, Commander of the Tianfeng Safety Zone, and Vuong Thien, Vice Chairman of the Thien Thon Trade Association, Mingla, the leader of the Special Operations Team. A stern and resolute man. You have seriously violated orders and military discipline. Come with us. Min La is overwhelmed with emotion. We fought with bloodshed and saved hundreds of thousands of survivors. On what grounds are they detaining us? We want to meet the commander. Kai Lai turned around and calmly reassured them. Min La, save your strength. There's no point arguing with them. The 4 security personnel stride forward. Kai Lai calmly declares, Clear the way, I can handle this myself. I, Tran Kai Lai, have lived my life with a clear conscience. From afar, Fuang witnessed everything and told herself that she must quickly inform Comrade Danin. The military conference hall of the capital. Commander Quang stands majestically on the high podium in the large auditorium. Mr. Vang's voice rises sternly. I believe everyone has seen the information about the monster outbreak on Monday afternoon in East Sea, with Vice Marshal Fuang taking control. Moreover, the East Sea Safe Zone has established a barrier, so there will be no major chaos for now. The main reason I called everyone here today is to discuss the qualitative issues related to Da Nin's series of actions. Guo Ping sat quietly in the delegate seat, his face showing seriousness as he slowly raised his hand. Based on the results, Da Nin had saved hundreds of thousands of survivors and prevented sea monsters. Although this process exceeded the procedures, I believe the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, especially his broad and far-reaching vision. This should be excused and praised. Furthermore, we should sincerely apologize to Da Nin. The alliance subtly leans in, with a voice full of implication. Commissioner Ho, are you concluding like that? Isn't that too hasty? Qianfen suddenly stood up, his voice firm and filled with anger. I don't agree to do this. Everyone has been deceived by Da Nin. Did you know that before destroying Donghai, Da Nin infiltrated the secret Maritime Research Institute? He not only killed Li Tongxiao, but also took all the research results from there. They don't want to take it for themselves. He decided to destroy all of Donghai to erase the evidence of his crimes. Qianfen yanks his collar to reveal a large scar and points ahead. His voice trembled with emotion. He almost killed me. If it weren't for the Luke Kai commissioner sending someone to rescue me, I would have been left in the East Sea long ago. By then, the truth would never be revealed. Lu Tuong sat beside him, gently raising his hand in a calm yet commanding gesture that instantly silenced the entire room. He lifted his head. My gaze swept across the conference and I spoke. Besides the crimes mentioned above, I want to say a few words on behalf of the coastal zone of Zhujing. Luke Tuong stood up abruptly, insisting that either the sea monsters near East Sea are not that serious, or that Jianing completely destroyed the East Sea safe zone. Maybe the safe zone near the East Sea sent dozens of officers to rescue. But as soon as they entered the city to search and save, the Jansen destroyed the spiritual relay point, and they killed them all, just because the safety zone commander refused to supply fuel to burn East Sea. This is simply a personal act. Before the silence had fully settled, the director suddenly stood up. The seat behind him squeaked loudly as it made a screeching sound. And additionally, we discovered that Jianing had also secretly taken many supplies from the Donghai safe zone. I even suspect that the so-called prediction of Jian Nin, in fact, he was the one who initiated this evening hunt. Otherwise, how could he make such accurate predictions, when he himself is the thief calling for the thief? Hearing those blatant accusations, Tam couldn't hold back his anger and protested enough. You are just spreading rumors, twisting facts, and swallowing blood to deceive people. Damn you all. All you ever do is think of yourselves, framing others. If you're so capable, why don't you go to the front lines and kill the beasts? The director responded sarcastically, adjusting his uniform. Are you that angry? I know Jianing has made great contributions to your useless team in the raid dungeon, but every problem has its cause. You need to open your eyes and see clearly. Don't be like those traitorous employees of yours who rebelled against Jian Nin just because of their achievements. Yen Tam was so angry he couldn't hold back, pointing directly at his face and shouting, I rebelled against you. I will kill you. Do you believe it? Kwok Bin saw that and quickly rushed over, trying to soothe him. Old man, calm down. Director Vuong. It's understandable given the situation. Chuo Bing continued. After all, if he could kill Jianing in the first choice through this, his son Wang Kai could rise to the top spot, as a father would. Ha ha. The director of the bureau, upon hearing this, looked panicked as if caught off guard, stammering. Lai Tujin Kwok. You spit blood and attack. The Alliance raised a hand to stop him. I have 2 words to say. He calmly stepped out of the row, speaking clearly and loudly. Commander, it's undeniable that Jianning is the best in the world across all 4 disciplines. Do you still remember the small-scale animal outbreak from about 10 years ago? That person seems to be pursuing that. Tuong Kwok stands on the podium, slams his hand on the table and shouts loudly, echoing throughout the hall. Be quiet. 6th committee member. Pay attention to what he is saying. The Alliance is walking straight to the podium. Still speaking. Commander Tong. Rest assured, I will keep it secret and won't reveal anything. I just want you to know I've found something very interesting. His voice was cold with a hint of mockery. Before going to the capital, Jian Ning had used the name Diep Lam in many different side stories. Do you think this is just a coincidence? Suddenly, a strange noise sounded outside, startling both of them to turn around quickly, and the envoy immediately asked what was happening outside. Tianming gently squinted and said, I guess that sound might be from Commissioner Jian Ning. If you don't believe it, let's go outside and check. Tianmin and the others hurried outside, and the scene before their eyes left everyone speechless. Amidst the scattered rocks and debris, Jian Nin stood still, surrounded by soldiers who had been defeated by cold, sharp spears. The Alliance stepped closer. I said something about it being a legendary equipment. The Divine Fist gloves infused with the element of defense. That's right. Jian Ning turned around suddenly, looking disgusted, and said, yeah, there's definitely a trap. It's still a chain of schemes. Damn it. 2 minutes ago, outside the conference hall, Jian Ning faced Fang Fang and hesitated before speaking. I didn't expect these bastards to attack our group so quickly. Fortunately, my mother has woken up. It's time to deal with them. Liling Zhou, stay hidden for a while. I'll go inside and check. You act accordingly. She listened, then decisively replied. Got it. Jian Nin sensed something unusual, quietly thinking, oh, there's hidden hostility, then slowly drew the dagger from his back. His alert eyes scanned the surroundings, when suddenly 3 figures drop from above behind him. He turns around, his eyes locked on the 3 soldiers rushing toward him. their weapons raised like blades ready to tear through the entire space. He calmly calculated in his mind, with a quick move, using a deadly technique. And these people didn't make a sound. If I use divine wrath and accidentally kill them, I doubt there will be any way to explain it later. Your hands are clenched tightly, and fiery red flames shoot out from your palms. You think to yourself, I can only face this one for now. With the divine fire of blood and fury, Jianing swung her arm. A surge of red energy burst forth fiercely, scattering the distant soldiers and causing rocks and debris to shatter and fly chaotically through the air. A soldier coughs heavily, blood gushing from his mouth like a spring, staining the ground beneath his feet. Jianing blinked slightly, hiding his face to reveal his shock. Damn it. They hurriedly closed the trap. And now they're not even opening the communication room. Is this an intentional injury? A strategy of humiliation? Commander Tong, we only asked Officer Jian Nin to wait a moment, but he actually dared to kill us. Cough, cough. Tianming waved his hand and slowly said, See. I told you, Jian Ning has gone crazy. If you're not satisfied, you want to kill right away. Tuan Kwok stands silently watching, speaking slowly. Jian Nin, do you have anything else to say? Jian Nin let out a soft before replying. It's very interesting. Honestly, when it comes to this matter, or even the whole story of Donghai, I really don't feel like explaining it again. Jian Nin stands upright with a straight posture, hands on hips, and commands firmly. Linling Zhou, come out here immediately. And Fang Fang swoops down from above. She spoke. The image condensed and projected, a blue light flickering sharply from her eyes. Then the space in front of her revealed a clear image, capturing the moment when the group attacked Jian Nin, recording the exact instant before they appeared. Jian Nin stood stiffly, eyes wide with shock. What is this? Jianing smirked, glancing at Jianing with a hint of sarcasm and calmly said, Vice Chairman Liu, the light here is too bright, so the projection effect isn't great. How about we go inside and watch it properly? In front of all the leaders, Fuang showed them everything. Turning off the presentation, Fuang announced that the video playback was complete. After everything, the National Selector's face darkened as he tried to suppress his anger and believed that the 6th Commissioner had done something completely wrong. The Alliance immediately looked awkward and replied, Commander, I admit that the ambush at the gate was wrong, but I did it solely for the safety of the Great Xia. He justified himself by saying, Commander, based on the footage shown, although the attack from the East Sea was fierce, it still didn't warrant completely destroying the East Sea. Da Ninghan did that only for personal gain. Commander, have you forgotten what I told you earlier that caused the selection of the nation to fall silent? An unexpected alert has been issued, warning that the Ha region is about to face an attack from the A+ level Sea Guardian. Please prepare in advance for the strategic mission to eliminate the peak level 3 GIC monster giant. Seeing this, Tianming took the opportunity to shout out, What? The entire nation and everyone immediately received the alert. He said solemnly that this event was recognized by the system as a catastrophe, and that the second wave of the top-tier level, A+ A grade A-class sea monsters, had already increased in severity. This has never happened since the Great Collapse was rebuilt. Here, Yi Ning simply commented calmly. Haha, this system is very timely with its alerts. I didn't even have to open my mouth to explain. Commander, you don't need me to explain any further now. Right, just then, Fuang Hang approached. Seeing that, Tuyen Kwok asked, Fuang Hang, what's going on? Fuang Hang reports, Sir, the scale of the beasts here is beyond imagination. Although I have mobilized the troops, our current army size is still not enough to withstand this wave of beasts. Even though the soldiers are not afraid of death and would charge straight into battle, it would only lead to pointless losses. He projected the situation there and added that luckily the spirit point had held them back, so the survivors retreating would not be chased. Tuyen Kwok Lien has ordered it. I understand. To ensure the safety of the survivors, abandon Donghai and assist the army. Hearing this, Fuang Hang replied, Understood, sir. Suddenly, Tianming wondered, Commander, how could Danin predict this so accurately? Clearly, he is manipulating everything, which made Trin Vien unable to hold back. You just go around hitting people. You damn idiot. According to your messed up logic, all heroes in history would be the cause of disasters. Don't you have any shame? Tinmin challenged Trin Vien. Are you trying to fight me? Unable to hold back any longer, Tuyen Kwok's eyes lit up brightly, unable to hide his anger. He shouted at them to shut up, then immediately caused a huge explosion that sent Tianming and Trin Vien flying apart as they argued. Tuyen Kwok said firmly that at this point, there is no need to guess anymore. Ra Nin is the undeniable hero of this marine creature incident. And tomorrow, the national commendation ceremony will be held. Ra Nin suggested that the commendation ceremony be skipped and just a notice issued to show respect. If the commander truly wants to compensate me, I want to investigate and handle one matter myself. Anyway, some reckless bastard had the nerve to come to my house and trouble my family while I was busy in the dungeon. Hearing this, the director narrowed his eyes and spoke. Commissioner Da, listen to my explanation. Everything was done by the intern. I have already. Tuyen Kwok didn't give him a chance to make any more excuses and said this matter has truly violated the rules. Then assign investigator Da Nin to investigate. I will send a team to assist you. Just be careful and act within the law. As expected, Da Nin immediately thanked him. Understood, and said thank you. Commander Tong. Hearing this, the director of the bureau couldn't help but feel frightened and exclaimed about this. As the sky gradually darkened, a private car left the headquarters of the senior officials, and a voice urgently spoke from inside. Commissioner, look. We are in the same boat. So this time, whatever you say, you have to save me. Are you threatening me? Director of the Royal Office, hearing this. The director could only stammer and reply. No. I don't dare. Tianming, with a cunning and confident look, thought to himself. All right. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it the marshal who told him not to go too far? When peace comes, war will follow. When water rises, earth will cover it. The law of the nation comes first. Could Da Nin still dare to cause trouble? Don't worry. If he doesn't behave, Commander Tong won't forgive him. Anyway, the forbidden seed has already been planted, despite the director still being in a state of worry. At the same time, in the gathering area for senior officials, Fuang wondered why we didn't go save Min and the others first. Hearing that, Da Ning replied, not in a hurry. Just kill the chicken and scare the monkeys first. Then talk later. If we scare them, more people will naturally tell us when we return. So, which chicken should we kill first? Without hesitation, Da Nin said with an excited look. Of course, it's the director of the royal office. At the residence of the chief of the bureau, Da Ning thought to himself that over 4 years, he had accumulated 30 million points, not even missing out on subsidies. Looking at the jewelry, diamonds, and money piled in the nearby chests, Da Ning thought to himself, do you know the living expenses of an average family per week? Is that all? Just 20 points. You said seriously. I really have underestimated you. Director Wang, hearing that, the director is now being restrained by the security team who are still loudly shouting. Da Ning, these things are not yours. You have no right to rummage through my house. As soon as he finished speaking, Tong Thao warned you to know your place. So don't mess around. Fang immediately slapped the director. She kept slapping him repeatedly. And seeing that, Da Nin simply quietly drew his sword, stepped closer, and mocked. And you? Tuargan a parasite. There's even a way to talk to me about this being too much. With the knife at the director's neck, Yan Nin sternly said loudly, I'm killing you today because you've harmed the people. Nevertheless, that arrogant director still believes that Da Nin, you cannot execute me arbitrarily. With a cold, furious, and intense gaze, Da Nin whispered, do you think I would dare to touch your family? Just try to think. Do you think I would dare to touch you? Until now, that director only just realized he was scared, hiding tears and begging for his life, saying, please don't kill me. Just let me go and I'll do anything you ask. Seeing this, Da Nin put away his sword and said calmly, that's more like it. As long as you tell me who ordered you, I will spare you. Don't think about hiding it. I already know even if you don't say anything. But if you do, you might have a chance to live. And he also talks about some kind of friendship. But clearly now he's just a discarded pawn of someone else. Thinking back to Tianmin's face when he was sitting in the car, the police chief realized that Luke Tianmin had no intention of saving him, even wanting to use his death to undermine Da Nin. And all the officers of the commander-in-chief remained silent, clearly aiming to use him to drain Da Nin's anger. After a while, he revealed that I said all the valuables taken from your house were with him. He said he would kill my son. So I followed him. Besides me, the culprit behind the fuel incident in the nearby Donghai area is also him. Having achieved his goal, Da Ning immediately ordered 009 to record a voice memo for him and have him sign it. Then release him nearby. Fang Fang responded. Understood. Then Yaning casually used his power to recall all the confiscated items from the director and said, I will take these first. And once the investigation is clear, I will redistribute them. Outside, he immediately called Xiao An, who responded, Kacha, is something the matter? Hearing that, Daning suddenly said, Xiao En, Kaka wants to teach you something. You told me that when facing bad guys, those who bully us, we must kill them. Deceiving the dead doesn't count as lying. Meanwhile, behind Danin, the scene shows the director being taken away by Fang Fang for punishment. At the same time, in the Luke residence, that Tianming had no idea what was happening and remained as calm as ever, affectionately lying with Lam Lam on the bed. In Lam Lam's arms, Bien Tai said, Lam Lam, I am extremely annoyed today. You must help me calm this anger. At that moment, a guard suddenly rushed in to report, Commissioner Liu, something's wrong. Seeing the embarrassing scene before him, the young boy immediately blushed and exclaimed, Oh, this spoiled the fun. The celestial officer immediately grabbed the nearby teacup and threw it directly at the guard's head, cursing loudly. Damn it. The Alliance hurriedly dressed again and asked impatiently what had happened this time. Seeing that, the guard quickly responded, King. The king's residence. He's dead. Ya Ning just captured many of our people and is now heading towards us. Hearing this, the Alliance couldn't help but curse. Is he crazy? If this keeps up, how can the army still have any dignity? Quickly inform the commander that Da Nin has gone mad and is obeying orders. The guards responded promptly and hurriedly went. By this point, the Heavenly Alliance finally realized something was wrong. The chief envoy sent people to follow him, so he couldn't be unaware. It's dangerous. I must go see the old leader immediately. Outside the Imperial Palace, the officials and soldiers connected to the Heavenly League are also being controlled by Fang Fang. Da Nin and she calmly head straight to the Heavenly League's location, and Da Nin gives the order. Take these people and parade them around Chang'an Avenue, especially in front of the Luke Thien Min's house, broadcasting all their crimes live so everyone can see everything. Behind, Wang Hai desperately tried to stop him. Enough already. I beg Officer Da Nin to stop. The higher-ups know you're unhappy, so they've been quite tolerant. But what you're doing now is too much. Do you think the law and military discipline are just for show? Da Ning, with his raging anger swirling inside, only sneered and replied, Is this too much? When they slandered and wanted to kill me, don't you see that as too much? When they don't care about the lives of the survivors, don't you see that as too much? You shout loudly. Too much. This is just the beginning. There's even more outrageous stuff to come. Unleashing full mental power, creating waves across the city, then heading straight to the Luke residence. Da Nin kept launching attacks to provoke Thien Min and shouted loudly, calling Luke Thien Min to get out and leave. You crazily swing your sword with full force and shout loudly, Lu Chenming, get out. You damn dog. If you have the guts, do it. But if you're too scared to admit it, thus, the flames created by Da Nin grew larger and larger, covering the entire Luke Fu. Da Nin considered that, after all, he had decided to reveal the authority of the deputy commander of the Undead National Team to save Min and the others. Now of course we need to maximize our benefits. The more everyone is amazed, the more it benefits Min. Only by fighting to the end against the Sea Beast does Min have a chance to bring him down. Political considerations come first. No. That way, they won't give me or humanity any time to hesitate. Facing the challenge, Elder Tien Min begged, Don't be cowardly anymore. Come out here for me. Tianming runs desperately to escape the death sentence called dining. Seeing his mansion engulfed in flames, Tien Min angrily said, So he used his mental power to insult me throughout the city. That's too much bullying. I really can't stand it. He shouted that he had to kill this beast himself, then rushed to Danin to settle the score. But his servant immediately intervened, warning that the kid was deliberately provoking him to appear. He believes that even now, facing him, the outcome is uncertain, especially since he is still protected by a master like Kong Kong. Now, Tien Min simply nodded and said, Let's go. After I meet with the old headmaster, That guy will be dead with no place to bury him. Inside the capital's military conference hall, all high-ranking officials are gathered here. Each country speaks up. Danin. Today's meeting has no outsiders. There are some matters we need to discuss first. He believes that now that things have come to this point, it's time to stop. Otherwise, we won't be able to protect you in the future. Danin replied. Sir, this is the confession of the director of the Royal Bureau before he died. All of this was masterminded by Luet Tien Min. Whether everyone is unaware of it or still chooses to turn a blind eye, Chi Bing took the confession sheet and said, Danin, today, even the commander's secretary isn't accompanying you. It's to be more open with you. Can't you see that? The old man was annoyed and thought that you should have spoken more tactfully like that. Next to him, Yuan San also spoke up. Danin, since you left the opposing instance, my support for you has been very clear. Right, although I also want to kill Liu Tianming. The timing isn't right, and we can't force the commander to get involved. Hearing this, Danin immediately asked, What do you all mean? Chi Ben immediately said, frankly, Danin, there are some things that at your level you are not allowed to know. But considering your potential, we have decided to take the risk. He believes that Luke Thien Min only moved his hand, but it affected everyone, and there might be a force behind him. Even the commander-in-chief must be cautious for now. If the conflict truly escalates, the Great Xia could immediately fall into civil war, and neighboring countries are waiting for the right moment. If they keep an eye on us, even if the commander-in-chief risks everything and wins the government, it will only serve as a wedding dress for other nations. Each country responds in turn. So there are some things we don't want to do. But we can't do. No one wants to kill them more than I do. But the situation is very urgent, right now. As long as everyone stays united and doesn't divide, we can at least stand together against external threats. So this family matter, you have to endure for Luke Thienmin's part. You can punish, try to upgrade, or boil frogs in warm water. But you absolutely cannot kill Buabai. Hearing this, Danin pondered for a long time, then suddenly turned cold and replied, I understand everyone's intentions, and I thank you for trusting me. But if I cannot kill Buabai, you suggest, then I request permission to challenge Luke Thien Min to a life-and-death duel. Fair and square. Anyway, according to Article 131 of the regulations of the committee, the rotation standards for standing committee members can be based on ability. Hearing this, the national selector immediately shouted, Kid, don't you understand human language? He was angry, slammed the table, and stood up shouting, First of all, these are old laws that no longer suit the current system. But when it comes to fighting to the death, do you really think Luke Thien Min's 3-die strength is just a superficial show? Let me tell you, you're mistaken. He also relied on his strength to rise to his current position on the battlefield. Danin also didn't hold back, and you immediately stood up to retort. So what if you did? The national team captain shouted angrily. So what? I see you as just a kid. Do you really want to die? He was so furious that he unleashed his strength to suppress Danin, thinking that his power was not much weaker than mine. Do you really believe that a low-level third rank like you can stand up to me? Today I'm telling you that strength and actual power are two different things. Calm down. Commander, please don't be angry. Fighting with children will only ruin everything. Yuan-san also reassured Danin. Danin, the commander-in-chief is only doing this for your own good. For the sake of Daiha, I refuse to submit, even under the pressure of the national team's strength. Danin forcefully uses his internal energy and says, Humph. Truly cowardly. Although I can understand your perspective and stance. But still, in an instant, he unleashed his power, breaking through the pressure of the national team, and shouted, I want to offer a different perspective. Hearing that, the king of the national team asked, You little brat, do you really want to rebel? What if our greatest enemy isn't the drug faction or even the influence of foreign powers, but something much more serious? If the Donghai Beast Tide is just a small beginning, what will happen when the ANS level Beast Tides and the Divine Tide erupt in many places? If it happens again, and the four-dimensional mutants attack the city, will all of humanity be destroyed? If we don't have time to boil the frog in warm water, what will happen? Hearing this, Chi Bin immediately asked nervously, What if the fourth mutation wave destroys humanity? And VM Tam asked anxiously, Danin, you're not going crazy, are you? Tuyen Kwok also wondered, Danin, why do you say that? Danin confidently replied. If I said I have the ability to predict the future, would you believe it? In an instant, the entire room fell silent. Just then, the call from the old director came through, and seeing that, Tuyen Kwok immediately said, "The chaos has begun." He answered the phone politely and greeted. "Commander, do you believe me?" Danin thought to himself. Commander. Could that be the ultimate form of the Elder? On the screen, the old chief, with a fully covered black mask and coat, suddenly speaks. Shaolisi, are you still holding a meeting even now? It seems you really do find it hard to clear the obstacles. Huh, now that you're old. If you really can't do it, why not pass it on to the younger generation? Hearing that, Tuyen Kwok replied, Old chief is criticizing me again. I'm only 60 years old. Still a kid who can eat 8 bowls in one meal. This age still capable of fighting. Still full of energy to handle important tasks. The old leader immediately got to the point. Stop wasting time. I hear from Xiao Lu that recently there's a genius who dares to do anything. Even murder and arson. Of course I don't mean to blame him. He's a genius. So he should be treated differently. And such things are indeed somewhat understandable. But if his subordinates violate the law and discipline, shouldn't they also be punished? Especially since next to him is Tianming sitting there. Tianming chimed in smugly. Commander, if we're truly going by the law, then Ming Luo, Chen Kailai, Tihai, and the others deserve to die. From this point on, Tuyen Kwok simply replied, I will handle this carefully. Please rest assured. Old chief. Hearing that, the old chief reminded him, Good. Remember, do not destroy the Great South Pond because of some genius. The old leader warned not to let the tragedy of what was called the genius 14 years ago happen again. Danin wondered why this old leader was wearing a mask, and his voice sounded like some kind of electronic voice changer. From their conversation, it seems like these two factions are in a very fragile balance. And at this moment, he also mentioned something that happened 14 years ago. What was that about? All right. Tuyen Kwok said, Danin, you've heard everything now. If you want to save Minla and the others, you must release Liu Tianming. It's your choice. Or else the Great Xia will face disaster. But then Danin made a proposal, Sir General. If I have a way to help you withstand the pressure at the border, do I still need to choose, causing Tuyen Kwok to ask confusedly. What do you mean? What are you trying to say? Danin confidently boasted that I have obtained the highest rank authority in the Dimension Enhancement game. Upon hearing this, the 3 high-ranking officials immediately became agitated. What did you say? The level of the Dungeon Authority. You've already obtained the legendary Dungeon Authority. What kind of level is that? Can it teleport awakened people? Danin introduces it as the highest level A authority, controlling all resources and technology within the instance. I can use all of them. Every person in the instance obeys my commands, and all the rules of the instance are decided by me. Hearing this, the high-ranking officials couldn't help but be stunned in awe. As soon as they regained their senses, they immediately rejoiced as if celebrating a festival and exclaimed, Oh my God! The rules level is the rules level. That level of rules. We're rich. We're flying. We're on top. But this opportunity, Danin quickly made a clever proposal. So are you all too excited? Will this be enough for everyone to withstand the pressure of internal conflict? Please give me a definite answer. This question immediately brings Tuyen Kwok back to reality, and he sighs heavily, saying, Ahem. Calm down. Calm down. He walks straight toward Danin and, despite the other 2 seniors celebrating happily, sternly says, Damn this crazy genius kid. Brett, I will clarify my stance to you right now. Then Tuyen Kwok immediately rushed into Danin's chest and pouted at him, making Danin panic and shout enough, enough, enough. Hey! With Tin Kwok stepping forward, Chi Bin and Vian Tam also rushed in shouting. This rule here is just like saying how many foreign forces elites you want to kill. As long as we say it's okay. What else is there? No wonder your little kid can wipe out the 4 directions in the dungeon. Let me kiss you a little, making Danin sigh and say, Do we really need to make such a fuss? Shut your mouth for me. Ahem. That's enough. Finally, Tuyen Kwok happily decided that tomorrow morning I would release them all. Everyone would be promoted and strengthened. Danin then brought up one thing. What about my death match with Luke Thien Min? Tuyen Kwok only replied, Danin, for your safety, I still advise you not to do that. Da Nin announced that the life and death battle would take place in about 3 months. Enough time for me to be sure I can defeat him. And everyone else can also use this time to prepare for potential internal conflicts later on. In 2 months, I will open a challenge dungeon to eliminate a large number of foreign forces and ease the pressure. At this point, Tuin Hung only warns. So Da Ning. It means you can kill without hesitation. It's because of this trump card. Right. It may seem reckless, but every step is carefully calculated. He asked. Da Ning. I want to know. Can you truly predict the future? But Da Nin simply replied. If you believe it, then it's true. If you don't, then it's not. Of course. I also want to ask the Lord, if I really do have it, what would you do? Hearing that, Tin Kwok replied, if it really is like that, then pretending to be like this. I am ready to hand over the reins to the younger generation. Do you still truly think I can eat 8 bowls of rice in 1 meal afterward? Chi Bin spoke up. You predicted the sea creatures would leave East Sea and took control of the dungeon. So it's hard for us not to believe you. If the future turns out as badly as you say, then we really don't have time to boil frogs in warm water anymore. Yuan San also added, using this phrase, I think so too. Seeing them, Yining softly said, maybe even in this era I am no longer as alone as I thought, and then he asked, oh right. Who is that old chief? He said it happened 14 years ago. What was that about? Hearing this, the national selector immediately recounted that it was a forbidden matter in Great Sha. 14 years ago, there was also a genius like you, coming from humble beginnings, talented, quickly rising to fame, and considered a rising star by Da Xia. Then she secretly led people to Donghai, and after returning to Lian, she rebelled. He said she secretly tried to assassinate the former marshal, who is now the old chief. But she failed and was killed. That's why the old chief withdrew due to serious injuries, giving me the chance to take the current position. Even more coincidentally, her name is also Deep Lam. Seeing that, Jianyin wondered, could it really be such a coincidence that in the past, everyone both admired and feared me? Tuyen Kwok replied, that's right. Although it's very absurd. Everyone really is cautious. Could it be that you are actually her? Now Jian-in began to suspect that with the same behavior and manner, perhaps she is also a reincarnated person. Or maybe it's all just a coincidence. The experiment in Donghai was carried out 14 years ago, and she assassinated the chief officer. Could it also be because she uncovered this secret? If so, then this chief officer is the prototype. Jian-yin asked, Commander, do you know why Ye Lin suddenly assassinated the old chief? And also, has the old chief always worn a mask and cloak like that? Tuyen Kwok replied that the chief only said that the reason for the assassination was a private matter, so no one dared to investigate further at that time. As for his clothing, it seems he only started wearing it 14 years ago, supposedly because he was seriously injured in the assassination. Jian Ein asked further, is there anyone who saw what he looked like after being injured? But then Tuyen Kwok wondered, why are you asking that? Are you suspecting his identity? Facing this question, Jian In simply asked, please just answer me first, and I will explain afterwards. Chi Bing Lian realized that Jian In Ha asking about this made me remember a story. He said that a few years ago, a servant in the old chief's house suddenly went crazy and ran away from his house. He said that the old chief wasn't human, something about Veka, but he was quickly killed, so no one paid attention to his threats. Upon hearing this, Jian immediately realized, indeed. Do you know the real reason behind each outbreak of the beast tide? This is a hybrid experiment between humans and sea beasts, caused by the clone triggering the beast attack. You mentioned that there are 2 clones. One is rational, but not fully matured yet. The other person is the old supervisor, and he is also the one who initiated this secret research, causing all 3 senior officials to exclaim in shock. What? With a serious expression, Jian Ren said that this beast tide was small compared to what's coming. Next time, they'll break through the Thousand Storms spirit barrier and take the capital. Political struggles aside, we'll have to kill him just for that. Hearing this, the national selector couldn't hide his concern and wondered whether the old chief knew that he himself had led to the outbreak of the beast tide. Jian Yin, with a serious expression, added, I hope he doesn't know, because if he does, the deception will be even greater, and I'm afraid things won't go as we wish. Moreover, what is more concerning is that he not only knows, but may also control the beast uprising in the future. After all, Those who have been transformed into monsters can no longer be considered human. Chi Bin immediately gave his opinion. Sir Commander, from this perspective, political struggle is actually just a small matter. Yuan San also spoke up. I support Jianin since the battle will happen sooner or later. It's better to settle it quickly. Seeing that, Tuyen Kwok believes we really need to put this issue on the agenda. In 3 months, we still have a lot to do if we want to win this battle. Everyone will focus on strategic planning, while I will do everything possible to reach the peak of the 3rd stage as quickly as possible. And 3 months after the life and death fight between Liu Tianming and me will be the signal to start the war. But then the Crown Prince thought that in 3 months, to level up from the basic Tom Guy to the peak of Tom Guy. Are you kidding me? Kid, an average person would need at least 10 to 20 years to go from basic guy to the peak of the realm. Hearing that, Jian In wondered how long it would take an ordinary person to rise to Tam Guy after awakening, and how long it took me. Then he suggested that, as long as the resources and conditions are available, it could be done in less than 3 months. If you don't believe us, let's bet everything now. Just say which resources you want, and we'll provide them immediately. Then, at Jian In's house, he sat on a pile of gold, silver, and precious gems, and said, after absorbing this high-level spirit, I should be close to reaching the same level as Tam Guy, but I shouldn't rush too much during the critical stage of leveling up. I need to build a solid foundation first. Then everything else will proceed more and more quickly. And so, the notification of Jianin's strength kept appearing. With strength +1, agility +1, physique +1, strength +1, agility +1, strength +1. And then, a large notification appeared, stating that the Level A Marine Beast Attack mission and event had been completed. The current survival rate is 31%. The threat level of the sea monsters is low, and the SSS mission is rated accordingly. With the rewards received, Epic Level Spiritual Fluid, 1,000 reputation points. Additional reward of an A-grade Awakening Talisman, after 1 epic level. Seeing that, Jian Yin happily said, it seems that the evacuation mission for the survivors went smoothly, and my reputation has increased even more. So later on, it will be easier for me to take control. Giving the spiritual energy solution to Tan Li Cheng will help with his superhuman plan research. Suddenly, an object appeared, and upon seeing it, Jian In recognized it as an additional reward. The system also provided information about the awakening token of the epic level, a consumable item, and its effects after use. The mutated sea monsters will be summoned into the designated waters and attack destructively the surrounding areas. The summoned sea beast will depend on the current sea area, with the highest awakening level being the peak of the 3 extremes, evaluating the artifact and awakening the fear from the depths of the abyss. Hearing this, Jian In couldn't hide his amazement and exclaimed, "Oh my god. This is a huge killing aura. Controlling the sea monsters. If any neighboring country wants to cause trouble, they can totally use the sea monsters to deal with them. Besides the authority of the instance, I now have an additional guarantee to prevent external forces." Through the system, Jian In kept observing everyone's situation, and he didn't forget to ask them, "Uncle Tio, Uncle Chan, Uncle Vuong, have you all gone outside? Are you all okay?" On the other end, all 3 of them happily replied that we are not only fine but also just received news from the army. According to the main area of Hoa Bak, the 3 major safe zones around Thien Phong have been merged into the Hoa Phong main zone, and you will later become the Great Rock. From now on, the safe zone will also be under your management. Not only that, the capital is giving you the opportunity to be promoted to a mid-level 3rd director. Vuong Thien also excitedly said that you have been appointed as the director of the External Rejuvenation Bureau of the main Hoa Bak region, with even greater power than the president of the Tiancheng Trade Association. Danin, following you is definitely the best investment my uncle has ever made in his life. That's right. Min La also received many reincarnation rewards, but had to leave early to take care of other matters. So he asked me to express his gratitude on his behalf. Hearing that, Danin happily replied, "Everyone is satisfied with this outcome." Kai Lai also expressed gratitude. Danin, you not only saved us but also entrusted us with important positions. You must have also put in a lot of effort. Right. Hearing that, Danin politely replied, "Commander Tran, you can choose to become the Supreme Commander of the North China battlefield, or for Tran Dung to go there. Of course. I hope you can become the commander-in-chief of the new Port Army Group, and Tran Dung will succeed. You said this is a newly established military unit that will be under the Special Operations Bureau. Or you can also interpret it as being under my name, which Kai Lai happily agreed to. About this, then he firmly decided to go along with whatever arrangement I made. Xiao Hai excitedly said, "A new army corps. A completely new zone. With this plan, Danin has officially opened the path to future domination. And by the way, Kai Lai also reports that our sun is about to set. At Research Institute No. See. Danin introduced. I am Lethan. This is the secret laboratory I set up for you inside Research Institute No. See. Are you satisfied with it? Whatever you need in terms of people or equipment. Just make a list. Institute 7 will fully cooperate with you from behind the scenes." Lethan hurriedly ran after, nervously asking, "My own laboratory. Vice Chairman Duh. Does Danin really have such high hopes for my project?" He nervously said, "You're not joking with me. Are you? I used to be just a cleaner. You didn't mistake me for someone else." But then, without saying a word, Danin's applause rang out. In an instant, a group of researchers appeared without greeting politely. "Professor Tan, if you have any requests, please command Institute No. See. We will cooperate fully." In front of Lethan's astonishment. Seeing this scene, he was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. The dark memories from the past flood back in Li Cheng's mind. Those bullies always mocked him, saying a cleaner like him wanted to do research like others, so funny, yet now he wants to use spiritual energy from industrial mineral mines on humans. Isn't this just like forcing everyone to drink gasoline? Instead of doing that, we might as well buy a cleaning robot and let it clean us up too. Calming Lethan's emotions, Danin approached, placed a hand on his shoulder, and trustedly said, "Please believe me. Your research will shake the entire world and even change the world." Hearing that, Lethan couldn't hold back his emotion and exclaimed, "Daning." Then, with his determination, Li Cheng regained his confidence and announced to all the staff that the superhuman plan was officially underway. Preparing the third-generation gaseous spiritual purification device and a cryo-electron microscope. Seeing this figure of Li Cheng, Danin silently thought, "That's right. Master Tan, you should step back. Only then is it proper." After a while, the director of Institute 7 hurriedly arrived to inform that Commissioner Danin, "We have news about the identity cluster and the demon core that you previously requested to investigate." Hearing that, Danin asked where it was. The director, with a very serious and urgent expression, reported that the identity cluster is currently in the hands of the Ying Long team leader of the Blood Shadow Corps. In the Vientiane region, the director of Research Institute No. 7 still doesn't have the core of the demon, but there are legends about it in the area. Hearing that, Danin wondered if the army could transfer the identity cluster to another position. Director So replied, "This is very difficult, and it might still be uncertain for now. Due to historical reasons, there are many private forces in the Vientiane area, especially the Blood Shadow Legion, which rules over that region and is not under the control of the military. If we still force the troops to fight, a fierce battle is unavoidable, which could lead to the death of innocent survivors." Seeing that, Danin replied, "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Director Tran." He silently thought that there wasn't much time left, and that he needed to quickly gather materials to upgrade the new divine sword system. The army is about to start an internal power struggle, so they probably won't be paying attention to Vientiane for a while. Outside, Yaning thought to himself, it would be better to go there himself and search for the strange core all in one go. Moreover, going to Vientiane for training also helps strengthen my 3 foundations. If I can win over the forces there, wouldn't that be better? In the covert military training room, it is filled with a series of advanced combat robots, and all of them bear Danin's face. Tianming was furious that the sky was so big. The old fox Li Yunguo not only treated me well but also rewarded me greatly. Clearly, he still fears the old chief. If he was so cautious, why did he let Danin's men go and even let that kid Danin challenge me to a life-and-death fight again? Remembering what happened the other day, the old deputy minister thought Tianmin, "Isn't this a good thing? Those who were hard to assassinate before can now be killed openly." Maybe it was over a decade ago, and although Li Tunquoc was still worried, he couldn't do it himself. And coincidentally, Danin was foolish. So Li Tunquoc took the opportunity to push him, using the murder as an excuse. Hearing that, Thien Min could only reply, "Then it will be as the old chief wishes." Seeing that Thien Min's expression was a bit unusual, the old deputy minister thought to himself, "Thien Min, you're so angry, do you not believe you can kill Danin?" Hearing that, Thien Min confidently affirmed, "I am at the peak of the third stage. Killing him is like killing a dog." Thinking about what I said then, he pondered. Since then, I have said that. But I heard that Da Nin's performance on the beast battlefield was extraordinary, and I also haven't fought in 2 or 3 years. So I can't underestimate this matter. I will intensify training over the next 3 months to prepare for any unexpected situations. Then activate the combat mode for the robots. Seeing Da Nin's face looming right in front of him, Thien Min immediately entered combat stance and shouted loudly with all his anger. Da Nin. He just wildly used his strength to ruthlessly deal with the pile of robots, while Da Nin was cursing, luckily dying. In a blink, Thien Min had taken care of all the robots there in just a few moves. All done. He happily commented that although he hasn't exercised in a while, the feeling of heat isn't bad either. Tomorrow I will go to the Hellgate dungeon to restore my fighting condition. Suddenly, a guard entered to report that Commissioner Liu has new information. Da Nin is heading to the distant frontier. Hearing that, Thien Min immediately asked, "The distant frontier? Huh." He secretly felt pleased and thought to himself, "Isn't this where Lam Lam's hometown is? How interesting." Thien Min immediately ordered, "Go quickly and bring Lam Lam to me." Upon receiving the order, the soldier responded yes and left. When he entered the room, Lam Lam spoke up. "Commissioner Liu, you wanted to see me." Thien Min saw this and gently stroked her, then suggested, "Lum Lum, Yaning has gone to the distant frontier. You go and kill him." Hearing that, Lam Lam shyly replied, "Deputy Liu, it's not that I don't want to go, but with my abilities, I'm afraid I can't do it." Seeing that, Thien Min stepped closer and whispered to Lam Lam. Of course, she couldn't rely on her strength alone, but she could try other things, like taking his life while he's distracted and enjoying himself. He was excited and said, "There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Do you remember how Diep Lam humiliated you? Isn't it true that you've always wanted to kill him for revenge? I've realized that Da Nin is actually Diep Lam." Hearing that, Lam Lam immediately thought, "What? How could this happen? Diep Lam is only a fool." As for Dunning, it was only for a short time. But then Thien Min simply replied, "You'll see when you meet him." Lam Lam thought that if this was true, it would be even more difficult. Diep Lam has seen me. That's easy, just find a disguise to pretend. But if he didn't let Lam Lam finish speaking, Tian Ming interrupted. "That's simple. Just find a disguise prop. He's crazy," and suddenly grabs my neck and says loudly that there's nothing to talk about. I tell you, I don't have enough patience to argue with women. Thien Min threw Lam Lam to the ground angrily and said sternly, "Even if I have to perish with him, I must kill him. If I can't kill him, I must at least ensure he is badly wounded. Understand?" He threatened that if I didn't do as he said, I couldn't guarantee that your sister wouldn't die tonight. Hearing that, Lam Lam could only reply, "Understood. Secretary, I know what I need to do now." Thien Min pondered. "Even if this mission fails, it won't affect me. But if there's a good show, why not watch it?" In the Vienne Quang area, looking down from the plain at the rugged mountains below, Hoang Nguyen asked, "Commissioner Da Nin, have you arrived in the Vienne Quang region? Head further southwest and you'll reach the influence zone of the Blood Shadow Corps. While the main force of the army remains far from the Tarim border, he suggested to you that it would be better for us to land outside the Thuonglan safe zone." Da Nin pondered silently at this moment. Between the central and local military borders, is there really such a powerful private force blocking the way? I've never been here before in the past. I only vaguely remember that there might be a rebellion next year. You turned to Hoang Wen and asked, "Thuonglan Safe Zone was established 22 years later. Right. I heard their region's commander has very strong power." Military envoy Hoang Nguyen Hao Tam Tai, a mid-level officer, immediately responded when you asked, "Yes. Commissioner Yaning, the Thuonglan Safe Zone is extremely large. Although it doesn't have a large population, it still has over 6 million people. According to the military report, there are 3 major awakening armies with over 200,000 second-tier awakeners and 31 third-tier awakeners. The people mentioned by him are beginning to appear. The leader of Thuong Lan from 17 years ago has become a high-level 3-die warrior. But his current strength is unclear. And the daughter of the Mukla Emperor has been a high-level 3-die for over 40 years. Dong is also mentioned in his words. The special mineral of the safe zone is Guangdong. Born from the stars. Extremely tough. Suitable for making spiritual tools. Moreover, the central position here is also one of the main trade routes between the frontier and the interior. Hoang Nguyen suggested, based on his experience, that when we enter the city, we should disguise ourselves as merchants, which would be more convenient. I stationed here over 20 years ago, so I know a little about the situation here. It sounds reasonable, so I agree. Then let's follow your uncle's advice. Sorry for the trouble. You look outside the window. The sun is gradually setting behind the mountains. And you are still quietly calculating that the strength here is much greater than the surface data. So I can't take any risks. If I want to regain this position, I need to strengthen my strength first. As quickly as possible, before talking. In the safe zone of Thuong Lang, the sound of people lining up blended together. Line up now. Anyone who dares to cut in line will have their leg broken. Jian An has now managed to get inside the city after putting on his disguise. Walking while carefully observing everything. Most of the stalls in the internal safe zone are selling cooked food and similar items, while over here they sell equipment. Suddenly, a soldier stopped him and shouted loudly, "Stop, right there. You haven't paid the entrance fee yet, and you still want to enter the city." You immediately asked him confused. "A city entry fee. Us traders and also Second Awakening still need to pay an entry fee." The guard didn't care and became even more arrogant. "Merchants have to pay too. How can someone with 2 spirits not do so? This place is full of them. Don't you understand the rules? Where do these pastries come from?" Hoang Wen quickly handed him the money and said sorry. "This is the entrance fee for our trading team, since it's our first time here. Please accept it." The guard, still arrogant, shouts, "What a dogs, you're all just underlings here. Wag your tails for me." That guy took the card Hoang Nguyen just handed over and cursed angrily. "What the hell is this? You guys are dogs of the army. And from the capital too." Then a guard suddenly appeared and ordered the security team to arrest them. "This person is from the capital. Catch them and there will be a reward." Jianing looked around and asked Hoang Thuk what was going on. And he replied that he hadn't been here in many years and didn't expect the situation to have come to this. Fighting now before entering the city might make things very difficult later on. Right after that, Fuang Hao's voice suddenly rang in your ear. "Xianning, I heard you went to Vian Quang. I already asked someone to pick you up there. So if you encounter any trouble, just report his name, Duong Hai, and you're the 2nd generation. Young master." After hearing that, he chuckled to himself. Uncle Fuang really is growing up. Then you approach the guards to negotiate. "Military family. We are here to deliver the goods to Duong Hai." One of the guards replied with a forced and stiff attitude. "Is it Duong Hai?" "Duong Hai. The director of our supplies department. You city gate thugs are lucky. Before you could even respond, they charged at you without hesitation, not expecting you to just stand there and take it. Or else there would only be one way out: death." Suddenly from afar, another person ran over shouting repeatedly, "Stop! Stop!" The one running over is none other than Director Duong Hai of the supplies department. He speaks sharply. "You blind fools. Even my clients from Duong Hai. You dare to touch them." Safe Zone Thuong Lang. Director of Supplies Duong Hai. The guards could only stammer. "Director Duong." The guards gathered, kneeling on one knee to explain. But in their hands they held the capital's cards. He then said, "How can the capital be a problem when my clients all come from major trade associations and do business there too?" Then, the guards responded in unison. "Yes, sir. Director." Then he turned to Da and respectfully said, "This is young Master Da. I truly apologize for causing you trouble. Tonight at Ha, I will definitely host a good banquet and make amends with you. So you just reply, 'Director Dao, be careful.'" Hoang Nguyen wondered why he acted that way and asked, "Hey brother, are you also in the army? Is there something going on with the soldiers here? Why did you immediately kill the Imperial soldiers you just met, even though you weren't well received before?" But it wasn't this bad. The director of the department smiled and replied, "I think you might be mistaken. I am not one of your soldiers. I just happened to be rescued by Fuang Heng. So welcoming you is also like repaying his kindness, he said, regretfully, with a mocking attitude. About the army. Their current position here is actually not much different from a bunch of dogs running on the street, especially some time ago. I heard that the army had conflicts with some major forces and many people died. Hearing him say that, you immediately made your own judgment. It's not certain that the method called me Doth Hugh, besides the powerful forces he suspects. Duong Hai also isn't entirely trustworthy, so I need to be more careful. They have arrived at the Heavenly Wolf Palace. The chief officer personally led them in and invited them to rest. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll take you to rest first. Then he turned to ask Dathieu. Dathieu, do you know what is the most attractive thing here? Do you know what the true specialty of Vienne Quang is? He led the three of them inside the hall. You look up at the big chandelier hanging in the hall and marvel. This place of the celestial wolf and earth is truly luxurious. To build such a palace would cost over 100 million eyes. This celestial eye should have been a green prop on the battlefield. But here it's used as a central air conditioning unit. Then a person appeared. It's the ancient customs manager Cap Na, she asked. As the director of the department, is this guest of the day? The young master, he immediately responded and gave detailed instructions. That's right. Today's banquet is set at the highest level. If these three distinguished guests are neglected, you know the consequences. Cap Na bowed her head and spoke with you. Dathieu arrived just in time. And we've just received a new shipment. Hoping Dathieu can teach us a few things tonight. You observe her and ask, are you the one who awakened the second soul? The police chief responds playfully and mischievously. That's right. If Dathieu is interested in Cap Na, she will willingly come to your bed tonight with just a word. Even if she's a bit older, but the skills are very impressive. Of course, I still advise you to watch other performances before deciding who will accompany you. You put your hand on their shoulder and said there's no rush to perform right now. But first, let's find a place to talk. Then they sat in the living room chatting, with the chief of the district taking the lead and saying, yes, young master, Tian Long Ding can also be considered part of my family. Almost everything belongs to me here. This place has a special soundproof barrier. If you want to know anything or need help, just say it directly. Hearing that, you immediately asked about the issue you were curious about. First of all, I am very curious about the conflict with the army that you just mentioned earlier. The chief of the district immediately explained that 2 years ago, the major powers here still cooperated with the military and were always ready to coordinate. After all, the military has very strong real power, but just 2 months ago, the army requested Blood Shadow and several major safe zones of Heaven Wolf to mobilize high-ranking officials to defend the border. This has caused great dissatisfaction among the high commanders, especially since the military, in the name of the nation, demanded our cooperation. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, implying that we were left unprotected by the military when the crisis occurred. Then on what basis are we expected to put in so much effort? The Imperial Guard calmly responded. Director of the Bureau, how can you say that? In the special event in the Takan Desert, if the army hadn't sent reinforcements from Gao Dai, this place would have been destroyed long ago. He stood up angrily and desperately explained that we have saved so many people. Do you know how many soldiers have died here? Do you know how difficult the army was 20 years ago? Not to mention the violent outbreak 60 years ago. We even chased monsters to the north rather than letting them go west. If we don't bring these things up, could we really forget them? Right. Hearing that, Director Duong paused for a moment. Then Danin, noticing the tense atmosphere, cleared his throat to remind everyone, Uncle Hoang, please don't get agitated. Sit down and talk. It seems Hoang Nguyen also realized he was getting a bit too excited and took the initiative to speak. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but thinking of the comrades who sacrificed in battle makes me feel very uneasy. Then the director also eased the atmosphere by toasting. Dathieu, I truly apologize. I just want to remind you that you must be very careful here. I'm not good at talking. Maybe it's because I heard since I was young that the army abandoned this land. Forget I said anything. I'll take a shot myself. You happily agree. So I'll drink with you. As he sipped his drink, he reflected on their conversation. It seemed that the older generation had long distorted memories and swapped concepts of their own, and taking over this place would be much harder than he had expected. After finishing the drink, the young man then brought up your main concern, and we won't talk about the military anymore. Actually, the main reason I came here this time is because of personal matters. I want to buy the identification dossier of Captain Young Long of the Blood Shadow Corps. But Director Tang immediately objected without hesitation, saying that an identification dossier is impossible. You don't know then that Lord Yinglong's strength had already reached the peak of the third calamity 17 years ago. He recounted that, under the Blood Image Legion, there are 3 main safe zones, 16 gathering spots, and a spiritual mine, which is the most important. The identity of the collection is a trophy from a famous battle before he established the Blood Shadow Corps. There's no way he would sell it to you. After hearing that, you immediately looked for another option. So, could you introduce me? I want to talk to him and see if I can exchange it for other equipment. The director shook his head and replied, Don't tell me it's you. Even I don't have the right to meet him myself. Since the teacher doesn't seem optimistic, you inquired, So do you have any information about his nearby residence? Director Duong told him, I heard that recently he seems to be moving to a newly formed instance, but I don't know exactly where the instance is. You got some information, so I can investigate the dungeon myself. Thank you. Director Duong. He replied, You're too polite. Then, he thought to himself that the director of the bureau was also watching him. At this moment, a famous dungeon appeared in the distant frontier. Inside, a legendary set of gear had once dropped. I think the only place that would make him come personally is that dungeon. In this real world, we don't have a chance to snatch the identity token from Ying Long, but it will be different when we enter the dungeon. If the pain is great enough, there might still be a chance. Then, the director clapped to get everyone's attention and said, Miss, the work is done. It's also time to relax. I will let you feel what Thien Han experienced that year. Every horse here is a bloodline treasure horse. You can send any you like. Then he presented a group of women and introduced them. Sir, the dancers here are all carefully selected virgins, and they are also pure, so you should understand what you need to. And moreover, all of them are awakened individuals. Though not highly skilled, they can coordinate very well in any position, he excitedly continued. Everywhere, every moment, in every position, no matter who or how many, can still feels confused and unprepared. Right. Then, one of the 4 girls approached him again, gracefully posing and saying, Lord, may I pour you some wine? Then she flew straight onto his body, her hand slipping over his shoulder. Danin's face full of panic. She raised the glass to her lips, and then leaned in close to his mouth. But Danin remained frozen. Then he quickly stepped back to refuse. No need. I'm not used to this. Director Dao nearby immediately ordered. It seems Dathya is very dissatisfied with her service. I didn't mean it that way. Mainly, I was worried that when my desires awaken, I wouldn't be able to control the strength. They are all so fragile. If too much force is used, they will be damaged. Danin is now extremely scared and panicked. I can't destroy the second generation of Datu. I need to find a way to escape first. Director Duong seems to have misunderstood your meaning. Young master, why didn't you say so earlier? Everyone young and playful. They all want something exciting, so today is the right place for that. I have a bad feeling about this. He immediately ordered the beauties to step back and invited Miss Blood Osprey, the third Dai, to come up, and they quickly withdrew. Then, the 3 of them were stunned after hearing the director's words. And you spoke aloud. Tam Dai Yu. Huang Yuan was surprised, and thought to himself, even Tam Dai can become a toy here. Has it really fallen to such lawlessness? Fang Fang said nothing, but her eyes were sharp. Director Do put his hand on your shoulder, like comforting you. Ya Xiao. You don't need to doubt. I already said that Tam Dai is Tam Dai. And moreover, her appearance is astonishing. It will definitely suit your taste. And moreover, Miss Huet Oan is not some useless person we deliberately created, but the true awakener of Tam Dai. Her strength might even surpass yours. Her aura, her beauty, I dare to say openly, she is truly a top-tier masterpiece in all of Daha. After hearing the director's words, I couldn't help but ask. From what the director said, it seems that your excellency greatly admires Miss Huet Oan, but he still chose to give her to me. He explained that if he could keep her for himself, he definitely wouldn't do this. But the temperament of the Blood Maiden is so proud. I'm not one to flatter. You know, so many security commanders wanted to get with her, but all of them failed. Director Duong mentioned another name to persuade you. Even Captain Nan Ung Long of the Blood Shadow Corps was captivated by this Blood Oan girl, but I didn't even prick the needle. You see, Ying Long Yu responded. That's right. The Blood Maiden's name was given by Lord Ying Long, So, today I will only invite you here. Whether you get it or not depends on you. Miss Blood Osprey has arrived. A young lady enters wearing a red outfit. Her figure and aura clearly surpassing the 4 girls earlier. And you are momentarily stunned. Director Tang chuckled and said, "Yes, young master. Your feelings are exactly like mine when I first met her." And he gently reminded him, "But you have to be prepared. Staying with the young lady for a little while is already quite an achievement. And you must not be disrespectful." Suddenly you made a request. "Director Duong, could you give the young lady Hueta Wan a chance? I want to see her more closely. Please don't be so harsh." Then he chuckled to himself and said, "Young people are indeed full of vigor. Very well. I will give up my seat for you." Director Duong sat down in the chair next to Hoang Nguyen, secretly smiling to himself. Wasn't it just pretending to be calm earlier? And now you can't hold it in already. The young people really are impolite. Let's see what kind of joke you'll make later. Huedo Wan stepped closer to you and politely called your name. "Doth you?" To which you responded, "Miss Huet Wine, please don't be rude." You tap the armrest next to you to signal her to sit down. "Come over and sit here so I can look at you closely." Huet Owan seems displeased. She snorts in annoyance and says, "Yes. Dieu. You're also quite rude. You don't argue back but instead act surprised happily. So does that mean everyone else is very rude to her?" Fong, next to her, hearing this, angrily stood up and threatened, "Lady Huet Wang, if you dare to cause trouble, I can kill you within those 3 strings." Huang Yuan was stunned to realize this was the pressure of approaching the 3rd realm of Ding Feng. The nearby shop owner was both anxious and amazed. Is this kid Da Nin trying to show off his strength? Does he not fear shattering jade and stone? He spoke to mediate the situation, saying that such a reckless attitude isn't good. And upon hearing that, you also ordered Fuang, which indeed isn't good. Liningzhou, Huet Owan and I just met, but already feel familiar. We're not enemies. Relax a bit. You obey the order. That's all. Then, he approached Huet Owan, touching her face as he asked, "Miss Huet Own, I think we've met somewhere before." He jokingly added, "Was it in a dream or in a past life?" Huet Owan was surprised earlier, but now feels annoyed by your teasing words. "Yes, I guess you're not only handsome, but also quite good at teasing. I will temporarily forgive your rudeness from earlier." Huet Owan then bowed and poured a glass of wine, very politely saying, "I'll have 1 glass every 10 days. Director Duong watched the scene in shock, wondering what was going on. How could this be possible? I had to spend 30,000 credit points just to invite her for a drink. What right does Da Nin have to act presumptuous and speak so arrogantly? Just by looking at her, I can tell her identity. The Ngai Trang device can change faces, but aura and spirit energy can't be fooled." He thought to himself, "Clearly this is the former captain of the Blood Wolf breeding team. Lam, you look at her, thinking about your next move. But according to Dong Hai, there used to be a young lady, Huet Owan here, but now she has been replaced by Lam. Anyway, the Ngai Trang props have a time limit. Using them for a whole year would be very costly, so there's basically no need to do that. This time, her appearance as Huet Owan is clearly aimed at me. For now, I won't turn against her. Just play along and wait until no one is around in bed to question her slowly." Huet Own raises her glass. Da Nin loudly comments that it smells really good. Then she continues explaining that, of course, this is a specialty of Vien Quang, but she hadn't finished speaking when Da Nin interrupted, pouring out the wine and saying, "I mean you." And Huet Owan was stunned and didn't know what to say. "Your Highness, are you rushing things too much? Da Thi, or is it just right? A moment of spring's worth 1,000 gold. As for the foreplay, we can take our time in the room." Then he carried her away. Yeet Owan still asked, "Your young female guard wouldn't be jealous, would she? I don't want to be killed in 3 seconds. So you better reassure her and tell her that if she's going to die, it will be on my bed." Director Tang recalls his past behavior of licking and what exactly it was all about. Lam Nam quickly grabbed your shoulder, but his mind was full of scheming. What Huoan said was true. The colder and more discreet he appeared, the easier it was for men to fall into his trap. But on the bed, Diep Lam and Da Nin are no exception. Now that they've gotten rid of the most troublesome guard, if she wants him to die on the bed, she just has to say so. You see her get on the bed and say, "Death order Blood Oan." We have arrived at the battlefield. Danin approaches her, caressing her thigh and saying, "These legs are so white and soft. If only you wore a pair of black fishnet stockings. That would be perfect. Tell me, what position do you prefer? You on top or me on top?" Lamnam quickly stopped you. "Don't be in such a hurry. First take a bath and remove all your gear. It's uncomfortable otherwise. Be good now. I'll be waiting on the bed for you." Danin gently touched her, and she could only cry out, "Seer, you're just teasing and playing around. Blood of the death letter. Your rose is dripping. If you want to bathe, it should be her turn to bathe first." You wanted to touch her face, but she pulled back, whether because you were too hasty or too excited. I don't know. Actually, I prefer to take things slow, even though I know you really want it. But right now, it's still too soon. Oh. Then she turned and left the forest to go take a bath. All right. I'll go first. Lam Lam enters the bathroom, turns on the shower, and stands under the water, bathing while calming herself down. Stay calm. I must stay calm. If I want to kill him, I absolutely cannot let him manipulate me and lead me away. Lam Lam's face shows sadness as she recalls the past. Her body's weak resistance is a result of the trauma she endured from him before. The more I remember, the more I resent and blame myself for what shouldn't have happened. After that, in search of a way to survive, I sought Luke Thienmin's protection. So long ago, I already abandoned this body. There's nothing left to be ashamed of. She remembers her sister Xiao Yao fighting against illness. Is this how her body is resisting death? But what can I do if it's not me who dies? Then Xiao Yao Vildi. Even though it's a bit unsettling. But luckily, Huet Oan has gone to the capital to take care of the girl for me. And I hope that after this mission is successful, Lu Thienmin will keep his promise. She calculated that only total destruction could save her. So she decided to strip first to lower his guard. Even though there's a small nuclear bomb planted inside her body, just wait for the right moment to synchronize. Use your spiritual power to detonate, and it can end forever. This plan. I can only go this far. Jian sat him outside the bed. He didn't expect her to agree, but she actually agreed to go take a shower first. Anyway, she could never truly like me. If she did, it would mean she doesn't want to kill me with external equipment. Could she be wanting to merge with me in an endless cycle? After the last battle, she was someone with a very strong will to survive. Someone like that. She won't toy with lives just for revenge unless it's a last resort, and she's forced to do so. There must be someone behind her giving orders. You remember Liu Tianming and analyze carefully that at this stage, if you can investigate his whereabouts and plan carefully, only Liu Tianming's help could be possible before killing Lam Lam. I need to find out where Shui Oan really is. Then use Shui Oan to approach Ying Long and get the information. Lam Lam steps out of the bathroom, her feet still wet. She's wearing a nightgown and tells you, "I've finished my shower. Now it's your turn." You tease her and say, "It seems that with her dressed like that, I wouldn't have the heart to take a shower anymore." Then she climbed onto him and said, "Even if there's no need to take a shower, at least you should smile and take off your clothes." He grabbed her hand. She said, "It's fine. Let me do it myself." Then laid her down, performing the action smoothly. Lam Lam couldn't react in time. "What do you want to do?" Danin smiled and said, "I like to play from behind," as he opened the wardrobe with one hand and pulled out a rope. Then you tied her up. Lam Lam, lying below, still struggling to seduce. "Da Thieu. How do you want to play? I'm also willing to submit to you. But if you don't even take off your clothes now, it shows no sincerity." Hearing that, he took off his blindfold and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. I'll do it now." Lam Lam, excited, said, "Hurry up. I've endured enough today. Let me experience what it's like to die and come back to life. Come on." Danin, put your armor back on. Lam Lam shouted loudly. "Why aren't you continuing to take it off?" Then he wrapped her completely with the cloth and happily said it was because this accessory of mine is a legendary item. If you can withstand a nuclear bomb and accidentally blow up this nice bed, I wouldn't be able to pay for it. Lam Lam panicked upon being discovered. He. What do you mean? You wrapped her in the cloth and tied her up. She was writhing on the floor. Danin crossed her arms and looked at her questioningly. Lam Lam, don't pretend anymore. Since I walked through the door, with that familiar aura, I suspected it was her. I deliberately tested her a little, and she unintentionally released a murderous aura, which further proves this point. Lam Lam at this moment didn't argue but desperately shouted no. No way. My disguise tool, a normal tam die, can't be broken like that. You just laughed and said, I guess you've forgotten. I'm not just an ordinary third rate. And I'm also the useless, mindless third rate you all talk about. He kicked her in the stomach with one foot, and then questioned her. Now, self-destructing means nothing except for Tutu. If you don't want to be punished, just say it directly. Tell me, and I might consider giving you a way out. Was it Luke Thien Min who sent you here? Lam Lam was tightly bound, and had no choice but to compromise. I can confess. But at least you should let me escape from this first. You should agree to her request. All right. But I warn you, with my current strength, it's best that you don't try to leave me. She poked her head out and said, Nguyen Giang told me he brought me here. But if you want to use this to deal with him, I will blow myself up right now. You hear that and wonder. She's already confessed everything, but still plans to blow herself up Senza. She must have something in her possession from the old man. Besides death, what else could she be afraid of? Could it be someone close to her? Lam Lam muttered dejectedly. If that's the case, then what's the point? Then he asked. So where is the real Blood Phoenix? Lam Lam also honestly replied that she had gone to the capital to take care of our sister in my place. You hear this and frown slightly. Going to the capital is going to be difficult. If you want to get close to Yinglong quickly, you'll probably have to rely on Lam Lam's disguise again. Did you ask her more carefully? Is she really able to act as a loyal blood sister like that, because she has a close relationship with her? Right. How much do you understand about this remote border region? Lam Lam explained that Tio Ngok, Huyet Want, and I all grew up in this remote border region and are like sisters. She explained the reason she became like this. And later I took the injured Xiao Yao to the capital to find a healer to treat her, because she wanted to make money. So she joined the foot soldier team. Hewitt Owan used her beauty to form connections with powerful men in the distant region, also to earn money for Tune Gok. Jianing listened with discomfort and shouted at her, I'm not interested in hearing your rambling, especially since you've killed so many innocent, awakened people. So get to the point. Lam Lam can only reply, I know everything about Huyet Owan, and I also understand this entire remote region. That's all. Then Jian Nin sat down, pointed at her, and compromised. First, I will tell you the benefits I can bring you. Not only can I save your life, but also rescue your sister from Luke Thien Min. And the healing resources Luke Thien Min has can be just as valuable to you listening to you ask. What are the conditions? He raised her chin with one hand and smiled, saying, It's simple. Just keep pretending to be this face, and help me get the identity token from Yun Long. Lam Lam quickly refused. Yung Long. That's impossible. You overestimate Shui Oan, and at the same time underestimate its value to Yung Long. You just smiled and said, Isn't there a rumor outside that Yuan Long is pursuing Shui Oan? So asking him if he can't have that thing, Lam Lam sneered and said, Pursuing it, want to have that. Do you really think this is the real world? Is there really a fool out there who would go that far? Ying Long's pursuit is just for money. People like them. If it's about spending money, they can do it easily. But if it's about resources, don't even think about it. Lam Lam muttered. Even they don't have enough resources for themselves. So if you really want to take something from them, think about what price Blood Oan will have to pay. Sleep with them. That's like risking everything for a chance. Maybe even risking getting nothing. Which is why she explained her reasons. The reason why Blood Osprey is so loved by many is because of her arrogance, since they can never have it. That's why Blood Osprey can do this. Danin also knew that using Lam Lam the way you think isn't possible. He unbound her and said, I understand now. So at least can you help me find out his schedule and route? Or, in other words, take me to meet him. As soon as you said that, she worriedly asked if you wanted to deal with Ying Long, as if you no longer needed your life. Since he's at the peak of Tam Dai, killing him is no different from killing a dog. Danin simply replied, You don't need to worry about that. Just do as I say. You rub your wrist where you were just tied up and ask him, Are you not afraid I will betray you and use the dragon to kill you? Danin confidently replied, I won't do that. Honestly, if I really did, the cost would be no less than if I had personally killed myself. Moreover, do you know that not only will you die, but your sister won't survive either? I always say, Of course, if you don't betray me, even if I die, it won't affect you. But I promise that no matter what happens, I will never betray you or my blood brother. Lam Lam was quite fine with it and agreed with him, if you say so. I truly have no reason to refuse to cooperate with you. Then, Ya Ning took out a piece of paper from the storage. He opened it and held it out to her. This is the life and death contract for this mission. All conditions and commitments are in it. And signing it is the guarantee for both of us. Lam Lam said, this really benefits me in 100 ways, and harms me not at all. After all, you have intentions with Ung Long, which was already a suicidal move. So I see no need for me to betray you. She didn't hesitate, and placed her hand on the contract, saying, if he died, then not only would I complete the mission, but I could also safely withdraw. If you don't die, then, according to the contract, you will have to fulfill your promises in the future. Then they stepped out of the room earlier. And when Duong So Trong saw you come out, he asked, why are you done so early? Miss, I replied, that's not it. After I lowered my guard, Lady Bloodoath could only watch from afar and couldn't chase after us. Director Duong So was very pleased to hear that, and happily said, I told you earlier. Have you learned now? That's good. Very good. The Blood Osprey is still my goddess. Then, Jian Hing made a proposal to him, the Blood Oath Lady, to take us to the Blood Shadow safe zone, to fly over the Long Ying. I wonder if Director Duong So can provide a spiritual aircraft. When he heard about Ying Long, he exclaimed, what do you mean? Are you afraid you'll be sent away? Long Lam quickly said to reassure you. Director Duong So, don't worry. I'm just making a sound. It's just a meeting to talk. And you also added, that's right. Director Duong So. Director Duong So is just meeting and asking questions. There won't be any problem. And in the end, he agreed. This matter with the psychic aircraft is just a small issue. He also kindly reminded you lightly. But before you leave, I want to emphasize and remind you that the combat power of Ying Long cannot be leaked. If a fight really breaks out, even Fang Hao might not be sure to win. So you'd better be clear about that. I understand. Director Dong. Rest assured. At the Blood Shadow Corps' Safe Zone 1, Yi Ning's team's plane has arrived and is preparing to land. The guards immediately surrounded them and ordered everyone to turn off their devices, disembark from the plane, and present their identification. Any other actions would be met with force. You look around and say, the security here is clearly much tighter than in the safe zone of Thuonglang. Let's disguise ourselves to be safer. Disguise props. Activate. Director Duong So handed them some items and said, ladies and gentlemen, this is our young master. Yes, miss. Following Director Duong So's orders to deliver supplies. Here is a small gift for you two. The guards then chuckled and nodded, understanding the rules, and left. Remember, you can stay a maximum of 3 days. After that, you must report to the safe zone at Thuonglang and check in again. Suddenly he realized Lin Lan playing the role of Blood Shadow from behind and shouted loudly, Miss Blood Shadow. She took out her card, and he quickly waved his hand saying, you don't need to check. Miss Blood Shadow, we don't know you're on the fighter jet. You've arrived at the safe zone this time. Lam Li immediately said, I want to go to the commander's surgery area. Can you arrange that? The guard quickly agreed. No problem. We will organize someone to escort the young lady there. He turned back and called his men. Where are they? Immediately order the 3-guard escort to clear the way, and make sure to protect Lady Bloodshadow at all costs. Jian Yin couldn't help but feel secretly glad. I never expected the reputation of the Blood Shadow to be so effective here. Could it be because of the rumors in the Jianghu? Is it true that Yung Long likes the Blood Shadow? The guard explained to her. If the young lady wants to meet Lord Yung Long, there is no problem at all. But we don't have the authority to arrange for these people in the safe zone of Thuong Lan. Lam Lam replied calmly. There's no need for everyone to arrange this. Just let them handle it themselves. Then Lam Lam was led in by the guards while their group was stopped. And he thought to himself, as she had said earlier, the level of treatment is truly a different world. To meet Ying Long, we have to get her first. And only then can we think about recommending us. Then our group also started moving. Let's go. Follow the original plan. First, head to the trade night market to check the situation here, and then wait for the news smoothly. At the #1 safe zone of the Blood Shadow Legion's night market, they entered the night market amid the lively noise. Merchants' voices blending with the atmosphere. Dried grapes. Fresh grapes. Fresh grapes again. 6 points per kilogram. Fresh meat. Which kind of fresh meat? Grilled and roasted. Guaranteed not to be human flesh. Mother's milk. Goat's milk. Camel's milk. Sampled right on the spot. Yuan Heng carefully observed his surroundings and said, "Yes, Commander. The development here is much better than 10 years ago. This level of prosperity can be compared to the areas around the capital. Can you notice that the small vendors here are capable of paying the advance? And their management is even more disciplined than that of the merchants. I think that the Blood Shadow Legion has such a complete administrative system and military regulations, which shows that their ambitions are not to be underestimated." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Come here. Come here. Don't miss out. Look over there. The crowd has attracted you. Why are there so many people gathered around over there? Go check it out." The center of the crowd is a merchant who is selling people. "The latest goods from the Black Camel Trade Guild are here. If you're interested, the owners can make a direct offer." He boldly sells the man tied up, opening his jaw and showing his teeth repeatedly. "Look at these teeth. They are all healthy and well cared for. His teeth are in good shape for his age. Meaning, he ate well and is in good condition. Buy him as a slave, and use him as you see fit." Nguyen Hang said, "They must be a slave trading group. The people over there might have been captured after the gathering was ambushed. This situation often occurs in remote areas." Fang Fang, standing beside Nian, clenched her teeth and said, "Isn't there also a female slave over there?" The slaver, known as Tuba, is auctioning off the female slaves, saying 400 transaction points is the lowest price, and for the masters to take a look. Everyone we see here this time is still very young, and the lower quality ones have already been sold to the mines. 400 is too expensive. She took the girl's hand and continued, 400 is already cheap. Everything has been trained, and many still have their skills. Look at this child's hand, so soft like a green onion. And she's obedient and well-behaved. Don't worry. Whatever you want to do, she won't resist. Her family is still inside our mining site. She knows everything about the horses flying in the sky. Is it really still virgin? I need to go there myself to check the goods before I agree. Then it's not allowed. If you look at it, how can I sell anything anymore? Rest assured. If it's fake, we sell 10 for 1. If it's not genuine, we'll pay back. The one at the dock is even more arrogant. If you won't let me inspect the goods, I won't buy. So the madam took the girl's belongings instead. And the girl cried out. Then she said, "Sir, do you hear that voice? This is a cry. If it weren't the cry of a maiden, how could it be like that? So, do you want to buy or not? Two of you. 750. Each." The name below sounds a bit off, but he still considers it. Actually, it's not bad. But 750 points can buy a few hundred kilograms of food. Moreover, they are just ordinary people, not yet awakened. And besides entertainment, they serve no real purpose. The madam upstairs laughed and said, "Just a few hundred points, and you still want to get awakened ones? Are you joking? Danin said to you that the girls brought here probably won't survive more than 2 or 3 years. Yuan Ha, hearing you say that, asked, "Young master, you want to buy these women, but doing so would be pointless." Whatever. It's a pitiful situation, but the numbers are too many. After this batch, there will be another, and then another. And even if you save this one, but if you don't take them away from here, you'll likely be sold again next time, unless you can fundamentally change the system here. Danin's face darkened as he calmly said, "Uncle Huang, you're right. Add hot water to the mixture. Not only does it fail to solve the problem, but it could also cause burns to death. If we want to eliminate it completely, we can only cut the root of the problem." Fang Fang pointed in a direction and asked, "Quickly look at the person being tortured over there. Is that one of ours?" Looking in the direction, she pointed. "I saw a group of soldiers holding whips, restraining people dressed similarly, their mouths gagged." Yuan Hao hesitated, recognizing that uniform wasn't it from the 3rd Mixed Infantry Brigade of the Construction Corps. "You're still daring to cause trouble. You big soldier." The guard drew his club and struck those people directly. "Damn it. Are you really causing trouble for Mr. D?" The ones who were knocked down fell to their knees, and those behind could only cry out in helplessness. The woman standing behind looked at the soldiers with a furious and resentful gaze. The soldier saw this and stepped forward to mock her. "This woman, you're not resisting. But what does it mean when you stare at me so intently? They used to protect you, but today in front of them I will tear you apart. So I guess I can only decide after seeing that scene. It seems I can't act today, but I still have to act. That female soldier, I knew her in a past life. The brave guard fiercely points his spear straight into the female soldier's eye and says, "Do you want to see? Motherfucker. Let me see if I can blind your damn dog eye." Suddenly a shout rang out. "Stop." The guard looked towards the source of the sound. The captain shouted loudly, "Enough." The singing startled him and made him scream. "Captain," he shouted again, "do you have a brain, or what? With the goods you've damaged like this, there's nothing left to sell." Danen quietly sighed in relief. It seemed like they also wanted to sell. So nothing serious had happened for now. There is still hope. If we can save them without resorting to violence, that would be best. The team leader pointed at the annoyed girl and said, "Do you not have a brain, or are you sick? Pinning her like that. Who else would want this woman anymore? You don't know that those big shots are very picky. If they don't get a good price, I will cut you up and sell you." Danen also explained, "Boss, these soldiers are all awakened people. And they're second tier too. So nothing serious will happen. Plus they even dared to cause trouble. This woman keeps glaring at me, and some of our brothers have already been killed by them." Han kept rambling. "All right. But today there are many people here. Sell quickly. If we can make up for the losses. It's like revenge. I see a few people from the major factions coming here. It's probably related to the banquet organized by Ngai Unglong today. They will definitely be interested in these items." As soon as he finished speaking, the team leader turned around and reminded his subordinates to bring the goods onto the stage before calling the madam to handle this high-priced merchandise. Soon the night fell, and the madam stood among the traffickers and announced that the final battle was here. "Gentlemen, please come and take a look. Bin Doan is building the distant fortress. The second province is slow, and anyone who bears a grudge against the army or wants to try something new should definitely not miss this opportunity." The people below couldn't help but get excited. With the army's men being top quality, bringing this back would be a real prestige, even if the goods are a bit pricey. Yuan Hao was furious. "Dan-in, immediately put your hand up and spray. Uncle Huang, now you are young master deep. I will save these people. Don't worry." He was startled and quickly apologized. "Sorry, Miss Diep. I was so angry I acted rashly. Better to let these people go with me to avoid having to intervene later and causing trouble for you." Dan-in whispered softly. "Uncle Huang, if something really happens in the future, I won't be able to stay out of it either. Moreover, if there happens to be some lemon basil, based on my judgment, you won't be able to escape from here." Above the stage, the black began to seduce. "Please bid on this item first. The awakened second peak." So the lackeys of the army are also a lieutenant colonel. Their strength is very powerful. "Just look at this aura." The madam next to him adds, "Dear bosses, as long as you win the auction, we will train for free. Even making him kneel and eat dirt wouldn't be a problem. Buying this guard dog would also boost my reputation. Starting bid is 70,000 points, with an increase of 10,000 points each time." The crowd below starts to get excited. The top tier, second tier, and even the army. This item is very interesting. Starting bid of 70,000 points. "I bid 80. Ling ling ling," he sneered with contempt, buying it to guard the door. "Those disgusting soldiers from hell." Another man immediately countered. "I bid 9,000. So I'll go first." Manager Tu frowned and said, "Hey buddy, I am Manager Tu of the Tuaicot Battler. So why not give me some face and let me go? Let me take it back and make the boss happy." That guy couldn't help but be surprised. "I don't know if the TU manager has arrived in person, but you've seen them. So please feel free." The people here, upon hearing his name, secretly thought that although Manager 2's strength wasn't very powerful, he was backed by a high-level third-tier expert. And below him, there were also a group of third-tier individuals. Everyone was speculating and debating about his strength, and it might even be greater than our small private safe zone. Who would dare to compete with him? Manager 2 quickly stepped onto the arena. No need for a formal challenge. Just send this name to our fight leader. And it happens that we are short of someone like this. I want to see if he can defeat that mutated creature. It's been a long time since we saw a hand-to-hand combat like that. Are there any other types besides this batch? Just introduce them to me directly. If it's suitable, I'll buy a few more items, if you meet me. Consider it as meeting tomorrow. He was singing and sending a message. And after 10 days we saw this guy. A mid-tier long-range system soldier. When we caught him, we lost 2 people. fighting him one-on-one. Plus this scout. It is also a mid-level two-tailed beast, although only responsible for reconnaissance. But when risking its life, it's no different from a madman. And with this tall, physically strong one, its strength is also very impressive. That woman spoke up. Yes, sir. You can see in their eyes that they are ready to attack at any moment. These kinds of goods all come from below. He often fights with people awakened from abroad. Ardors. Maybe we should buy them all. Manager Tu Tran hesitated. That's a bit much. Let me think about it first. Suddenly, he looked at the girl behind. This woman is also a soldier of the army. Bring her out here. I want to see her figure. Madame Tao suddenly broke out in sweat when she heard about that girl. Manager Tu. Isn't this the place to find the right person to kill monsters? This one isn't really suitable. I won't hide it from you. These kinds. We plan to train and discipline them first. Then sell them off in bulk. He frowned and said, just give it to me if you have to. No need to talk so much. I'll buy it and take it home. What can you do about it? A woman is just a woman. These days, women fighting without armor are quite popular. The madam was startled. Yes. Manager Tu. Please don't be angry. I will bring it to you right away. This perverted fake name is scheming with that clever girl. A female soldier in the army, fighting monsters without any clothing. That scene is really exciting. If we add a few more special mutants, maybe the way they die. He couldn't help but feel thrilled at the thought. Manager Xiao secretly believed that a performance like this would definitely excite the high-ranking figures. Below. Yuan Hao is about to lose his temper. Jia Nin, knowing his fury towards these perverts, calms him down and says, wait. Let's keep watching until they finish their show. Immediately after, the girl was presented in front of him. The madam smiled and said, here she is. Manager Xiao. Look at everyone's reactions. This is definitely one of the most beautiful women in the army. He couldn't hold back and stepped forward to caress her face. Clearly wild, even without words. With a body and face not bad at all. Yet she was a little gem. Then he ordered his subordinates to strip her of her clothes. Her body covered in dirt and blood. Unrecognizable. The man immediately obeyed, driven by his master's command, and pounced on the girl like a beast ready to tear apart its prey. The guards smirked cunningly. If it weren't for the collar that suppresses their abilities, these people would have already destroyed this place. Just look at how powerless you all seem, maybe even her tiny hand. You haven't touched it yet. Today is your lucky day. Enjoy it slowly. Madame Tao quickly stepped forward to stop him. To wait a moment. Doing that might not be appropriate. Once Manager Xiao changes his mind, it will be very difficult for us to sell to other major figures. The subordinate hesitated upon hearing this. He angrily slapped the madam in the face and shouted, you bastard. Do you think I'll regret ridiculous? Pack everything up. Senpai Wushir. 000 is enough. Are you happy now? Enough. Enough already. He then lunged at the girl with a sinister smile. If Manager Tia has already decided, then of course you have to obey him. You brat. Today is your turn too. At the same time, Ya Ning shouted, wait a moment, 400. 000. I'll take everything, including all the slaves here. I also want the safe zone of Thuong Lang. Manager Tio was surprised. The safe zone of Thuong Lang. Who are you all? I responded. Heavenly Wolf Palace. He sneered mockingly. Just a small Heavenly Wolf Palace. Yet you dare to come here and compete with the big players. At the same time, a powerful voice rang out. Si Baisher. Lin Lin Lin. The Blood Shadow Legion is working. Others, get out of the way. Everyone was in an uproar. The Blood Shadow Legion. Move aside quickly. Manager Tio couldn't help but be shocked and stepped back a few paces. The Blood Shadow Legion. I withdraw. No more bidding. Dunning, hearing this, also fell silent and observed carefully. The madam was downcast. The Black Camel slave trade welcomes you. Just say the word, and we'll deliver directly to you. The leader boasted. Madam, you speak as if we won't pay her. Everyone knows the rules of the Blood Shadow safe zone are strict. Don't worry. We won't leave you short of money. The newcomer quickly ordered. Where are the people? Bring the money. Take everything away. His soldiers immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. Captain, Danian then loudly said. I bid 420. 000. It's an auction after all. Whoever offers the highest wins. I don't think the Blood Shadow Legion would break the rules of the safe zone. The crowd around the table was whispering. Does she really dare to steal someone from the Blood Shadow Legion? Is this kid from the safe zone of Thuonglang crazy? Blood Shadow Captain sneered and looked over. Rules. Then I bid 430. Ling ling ling. Safe zone. Are you sure you want to compete with me? Danin continued to bid. Subai Sisher. 000. Whatever, he added. I'll add the same. He felt a bit uneasy inside. Kid. Do you really think your status in the safe zone is that important? Are you really brave enough to compete with me? Danin calmly replied. An auction is about financial resources. So what does it have to do with status? So when you want to break the rules and use your status to threaten people, the Blood Shadow Captain just laughs scornfully. Your tone is really arrogant. You have a lot of money. Right, you put up 2 cards again. Is 1 million enough? If not, I'll add another 1 million. Everyone was stunned. Damn it. Why do the people from the safe zone have so much money? Having money is useless. Do they really think those rules can bind the Blood Image Core? It's just a bluff. Their bids are just a formality. If they really wanted someone, they wouldn't need to say a word. This kid is definitely doomed. The madam secretly felt terrified. If we hadn't crossed paths with the Blood Shadow Corps, we would have made a fortune by now. And on this side, even the head hitter is secretly cautious. Paying 2 million to make us slaves makes no sense at all. What does this person really want with us? Captain of the Blood Shadow is only now starting to think maliciously. Well, I really don't have the authority to mobilize assets worth over 1 million. But the regulations above still exist. All I can do is play dirty tricks on him now and then. Hearing this, he shouted loudly. Thuonglang. Most of the important people in your safe zone are influential figures. I know all about you. So why didn't I recognize you? And why do you want to buy these people? Are you a spy for the army? Danin calmly replied. I work in the logistics department of the Thuonglang safe zone, at the True Dragon Palace. We also want to start our career with this kind of slaughter. Because to build a reputation, I need these people, he shouted back loudly. Nonsense. No one in this world does business without considering costs. Arrest them, round them up, and bring them in for questioning. I strongly suspect their identities and motives. Please come quietly with us. Hathi whispered to you. Do you want to act? I can handle these people myself. Danin calmly said, I can do it too, but don't rush. I've already given the word with the Blood Phoenix. We need to wait for news from the other side first, and then we'll be there soon. Without hesitation, he shouted, looking at the situation. It seems the Blood Shadow Corps is not bargaining but planning to use force. Aren't you the ones who always claim to the outside world that you believe in justice and never abuse your power? The Blood Shadow Captain frowns. Abusing his power. Cut out the nonsense about us being the bad guys. 2 days ago, we received intelligence. Why do I feel like it's about you guys? Even though they're saying, a spy team from the army secretly entered our safe zone to rescue our people, Danin will fight to the end. If that's the case, I can go with the others. But if your majesty invites me to the banquet afterward, only your escorts can bring me there. As for what I will say at the banquet, I can't promise anything. He chuckled mockingly, listening to this guy talk. And he even dared to threaten us with, Your Excellency's invitation. What a fool, the banquet has already begun. And you're still standing here talking big. If they're going to be so ignorant, we'll beat some sense into them first. At the same time, after checking the system, Captain Bloodshadow was startled and shouted, Stop. He then lowered his head and stepped forward. Yes, sir. I am truly sorry. The river flood has reached the Long Vuong Temple. I truly did not know you were a guest of the Great One. I will arrange the guards to escort you there. Danin smirked a little. This lord changes face so quickly. But I still prefer his arrogant and defiant look just now. He was sweating anxiously. Yes. Someone. Immediately escort this guest from the safe zone to the central area. Do not offend him. Danin then ordered his men. Old King, to lead the soldiers away and find a place to station them. I will come back to check the goods later. Little one. Let's go. To meet His Excellency. Both replied in unison. Yes. Lord Commander. At this moment, Danin and his group have quickly arrived at the Tianlong estate. Danin casually walked around. As I expected, all the guests here are high-ranking members of private forces in this area. We are just a bunch of unknown, insignificant people here, so we won't be warmly welcomed, which is why the Blood Shadow team was so polite to us earlier. Then he told Xiaohua, let's be a bit humble. Just stand in a corner and observe secretly. And she immediately replied, got it. As soon as she finished speaking, Lam Lam was already waiting for everyone and, upon seeing Ya Ning, she immediately called out loudly from over here. No one asked who this person was. Yet the young lady personally came to greet her, unlike the others. Danin secretly felt uncomfortable. What does this woman want to do? She already said to stay away. As the hostess of the banquet, isn't it inappropriate to go and entertain others? Seeing you hesitate so much, Lam Lam shouted. Little brother, hurry and bring your girlfriend to sit next to me. I've saved a spot for you. Daning was stunned by her, but that meant he was no longer under attack. So she's her younger brother. No wonder. Daning quickly went over. Thank you. Sister Xiaohe. Let's go back to our spot. Everyone keeps talking about it. I never heard before that the young lady Bloodstorm has a brother. Maybe he's a sworn brother. Even so, he's not the kind of person you think he is. Didn't you see he has a girlfriend? Danin sat down and immediately asked impatiently. What do you want to do? Lam Lam whispered. Wasn't it you who said you wanted to observe Ying Long earlier? This is the best spot. And I already told Ying Long, you are my adopted younger brother, and a very capable person. You know that too. If you didn't do this, you wouldn't be able to get in here at all. He tried to act as natural as possible and whispered, does she not realize that doing so is putting me in great danger? Lam Lam chuckled softly. Are you already scared before Ying Long even arrives? And you still want to scheme against him? Don't you find that really ridiculous? You keep saying that, but it's not like that. I don't like accepting danger beyond my control. Unfortunately, Lin Lam continued, Yulong is the master here, and everything is not up to you. Da Nin quietly guessed that she was testing her ability to handle different situations, to decide whether she should side with her or not. It's truly cunning. This kind of provocation isn't considered betrayal. So, she has nothing to fear. I must absolutely stay strong and not fall into a disadvantageous position. Before they could think further, a surge of blazing red power suddenly burst in, causing everyone to fall silent. Da Nin was very surprised and silently wondered to himself that the echoing shout welcoming the Blood Image Legion captain, Lord Ying Long, had appeared and made everyone wait for a long time. He just arrived and explained that there were some issues earlier. So things are a bit delayed. Please take a seat. No need to be polite. Everyone together shouted, Thank you. Lord Ying Long. Danin quietly remarked to himself that this strength was like mountains and seas, as fierce as Blood Abyss, probably even surpassing Zhu Fang, and the smell of blood was still fresh. He just killed a mutant creature before coming here, going hunting before dinner. He seems to be a classic ancient warrior. Why are the people on that side so cautious? Just this pressure from him is enough to make us break out in a sweat. This strength of Commander Ying Long, it feels like he's gotten even stronger. Right. Did you see the blood shadow behind him? I have a feeling it's about to come back to life. I wonder if Lord Ying Long is going to kill some tall mutated creature again and then fuse with it. Yan Ning quietly thought. Fusion with a mutated creature. A blood shadow. This must be a special innate ability. Then he whispered to Xiaohe. Ling Zhou. If she fights against Ying Long, how much of a chance does she have to win? She pondered. Based on the strength just shown, at most 3 parts could escape. And if there is still hidden potential, it would be almost impossible. After finishing his conversation with the guest, Young Long immediately went to his seat and sat down. Yi Ning is still lost in thought. Indeed, there is a huge difference between approaching the peak of the 3rd stage and truly reaching it. Although I have quite a few sword techniques on me, if I want to escape, perhaps only the primordial slash will be effective. I need to observe his fighting habits first. Just in case. His left arm muscles are more developed, and the blood on the top of the fence behind him suggests he is left-handed and specializes in thrust attacks. You think he's used to pulling the spear forward with special anti-slip gear installed, aiming to maximize his attack range advantage. Daning tried to imagine that when moving at high speed and approaching, he would suddenly swing his spearhead to break the enemy's defense. There's no doubt this is the fighting style of a quick and agile awakened type. According to your observation, there is very little blood on the entire spear, indicating that his burst of power is extremely terrifying. Based on the pattern of stains on his clothes and his skill set, he has at least 2 movement abilities. Ying Long just sat down and spoke up. Miss Blood Orchid, is this your adopted younger brother? This kid is quite interesting. It seems you've been staring at me the whole time. Danin. So I can't hide my gaze. startled by the sudden mention of your name. You jump a little, Lam Lam quickly replied. Yes. His name is Deep Lam. Probably nervous because it's his first time seeing you. Lord Ung Long. Do you know? He is her idol. She always tells me how much she admires him. Then she turned to Danin and said, I already told you, Master Ying Long is a very kind person. So you don't need to be so tense. If you want to look, just look. Why sneak around? You stammered. I understand. Then pretended to be shy. Truly sorry, Lord Yinglong. My Han immediately relaxed his guard. So that's it. If he's the young lady's younger brother, then he's naturally family too. Right, he's from the safe zone of the Shanglang. I am quite close with your commander too. So this time I will ask him to look after you. Danin quickly replied. Thank you. Lord Yinglong. He thought to himself, this clearly shows a great sense of face. It seems that the importance of blood omen to Yinglong is not what she claimed. Immediately after, a person bowed slightly and walked past, saying, Sir Yinglong, on behalf of the Tiger Wing safe zone, I would like to toast you. And also, report on the situation in our safe zone. He replied happily. Go ahead. Danin picked up the chopsticks and thought to himself, the strength that others can sense in me is at most early third stage. But I didn't expect. Duoi chan dot nyen ko, kam jakla. Daning gyat minkang gyak. Danin gloomily glared at Lam Lam and muttered to himself. Damn it. This witch is trying to kill me. She provocatively whispered to him, if you dare dodge, I dare touch it. What? You don't like this, scary. Isn't it? Ye Ning trembled. No. I can't lose my cool. Or we're all dead. Whether this woman lives or dies doesn't matter. But I absolutely cannot lose to her. Your body keeps trembling. You're really crazy. From this distance. If Yinglong uses his mental energy to sense even a little, you'll be overwhelmed. Lam Lam, what on earth are you thinking? This is definitely not her best choice at all. Are you trying to take revenge for the insult I gave you? Or are you still testing my self-control? Lam Lam calmly. Both of you. But I'm more curious about the latter. You said, if you do this, you'll also die. You really are out of your mind. I don't believe your mind is that dull. You remain so calm. But even so, my plan won't suffer any harm. If all she wants is to kill me, then just tell Yinglong my identity. There's no need for all this fuss. Lam Lam glanced over. This is even more interesting. Just thinking about the news that General Jian Nin in distant Kang faced Yun Long and was then killed by him would be an explosive story. She sarcastically reminded him. Do you remember the first time we met? How embarrassed I was. Also, I've always wondered if you are a eunuch. And you momentarily didn't know what to say. Jian Nin then tilted her head back and took a sip of wine. She was very angry, but not because she was about to die, but because I had ruined her plan. Lam Lam. Yet you put your hand into that sacred place. I am very curious. That mutated material. How important is it to you that you are willing to endure this much? With his current status and power, why would he accept this kind of risk? And every time I think of him, this conflicting feeling arises. I have an inexplicable urge. I want to eat you, to tear you apart inside me. Tell me why. Why do I want this? You sweat. She thought. This way I can kill you. No. I tell you. I can kill you and still escape. And you're crazy woman, if you really want to die, I will definitely grant your wish. Lam Lam pretended to be surprised. Oh really? I can't describe this woman. You turn to tell Zhao Ha that Huet Owan has gone crazy and won't listen anymore. Wait a moment. If you see me unleash the primordial slash, be ready to break through together. Quickly respond. And the two facing each other will immediately notice Danin's unusual aura. That kid over there seems to be something off. Maybe his girlfriend is teasing him from under the table. These kids are bold. But I don't think so. On the contrary. It's the posture of Lady Huet Owan sitting. Should we use mental energy to check? Come on. Don't you want to risk your life? Yaning listened to the conversation and couldn't help but wonder what was going on. That Tamjia guy all felt something was off. But what was wrong with that Yinglong guy? Although he wasn't looking in this direction, as a top-tier Tamjia, even if he didn't have the psychic power to cover the entire area, he could still maintain his awareness of the environment around Koma. Long Lam squeezed that spot hard. But you're still distracted. Is it because my skills aren't good enough yet? Or maybe you really like men? Danin was extremely annoyed. Long Lamb. You've successfully ruined my plan. You kick her hard in the leg. But don't worry. After I kill her, I'll run away with her leg too. Go back. I will turn it into a big sword to remind myself never to underestimate women again. Long Lamb was now desperate. Do you really want to do that? No. Stop. You won't be caught. Ying Long won't find out. I just want to hang you up. I never thought about dying with you. Danin was surprised. Meaning, what does she mean? He doesn't use his senses. Right. Could it be that she has a way to block his mind reading? Is it possible that Ying Long's power is fake? No. This can't be. Long Lamb seems to understand this guy very well, if you want to know. Then beg me. Are you worried that others might notice us? No wondaris. Others are even more afraid of facing Yun Long's fury than he is. Da Nin looked over. It's not crazy to think so. Just tell me. This information is very important to me. You know very well that the more I know, the more certain I am. When I'm done, I will give you everything you want. I have that ability. Long Lamb whispered. Don't rush. Yu Long wants to give a speech. As Yuan Long finished speaking, he also said, Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you can also sense the threat from the army. But honestly, it's a joke. They watched us struggle on the distant border with cold eyes, not sending a single soldier. And now, it's fine. We have established our own safe zone. So why should the army ask us to give up our rights just with a single statement? Peace in the border region of Vientiane Quang and the survival of the people here are all paid for with our lives. Therefore, I propose that all commanders and high-ranking officials of the regions unite and work together. The others immediately agreed. And Lord Yinglong was right. Xianchang has always been the responsibility of the army. They are just guarding there to maintain their honor. But what does that have to do with us? If people from other countries enter Vin Quang, will they definitely go to war with us? Lam Lam just clapped her hands and flirted with him. I want him. Da Nin was surprised. Really? You secretly stay alert. This witch is turning hostile again. This expression, could it be genuine affection? No. That can't be. I wonder what she's planning to do next. Then Da Nin angrily retorted. You want me. If you want my head, here it is. No need for this game. Do you know Yuang Long's secret? Tell me what you want to say. Lin Lam stood up lazily and said, My leg hurts too much. Let's go to the bathroom. She turned around without forgetting to threaten him. If you dare to go over there, I will tell you the secret of Ying Long. If you don't go within 3 minutes, I will appear and tell Ying Long that you really like this sister. Da Nin also reluctantly stood up. The secret in this woman's hands could very well help her gain more control in the future. To obtain the necessary materials, even if it meant risking danger, she had to go in. As soon as they entered the bathroom, Lam Lam calmly reapplied her lipstick while standing aside waiting. Da Ning was tense. She wondered if she was really sure about saying this here. This place is the bathroom after all. Lam Lam sneered. What are you afraid of? This place is abandoned, so no one will come here. She couldn't help but tease him a little. So what? Do you want to go to the bathroom again? Da Nin snapped in frustration. Enough talk. She already knew when Ying Long would enter the dungeon. Right. Lam Lam quickly turned around and gestured with her eyes and hands. If you want to know, come here. Our village has a bathroom door. Come in, and I will show you all my secrets. As soon as you stepped in, he immediately pressed his hand against Lam Lam's neck. I've already used my mental energy to shield this area. So tell me quickly if there's anything. My patience is limited. If you still want to wash your hands and Ying Long isn't here, I won't hold back. She is satisfied. As expected. You are still you. All right. The location of that instance is in the front line of Safe Zone 3 of the Blood Shadow. A city in the ruins from ancient times. It is 370 kilometers away, with coordinates located beneath the underground bunker in the outskirts of the anti-aircraft zone. Lam Lam recounted. This instance has only recently appeared. Basically, it was activated by the Blood Image Corps supply team about 2 months ago. This is a large-scale instance, and it's very special. It only opens at 6 a.m. every Monday, which means tomorrow morning, with a 30-second window. If you miss it, you'll have to wait until next month. I wonder why you didn't tell me before, and only lured me to the party to test my courage. Lam Lam said, not necessarily. Based on what I know about Ying Long, he's likely to clear the area before entering the dungeon. In other words, then you have to follow Yun Long as soon as he enters without being detected. So I suspect you basically won't be able to get in. Dajin frowns. Very well. About entering, you don't need to worry. Now tell me, what is Yulong's secret? Lam Lam calmly replied. I've already said too much. So, are you planning to make me stand here and talk all the time? Then he put away his weapon. If you cooperate, I definitely won't make things difficult for you. But you, then… Lam Lam forcefully pushed Danin backward, placing her foot on him. Hey, my leg hurts a lot right now. Don't you feel any pity for me? Help me loosen it a bit. And I'll tell you the secret of Yinglong. Danin shouted. What exactly do you want to do? I don't think you're so stupid as to believe I would have to submit under your skirt. Lam Lam smiled cunningly. It's nothing. I just can't believe that you really have no feelings at all. She looks like she's been struck with paralysis now. Her expression is extremely serious. And I don't want to die with him. I want to live with him too, Lam Lam said, with a smile as she took off her outer garment. I am willing to betray my entire 6 worlds as long as you can live to keep your promise, being loyal to you. So whatever you want to do with me is fine. And when you are fully grown, we will. Danin quickly grabbed her by the shoulders and pulled her up. Thinking to herself, am I really going to die when I enter the dungeon? Lam Lam immediately grabbed his hand and said yes. I have thought about that for a long time, and I feel that there is no hope left at all. I know you have an army backing you up, but they won't shed blood for you because of him. Otherwise, why would you risk everything like this? She began analyzing the people Yuan Long brought this time. At least 12 old-level 3rd-tier fighters and 1 high-level 3rd-tier. Even though his bodyguards are very strong. But even if you all band together, you can't defeat Yinglong alone. But the Battle of DM Tap is Yinglong's most proud achievement. If you want to take it, you must first kill him, she said as she reached out to unlock the wild boar pants. Yulong was very suspicious. Even if he didn't betray me before he died, I would still have to die. Anyway, it's too much of a coincidence, even if I get lucky and obtain it. As long as Yinglong is not dead, I don't think I can escape death. You look serious, but I think Yinglong treats you very well, which is completely different from what you said. Lam Lam is deeply sad. The relationship between me and him is not as simple as you think. He has never truly cared for me as a person. Danin looked at her with a hint of weakness and silently sighed. Her expression and eyes completely different from the crazy woman he once knew, and she didn't seem to be acting or lying at all. Forget it. For now, let's not worry about her relationship with Yinglong. What's more important now is to address her concerns and uncover the secret. Danin pushed her away again and said, what if I told you I have the authority to mobilize some top-tier 3rd-rank warriors to enter the dungeon with me? Lam Lam was startled and thought, what? How could this be possible? As soon as he finished speaking to gain Lam Lam's trust, he immediately took out a card from the system. Danin explained that this card was a secret reward he received after defeating the East Sea Sea Beast. Do you recognize it? Lam Lam was startled. An S-rank military badge, this can't be right. If this were true, why not send someone directly to seize it? Danin continued, explaining that the cost of stealing directly, rather than quietly leaving the dungeon, would be much higher. And he pondered, although this badge isn't real, it was enough to scare her. After all, with her status, she could never truly see a level S badge like this. Lam Lam also told you a secret. Yinglong has no mental power, so he cannot sense anything beyond his own sight. Yaning was surprised. How can this be? A top-tier 3rd-rank warrior lacking mental energy. How is that possible? Mental energy and YZ are closely connected. Even a 3-year-old child has 2 YZ attributes. Lam Lam continued. Yinglong's poetic talent is very special. He can passively convert his mental energy into different attributes. Otherwise, as long as the mental energy maintains clarity, any mental attribute can be transformed into other attributes. You said that. So he has no mental energy to fake it and can't sense anything at all, relying entirely on visual observation. Lam Lam replied. Exactly. Danin is not yet at the peak, which is truly astonishing and also very advantageous for us, she said, but don't underestimate him. On the contrary, his body is extremely resilient. Lam Lam made up her mind. I am the only one in the world who knows this secret. At first, I wanted to use it to exchange for a suitable 3rd-level expert, like Liu Tianming, but now I've decided to give it to you. Be cautious. Her information about Yinglong seems almost unbelievable, and it seems she even wants to kill Yinglong more than I do. She holds his face and says, "Look, I've cooperated with you, so now you should reward me. What do you want?" Nin is surprised and asks for a reward after the job is done. Lam Lam pressed her face against his cheek. "I don't want to wait until later. I want it now." He was startled and pushed her away. "This is crazy. I don't have time for this right now." The scene shifts to the Blood Shadow safe zone at the Lang healing station, where Yuan Hao is standing outside. He can't help but feel anxious, wondering why he hasn't returned after such a long time, and he absolutely cannot let anything happen. At the same time, inside the armory, the guard on duty spoke up, seeming to suggest that there was no movement outside, and that the group from the Heavenly Wolf clan had probably already left, as the guards here are very careless. "Wait a moment. I will break the door. Then everyone run and escape separately. After escaping, don't look back. Find a way to destroy the ring, and then meet at our designated place." The other two spoke up. "But that old man, wasn't he the one who said he came to save us?" "Well, that's what he said. They still haven't released us even now. Who knows? Maybe they did this on purpose to stop us from escaping." That guy couldn't help but feel guilty. But the young man was already ready to pay 2 million for us. And another one scolded, "Damn it. Don't be so stupid. Have you forgotten who those people are? From that safe zone. What kind of place is it? Known for sexual slavery. Have you ever thought about Lam Nu's fate?" Hearing this, he was truly terrified. We really can't fight them to the end. In the end, they all agreed, and the leader shouted, "Follow my command." 3, 2, 1. Immediately, they burst through the door and rushed outside, the sound of their footsteps echoing loudly. As they emerged, they couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the person in front of them. Da Nin's son was outside, staring in shock at the scene. "Uncle Huang, didn't you tell them?" Yuan Hong replied. "I did, but maybe it's just too simple. So they didn't believe it." Yuan Hang nodded. After all, the injury was just a minor wound, but it was still within the Blood Shadow's safe zone. So I quickly replied, "I understand. The one in charge taking all the blame is me. If you want to run away, then just come at me with whatever happens." Dunning said, "Then you will be severely punished." "Xiaohe, Uncle Hoang will catch them and give them a good beating." Both of you said in unison, "Understood." Immediately after, everyone quickly gathered everything inside, and Danin carefully created a mental shield around them. Then, he handed over a card. "The Capital Army Special Operations Team. Our people. Now you can speak freely." Everyone was overjoyed because the A-level military badge meant the army had sent a large force to destroy this place. "I told you, if they weren't on our side, there's no way they would spend 20 million to save us." The boy next to him asked, "Then why didn't you unlock it for us?" And Ye Nin replied, "Just to hide the truth. If I don't act convincingly, not only will we fail to save everyone, but we'll also be exposed." You said, "But everyone, rest assured, at most you'll have to endure one more night. Tonight, I'll arrange for everyone to be taken back to the border. And once you're out of the Blood Shadow Legion's reach, you'll be free." Everyone rejoices, overjoyed that they're saved. Danin added, "Before leaving, I want to have a private talk with Lam Nu. You still haven't lowered your guard around him." Lam Nu frowned cautiously. Both of them lead her outside. Danin shouted loudly, "Uncle Huang, keep hitting. Hit until he surrenders. Then stop. And give this girl a good wash. Tonight I will personally discipline her." Knowing someone is watching, Yuan Hung immediately responded, "Understood, Miss Dite." Then Danin looked at the resilient girl in front of her and silently thought, "Lam Nu, you already know her identity, as the future queen of the borderlands. How could I remain indifferent? In my previous life, I had to use decisive, thunderous tactics. If I could persuade and utilize them beforehand, that would be the best." Over the next 2 days, I secretly visited the wounded merchant resting in Danin's room. Lam Nu couldn't help but be surprised. "You're so young and already have an A-rank military badge. Are you the legendary Danin?" You asked directly. "That clever girl. You're a second-level novice in close combat, with water control powers granted by heaven." "Right." Lam Nu also didn't beat around the bush. "That's right. Tell me, why do you want to meet me alone?" Danin asked first. "Tell me why, as a border patrol officer, You were captured, along with a group of survivors at the gathering point. The mute woman recounted that about 2 weeks before we were ordered to patrol the border, we detected someone awakening from the neighboring country. After crossing the border, they repeatedly attacked some safe zones, looted resource mines, and captured survivors to use as food. So we fought them. And during the chase, they intended to infiltrate the gathering place after we finished off the enemies. We were heading to the gathering point to tend to our wounds. But no one expected that this place had already been attacked by the Black Camel Band. At first, we didn't pay attention to this, and no one local survivor mentioned it to us. Then the slave team ambushed us. And during the chaos, many of our people were killed. Of course, the slave squad suffered more casualties, so they called a nearby Tamdai to come and intervene. You also know that in front of the three-headed beast, we basically can't fight back at all. As for what happens next, you almost know everything already. Thank you for saving us. We're all in the same army. So this is what I should do. Da Nin then remembered that there were rumors circulating about Lam Ruo's brutal and bloodthirsty behavior, but there was no detailed information about such things. I only heard that she was a slave, and I don't understand how she became a three-tiered slave. After the disaster, she publicly surpassed the leader of the Black Eagle safe zone and killed Han Ta, then quickly took control of the entire safe zone. During the subsequent rebellion in Vienne Quang, a battle broke out with the Blood Shadow Legion. In the end, she took all the captured residents from the safe zones and moved into the Ko-Tri-Stan war zone. Her strength skyrocketed, and she easily seized control of Ko-Tri-Stan with her power. Da Nin Tom guessed that, from her current perspective, if she hadn't appeared, her fate after becoming a slave would have been unimaginable. Even with such a disastrous start, she still managed to become the queen of a country, something I could never achieve. Then he asked, "What is your next plan? To return to the border with the U army or something else?" Lam Nu immediately replied, "No, I don't want to go back to the army. I don't want to protect anyone anymore." Lam Nu. Vua noi vua tukyan, den muk run, ray. Kwetam noi. Toi muon tu diet, tat kachung. Kule wai. Kohan kwandwa u. Kuni kwandyo yasai sao. Lam Nu contemptuously replied, "Hating the army is one thing." Yan Ning then asked, "Do you hate the army for not arriving in time to rescue? Since you're a soldier, you should understand the current situation of the army. Sometimes it's not that they don't want to save people, but that they can't do it. After all, they have to consider the bigger picture. You said again that among the survivors there are good and bad people. Most of them are innocent, and you can't generalize and kill them all." Lam Nu found it funny and said there are good and bad people, but she quickly retorted, "What good and bad people? If 9 out of 10 are bad and they captured us at the gathering place, we became the most friendly place for the army. We clearly rescued them from the invaders into the slave yard. But when the damn slave yard team was about to leave, they basically didn't notice Uncle Wang, who was injured and hiding in the cellar, and the survivors pulled him out and handed him over to the slave yard team to take credit. Cao Cam still kept talking. If they only wanted to survive by betraying us, is fine. I accept it. It's truly ridiculous. They once looked at us with contempt as we struggled in the faraway borderlands, not even sending a single soldier. Yet, these treacherous people, they still betray us just like before. They don't hate those bad guys. They hate us. They're not afraid of the army, only afraid of a small mercenary team." Jian Nin saw the hatred in Lian Ha's eyes and said, "Each individual case cannot represent everything. Ordinary people wouldn't receive professional training. But Lam Nu is cold and aloof, standing out. She points directly at your face with a hint of anger. What kind of isolated cases are you talking about? How can there be more than 300 hunting teams of all sizes across the entire western frontier? What do you mean by a minority? When over 60% of the population, selling ourselves to those forces, what kind of isolated situation is this when our army is being hunted like dogs and not even daring to reveal their identities anymore?" Painful memories flash clearly in Lam Hu's mind as she points to Ninhe. This place has become too rotten. Vienne Quang has become too decayed. From top to bottom, everything is rotten. They do it to please the high-ranking awakened ones. They might even sacrifice their own flesh and blood like dogs. Have you been to the Bone Fragment School yet? Have you been to the War Pavilion yet? Have you been to the Blood Altar yet? Look at those people. They basically don't hate the scoundrels who rule over them. They just merge with themselves. Why isn't it one of those people?" As she spoke, Lam Nu couldn't hold back her tears. The history here has been distorted beyond recognition. No one remembers what we have done. They see us as enemies, as just a dog that runs. They cooperate with foreign races submissively, even more than giving a drop of water to the army. At this moment, Lam Nu's eyes are bleeding tears. Clearly we are saving people everywhere, and all our soldiers are struggling tirelessly to defend the border. Clearly, even though we are hungry, we still share our food with them. But what do we get in return? Emotions overwhelmed. She couldn't hold back and punched the table hard, causing the teacup to shatter. Tell me why. Just tell me why. It's because we're good people. Right, because we have to be patient and consider the so-called greater good. It's because people like you sitting in the sky can just say one word, and we would be forced to die. Right. Opening my mouth feels much more relieving. The previous statement was for the peace of the distant border, while those below must keep retreating. At this point, she sat down on the chair in despair. Have you ever been to the base? Do you know what kind of life we are living? Do you see how many of us have died? It's just a number, isn't it? Lam Hubi recounted that the border lacked water, and to prevent unnecessary conflict, the army ordered us to fetch water on the spot. Although my innate ability is water control, there is no water in the desert, and in tough times, we even had to drink our own urine, and the safe zones and those merchant groups raise their prices arbitrarily. In some countries, if we want to trade, we have to give some ore. Do you know how many people we have to die? To save these from the awakened people of the enemy nation, transportation is difficult because the border is too far away. They make us endure hardships and fight while eating frugally. But how can we fight on an empty stomach? Can a single tough word really fill our bellies? In the first half of the year, we barely managed to explore a resource dungeon and bring out some food from it. But then some nearby private forces claimed it was theirs and demanded we hand it over. So what happened next? That faction sold us supplies at 10 times the price, and even dared to sell us their dish soap, withdrawing again and again, always giving in, always tolerating. No nonsense. No equipment. No enough resources. How many soldiers have lost their strength because of this? And how many people have died because of it? Lam Nu couldn't help but feel helpless as she remembered the big support and the family behind us. Without hesitation, she quickly unbuttoned her shirt to reveal her chest in front of him. I saw a girl in a military uniform being attacked by a zombie. She was already dead. Not only bitten by the zombie but also having her lips torn off and withered away. Her chest was cut with 2 large numbers, the scars reaching down to the bone, and she asked in pain, "Can you see clearly? I am number 12. And that girl is number 11. I don't know what you're thinking." But Da Nin has been silent all this time. He stands up, takes out a jacket, then approaches Lam Nu carefully and offers it to her. "Put it on. It's cold tonight." Lam Nu took the shirt, feeling a bit surprised. "I thought you would accuse me rightly for the greater good, then say that I lack resolve and that sacrifice is unavoidable and call me a traitor again." You didn't answer but asked directly, "After leaving the army, where do you want to go? Or are you willing to follow me?" Her mood seems a bit better. "Maybe I will find a small team, join them, go hunting for mutants, and become stronger. Or maybe I will try to think of a way to set up a gathering place to gather more people." Lam Nu keeps leaving. "Thank you for valuing me. But there's no need to do that. I don't care as much as you do. All I want now is to kill every bastard I've ever met, chop off their heads, and hang them on posts." Qin usually throws that card to the ground. "It's the military badge I once swore allegiance to, and now I return it." Seeing her about to leave, he spoke up. "Lam Nu, what if I told you I'm different from them? What if I said I can change everything? If I told you to follow me, you would have an endless source of energy and could forget about the bigger picture to kill with real pleasure. What do you think?" She turned back and asked, "Do you know what you're talking about?" Da Nin calmly replied, "I do. Just stay here and wait for me to come back in a week." He looked out the window. A fierce tiger. A soaring dragon. And I can defeat the soaring dragon.